Chapter 254. Chapter 254, Massive Victory. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The Fiend Celestials on the eastern, western, and northern city walls also knew that the war's objective would not be met. They did not hesitate to retreat. Join forces with me to deal with him. Qin rushed to the northern wall, in the hopes of joining the other Fiend Celestials on the northern wall. However, the 4 Fiend Celestials that were there had already begun fleeing frantically. They were all First Firmament Fiend Celestials and did not dare get involved. The audacity of you 4. Qin's eyes were filled with cruel ferocity. Behind him, Qin Yun was rapidly catching up to him. Whoosh! Qin and Qin Yun crossed the city walls one after another and entered the desolate plains. However, Qin Yun was clearly faster. You won't escape. With sword in hand, Qin Yun chased up to him in a blink of an eye. He's so fast. Qin turned anxious. Worse of all, the other Fiend Celestials did not dare involve themselves in this matter. Kanki and Yuma were in pursuit, but they were much slower than Qin Yun. Die! Once he was in close proximity, Qin Yun slashed out. Qin turned around immediately as he lashed out his tail with formidable strength. The scaled armor on the tail was extremely formidable, but, with a flash from Qin Yun's sword beam, the tail was instantly sliced off. His sword arts are overwhelming. Qin was panicking. He swiped both his sharp claws, one aimed at Qin Yun's head, while the other hurled straight towards Qin Yun's chest. Swoosh, dot. The blue and yellow clouds came crashing together, causing Qin's strength to be reduced to 70%. With the divine power, infinite light, Qin Yun's speed was astounding. With a whoosh, he circled Qin in the form of an illusionary stream while striking constantly. Qin's body was constantly lacerated, suffering continuous damage. For example, just as his arm was cleaved off, it rapidly grew back. But the speed at which it grew was not as fast as Qin Yun's strikes. In a blink of an eye, Qin Yun had delivered hundreds of strikes. The hundreds of sword shadows lingered on and continued lacerating Qin's body, dicing it up into countless pieces. Even his heart, brain, and other vital organs were pulverized. Following that, the blue and yellow clouds ground the remnant parts of his body to dust. All that was left of him were 2 sharp claws that remained intact. Let's see if you can still revive after that. Qin Yun's Dao domain allowed him to perceive his surroundings with extremely sharp senses. Qin's claws no longer had any life in them. Qin was dead. The 2 Blackwater Pond Fiend Celestials had died under Qin Yun's blade. Qin Yun looked up and saw Kanki and Yuma arrive in front of him, but they stopped at a safe distance. Qin Yun leisurely extended his hand, making a cloth bag float up. He threw the 2 claws in it. Humph! Let's go! Kanki and Yuma gave Qin Yun a cold look before transforming into streams of light that departed with the other retreating Fiend Celestials. The both of them knew that even if they joined forces, they could not do anything to High Warrior Qin Yun. Swoosh! The fiery red fiend dragon, Xiao, was flying east when he joined up with Kanki and Yuma. Fire Phoenix did not continue chasing them. In terms of strength, she was only slightly better than Xiao. It was difficult for them to stop one another from retreating. At best, they could cause an interference. Only by joining forces with Kanki and Yuma was Xiao able to hold Fire Phoenix back before. Qin Yun. Fire Phoenix stood in midair as she smiled at Qin Yun. You made a breakthrough and stepped into the Dao at a critical juncture. You even killed 3 Fiend Celestials. 2 of them were even Second Firmament Fiend Celestials. This battle was won mostly thanks to you, Dot. I should be thanking you, Your Majesty, said Qin Yun. I only had the opportunity to finish off the Blackwater Pond brothers because the 3 most powerful Fiend Celestials were busy fighting you. Besides, they only reached the Second Firmament recently. The Blackwater Pond brothers, Qin and Ilong, were clearly much weaker than Kanki and Yuma. They killed Li Sheerly by surprising him. The breakthrough you had was similarly unexpected. Their losses were far greater. Fire Phoenix nodded. It's just unfortunate for Linley. Although Fire Phoenix felt some grief, she quickly recovered from it. Too many clansmen had died over the years. Retreat! Retreat! There were fiendish demon leaders shouting out commands from various spots around Fire Phoenix City's four walls. Immediately, the dense horde of fiendish demons began receding like the tide. They had surrounded Fire Phoenix City but were too weak under the Magus Array's suppression. It caused them to suffer terrible losses. Of course, the number of fiendish demons at the third firmament of the mortal realm was still 100 times more than humans. The fiendish demons could afford the great losses they suffered. They are retreating. Finally. Fire Phoenix Yuqing heaved a sigh of relief. Her sword and body were covered in blood. We won. Victory! The clansmen on the four walls heaved a sigh of relief. They felt a wave of emotions as the fiendish demon horde disappeared into the horizon. Even ants could bite an elephant to death with sufficient numbers. Although the Magus Array suppressed the fiendish demons, a prolonged war would still result in many clansmen dying. They did not enjoy fighting like this. They only fought to survive. They are retreating. The fiendish demons are retreating. At Magus God Temple, the black-haired man that was controlling the Magus Array, as well as the other magi, heaved a sigh of relief while also feeling delighted. Among them, Kylon saw Fire Phoenix and Qin Yun flying towards the eastern wall from afar. Elder Yun. Kylon immediately flew in the direction of the eastern wall. After the fiendish demons got out of the Magus Array's range, they began to ride clouds. The black clouds rolled away as they rapidly departed. And in the eastern front, there was a group of fiend celestials standing together on a black cloud. They came fully confident with 20 fiend celestials. But now, only 17 were left. However, Qin Yun and company did not dare pursue any further. Previously, every elder in Fire Phoenix City had the Magus Array augmenting them, allowing them to keep fighting with full confidence. Without it, elders at the first firmament would be severely weakened. We actually lost. Even the two from Blackwater Pond perished there. Who knew that this newly promoted Godfiend elder, High Warrior Qin Yun, would be that terrifying? He even stepped into the Tao at the most critical juncture. The Fiend Celestials were feeling indignant. Not only has he stepped into the Tao, Kanki said in a deep voice. High Warrior Qin Yun's Tao is clearly very powerful. Yuma and I couldn't even stop him. With the Tao he grasps, it won't take long for the humans to have another Godfiend at the third firmament. Yuma added, other than the Khanate Godfiends, there are only 2 humans that have managed to cultivate to the third firmament since this world's birth. From the looks of it, there will be 3 soon. And this third one is too young. Just too young. He's only 24. Wu Xiao was extremely somber as well. There might be a chance for him to become a sky god in the future. The humans currently only have 1 sky god. We have suffered many losses in the numerous wars, so if there's a second sky god, the situation will reverse. Currently, we from the fiendish demons are the aggressors, but if a second sky god were to appear, we will probably be the ones being hunted. Whoosh! Wu Xiao waved his hand, causing the void in front of him to distort. It connected to a distant spot where a horrifying existence dwelled. A faint phantom appeared in the distorted void. Empyrean Lord, said Wu Xiao politely. Wu Xiao, is your attack on Fire Phoenix City over? Asked the figure. Fire Phoenix City has produced a new Godfiend elder named High Warrior Qin Yun. While we were fighting him, he stepped into the Tao and produced an inconceivable strength. Once he stepped into the Tao, even Kanki and Yuma were unable to obstruct him. It might not take long for him to reach the third firmament of the Godfiend realm. He is presently only 24. I'm afraid that the humans will produce a second sky god. Wu Xiao said politely. Immediately, the surrounding fiend celestials fell silent. High warrior Qin Yun? Muttered the phantom. Empyrean Lord, we have to think of means to get rid of him as soon as possible, added Wu Xiao immediately. On the Fire Phoenix city's eastern wall. Fire Phoenix, Qin Yun, Fire Phoenix Xiao, and Elder Muki were all standing there. The other elders were also flying over from the other city walls. They landed beside the group and looked into the distant east. The fiendish demons had retreated and the distant fiend celestials were also rapidly fleeing before disappearing into the horizon. Victory! Victory! The clansmen on the city walls raised their weapons in unison as they cheered loudly. They rejoiced at the sight of their victory. Qin Yun, as well as the other elders, smiled. Yun! Fire Phoenix Yuqing rushed over and grabbed Qin Yun's arm. Yuqing? Qin Yun was taken aback. Yun, you were so awesome. I saw everything. You killed those terrifying fiend celestials. The wound on Fire Phoenix Yuqing's face was gradually healing. There were still blood stains on her armor, for she too had engaged in intense battles. Qin Yun looked at Fire Phoenix Yuqing's wound. Having spent time together for 10 years, he had seen her grow up from the age of 14. In his heart, she was family. Be careful in the future, said Qin Yun. It's nothing. Just a small wound. Fire Phoenix Yuqing did not seem to care. Qin Yun scanned the 4 walls and sighed inwardly. Although we ended up victorious, we still had dozens of clansmen die. Furthermore, who knows when such a war will end? I remember that in the history of my homeworld, the Khanate Godfiends and the other realm Fiend Celestials wars continued even after the Tao ancestor imparted the Tao. And this world resembles the ancient era of my homeworld. This war will probably continue on for a very long time. Just like Yuqing and the rest, they have to participate in battles every time. None of them can avoid combat. Just this time, the elders lost Fire Phoenix Leanly and dozens of other clansmen perished. That was a very common outcome. Furthermore, it was only because Qin Yun had eliminated 2 newly promoted Second Firmament Fiend Celestials and 1 First Firmament Fiend Celestial that the humans clinched massive victory in this battle. Elder Yun. Kailan ran over to Qin Yun's side as well. She was favored by Qin Yun's parents after all. The 2 women stood on each side of Qin Yun. Qin Yun, said Elder Muki with a smile. It won't take long for you to reach the 3rd firmament. In the future, you can establish your own Godfiend family and get married. I think you need to find time to marry both Yuqing and Kailan. Starting a Godfiend family does require you to reproduce, joked the surrounding elders. The clansmen on the city walls were laughing as well. Not far away, Qin Yun's father, High Warrior Ambition, who had participated in the war, chuckled too. Sending the enemy scurrying, surviving the war, and the likelihood of producing a second third firmament Godfiend in Fire Phoenix City were matters that deserved the clansman's joy. However, Qin Yun felt his head ache. Kailan and Fire Phoenix Yuqing blushed as they each stood beside Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255. Chapter 255, Sky God. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. That evening, the 15 Godfiend family clans and Magi were brought to the Hall of Heroes in Godfiend Temple under the lead of Fire Phoenix, the Godfiend Temple Elders, and the Magus God Temple Lord. It was dark, and in front of the Hall of Heroes was a burning cauldron that spewed flames high into the air. In this battle, Elder Fire Phoenix Leanly died in combat. In front of the crowd, Fire Phoenix looked at the Hall of Heroes and said stoically, another 29 clansmen died in combat. They will enter the Hall of Heroes and be honored together with all the clansmen who had died in the past by us and our descendants. Be it 1,000 years or 10,000 years, they will forever be commemorated. All the clansmen fell silent. Following that, Fire Phoenix took the first step into the Hall of Heroes. Following her was Qin Yun and the 7 God-Fiend Temple Elders, the Magus God Temple Lord, and then the rest of the clansmen. Hall of Heroes. Qin Yun walked in and saw the towering and magnificent Hall of Heroes. The walls were 300 feet tall and there were carvings of humans on them. There were tiny, dense pictorial carvings at the bottom, and each pictorial carving held a few tiny words that made up a biography. And the pictorial engraving above was a lot bigger. The text describing it was a lot more involved as well. Qin Yun looked over. There were 32 engravings higher up. All of them were God-Fiend Temple Elders. 32 of them, together with the present 7. Fire Phoenix City has only had 39 entities at the God-Fiend realm since its inception. However, the rest of them have already died in combat, thought Qin Yun. He saw at a glance the last and also the newest engraving, Fire Phoenix Leanly. Fire Phoenix Leanly. Father, Fire Phoenix Qi. Mother, Yin Yang. Was extremely strong at a young age. Skilled at wielding dual hammers. Entered the 3rd firmament of the mortal realm at age 12. His courage stood above his peers and he would be the first to charge into battle against fiendish demons. At the age of 18, he married Li Ru and had 2 children. At the age of 23. At the age of 39. At the age of 51, he was invincible among Fire Phoenix City mortals with his dual hammers. At the age of 62, he took in a disciple. At the age of 80, he reached the God-Fiend realm. At the age of 765, he was jointly killed by the Blackwater Pond brothers, Achin and Ilong, in battle. It was his biography. Qin Yun read quietly. He then looked at the tiny, dense figures. All of them were God-Fiend descendants. Very few of them were magi. The wall of the Hall of Heroes was very tall and there were naturally many empty spaces left behind. The Hall of Heroes was silent. Even if anyone wanted to discuss something, they would do so through a voice transmission. It was as though speaking out aloud would be a disrespect to these sacrificed heroes. These people were the heroes of humanity. In every one of the 9 great cities of humanity, there was a God-Fiend temple. And each God-Fiend temple had a Hall of Heroes. Why? Why am I increasingly convinced that this is a true world? Is the dreaming of 100 years a dream? Or is it reality? Qin Yun looked at the carvings on the wall and felt his heart jolt. In my homeworld, there were many people who sacrificed themselves for the human race in ancient times. Are they still being honored? Given offerings? I have never heard of it, at least. Oh. Qin Yun suddenly sensed something as he saw a stocky man with disheveled hair appear beside him. The man was silently looking at the wall, but the surrounding clansmen did not seem to notice his existence. They would even occasionally walk past him or even collide with him, but to them it was as though they had gone through thin air. More of our clansmen have died in combat again, muttered the stocky man. Qin Yun looked at him and found that he resembled an existence recorded in the dossiers. He could not help but be alarmed. You are Sui. The stocky man looked at Qin Yun. I'm Suegu. Greetings, Sky God Suegu, I am High Warrior Qin Yun. Qin Yun immediately bowed. However, in the eyes of the surrounding clansmen, Qin Yun had already vanished. Furthermore, they didn't even find it odd that he had disappeared. I heard about you from Fire Phoenix, so I rushed here. I have already chatted with Fire Phoenix at her place and have spoken to the other Khanate Godfiends. We have decided on what lies ahead for you, said the stocky man as he smiled at Qin Yun. Let's go, we can talk about it in detail outside. Yes. Qin Yun followed behind. Sky God Suegu. After Qin Yun became a god fiend, he also learned of the human's present strength. The Magi, in general, were still weaker. Very few attained the Magus god realm. Among the 9 cities, any city would only have 1 or 2 people at the Magus god realm. In comparison, god fiends were a lot stronger. Among the Khanate god fiends, there was one called Suegu. He was the first Khanate god fiend to be born, and he was also the strongest Khanate god fiend. He lamented over the state of the universe and pitied all of mankind. He was the first sentient being born from this world, and he had an innate curiosity about everything. He studied fire, lightning, mountains, rocks, mud, and soil. He guided the human race and was the leader of all the Khanate god fiends. He also eventually broke through to the sky god realm, and he was the only sky god born from the human race. Qin Yun followed Suegu and walked out. The group of people in the Hall of Heroes, including the elders, finally noticed Qin Yun and a stocky man walk out. That is? Suegu? Mortals were prevented from seeing him, but the elders could. Sky God Suegu is meeting Qin Yun? That's right, Qin Yun isn't far from reaching the third firmament, thought the elders. Fire Phoenix had already been waiting in a quiet garden at the God Fiend Temple. Suegu led Qin Yun there. Brother Suegu, Qin Yun, have a seat, said Fire Phoenix with a smile. Suegu and Qin Yun casually chose a smooth boulder to sit on. It was very suitable for a seat. Fire Phoenix said with a smile, Qin Yun, the moment Brother Suegu learned about your deeds, he rushed here as fast as he could. He is mostly curious about you. Secondly, and more importantly, he does not wish for any accidents to happen. After all, the Fiend Celestials and the other realm Fiend Celestial behind them will probably try to assassinate you. You have yet to break through to the third firmament, so there is still danger of you being assassinated. If you were to break through to the third firmament, it would be nearly impossible to assassinate you. Therefore, the assassination attempts will likely happen in the next 10 years. It could happen any time. Don't worry. Suegu smiled at Qin Yun. With me in Fire Phoenix City, they have no chance of succeeding. Qin Yun said immediately, thank you, Sky God Suegu. The bloodline of us Khanate godfiends has been spread down among humans for generations, Suegu said wistfully. We can be considered ancestors of the human race, so naturally, we will do our best to protect our descendants. However, how the final battle will end and who will become the owner of this world is hard to tell. As of now, we humans are at a disadvantage. We can only defend while relying on the city's Magus array. Qin Yun and Fire Phoenix nodded. They were indeed weaker. At the level of mortals, the fiendish demons held the absolute advantage. They were 100-fold stronger than humans. In the God-Fiend realm, both parties ended up in their present state only with the aid of the Khanate God-Fiends. Therefore, the birth of every powerful God-Fiend becomes more important. Suegu looked at Qin Yun. Every third firmament God-Fiend we can create is for the betterment of humanity. If we can produce another 3 or 4, we humans will be able to match the fiendish demons. Fire Phoenix nodded as well. Qin Yun, if you can become the second sky god, with you joining forces with Brother Suegu, we humans would have 2 sky gods and the situation would be very different. We humans will hold the absolute advantage. Second sky god? Qin Yun was astonished. Why? Do you lack the confidence? Suegu said. You are only 24 and you are capable of reaching the third firmament of the God-Fiend realm. With your potential, there is definite hope of you becoming a second sky god. In addition, it has only been about 10,000 years since the birth of this world. It would not be considered too difficult for you to become a sky god. If it were another 50 or 100,000 years later, the heaven and earth spiritual energies would get increasingly thin. When it gets too thin, it will become harder to become a sky god. The aid given by the world would only weaken and the requirement towards the Tao would only elevate. With time, it will become harder to become a sky god. And by my estimates, it might be much more difficult to have a first firmament godfiend in the future, much less a sky god. Qin Yun nodded. Yes. It would become more difficult. Back in his homeworld, the corresponding first firmament godfiends were the most ordinary immortals, fiend celestials, or arhats. The requirements to reach those realms were ludicrous. Those who stepped into a Tao that was of lower grade would have their growth stunted. As for sky gods? Indeed, it was many times more difficult than in ancient times. The heaven and earth spiritual energies were rich in ancient times. All sorts of ancient mutates were born, and the world even directly gave birth to the Khanate godfiends. They were born at the third firmament of the godfiend realm, thought Qin Yun. Just the heavenly Tao's intent realm allows one to enter the godfiend realm. It's a lot easier than in my homeworld. You are still young and your potential is immense too, said Suegu. You have to become a sky god early, planting yourself as a foundation for humanity. I have already prepared a series of cultivation plans for you. I have only one requirement: become a sky god within 10,000 years. Qin Yun was slightly startled. I will awaken from my dream after spending 50 years in this world. How can I take 10,000 years to slowly cultivate? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256. Chapter 256, 50 Years Up. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. So, Qin Yun was flying in the form of a stream of light above the desolate plains. In a blink of an eye, Qin Yun had spent almost 50 years in this world. He did not look much different from his 24-year-old self. However, his aura was a lot deeper and more serene. I've almost reached Fire Phoenix City. As Qin Yun flew, he felt conflicted. In a blink of an eye, I have already spent 50 years in this world. The day of my awakening is getting close. I can sense it. There was an invisible force that was pushing at him gradually. He had a feeling that at the final instant, that force would awaken him from his dream. There's only half a month left. I'll wake from this dream in half a month. Qin Yun had taken part in this world for 50 years. Therefore, he had deep feelings for it. Soon, a massive city appeared in the distance. It was none other than Fire Phoenix City. Qin Yun swooped down in the form of a light stream. There were clansmen standing guard on Fire Phoenix City's city walls. They were at the third firmament of the mortal realm and naturally had extraordinary eyesight. They had already seen the descending stream of light from afar and identified it as Qin Yun. It's Elder Qin Yun. Elder Qin Yun is back. The clansmen on the walls revealed looks of joy. High Warrior Qin Yun was the pride of Fire Phoenix City. All members of the 15 Godfiend family clans thought highly of him. After all, High Warrior Qin Yun was a third firmament Godfiend realm existence. He was the most illustrious Godfiend throughout all of humanity. Qin Yun flew directly to his residence. With his status, he naturally had a manner that was all his own. His father, High Warrior Ambition, and his mother, Xiao, along with Kailan and Fire Phoenix Yuqing, were living there too. Of course, there were also many servants. Swoosh! Qin Yun landed inside the manor. Elder! The servants in the manor showed extreme respect when they saw him. Qin Yun nodded. He carefully studied every detail of the manor. Having spent 50 years in this world, it became his home. In another half a month, I'll be leaving. Qin Yun walked around the manor and caressed the wooden columns along the corridors while peering at a tiny lake in the manor. He was somewhat unwilling to part with everything. Yun! Elder Yun! Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan rushed over. Both of them had matured greatly and the two of them were as close as true sisters. The moment they saw Qin Yun, they ran over and threw themselves into Qin Yun's embrace. Qin Yun also smiled as he extended his arms to hug them. Yun, you went to Shell Heaven City for 2 years, said Fire Phoenix Yuqing. Sister Kailan and I have been waiting all this time for you. You have finally returned. Kailan could not help but say, it was indeed a very long 2 years. Qin Yun looked at the two women. Having spent 50 years with them, he saw them as no different from family. Their feelings for each other had been built up from spending so much time together. The two women were now no less meaningful to him than to his younger sister who had passed away. As for romantic feelings, Qin Yun truly did not have any such thoughts. All he had was familial feelings for them. But 50 years? Qin Yun was only in his 30s back in his homeworld. Although he had a powerful Dao heart, 50 years of interaction had made Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan the most important family members in his life. I really do not want to waste Yuqing and Cylon's time. I have tried twice to make them leave me and find someone else, but they went crazy. Kailan nearly committed suicide. Are the girls from ancient periods that unyielding? Thought Qin Yun. Since I couldn't get them to leave, the only thing to do was delay the matter. I gave the excuse that now is the period for me to raise my strength. I would only marry after cultivating for a few decades. I've tried not to hurt them as much as possible. Now, with the 50 years almost up, there's only half a month left. I'll awaken from my dream in half a month. He felt guilt-ridden. Qin Yun treated Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan very well. He treated them gently and had even promised them that they would be married in 10 years. However, he would be awakening from his dream in half a month's time. Qin Yun is back? The high warrior couple rushed over when they heard the news from their servants. They saw Qin Yun hugging Kailan and Fire Phoenix Yuqing from afar. The couple could not help but smile when they saw that. My son might be in the process of enhancing his strength, so distractions are not allowed. But what if it's marriage? Can't he cultivate after getting married? Even if he doesn't get married, he can still have a few babies, but he's just in no hurry. It's useless no matter what I say, High Warrior Ambition said helplessly. Alright, our son is a third firmament god fiend. He has a long lifespan, so what's the rush? Xiao said. It seems to me that our son has the mindfulness and determination to dedicate himself to cultivating. If not, how could he have achieved so much? Besides, he has already given his word that he would marry Yuqing and Kailan in another 10 years. Yeah. High Warrior Ambition smiled with a nod. Another 10 years. It's soon enough. I'm waiting for our son to create a godfiend family. Yuqing and Kailan will probably not be able to have children that easily. He has to marry some ordinary human girls too, said Xiao. I'll have a proper chat with Qin Yun in 10 years, said High Warrior Ambition. Qin Yun spent time with his family for 10 days. During these 10 days, he treated his parents, Fire Phoenix Yuqing, and Kailan especially well. He also immersed the two women in extreme bliss. 10 days later, Qin Yun went to the Godfiend Temple. Elder Qin Yun. A few elders in Godfiend Temple came to welcome him. Elder Qin Yun, are you preparing to enter seclusion again? The group asked jokingly. Qin Yun nodded. It's not seclusion, just some trivial matters. With that said, he entered the Godfiend Temple's underground space. However, the other elders were speculating. He cultivated for 2 years in Shell Heaven and now he's here in the Fire Phoenix nest a few days after he returned. He's really hardworking. Elder Qin Yun's strength is indeed unfathomable. If I were to guess, he really has the possibility of becoming the second sky god of humanity. That's right. Sky God Suegu has arranged for all 9 cities of humanity to help Elder Qin Yun as much as they can. With Elder Qin Yun's excellent talent and perception, there's a chance of him becoming the second sky god to exist in 10,000 years. When that happens, we humans will have the absolute advantage against the fiendish demons. I really look forward to that day. Then, our clansmen won't have to spend their days hiding away in the city. Be it the elders of Fire Phoenix City or the Godfiend Temple elders from the other 8 cities, or even Khanate Godfiends, they had great expectations of Qin Yun. In an underground space in Fire Phoenix City's Godfiend Temple, In the middle of a lake filled with liquid condensed from heaven-earth energies, there was a chamber. This area was the fire phoenix nest. Qin Yun had entered the chamber that belonged to him. The door to the chamber closed. Other than the chamber's owner, only the Khanate Godfiend Fire Phoenix, who controlled Fire Phoenix City's Godfiend Temple, could enter. Fire Phoenix Nest. Qin Yun looked at the items placed in the chamber. There were things like the High Warrior's spiritual companion item, the Stone of the Earth, and other treasures that were all very precious. Over the past 5 decades, humanity has spared no expense to help me. Even Sky God Suegu opened the long-sealed Lotus Flower Cave for 10 years to allow me to cultivate. All the Khanate Godfiends have helped me with all they had. Sky God Suegu has drawn up a cultivation plan that lasts more than 1,000 years. However, every time I use a resource of humanity, I feel like I owe them even more, thought Qin Yun. If this really was a dream, I could ignore that. But what if this is a real world? It's been 50 years. I have lived in this world for so long that I'm very convinced it's a real world, but if this is a real world, I have let down the humans of this world. I have used so much of their resources, allowing my cultivation level to increase greatly. I owe Yuqing and Kailan. If I were to disappear, they would need time to forget me. I owe my parents. There's also the expectations the clansmen and elders have of me. What they anticipate will only end up in a puff of smoke. Qin Yun sat on a gigantic immortal crystal and took out a scroll from his cosmic bag. He used a brush with a tip that suffused golden light. He began writing on the scroll. Regardless, I have to leave a letter for Yuqing and Kailan. The letter was filled with rich emotions. Qin Yun was unwilling to part with them after spending 50 years with them. He really could not bear to part with them. He finished writing one scroll. Qin Yun wrote one letter to his parents and another one to Fire Phoenix. Then, he left the letters in the chamber and took out numerous treasures from his cosmic bag. I'm about to wake up from my dream. I shall leave these treasures here. These 3 scrolls should be left here too. When I awaken, they will realize that I'm dead. Fire Phoenix will also come to this chamber and naturally find all that I've left here. Qin Yun looked at the treasures placed to the side. There's another 5 days before I awake from my dream. Since I will soon awaken from this dream, I should do something for them before I leave. Qin Yun thought to himself. I hope this it is enough to compensate them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257. Chapter 257, Qin Yun's Goal. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun felt conflicted when he looked at the treasures and 3 scrolls he left in the chamber. I wonder what Yuqing and the rest will think when they see these letters. Forget it. I shouldn't think about it anymore. Perhaps this might really just be a dream? Maybe this world will simply fade away once I wake up from my dream. Qin Yun turned and left. Rumble. The door closed. The next time the door opened would likely be when Fire Phoenix came to open it. So, Qin Yun appeared in the clouds above Fire Phoenix City. He looked down and took one last gaze at the area. With his eyesight, he could naturally see his manor where High Warrior Ambition and his wife were. He also saw Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan there. The High Warrior couple spent their days happily. They were naturally very pleased that they had such a powerful son and were still looking forward to the day when Qin Yun would make a family of his own, a new Godfiend family line. Fire Phoenix and Kailan were also waiting for the day when they could finally marry Qin Yun. Sister Yuqing, did Elder Yun say when he would be back when he went out earlier this morning? Kailan asked. He didn't elaborate. All he said was that he would be back in a few days. Fire Phoenix Yuqing said with a smile. Since he said it would only take a few days, it shouldn't be long. He would inform us ahead of time if he was entering prolonged seclusion, just like in the past. Okay. I just learned how to cook a new dish. I'm waiting for Elder Yun to return so that I can give him a taste of it. Kailan smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. Her eyes held a foxy charm that was filled with love. Qin Yun felt as though a knife had stabbed into his heart when he saw the family that he had grown to love in the manner a distance. How could he not have deep feelings for them after spending 50 years with them? Now that they were to part ways, Qin Yun felt a little overcome by his feelings. I will wake up from this dream after all. I'm sorry. My parents and clansmen in this world. Her Majesty Fire Phoenix, Sky God Suegu, as well as Kailan and Yuqing. Sorry. In the end, I'm just a transient guest here. With that, Qin Yun transformed into a stream of light that rapidly left Fire Phoenix City. Even though he was destined to awaken from this dream, Qin Yun still wanted to do his best to do something big for humanity, as a form of compensation. For days later, it was now the last day before he awakened. There was a massive mountain range about 6,000 kilometers away from Fire Phoenix City named Prestige Fiend Mountain. Prestige Fiend Mountain. From the desolate plains far away, Qin Yun was looking at Prestige Fiend Mountain as it emanated fiendish gases. The fiendish demons have 2 fiend nests. They are said to be areas containing rich heaven and earth spiritual energy sources that are used by the other realm fiend celestials as bases. They spared no expense when creating it, using a lot of treasures in the process. The fiend nests are even more fascinating than Fire Phoenix Nest or any of the other nests. The aid they provide in cultivation is greater, allowing the fiendish demons to constantly nurture and produce fiend celestials. The fiendish demons do not have spiritual companion items, but as long as they attain the heaven earth intent realm, they can still be nurtured into fiend celestials. It shows how powerful the fiend nests are. Qin Yun was acutely aware of this point. The fiendish demons have a total of 2 fiend nests. Prestige Fiend Mountain is one of them. If I can destroy one fiend nest, it will be equivalent to destroying one of the foundational pillars of the fiendish demons. Qin Yun had been gathering intelligence over the years. And in the past 4 days, he had been spying on Prestige Fiend Mountain from afar. He knew very well how difficult it was to destroy a fiend nest. In the comparison between humans and fiendish demons, the humans held an advantage. They had a sky god. The fiendish demons' strongest would be the 3rd firmament fiend celestials. And it was rumored that there were even more powerful other realm sky fiends backing them. They were existences that were equal to sky gods, but they were unable to descend upon this world. If other realm sky gods were capable of easily entering this world, humanity would have long fallen. Although the fiendish demons' strongest forces are the 3rd firmament fiend celestials, their numbers speak volumes. Furthermore, they have these 2 nests. Every nest has numerous 3rd firmament fiend celestials residing in it at all times. Prestige Fiend Mountain has a total of 15 3rd firmament fiend celestials living there. Nearly half of the fiendish demons' strongest combat forces in this world are concentrated here in order to protect the fiend nest. Qin Yun knew this very well. How could one destroy a fiend nest? If Sky God Suegu threw away concern for his life and forcibly stormed in, there was a definite chance that he could destroy the fiend nest before he perished. However, the 15 3rd firmament fiend celestials would join forces. In addition, the fiend nests were sources of heaven and earth spiritual energies, which meant that the nests were filled with many immortal crystals and other items. Since the fiend celestials used these spots as a base, they made it so the arrays they constructed could self-destruct. As such, Suegu would be severely injured to the point of death. A concerted effort by the 15 3rd firmament fiend celestials would further guarantee Suegu's doom. In order to destroy a fiend nest, Suegu would have to sacrifice his life. To exchange the destruction of a fiend nest with a sky god? It wasn't worth it. As for god fiends at the 3rd firmament realm, the chances of them destroying the fiend nest were a lot lower. It was highly possible that they would only end up dead before even entering the fiend nest. Those that had an infinitesimal chance of destroying the fiend nest were either those that had reached the third firmament or connate godfiends. Anyone else would have to be one of the rare handfuls of geniuses of humanity like Qin Yun, who would be willing to sacrifice their lives. Destroying the fiend nest is very difficult, but this is a dream after all. I have to give it a try. Besides, I have prepared for this day for a very long time, thought Qin Yun. Now, the first step is to try my best to approach the fiend nest. Only when I'm close enough can I show myself and storm right in, thought Qin Yun. If I am discovered early, I'll be surrounded by the third firmament fiend celestials. I would not even be able to enter the fiend nest before I die in combat. It will all depend on this divine power. I have already cultivated this divine power to the sixth firmament. Qin Yun looked at the sun. The sun was setting in the west. As the sun's rays cast down on the desolate plains vegetation, they produced many shadows. Swoosh! Qin Yun cast his divine power and silently fused his body into the shadows on the ground. His entire being vanished as he literally sank into the shadows. It was a flawless concealment to the naked eye. He also didn't emit any aura. This was the divine power shadow manifestation. Sixth firmament. This divine power could allow godfiends to slink into the shadows in the early stages. However, the deeper one cultivated in it, the shadow would appear to become another world in itself. As the saying goes, to see a world in a grain of sand, the shadow of everything in the world also became a world itself. It also allowed one to truly hide within and totally conceal their aura. Qin Yun long knew of the day he would awaken. Therefore, while he was browsing through the various divine powers in the Godfiend Temple, he discovered the best divine power for concealing his aura. After 50 years of cultivation, Qin Yun's sword Dao had accumulated to a deeper, more profound state. It now contained 9 paramount realms. One of the paramount realms he fused into his Dao was shadow-like. It corresponded to the divine power shadow manifestation. Sky God Suegu and the other connate godfiends had provided him many cultivation treasures to aid him. A lot of them were spent on cultivating shadow manifestation. In addition, there was a corresponding sword Dao, so he finally cultivated it to the perfect sixth firmament. With that, he had reached the limit of the divine power. I hope I won't be detected. If I were to be detected in the periphery, that would be tragic. I wouldn't even touch the fiend nest before dying, thought Qin Yun. Under the sunlight, all the vegetation had shadows. Qin Yun fused into the shadows and rapidly proceeded towards Prestige Fiend Mountain. There was no motion visible to the naked eye, nor was there even a sliver of an aura. This was the impressive result of cultivating the divine power to the sixth firmament. Prestige Fiend Mountain was mainly a place for fiend celestials to live in. Many of them were first or second firmament fiend celestials. There were also the 15 most powerful third firmament fiend celestials. They each chose one of the cave abodes that were scattered across Prestige Fiend Mountain to stay in. They were situated in the middle of the mountain, on the mountainside, or at the mountain peak. Every fiend celestial would set up array formations for security. Of course, the fiend nest array formation in the middle of Prestige Fiend Mountain was the strongest. In terms of array formation capabilities, the fiendish demons were better than humans in that aspect due to the teachings of the other realm fiend celestial. Humans mainly used magus arrays that were extremely crude. Swoosh! Qin Yun silently proceeded as he gradually approached Prestige Fiend Mountain. Other than the fiend celestials on Prestige Fiend Mountain, there were also servants. However, it was rather quiet as fiend celestials apparently did not like having fiendish demons crowding around them. A faint mist emanated the surroundings of Prestige Fiend Mountain. It was a kind of fiendish aura. It would repel humans if they entered, causing them to be quickly discovered. Swoosh! Qin Yun's shadow rapidly sneaked forward as he entered the range of the faint mist. This mist can't seem to detect me, Qin Yun came confidently after all. Whoosh! Qin Yun constantly advanced towards Prestige Fiend Mountain as a shadow. Slowly, he entered the Fiend Celestial's living quarters. One had to know that the closer to the Fiend Nest one got, the tighter the security became. The 15 Third Firmament Fiend Celestials all stayed around the Fiend Nest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258. Chapter 258, Exposed. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The array formations in Prestige Fiend Mountain were set up with the help of other realm Fiend Celestials. The Fiend Celestials had also established their own array formations in their respective cave abodes. Including the first and second Firmament Fiend Celestials, Prestige Fiend Mountain held more than 100 Fiend Celestials. This naturally resulted in many array formations. This place was also considered one of the two most dangerous fiendish demon domains in the world. Qin Yun's figure proceeded forward and, although he was very confident, he continued to walk a winding path. He tried his best to avoid the Fiend Celestials' cave abodes. Why are all of you so slow? Hurry up! Quickly send the alcohol to the Fiend Celestials. If you are slow, you might suffer the wrath of the Fiend Celestials. A monkey fiendish demon immediately reprimanded when he saw two flying fiendish demons a distance away. We're coming. We just bought more alcohol. We have been going very fast. The two fiendish demons each carried a huge wine jar as they flew quickly. Qin Yun was silently advancing in the shadows beside them. However, these ordinary fiendish demons were unable to detect him at all. Even weaker Fiend Celestials would not detect him, much less these nobodies. After cultivating shadow manifestation, humanity's best divine power for concealing one's aura, to the highest sixth firmament, Qin Yun would definitely be a perfect assassin. He constantly advanced and crossed all sorts of topographical features. Finally, he slowly approached the most important area of Prestige Fiend Mountain, Fiend Nest. Almost there. Qin Yun was carefully watching what was ahead. I'm no longer far from the Fiend Nest. This shadow manifestation is indeed impressive. I have yet to be discovered. However, what follows next is the most dangerous juncture. The third firmament Fiend Celestial's caves are up ahead. After that is the entrance to the Fiend Nest. He carefully proceeded. Although the third firmament Fiend Celestial cave abodes had powerful array formations as well, they were set up by the Fiend Celestials themselves. They also paid a rather low price to set them up, so they definitely didn't get the full effect from them. Qin Yun carefully snuck past the cave abodes silently and was not discovered. Almost there. Almost. Qin Yun looked at the Fiend Nest's entrance. It was a deep and quiet cave. Standing by the entrance was a black-armored axe-wielding Fiend Celestial. He was taking a nap, but he emanated his intent domain. However, an intent domain was unable to detect Qin Yun, for he now stood atop the Khanate Godfiends and the third firmament Fiend Celestials when it came to concealment. However, the Fiend Nest was ultimately the most important location to the fiendish demons. It was the core reason why they could persist in battle with the humans for so long. The Fiend Nests were built by other realm Fiend Celestials after all, so they were naturally set up with extremely powerful array formations. Outside the Fiend Nest, there were invisible ripples emanating outwards. The fluctuations so perfectly fused into heaven and earth powers that even Qin Yun could not sense them. As Qin Yun gradually approached, he finally entered the range of the invisible fluctuations. When a wave swept past the shadow that Qin Yun was hiding in, an evil and strange energy permeated the shadow, pulling out a human shadow from within with grinding noises. Finally, the shadow manifested itself as a black-armored human, High Warrior Qin Yun. As for the black-armored Fiend Celestial who was guarding at the entrance, he was always very relaxed when it came to that responsibility. Prestige Fiend Mountain is fraught with danger. Ordinary Godfiend elders would probably be discovered the moment they entered Prestige Fiend Mountain. As for the third firmament godfiends, the chance of them destroying the fiend nest is similarly low. They would be sending themselves to their deaths without any hopes of succeeding. No one is that dumb. That's right. Humanity had very few third firmament godfiends. Indeed, they would not send one on a suicide mission. Although he was responsible for guarding the entrance, he always felt it was a very easy job. But this time, there was really a human godfiend there. Oh. When the evil and strange energy ejected Qin Yun from the shadows, the black-armored fiend celestial opened his eyes because he detected something. He instantly saw a human being drawn out from the shadows. This gave him a fright. Intruder! His eyes widened into two round circles. How was it possible? It was unprecedented ever since the fiend nests were built. No human had ever managed to reach a fiend nest's entrance. But yet, a human was standing there right in front of him. Moreover, the entire fiend nest's array formation was beginning to inform the various fiend celestials. And even more surprisingly, the black-armored fiend celestial recognized the human instantly. High warrior Qin Yun. The third human that cultivated from the mortal realm to the third firmament of the godfiend realm. He was considered the most talented human in history, and there was a high chance of him becoming a second sky god. The fiendish demons had also made numerous attempts to assassinate him, but the humans spared no expense to protect this peerless genius. With sky god Suegu secretly protecting him from early on, the fiendish demons tried every trick they had, but to no avail. Why would High Warrior Qin Yun be so reckless as to come here to the fiend nest? The black-armored fiend celestial was alarmed. Although he was shocked and puzzled, he used the array formation to send a voice transmission. A human is infiltrating the fiend nest. A human is infiltrating the fiend nest. His voice began to instantly resound through all of Prestige Fiend Mountain with the aid of the array formation. I'm exposed. When he was expelled from the shadows because of the evil and strange energy, Qin Yun's expression changed. He saw the black-armored fiend celestial by the fiend nest entrance staring at him with widened eyes. He heard the rumbling words, "A human is infiltrating the fiend nest," begin to resound. When they boomed, Qin Yun had already transformed into a stream of light as he charged towards the fiend nest's entrance. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill! Since he was exposed, the only thing he could do was forcefully forge a way in. Thankfully, he was already very close to the entrance. There was a chance of him successfully barging in. Humph! The black-armored fiend celestial grunted angrily. 2 breaths spewed out from his nostrils as he increased in size, reaching 100 feet. His hairy arms held a humongous axe as he took on a combative stance. When Qin Yun charged at him, he cleaved the axe with all his strength. Get lost! He was also a second firmament fiend celestial with rich experience. However, Qin Yun delivered a blindingly fast strike. At the instant he approached, he had cast his divine power, Heaven-Earth Millstone. A blue and a yellow cloud appeared, enveloping half a kilometer around him. Some of it even entered the fiend nest's interior. The 2 clouds spun and repressed. The sudden appearance of the 6th firmament Heaven-Earth Millstone immediately affected the black-armored fiend celestial's strength. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes at the critical moment before he struck out. A dreamlike sword flash lit up. Unlike Khanate godfiends, Qin Yun's sword Dao was slowly grasped by him during cultivation. For Khanate godfiends, such as Fire Phoenix and High Warrior, they were born into the 3rd firmament of the godfiend realm. They were extremely impressive when it came to understanding their own domains, as they were born with the knowledge. They were good at what they were born to do, but the speed at which they grasped other domains was very slow. Qin Yun, who slowly cultivated, was different. He was like a sponge that gradually extracted nutrients from everything that surrounded him. His sword Dao was infused with insights from different domains, so he was naturally good at various divine powers. For example, if he were to be compared with Fire Phoenix, she was naturally much stronger in the fire aspect. However, when it came to an aggregated whole, Qin Yun was better. And that was apparent now. Qin Yun knew too many divine powers. His domain-type divine power activated, catching his enemy off guard. No good. The black-armored fiend celestial felt his axe was rapidly decelerate under the cloud's repression. Immediately, his expression changed as he abandoned the axe decisively. He kicked out as his leg expanded to 1,000 feet, forming a sort of gigantic pillar that stood in the way of Qin Yun's strike. Rip! A dreamlike sword flash sliced over, severing the fiend celestial's pillar-like leg from the kneecap. Simultaneously, Qin Yun had already charged forward to continue his assault. I can't block him. The black-armored fiend celestial panicked. At that moment, the rumbling statement in the sky, "A human is infiltrating the fiend nest," had reached infiltrating. Shoo! 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 Qin Yun arrived in front of the black-armored fiend celestial and swiped with his sword. Like a peacock flaunting its tail, numerous sword flashes lit up instantly. The black-armored fiend celestial was lamenting his circumstances. Although his palms expanded to resemble two massive shields, Qin Yun's sword flash coursed through the fissures in the armor, penetrating his body and slicing it apart. Qin Yun also sensed layers of resistance during the attack, but his sword flash were still able to slice through it without interruption because of how profound it was. His fiend body has been cultivated to a strong state. Boom! As his innards had been sliced through in many spots, even his heart had been struck. The black-armored fiend celestial's one-legged body fell to the ground. At that moment, the resounding "A human is infiltrating the fiend nest" had just finished. Qin Yun did not continue his assault but instead took the opportunity to charge straight into the fiend nest. Even though he was fast, the fiend celestials in the surrounding cave abodes had rushed out with all they had. The nearest third firmament fiend celestials, a total of 15 of them, had charged out too. When they came out, they saw Qin Yun penetrate his sword flashes into the black-armored fiend celestial's body like a peacock flaunting its tail, as well as the scene of the black-armored fiend celestial falling to the ground. It's High Warrior Qin Yun. The 15 third firmament fiend celestials were shocked and furious. Kill him. Kill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259. Chapter 259, Fiend Nest Blood Lotus. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. The 15 third firmament fiend celestials were both anxious and furious. They had rushed to the entrance as quickly as possible, but Qin Yun had easily taken down the black-armored fiend celestial sentry. Charge! Qin Yun's eyes were red as he cast his domain-type divine power to repress his surroundings while casting infinite light. He charged towards the fiend nest at full speed. Xie! Immediately, some of the fiend celestials shouted this. She was one of the 15 third firmament fiend celestials. He was also the most skilled in archery. With the speed Qin Yun could achieve with infinite light, only Qi's archery could deal with him in time. Let me get him. The tall and rugged Qi held a gigantic bow as tall as him. With an angry bellow, his face turned red as he instantly pulled open the bow to its fullest extent. Fiend celestial powers surged into it, ultimately gathering on the arrow point, giving it immense might. Wind Thunder Arrow. Kill. She instantly used a forbidden attack, one that burned 30% of his blood. He would only use it when his life was on the line. He was using it as his first strike now because time was just too tight. Boom! Violent winds and lightning swirled around the arrow, exuding infinite potency that seemed to come from a flood dragon that controlled wind and thunder. It shot straight towards Qin Yun, who was already inside the fiend nest's passageway. Qin Yun put all of his effort into speeding away, but the arrow was just too fast. It could even bend to keep up its pursuit. It's that fiend celestial Qi's Wind Thunder Arrow. It's a terrifying archery art that ranks second in the world. Only the Khanate Godfiend Hunter Wind can match it. Qin Yun knew his enemy's skills. As he flew in the form of a stream of light, he turned immediately, brandishing his sword to defend. Boom! How brilliant was Qin Yun's sword art! It could completely fend off the arrow. The arrow itself was easily blocked, but the might contained within was transmitted. The arrow reduced to smithereens upon impact. Qin Yun's sword flash blocked it off, but he felt a terrifying power penetrate his body. Thankfully, Qin Yun had long cultivated the divine power, indestructible body, preventing irreparable damage. But even so, he felt his lifeblood boiling as his organs ruptured. Qin Yun could not help but spew a mouthful of blood. However, he took advantage of this additional push to fly backward. He did not reduce his speed as he continued charging deep into the fiend nest. He has the indestructible body divine power. My arrow only managed to hurt him some. Qi's aura had weakened. Pursue him. The fiend nest isn't that easily destroyed. As long as we don't waste time, we can kill him before he destroys the fiend nest. This high warrior Qin Yun is extremely talented. Why would he attempt to destroy the fiend nest without any regard for his life? Even if he succeeds in destroying it, he's definitely doomed. Why is he on a suicide mission? Who cares? Finish him off first. Quick, quick, quick. All the third firmament fiend celestials used every trick at their disposal as they charged into the fiend nest and pursued Qin Yun. While they engaged in the pursuit, many of them were perplexed. The humans had placed their hopes on the extremely talented high warrior Qin Yun to become the second sky god. So why was he here on a suicide mission? Of course, everyone also knew that the breakthrough from third firmament god fiend to sky god was extremely difficult. Only sky god Suegu had ever succeeded. Even if humanity had placed their hopes on high warrior Qin Yun, it only meant that he had a chance. His attempt to actually become a sky god could go either way. But even so, there was no reason for him to send himself to his death. He was young and very promising. Humans had not reached the stage of going for broke. Why would he come on a suicide mission? Regardless, we absolutely cannot let him destroy the fiend nest. The two fiend nests are the core of our fiendish demons. The number of fiend celestials can be so high only because of them. If one of our fiend nests is destroyed by him, the Empyrean Lord will definitely be infuriated. Our battle with humans would probably shift to us being at a huge disadvantage. The situation will only turn worse. There are 15 of us here. It will be a disgrace if he can destroy the fiend nest. The 15 third firmament fiend celestials were moving as fast as they could. The fiend nest was located in the middle of the mountain. It was a huge space, much bigger than underground space in Fire Phoenix City's Godfiend Temple. So, Qin Yun streaked across the fiend nest in a form of light. There were fiendish demons patrolling the fiend nest, and there were 4 fiend celestials perennially stationed there. However, the strongest one was only at the second firmament. Stop him. A human. Hold him back. There was chaos inside the fiend nest the moment he arrived. 4 fiend celestials tried to stop him, but 3 of them were at the first firmament realm and only one of them was at the second firmament realm. They were too weak. They even deliberately slowed down when they went forward to stop Qin Yun. It was a dereliction of duty if they didn't try. Therefore, they went slowly to obstruct him because they did not want to risk their lives. They preferred life to dishonor. Shoo! Qin Yun easily streaked past them with infinite light, pulling away from the obstructing fiend celestials. High warrior Qin Yun. However, one of the 15 third firmament fiend celestials was faster than Qin Yun. He moved like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh, dot. The lightning-fast fiend celestial tore through the fiend nest's interior and moved much faster than the other 14 third firmament fiend celestials. He quickly closed the gap with Qin Yun. It's him. Thunder Abyss. He's adept at lightning and is extremely fast. Qin Yun continued escaping as he cast the domain-type divine power, Heaven-Earth Millstone. The two clouds spun and crushed the surroundings. When Thunder Abyss entered the clouds, his speed slowed down, but he was still much faster than Qin Yun. The gap between them rapidly decreased. Qin Yun turned anxious as he flew with all his might. He could see with his naked eye that the core of the fiend nest was just ahead. In the middle of a lake filled with liquid condensed from the heaven and earth spiritual energies was a gigantic blood-colored lotus flower. It had 7 black leaves. The blood lotus's petals were completely closed up like it was a bud. It was the core of the fiend nest. All the immortal crystals that stem from the heaven and earth spiritual energy source are within that blood lotus flower. This blood lotus flower is built on the foundation of immense amounts of immortal crystals and numerous treasures by the other realm Fiend Celestial. The cultivation that Fiend Celestials enjoy in here is more potent than in cultivation lands like the God Fiend's Fire Phoenix Nest. Qin Yun knew this. As long as I destroy this blood lotus flower, I will cut off their ability to cultivate it. Qin Yun's eyes burned as he stared intently at the distant blood lotus flower. Die! Angry roars sounded. Whoosh! Whoosh! Thunder Abyss was only about a few hundred feet away. He held one short spear in each hand before he threw them one after another at Qin Yun. They transformed into bolts of lightning upon release. Thunder Abyss spear? Qin Yun turned his body slightly, brandishing his sword in the process. The sword's revolution streaked out a semicircle, diverting the 2 spears away. This tiny trick of yours won't be able to do a thing to me. All the third firmament Fiend Celestials were famous. The skills they were adept in had long been recorded after the numerous wars they had with the humans. Qin Yun therefore remembered what he was up against. Before clashing, Thunder Abyss would habitually throw out his short spears. It was best if he could slay his enemy with that, but even if it didn't, it could at least harm his enemy. Whoosh! Whoosh! With Qin Yun's speed impeded by his having to stop to block the spears, Thunder Abyss finally arrived in front of Qin Yun. High Warrior Qin Yun, since you dare to come to Prestige Fiend Mountain, die! Thunder Abyss held a hammer in each hand and brandished them. Lightning zapped out from the hammers with redoubtable might. Qin Yun continued doing his best to charge forward. He brandished his sword to barely block the attack as he flew. Clang! 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 He flew as he blocked. Don't think of leaving. Thunder Abyss was also giving his all to stop Qin Yun. Pang! Dot! Qin Yun willingly received the smite with his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But he made use of the transferred momentum to fly towards the blood lotus flower. He's rushing towards the blood lotus flower at all costs. He even dares to use his body to meet the smite of my lightning hammer. If he had not mastered the indestructible body, he would have been smashed to death by that strike. Thunder Abyss was indignant. Qin Yun was a 3rd firmament god fiend and he had cultivated the indestructible body to the 6th firmament. No one at the same level could kill him in a strike or two. Even Qi's forbidden archery art only managed to injure him. Of course, if Qin Yun had used his body to withstand the arrow, he might have lost half his life even if he survived. He had used his sword arts to fend it off, but the remaining impact injured him to the point that he spat blood. Furthermore, his sword arts are very powerful. He deliberately let me strike his body with my hammer. Thunder Abyss turned extremely anxious. Swoosh! Qin Yun transformed into a stream of light at the cost of being injured. Finally, he arrived beside the blood lotus flower. Stop! The 15 third firmament Fiend Celestials were pursuing behind him as they shouted immediately. Be gone! At the instant Qin Yun arrived in front of the blood lotus flower, he cleaved down at it with a lightning-fast strike. The gigantic blood lotus flower seemed to be filled with vibrant vitality. Its petals were pliable and tough. Although the cleave managed to barely rip through the petals rapidly healed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260. Chapter 260, Dream Awakening. Departure. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. This fiend nest blood lotus cannot be destroyed by a weak attack. Qin Yun looked at the faint mark he had just left behind. On top of that, the blood lotus was healing itself. He immediately understood. I have to channel my strength to cast my strongest attack. Divine Power, Snow Wave. Sixth Firmament. Hua! The sixth firmament Divine Power Snow Wave made Qin Yun's body suffuse snow-white blasts of air. It was the same with his sword. The white gases contained a terrifying penetrative and destructive power. This divine power corresponded to the decimation paramount realm. During Qin Yun's years of godfiend cultivation, he had cultivated this divine power to the perfect sixth firmament. To be more detailed, it could even be said that Snow Wave was the first divine power to reach the sixth firmament among all the divine powers he cultivated in. He cultivated it faster than even his indestructible body. This was because in this new life, Qin Yun's body contained a strong bloodlust. It constantly pushed him to have a strong urge to kill. The intense killing intent was chronic. It made Qin Yun's sword Dao have a ruthless inclination. Therefore, in the decimation aspect, the divine power Snow Wave naturally reached the sixth firmament first. The strongest sword skill, samsara. Qin Yun regulated his emotions before producing this strike. It was different from what it was before he stepped into the Dao. Before he stepped into the Dao, Qin Yun could typically only cast samsara twice. Casting it a third time put such a burden on his soul that it could even damage the core of his soul. Back when he repressed the fiend celestial inside the jade bottle, he had relied on the 9 revolutions spirit pills to recover the fatigue of his soul. Only then did Qin Yun manage to finally succeed in sealing an other realm fiend celestial. But now, Qin Yun infused his paramount emotions into his attack. When he finally stepped into the Dao and grasped sword Dao, he gradually realized that a strike powered by paramount emotions was powerful because of the intense vital emotions and rich feelings that were infused into it. The emotions made the attack become more natural. The strength would approach the heavenly Dao in an unspeakable manner. It was naturally powerful. But with the increase of his realms, passion raised his strength in diminishing amounts. For example, Qin Yun had grasped a sword Dao that belonged to him. His ordinary attacks were extremely powerful. Even the strongest attack, samsara, when infused with his life and emotions, was only enhanced by about 100%. Comparatively, the enervation of his soul was lessened. Now, he could cast samsara 9 times under normal circumstances. Swoosh! As Qin Yun dodged Thunder Abyss, he cast samsara. Pulverize. After channeling his emotions, the thought of his wife back in his homeworld and how he had separated from her for 5 decades made Qin Yun's yearning for Xiao turn even stronger. Under these heavy emotions, a sword beam with the white blasts of air flashed, cleaving at the blood lotus flower in front of him. Rip! A large swath of the closed blood lotus flower ripped directly open as the tear stretched deep into the flower bud. One could catch a glimpse of a fiend celestial cultivating within the blood lotus flower through the gash. What? He nearly destroyed the blood lotus flower in one strike. Won't he be able to enter it if he delivers another 4 strikes or so? The first strike was only ordinary in strength. Why is this strike so much stronger? Stop him. We cannot let him attack again. The 15th firmament fiend celestials who were rushing over at full speed were feeling a little relieved when they saw Qin Yun's first attack. However, after Qin Yun channeled his emotions to use the divine power Snow Wave and Samsara, the strength he delivered tightened their hearts. They began to turn distraught. Swoosh! Thunder Abyss brandished his 2 hammers that were crackling with lightning bolts and attacked at full strength. High warrior Qin Yun! Don't you dare think of destroying the fiend nest. Die. Boom. Dot. Among the third firmament fiend celestials who were still catching up, Qi pulled his bow and shot an arrow. It was his strongest killer move, Wind Thunder Arrow. The arrow instantly arrived in front of Qin Yun with the powers of wind and thunder. It was very fast and very powerful. Qin Yun's expression changed. The only attack he didn't dare to take with his body was Qi's arrow. Pang! Qin Yun immediately used his sword to defend and disperse the full force of the impact. When he was struck, he was sent slamming into the blood lotus flower. The shocks made him spew a mouthful of blood. Die. Thunder Abyss took the opportunity to strike down at Qin Yun's head with his hammer. Qin Yun failed to dodge in time but barely managed to lower his body. It struck his shoulder, causing it to depress with a loud crack. The bones within shattered and his skin lacerated, spewing blood out. However, his indestructible body was extremely powerful. His wound rapidly healed at a discernible speed. Qin Yun dodged in flashes as he switched hands. His left hand wielded his sword as he cast samsara once again on the red lotus flower bud. I can't concern myself with them anymore. I have to destroy this blood lotus flower with all I've got. If not, I'll face certain doom once the group of third firmament fiend celestials surrounds me. I will not have a chance to destroy it when that happens. Qin Yun ignored Thunder Abyss and repeatedly cast samsara at the blood lotus flower petals. At Qin Yun's level, his attacks were very fast. It only took a split second to deliver 7 or 8 strikes. At that moment, only Thunder Abyss was hindering him. Qi needed to gather strength before he could cast another Wind Thunder arrow. The other third firmament fiend celestials were still too slow. Die. Thunder Abyss brandished his dual axes and unleashed a frenetic barrage of attacks. Boom. Another sword appeared in Qin Yun's hand. One sword was used to cast samsara while the other was used to block Thunder Abyss. His body still took frequent blows from Thunder Abyss, but his indestructible body was extremely tough. The surrounding blue and earth yellow clouds were spinning crazily to cause a hindrance. It just took a blink of an eye. Although Qin Yun's body was covered in wounds, including facial wounds from being struck by a hammer several times, he still managed to cast 6 samsaras. He forcibly tore through the blood lotus flower's petals, carving a path forward. Qin Yun immediately dashed into the petal hole. No! Thunder Abyss followed in panic. Whoosh! 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 The other third firmament fiend celestials went as fast as they could, charging in one after another. There was a fiend celestial cultivating in seclusion inside the fiend nest's blood lotus flower. However, he was only a first firmament fiend celestial. He turned his head and saw a bloodied high warrior Qin Yun charging at him. No good. The fiend celestial immediately tried to stop him. Boom. Dot. Qin Yun completely ignored him, for he did not wish to be delayed any further. He used all his strength and cast samsara to smite the middle of the red lotus flower pistil. This is all I can do. I will destroy it at all costs. Qin Yun's eyes were already red. His body was covered in snow-white gases as his killing intent reached a pinnacle before he sent a sword flash cleaving straight at the pistil. Stop! Thunder Abyss roared as he slammed his hammer down on Qin Yun. Stop! Another fiend celestial threw the spear in his hand in panic. It went straight through Qin Yun's chest. Qin Yun fell onto the flower pistil, but he laughed. Due to it taking the full force of the strike, a huge slit tore through the flower pistil. It was beginning to extend in every direction. Clearly, compared to the tough flower petals, the flower pistil was much weaker. Qin Yun's full strength caused the pistil to crumble. Boom! Qin Yun cast the domain-type divine power, Heaven-Earth Millstone. The blue and earth-yellow clouds ground a large number of immortal crystals beneath the flower pistil to dust. As that happened, rich heaven and earth spiritual energies dissipated. Under the might of the Heaven-Earth Millstone, all the immortal crystals were instantly pulverized. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energies, the surrounding area began to produce liquid droplets of heaven and earth spiritual energies, so it looked as though it was raining. No! The group of third firmament fiend celestials could not accept everything that was happening in front of them. High warrior Qin Yun. Many of the third firmament fiend celestials saw red. Instantly, there was a massive axe, a horrifying burning fist, a sinister blood-colored blade. A myriad of attacks landed on Qin Yun's body. He was already heavily injured, and his chest was penetrated by a spear. Therefore, even with his indestructible body, he could not withstand the terrifying barrage of attacks. Qin Yun smiled as he watched it all happen. The heaven and earth spiritual energies rained down in liquid form as he saw the fiery fist that resembled a tiny mountain, the sinister blade. All of them arrived. It's over. Sky God Suegu, Your Highness Fire Phoenix, all of you placed huge hopes on me. This is all I can do in return, my parents in this life, you wished for me to marry and have children so as to establish a god-fiend family. I won't be able to do so. And you Qin, Kailan, I'm sorry. At that instant, the terrifying attacks all hit him at once. Boom! Qin Yun felt his soul resonate as his mind instantly went blank. A force hidden within Qin Yun rapidly enveloped his soul and departed the world, rapidly tunneling through spacetime itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261. Chapter 261, Ending. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The frantic and red-eyed group of third firmament fiend celestials jointly reduced Qin Yun's body to a pulp, leaving only his armor and sword behind. Whoosh! The liquefied heaven and earth spiritual energies scattered, raining down on the destroyed blood lotus flower, the third firmament fiend celestials, and the ice-cold armor and sword. The group of fiend celestials were either floating in midair or standing around the remains of High Warrior Qin Yun. After destroying his body, they looked at the destroyed blood lotus flower and fell silent. We're doomed. A fiend celestial looked up and allowed the heaven and earth spiritual rain to hit his face. He felt his heart turn cold as he murmured, the fiend nest has been destroyed. We only had 2 fiend nests. Now that one of them is destroyed, it's equivalent to losing half our foundations. This will be very problematic. Darn that High Warrior Qin Yun. He destroyed the fiend nest and even shattered all the heaven-earth essence crystals in it, causing all the heaven and earth spiritual energies to return to the heaven and earth. He didn't even leave us a chance at rebuilding the fiend nest. The large number of heaven-earth essence crystals was the energy source of the fiend nest. Rebuild the fiend nest? The humans are no longer the same as in the past. After Suegu turned into a sky god, even if a new source of heaven and earth spiritual energies is born and the Empyrean Lord is willing to expend large amounts of treasures, sky god Suegu would not watch idly as we rebuild it. He can easily sabotage the construction and stop us. We no longer have any chance of rebuilding the fiend nest. It wasn't just the fiend nest, the large number of heaven-earth essence crystals were treasures of great importance. Yet, now they are all gone. Don't think about this any further. Our foundation has been halved. In the future, the number of fiend celestials we can produce will drastically decrease. In a prolonged battle with humans, it won't take long for us to be at an utter disadvantage. I really can't accept it. This world should have belonged to us, the fiendish demons. The fiend celestials were enraged and indignant. They could already see that things would only go from bad to worse in the future. All of this was the result of High Warrior Qin Yun's destruction of the fiend nest. He was a third firmament god fiend. With such strength, he had the chance of living for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. And if he became a sky god, he would no longer suffer the tribulations and have a limitless future. Why did he sacrifice himself? The chances of destroying a fiend nest are very slim to begin with. Anyone that dares to storm in would definitely die. Why did he do something that would definitely get him killed? Ever since the 2 fiend nests were built, no third firmament godfiend has ever come on a suicide mission. So why did he? All the third firmament fiend celestials were puzzled. Let's inform the Empyrean Lord. Under the heaven and earth spiritual reign, they began to contact the terrifying existence in another infinitely distant realm. Buzz. The void around them distorted, and a rift ripped open in front of them. A massive figure's head appeared behind the void. His purple pupils looked over. Empyrean Lord. The 15 third firmament fiend celestials bowed respectfully. Oh! The Empyrean Lord was astonished. The 15 third firmament fiend celestials were seeking an audience with him at the same time? Following that, the Empyrean Lord looked through the spatial rift and took in the surrounding scene. On the broken blood lotus flower, one of the petals had been penetrated. The flower pistil had completely shattered. All the heaven-earth essence crystals had vanished and it was raining around them. The fiend nest's blood lotus has been destroyed? The Empyrean Lord found it unbelievable. What happened? How could this happen? Empyrean Lord. Wu Xiao said respectfully. Fire Phoenix City's third firmament godfiend elder, High Warrior Qin Yun, infiltrated Prestige Fiend Mountain with complete disregard for his life. He was exposed only when he reached the entrance. He was amazingly fast, and although we pursued him, he managed to enter the fiend nest. When he reached the blood lotus, he relied on his indestructible body and other divine powers to live long enough to destroy the blood lotus. Before he died, he even used a domain-type divine power to destroy all the heaven-earth essence crystals within. Empyrean Lord fell silent, but his purple pupils were filled with rage. Fools! 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 Empyrean Lord roared in his heart. You bunch of incompetent fools! I sacrificed so much to give the fiendish demons an advantage over the humans. Now that one of the fiend nests is destroyed, half of our bases are gone. In 1,000 years, the fiendish demons will probably be the disadvantaged ones. And this world itself is inclined towards the humans, repelling the powers of us other realm fiend celestials. It's now hundreds of times harder trying to occupy this world than before. In one of the 9 major cities of humanity, Suegu City, the supreme leader of the Magus lineage, Patriarch Magus, lived here. Patriarch Magus was an elder with skin that resembled tree bark, but his pupils seemed to contain infinite wisdom. The cultivation of the Magus lineage was a lot more difficult than the Godfiend lineage, even to the point of there being many flaws in it. Patriarch Magus was an existence that staggered at the forefront of the Magus way. Oh! Patriarch Magus was sitting cross-legged when he suddenly sensed something. He took out an ancient and unadorned mirror. He extended his finger and drew a figure on the mirror, sending blood out from his fingertip. The fate of humanity has changed drastically? Show me the reason. Patriarch Magus stared intently at the mirror. After his blood drew the figure on the mirror finally revealed the scene of the fiend nest's interior in Prestige Fiend Mountain. He saw the destroyed blood lotus flower, the broken flower pistil, and the reigning heaven and earth spiritual energies. The 15 third firmament fiend celestials were reporting the matter to the Empyrean Lord. It is our fault that we failed to stop High Warrior Qin Yun, said the fiend celestials respectfully. All the fiend celestials in Prestige Fiend Mountain are to go to Sunset Fiend Lake. Abandon Prestige Fiend Mountain, said the Empyrean Lord. Yes, replied the fiend celestials. When Patriarch Magus saw all of this, his face flushed red. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, dissipating the image on the mirror. So that's the reason. Patriarch Magus was extremely agitated. It's no wonder the light bestowed on humanity by Providence has increased in intensity. Prestige Fiend Mountain's fiend nest has been destroyed. Wonderful. However, from what they said, it was High Warrior Qin Yun who destroyed the fiend nest? In Fire Phoenix City, there was a life lamp placed in a hall in Godfiend Temple. Humans were stationed there. Suddenly, one life lamp extinguished as though it was snuffed out by the wind. What? Elder Qin Yun's life lamp has extinguished? Elder Qin Yun is dead? The sentinels fell into a daze. Of course, a life lamp could not be snuffed out by the wind. There was only one possibility: death. Soon, Fire Phoenix and the other elders rushed over. They staggered in disbelief when they saw High Warrior Qin Yun's extinguished life lamp. How can Elder Qin Yun die? I just saw him a few days ago. All of them found it unbelievable. Fire Phoenix immediately contacted Sky God Suegu. In front of her, a blurry phantom of Suegu condensed. Brother Suegu, said Fire Phoenix anxiously. Qin Yun's life lamp has extinguished. Why did that happen? Sigh. Suegu sighed. Fire Phoenix, I was just informed by Patriarch Magus that Qin Yun ventured into Prestige Fiend Mountain, stormed into the Fiend Nest, and finally destroyed it without any regard for his life. However, with so many Fiend Celestials there, he lost his life. Why? Why did he go to Prestige Fiend Mountain? Fire Phoenix refused to believe it. Who made him go on that suicide mission? No one did. Even if someone tried to, would he listen to them? Suegu shook his head. I can't figure it out either. However, the destruction of a fiend nest hurts the fiendish demons greatly. As a result, the fate of humanity has improved. By the way, we will come over there soon. I feel that there must be a secret behind Qin Yun's suicide mission. Yeah. Fire Phoenix nodded. The God Fiend elders were stunned when they heard that. The Prestige Fiend Mountain's fiend nest had been destroyed? The fate of humanity has improved? Elder Qin Yun went to destroy the fiend nest? Why did he do that? Moments later, Sky God Suegu arrived in Fire Phoenix City and, together with Fire Phoenix, he entered the underground space in Godfiend Temple. The other Godfiend elders followed them and headed for Qin Yun's cultivation chamber. He did not even tell me about such an important matter. It's unlikely he told his family, said Suegu. If he has any last words, they are probably in the Fire Phoenix Nest's chamber. Yeah. Fire Phoenix nodded. Sigh. Honestly, what he did is actually very good for humanity, said Suegu wistfully. It has reversed the situation of our conflict, and before long, we will hold the advantage over the fiendish demons. It is good for humanity, but he has sacrificed his life. Fire Phoenix shook her head. He was very talented and he even had a chance of becoming a sky god. Suegu nodded as well. But in fact, although they wished Qin Yun could become a sky god in 10,000 years, it was only a wish. As for whether he could really become one, no one was completely confident. Now, Qin Yun had been sacrificed in exchange for the destruction of one fiend nest. Suegu and company felt excited but depressed. They were excited over the tremendous improvement in the fate of humanity. They were confident that humanity would be the final masters of this world, but they also felt depressed that it took the loss of such a promising young junior to accomplish it. They crossed the lake and arrived in front of Qin Yun's cultivation chamber. Fire Phoenix opened the chamber. The moment the chamber opened, they saw neatly arranged treasures. For example, there were the spoils of war Qin Yun obtained when he killed the Blackwater Pond brothers and the treasures Suegu bestowed to Qin Yun for cultivation. All of them were laid out. And sitting above them were 3 scrolls. This scene made Suegu, Fire Phoenix, and the other Godfiend elders fall silent. He indeed arranged for it, said Suegu softly. Why did he choose this route? Fire Phoenix's eyes were red. She beckoned with her hand as the 3 scrolls flew to her. They unfolded simultaneously in midair. Fire Phoenix and Suegu looked at them. Elder Muki, bring Elder Qin Yun's parents, as well as the two lasses, Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan, said Fire Phoenix. She put away the two scrolls. She then read the scroll meant for her and Suegu. This kid chose this path, but before his death, the thing he worried about the most was his family. Suegu shook his head. Did he need to elaborate on this? With such a great achievement, the fate of humanity has changed because of him. How can we not treat his family with care? This is the only concern he had before his death, said Fire Phoenix. Soon, the couple, High Warrior Ambition and Xiao, as well as the two girls, Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan, flew across the lake and entered the chamber. What happened? What exactly happened? They were somewhat lost. The gazes of the surrounding elders only made them more worried. This is a letter Elder Qin Yun left you, said Fire Phoenix. The two scrolls flew to the High Warrior couple and the two girls, Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan, respectively. They immediately unfurled the scrolls and read them. My days were numbered to begin with. Why would my son's days be numbered? Isn't he at the third firmament of the God-fiend realm? High Warrior Ambition widened his eyes when he read the scroll. My trip to Prestige Fiend Mountain will spell definite doom, Xiao muttered as she read the scroll, her face turning pale in the process. Standing beside them, Fire Phoenix said, Elder Qin Yun went to Prestige Fiend Mountain and, at the cost of his life, destroyed the fiend nest. What he did for humanity is tremendous. All of humanity will be grateful towards him, but he has perished on Prestige Fiend Mountain. As for Fire Phoenix Yuqing and Kailan, their faces were already covered in tears. No! No! This shouldn't happen. Kailan shook her head, refusing to accept what she just read. Yun! You said that you would marry me, that you would marry me. Fire Phoenix Yuqing's eyes reddened when she read the scroll. They had bantered with each other since childhood and participated in the coming-of-age ceremony together. She watched Wing transform into High Warrior Qin Yun and witnessed his rapid growth firsthand. Her childhood for feelings gradually transformed into idolization and endearment. She always waited for the day he would marry her, but now that day would never come. To this world, Qin Yun was only a transient guest that stayed for 50 years. He was like a meteor, brilliant for a moment before vanishing. But with time, the number of people who would remember him in this world would only decrease. As for Sky God Suegu, Fire Phoenix, Kailan, Fire Phoenix Yuqing, and the other elders, they would never forget him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262. Chapter 262, Descent. Meng Ichio. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun's soul was carried away by a mysterious force as he made his way through spacetime into a distant world before entering the body of a man. Ah! In his stupor, Qin Yun felt his head ache terribly. He seemed both awake and unconscious at the same time, with chaotic memories flooding his brain. For a moment, he remembered himself as Qin Yun, a warrior dreaming for 100 years after obtaining the Amida wooden figurine. Another moment, he would identify himself as Meng Ichio, a man who was poisoned with few days left to live. Ha! Qin Yun suddenly sat up and looked around him. He was in an elegant bamboo hut, with sunlight seeping in through the gaps in the bamboo. It was bright and beautiful. After waking up, Qin Yun's memories were no longer in chaos. He knew that he had entered the second world for his dream of 100 years. Amida's wooden figurine allows me to dream 100 years. I spent 50 years in the previous world. Will I spend another 50 years in here? Qin Yun nodded. After spending 50 years here, the 100 years dream will come to an end. Kailan, Yuqing. Qin Yun recalled the two women from his past 50 years. I cannot let affairs of the heart spur me while I'm in this world for 50 years, thought Qin Yun. Oh? Qin Yun suddenly frowned. My soul has weakened. It's at the level it was back when I started this dream? It's as though Fire Phoenix City and everything I experienced in that world was an illusion. But those memories are still fresh in my mind. The enhancement of my sword Dao exists too. Qin Yun stood up. He walked out of the bamboo hut and saw a gurgling stream outside. Green grass and wildflowers carpeted the ground. The scenery was gorgeous. It uplifted Qin Yun's mood. According to the memories, this body's name is Meng Yiqiu, thought Qin Yun. He's 38 this year and is an elder of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. However, this Meng Yiqiu has led quite a tragic life. Meng Yiqiu and his younger sister have depended on each other for survival ever since they were young. Later on, he encountered the previous sect master of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect and was brought there. He climbed the ranks, going from an outer sect disciple to an inner sect disciple. Eventually, he became one of the 3 personal disciples of the sect master. Due to his extreme talent, he became the prime successor to the sect master. His sister, Meng Yuxian, was made the wife of the second young master of the Duan family, household of the Chu Kingdom's quelling duke. His future looked promising, but who knew that Meng Yiqiu would end up smitten with a particular fairy gong? The two of them spent their days together in a carefree manner. He fought for fairy gong and eventually got poisoned with spring wind warmth. No medicine worked and fairy gong abandoned him. He had no choice but to return to the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. Without a cure for his poison, he could only live on for a year and a half despite already reaching the Khanate False Core realm. With Fairy Gong abandoning him and him being poisoned, Meng Yiqiu wallowed in despair. Therefore, he built a small hut in the Zhou Mountain Sword sect's rear and decided to await his death. Yet, before Meng Yiqiu died, his master, the incumbent Zhou Mountain Sword sect master, ended up being murdered 2 months ago. His eldest senior brother took over the position of sect master. As for Meng Yiqiu, who was the most talented, he naturally became an elder. However, his days were numbered. Qin Yun shook his head. Meng Yiqiu was pitiful. Based on these memories, that fairy gong totally used Meng Yiqiu. She would speak sweet nothings to him and express her love for him, but once he was inflicted with an incurable poison, she abandoned him immediately for his lack of worth. Meng Yiqiu was truly blind to fall in love with such a vicious woman, but he had a promising future ahead of him, but it was destroyed in such a manner. However, now that I've come here, it seems the poison has been cured? Qin Yun used his senses to check on his body. There was no longer any poison in his system. Both times he descended, the bodies he entered were on the verge of death. However, the moment he took over the bodies, they rapidly recovered. Qin Yun did not care for Meng Yiqiu's sad predicament. He only cared about this world. This world is very special. Qin Yun stood on the grass as he sensed the surrounding heaven and earth powers with his powerful soul. This world has very thin heaven and earth spiritual energies. It can't even compare to my homeworlds, much less the ancient time I just came from, but in this world, there are no such things as Dharma spells, Dharma treasures, or even fiendish demons. Qin Yun shook his head silently. Due to the thin heaven and earth spiritual energies, cultivation is extremely difficult. The requirement of one's realm is extremely high. Qin Yun shook his head. It's completely opposite from ancient times. In ancient times, the heaven and earth spiritual energies were extremely rich. The requirement of one's realm was instead rather low. His homeworld was in between the two extremities. This world's requirement to advance realms was extremely high. The cultivation system in this world is demarcated into the postnatal and the Khanate realm. The Khanate realm is also split into false core, true core, and golden core, thought Qin Yun. However, with the overly thin heaven and earth spiritual energies, it makes cultivation a lot harder. Only by reaching the heavenly Dao's intent realm would one have a chance of reaching the Khanate false core realm. The Khanate true core realm requires the paramount realm. The Khanate golden core realm requires one to step into the Dao. The connate golden core is the limit to one's cultivation. However, if the Tao one grasps is sufficiently strong, legends say that one would be able to shatter the void and ascend. Qin Yun thought to himself, shatter the void and ascend? I wonder where one would ascend to. This world was indeed special. At the level of immortals, one had to suffer the tribulations of the heavens. But in this world, the highest realm was the connate golden core, which resulted in no such thing as tribulations. It greatly influenced the way cultivation sects treated mortals. They were intricately linked with mortals in every aspect. For example, Meng Yiqiu's Zhou Mountain Sword sect has 6,000 outer sect disciples. There are also 800 inner sect disciples. Then there are the many elders. Elders can also take in inherited teachings disciples, thought Qin Yun. Sending out more than 100 disciples would make them more powerful than mortal armies. Therefore, after Meng Yiqiu entered the connate realm, even second young Master Duan of the Chu Kingdom's quelling Dukeline took the initiative to marry his sister. Qin Yun nodded slightly. The cultivation sects in the world also influenced the imperial family and family clans of mortals. When Qin Yun recalled the manuals Meng Yiqiu cultivated in, his eyes could not help but light up. Impressive. As this world doesn't have immortals or fiends, there are no dharma spells or divine powers. Over time, generations of geniuses came to focus on sword and saber skills. As a result, they have created many fascinating sword and saber techniques. In terms of foundation, they are much better than my homeworld. The geniuses in his homeworld would focus more on talisman amulet techniques or dharma spells after they knocked open the gate of immortality. For instance, Qin Yun focused solely on his flying sword arts during his later years. But in this world, all cultivators would focus on close combat skills, improving them incrementally every generation. In this aspect, they far exceeded Qin Yun's homeworld. This Meng Yiqiu is considered a genius. He managed to grasp sword intent at a young age, allowing him to reach the connate false core realm, thought Qin Yun. He was even earmarked to become the next sect master. Unfortunately, he was reduced to such a state. However, the frost sword chart he studies is one of the 3 best skills of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. It allows a direct path to entering the Tao. Qin Yun extended his hand. A tree branch flew over and landed in his hand. With a swipe of his hand, the leaves fell off, leaving only the wooden branch. With a tree branch in hand, Qin Yun began cultivating the frost sword chart. The world was split into 3. The Chu Kingdom, the Yan Kingdom, and the Wei Kingdom. In terms of strength, the Chu Kingdom was the strongest. The Zhou Mountain stretched out for 50 kilometers. On it was the famous sword sect, Zhou Mountain Sword sect. It was also one of the 8 largest sects of the Chu Kingdom. However, this world lacked immortals, making the connate golden core the limit. This resulted in short-lived sections. A dynasty would only thrive for a few centuries, and it would be considered pretty impressive if a sect could thrive for several centuries. Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. About 150 kilometers away from Zhou Mountain, there was a boat on a river. An elder on the boat was looking towards the distant north as he sneered. We have waited so long for this day to finally come. The previous sect master of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect is dead. Although Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu isn't dead, the remaining bit of strength he has is negligible. The Zhou Mountain Sword sect has lost a great deal of its overall strength, reaching an unprecedented level of weakness. Island Lord Chu, Zhou Mountain Sword sect has thrived for 3 centuries. It is not to be underestimated. Even if it's at its weakest, we should proceed according to plan, said a beautiful black-dressed woman beside him with a smile. The elder shot a glance at the woman and chuckled. Babe, don't worry. I treasure my life the most. Naturally, I'll meet up with your palatial lord before taking any action. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263. Chapter 263, Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. On the grass in front of the bamboo hut, Qin Yun was using a tree branch as a sword to cultivate one of the 3 best skills of the Xiao mountain sword sect, Frost Sword Chart. Xiao. 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 Dazzling sword flashes created misty frost. A layer of ice began appearing on the ground as it encroached outwards. It was quite ridiculous to see a freezing sheet of ice in the bright spring sun. The more Qin Yun practiced, the more delighted he became. Impressive! The Frost Sword Chart's basic sword technique, 3000 Frost Sword, is a sword technique with the most robust foundations I have ever seen. As long as I follow the prescribed order and arduously cultivate in it, reaching the seamless realm is a certainty. Qin Yun was rather astonished. A basic sword technique that ensures one reaches the seamless realm. In my homeworld, I'm deemed the best sword immortal in the world, but even I cannot create something like this. But the generations of geniuses in this world have placed all their efforts on close combat skills. They have already created a system that is a lot more brilliant than my homeworld's. Qin Yun was filled with joy. The Frost Sword Chart's basic sword technique, 3000 Frost Sword, had already benefited Qin Yun greatly. He could study and dissect the sword technique from a different angle. Each world has its advantages. In ancient times, the moves might have been crude, but it was easier to become a god fiend. They had powerful souls as well. Cultivation was fast. I managed to gain insights into my sword Dao within 10 years. I perfected my sword Dao in 50 years, thought Qin Yun. But this world, having existed for so long, has gaps in its known history. Immortals are already a legend. Divine powers and Dharma spells are already lost heritages. All of them research close combat techniques. As a result, the close combat techniques have reached an amazing stage through the cumulative wisdom of countless experts. This is what I need to learn. Qin Yun learned many things from the Frost Sword Chart, so he was naturally eager to learn more. As a peerless sword immortal who had grasped sword Dao, Qin Yun only needed half a day to fully dissect the 3000 Frost Sword. He absorbed the wisdom within and fused it into the Misty Rain Sword before cultivating the sword technique in the 2nd volume of the Frost Sword Chart. The 2nd volume of the Frost Sword Chart, Iceheart Sword Art. The 1st volume led straight to the Paramount Realm. When this sword art was cultivated to the Paramount Realm, it would be called the Iceheart Paramount Realm. Upon mastering it, one's heart would be as still as an ice mirror. It could reflect all things and as such, perfectly see through the flaws in an enemy's attacks. One could take the initiative and rapidly defeat their enemy. Although Qin Yun was a sword immortal that had grasped sword Dao and he had a total of 9 paramount realms contained within his sword Dao, it lacked the Iceheart Paramount Realm. Logically speaking, grasping a new paramount realm was very difficult. But when he truly began cultivating, Qin Yun found that everything flowed smoothly. How odd. I feel that my mind in this world is especially calm and gentle. Qin Yun was perplexed. In the last world, my body was filled with bloodlust. The immense killing intent constantly tormented me. But in this world, it's the opposite. I'm extremely calm. Even though I have discovered a sword art that revolutionizes my understanding, I remain composed when I should be very happy. The state of having his mind as still as water was naturally beneficial for cultivating. But if he constantly felt that way, the loss of his passion, anger, and strong emotions could be quite a problem. It feels like I have become an accomplished monk. Qin Yun shook his head and chuckled. In Meng Yichou's memories, he was never in such a state or he would not have been so mesmerized by Fairy Gong. In my previous life, Wing was also very normal. After I descended into that world, I was constantly tormented by the bloodlust. In this world, it's the complete opposite. I'm especially calm and gentle after descending into this world. After practicing for a while, I've mastered it? Qin Yun was astonished. In just an hour, Qin Yun had grasped a new paramount realm, Iceheart. I managed to grasp the Iceheart Paramount Realm in such a short period of time. It seems that my mind in this world is especially suited for the Iceheart Paramount Realm, thought Qin Yun. The Frost Sword chart had 3 volumes. After the 3000 Frost Ice Sword and the Iceheart Sword art, the Frost chart went from the basics to a profound level. But in fact, Qin Yun wasn't impressed by the final Frost chart. With his Sword Dao's level, he quickly identified that the Frost chart was a Sword Dao comprehended by a person known as Aged Frost. He was a peerless swordsman who had stepped into the Dao long ago. After the Zhou Mountain Sword sect obtained his manual, it became one of its top 3 skills. The Zhou Mountain Sword sect disciples would look at the Frost Sword chart and cogitate over the sword techniques. Every generation produced many accomplished figures. This generation, the most accomplished person in the Frost Sword chart was Meng Yiqiu, who had the accolade, Frost Sword. Frost Sword chart? This is only a Dao at the most ordinary level. Qin Yun shook his head silently. He threw the branch away. It's far inferior to the Sword Dao I have comprehended. Instead, it was the basic sword techniques that have given me inspiration. This Frost Sword chart has been mastered and is useless to me. I need to gather more sword techniques. Master! Master! A clear voice sounded. A green-dressed girl carrying a bamboo basket shouted from afar as she approached. Qin Yun turned towards her and could not help but smile. Xing Xia. Master, you look a lot better today, praised the green-dressed girl with lit-up eyes. For the past few days, her master would not exit the bamboo hut, especially after the sect master passed away and left him aggrieved. It was truly rare that her master came out today with a smile. Xing Xia, said Qin Yun with a smile. I've become an elder, and due to the sect's rules, I need to take in at least 2 personal disciples. You and Mei Xia have been assigned to learn from me. Mei Xia recently came to meet me and never came again. As for you, you come daily to serve me food. Don't you know that my days are numbered and that I'm about to die? He who teaches me for 1 day is my father for life, said the green-dressed girl solemnly. Lu Qingsha entered the Zhou Mountain Sword sect as a child. She cultivated arduously from a young age, and after many selections and internal sect competitions, she was finally made an inherited teachings disciple this year at the age of 18. She never expected to be designated as Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu's disciple with Qi Meixia. It was the worst possible arrangement since everyone knew that Meng Yiqiu would die in the next few months. Qi Meixia served her new master warmly in the beginning, hoping the Meng Yiqiu would guide her before his death. However, Meng Yiqiu was in pain and his beloved master was dead, so he was wallowing in sadness, with no mood to teach his disciples. Realizing that there was little hope, Qi Meixia decided to get in the good graces of other elders. As for Lu Qingsha, she brought food every day. From her point of view, he was still her master. In the cultivation world, the relationship between master and disciple was very important. A master was truly like one's parent. He who teaches me for 1 day is my father for life, Qin Yun muttered softly. In Meng Yiqiu's memories, the person he idolized the most was his master, the previous Zhou Mountain Sword sect master, Fengqing Song. This memory also made Qin Yun feel respect for Fengqing Song. Qingsha, follow me. Qin Yun beckoned. A sword flew out from the bamboo hut and landed in his hand. He then hung it at his waist. Yes. Lu Qingsha was somewhat perplexed, but she followed him with the bamboo basket. Qin Yun led Lu Qingsha to a tomb located in the back mountains. It was the grave of the previous sect master, Fengqing Song. Qin Yun observed it quietly. Meng Yiqiu and his younger sister depended on each other for survival since he was young. They were later saved by Fengqing Song and brought back to the sect. Fengqing Song also frequently took care of him. Later on, Meng Yiqiu quickly became a personal disciple of Fengqing Song. Meng Yiqiu thought of Fengqing Song as his father. Fengqing Song also treated Meng Yiqiu as his child. After Meng Yiqiu was poisoned, Fengqing Song went into a rage and left the sect. First, to seek a cure to the poison, and secondly, for revenge. Feng Qingsan's death was in some way a result of Meng Yiqiu. Therefore, Feng Qingsan's death left Meng Yiqiu ridden with guilt and grief. I only absorbed a portion of his memories. Why do I feel this pain? Qin Yun held his chest as he looked at the tombstone. Is it an obsession of the body? This Meng Yiqiu fell into this state mainly because he was too foolish. He was completely used by that vicious woman. He was a pawn for her, and he even implicated his master. That vicious woman. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. Meng Yiqiu might be 38 years old, but the amount of darkness he has seen in the hearts of others is just too little. From the looks of it, that vicious woman had been using him and scheming against him from the beginning. Meng Yiqiu, I know you hate her. Don't worry. The heavenly Tao will shine its light. There will be retribution, murmured Qin Yun. Lu Qingsha peered around from the back. She knew that her master and the previous sect master had a deep relationship. Gong. 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 Hurried gongs sounded 6 consecutive times. 6 times? Qin Yun's expression changed. Lu Qingsha's face turned pale. The 6 gongs meant that the sect was on the brink of destruction. Master! Lu Qingsha was panicking. Go! Qin Yun bellowed as he led Lu Qingsha in a rapid rush towards the sect's main hall. The Zhou Mountain Sword sect had deep roots. Although a number of disciples were out in the wild, they immediately gathered 3,000 outer sect disciples and 500 inner sect disciples, as well as inherited teachings disciples and elders. They stood in a square in front of the sect's main hall. The dense crowd of disciples was looking stoically ahead. They had already set up a sword formation with countless amounts of sword chi taking form as phantoms above the mountains. All of these disciples joined forces in the form of a sword formation. With its power, they could easily destroy the imperial government's 100,000-strong army. However, they were now facing the appearance of a massive enemy. Right in front of the sword formation were the present sect master, Zuotang, the elders, and the inherited teachings disciples. Those that could become elders were Khanate realm experts at the heavenly Tao intent realm. All of them were mighty figures that could fight 10,000 alone. Whoosh! With his disciple Lu Qingsha, Qin Yun arrived in front of the crowd. They were the last to arrive since they came from the rear of the mountain. Meng Yiqiu. The other elders looked at Qin Yun with disgust. He was a poisoned elder with little strength left. Furthermore, the previous sect master's death was because of Meng Yiqiu. They naturally detested him. Fooled by a woman and caused our master's death. Foolish and useless. Many people felt that way as they looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun stood to the side when he appeared. Yiqiu. The sect master, Zuotang, looked like a slightly plump middle-aged man. He was about 80 years old. However, the Khanate false core realm gave one a lifespan of 200 years. He was still considered young and strong. He was also Qin Yun's eldest senior brother. Zuotang looked at Qin Yun with a mix of emotions. They were still close as fellow disciples. He too felt his heart ache as he watched his junior brother approach death. Senior brother, what happened? Inquired Qin Yun. Zuotang looked at the distant foot of the mountain and said, Yiqiu, the situation is terrible. The Blood Saber Palace is invading us on a large scale. The disciples at the foot of the mountain are probably already dead. It won't be long before the Blood Saber Palace's experts storm up the mountain. With the grudge we have had with them all these years, they will not hesitate to wipe us out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264. Chapter 264, One Fatal Strike. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun nodded slightly. There were no fiendish demons in this world, so naturally, any wars happened between humans. The Qin, Yun, and Wei kingdoms engaged in both open and veiled battles. Cultivation sects naturally fought contentiously. Zhou Mountain Sword Sect, one of the 8 big sects in the Chu Kingdom, was in a nadir in the recent decades. The only person listed on the Earth roll was the former sect master, Fengqing Song. As for Frost Sword Meng Xiao, who had entered the Khanate realm at age 30, he was thought of highly by the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. He was designated to be the next sect master, and all the elders pinned their hopes on Meng Xiao to revitalize the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. But then, it was fine if Meng Xiao only entangled himself with a woman, but he ended up poisoned, destroying his future. He even implicated Fengqing Song and caused his death. As a result, one of the 8 big sects in the Chu Kingdom did not even have a person placed on the Earth roll. This was unprecedented. It also meant that it was at its weakest ever. Now, calamity had indeed befallen them. They are scaling the mountain. A blue-robed elder looked down the mountain and said coldly, "With junior brother Feng dead, the Blood Saber Palace believes that our Zhou Mountain Sword Sect is easily bullied." The eyes of an elder to the side were burning with anger. "Meng Xiao, junior brother Feng lost his life because he was trying to seek revenge for you. If he were still alive, would the Blood Saber Palace dare act so boldly? You cannot absolve yourself from this calamity." 2 elders stared angrily at Qin Yun. They had expected better from him. Now they even loathed him. "I cannot be absolved of the blame?" Qin Yun could sense the anger the surrounding elders had for him. "If our sect entrance is flattened, you will be a sinner of our Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. Meng Xiao, you are already fatally poisoned. Now that this is happening, redeem yourself by fighting to the death." Redeem himself? He has only 10 or 20% of his strength left. What use is he even if he fights to the death? The elders made such hateful remarks. "Enough!" Zuotang frowned and bellowed. "Now that the sect is on the brink of destruction, we should work together against the enemy." The ones that were closest to Qin Yun in the sect was the father-like former sect master, Fengqing Song, and his eldest senior brother, Zuotang. "Why would we be afraid of the Blood Saber Palace? Our Zhou Mountain Sword Sect has thousands of disciples. It's not something the Blood Saber Palace can wipe out so easily. At most, we will assure mutual destruction." The eyes of the surrounding elders and the inherited teachings disciples turned red. "They are here," said Zuotang. Everyone fell silent. Many elders and disciples were feeling anxious. After all, the sect now had a full-blown crisis on their hands. The sect might even be massacred. Upon realizing this, many elders glared at the thin Meng Xiao. In just a few seconds, many streams of light flew over. The mountain path was like flatland. Most people could not make them out. Instantly, more than 100 figures appeared on the top of the mountain. The weakest of the group were at the 12th Qi refinement postnatal realm. That was already considered a top expert in the world. The 15 leaders had surging auras. All of them were Khanate experts. Qin Yun marveled inwardly. The Khanate false cores in this world were at least at the Heavenly Dao's intent realm. In terms of combat strength, they could slay the great demon White Tiger in 3 to 5 strikes. Their strength was at the level of Gongye Bing's. Ha ha ha. The leader was a white-haired elder donned in a black robe. His laughter reverberated like thunder. "The old fool Feng is dead. Does the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect still think it can resist us? If you know any better, surrender and submit without a fuss. My Wei Kingdom will naturally treat all of you well. If you remain stubborn, humph. This day next year will be the day of your death anniversary. Kiddo Zuotang, thousands of your disciples are forming a sword formation, but it's nothing but a joke to me. Brother Feng alone can wipe out such a puny sword formation. Oldie Fu, do you still recognize me, Chu Song?" The Khanate realm experts spoke one after another. The Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's Zhuo Tang, 5 elders, and the numerous inherited teachings disciples had drastic changes in expression. What? 15 Khanate experts? Even curmudgeon Shu from the South Sea is here. The Blood Saber Palace has sent its Grand Elder, Fiend Imbibing Saber Fong Chenshu, here. He even invited some Khanate itinerant cultivators. They have a total of 15 Khanate realms. Fong Chenshu is an expert on the earth roll. He can fly into the sky and burrow into the land. He can kill our disciples from a high altitude. Our disciples' sword formation will not be able to touch him at all. We only have 6 at the Khanate realm. They have 15. The gap is too huge. Sect Master, what do we do now? Upon realizing the gap, the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect elders and the inherited teachings disciples panicked. Qin Yun felt helpless as he stood to the side. Zhuo Tang and the 5 elders, including me, means we have 7 at the Khanate realm. It looks like they do not even consider Meng Yiqiu after his poisoning. Make up your mind quickly. The gray-haired elder, Fong Chenshu's body rose up directly. A terrifying bloodlust aura emanated out, causing the world to tremble slightly. He coldly swept his gaze across the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect crowd. If you remain stubborn, more than half of the Khanate realms here today will probably die. Those that are lucky might escape. Do you think you possess that luck? Also, are you really prepared to die for your cause? After you die, your wives and concubines will fall into the hands of others to become playthings. What about your children? All of you have a family clan, right? With your death, your family clans would also be finished. Fong Chenshu laughed. The Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's Zhuo Tang, elders, and inherited teachings disciples began to hesitate. Death was terrifying. As long as you submit to my Wei Kingdom, there would be all kind of wealth and riches awaiting you. All of you can remain high in standing, said Fong Chenshu with a smile. Between the choice of having both you and your clan destroyed and being able to revel in riches and enjoy the company of women, I believe all of you should know how to choose. Fong Chenshu, bellowed Zhuo Tang. We are disciples of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. We live and die as part of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. We would rather die than be scum that betrays the sect and masters. And if you want to kill us, be prepared to be killed by us. Ha, Zhuo Tang, you might want to die, but the rest of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples might not share your thoughts, said Fong Chenshu. Those who wish to surrender, you do not need to make it public. Just sending me a voice transmission would do. I'll give all of you 3 more seconds. 3, 2, 3 elders have chosen to submit to my Wei Kingdom already. Fong Chenshu said with a laugh. Immediately, the elders looked at each other. The inherited teachings disciples, as well as the many disciples behind them, turned flustered. He's deliberately trying to sow discord, shouted an elder immediately. I'm not sowing discord. Fong Chenshu smiled. If the other party were to put up a resistance, forcibly wiping them out meant taking heavy losses. By sowing discord, he could reduce the losses to a minimum. Zhuo Tang's eyes suffused redness. He had just been made sect master, so he was naturally unwilling to see the sect destroyed. He was indignant, truly indignant. But he was out of options. In a while, I'll hold back Fong Chenshu. All elders are to scatter and flee for their lives. I only wish for all the elders to rebuild my Zhou Mountain Sword Sect in the future. Zhuo Tang sent a voice transmission to everyone. Xiao, join hands with me. Both of us will hold back Fong Chenshu for as long as we can. Sect Master. Sect Master, no. The other elders panicked as well. I have made up my mind. Zhuo Tang was plump and he always had a good temper. At that moment, he was ready to die for his cause. He knew that if he wanted the elders to risk their lives, they might very well end up surrendering. In that case, he decided on helping them flee, so as to ensure that the Zhou mountain sword sect would live on. Even Qin Yun was moved. The two closest people to Meng Yiqiu in this sect were his master, Fengqing Song, and Zuotang. He naturally did not want to see Zuotang die. Since I became Meng Yiqiu when I entered this world, I shall do some things on his behalf. In some sense, I'm returning a portion of karma to this body. Meng Yiqiu's master, Fengqing Song, also wishes that the Zhou mountain sword sect will continue prospering. Qin Yun immediately took a step forward. In a few steps, he walked to the front of the crowd. Instantly, everyone from the Zhou mountain sword sect looked at Qin Yun in a daze. The Blood Saber Palace crowd was also taken aback as they looked at Qin Yun. Xiao. Zuotang immediately went forward. Qin Yun extended his hand to block him. He smiled at Zuotang. "Senior brother, there's no need for you to take action. I alone can deal with them." Zuotang was taken aback. The five elders were astounded. Meng Yiqiu, who had only 10 to 20% of his strength left after being poisoned, claimed to be able to deal with the enemy alone? Was he joking? Was he insane? Ha ha ha. Ha ha, there was laughter coming from the Blood Saber Palace side. It was a Blood Saber Palace elder, Gongyang Kan, a Khanate expert. He said disdainfully with a smile, "Meng Yiqiu, what are you bragging about? We can't even be bothered to deal with you. Even if we don't kill you, you will die in a few days when the poison finally consumes you. We are all very benevolent. We will permit you to live a little longer. There's no need to bother with him." Fang Qinshu's voice rumbled as he said coldly, "Everyone from the Zhou mountain sword sect, 3 elders have submitted to my Wei kingdom. It appears the rest of you will put up a stubborn resistance? In that case, everyone, kill." Immediately, a group of Khanate experts took the initiative to charge forward. However, Qin Yun instantly drew the sword by his waist. It was like an ice crystal, for he was using the famous divine sword of the Zhou mountain sword sect, Frost Sword. So, Qin Yun charged forward alone, clashing with the group of Khanate experts. The first person to make contact with Qin Yun was Gongyang Kan. "Since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill it." Gongyang Kan smiled sinisterly as he slashed with his blade. Qin Yun charged forward and instantly drew and sheathed his sword. He easily dodged his opponent's strike. What seemed like a simple strike from Qin Yun happened to stab into Gongyang Kan's glabella. The duo passed each other. Gongyang Kan stumbled a few steps as his eyes widened in disbelief. One strike? A red mark appeared in the middle of his eyebrows as blood began pouring out of it. Following that, he slumped to the ground, sending a plume of dust upwards. The Khanate realm expert Gongyang Kan was killed in one strike. Be careful. The surrounding Khanate experts looked around. They also noticed that Gongyang Kan had died after one strike. They felt like a bucket of cold water had poured over their heads in the deep of winter. All of them became alert. Be careful of Meng Yiqiu. Fang Qinshu, who was originally composed, had a drastic change in expression as he bellowed angrily through a voice transmission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 265. Chapter 265, I am no paramount realm. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. This world was greatly different from Qin Yun's homeworld. In Qin Yun's homeworld, those that were not from the God-fiend or physical establishing sage lineage would not fight in close combat. Instead, they would use their Dharma treasures to attack from afar. If things started to turn against them, they would immediately escape. Even Qin Yun killed his enemies with his flying sword from a distance away. The experts with weaker bodies would also place greater emphasis on life preservation means. As for those with powerful bodies, they were extremely difficult to kill. Unless there was a qualitative difference in strength, it was typically difficult to actually kill an opponent. But this world was different. There were no divine powers, dharma spells, or dharma treasures. Not even the god-fiend lineage. Other than a few secret heritages, Khanate experts had bodies that were considered normal. Once they failed to put up a resistance in close combat, it was common for them to be killed by a blade. Therefore, even if the foe was of equal strength, or just slightly weaker, they could be killed. In an intense fight, it was truly a life and death struggle. However, in such life and death struggles, Khanate experts would place great importance on the attacks used in close combat. Their close combat techniques were much more intricate than in his homeworld. All of them could be considered as having an impermeable defense. Those with equal strength would typically exchange more than 100 blows before finding an opportunity to kill their opponent. Yet Gong Yang was killed on contact? This was not a life and death struggle but a complete trouncing. Be careful. All the Khanate experts from Blood Saber Palace felt jittery. Kill. After killing Gong Yang, Qin Yun did not stop. His heart, which was as still as a mirror of ice, reflected all the actions taken by his enemies. As his body phased away, he appeared beside two Khanate experts. One of them held 2 axes and the other held a 9-segmented whip. They roared with hideous expressions as they struck out before retreating. His sword struck out, producing frost around him. The crystalline sword flashes brushed past the neck of the expert using the 9-segmented whip. Following that, Qin Yun retreated and turned to thrust out. Achieving an inconceivable angle, he managed to thrust his sword right through the hole between the 2 axes, stabbing straight into the heart of the Khanate expert holding them. "Brother Mu!" a voice shrieked. 2 Khanate experts collapsed to the ground, dead. Blood flowed slowly, dyeing the ground red. Qin Yun's body did not stop moving and neither did his hands. He charged straight towards the other Khanate experts. The sects of this world also had inklings of Taoism, Buddhism, and the fiendish school of thought. For example, the Zhou Mountain Sword sect was inclined towards Taoism while the Blood Saber Palace was inclined towards the fiendish way. It made the Blood Saber Palace infamous around the world. For example, Fong Qinshu's nickname was Fiend Imbibing Saber. To have a nickname with the word fiend, it reinforced the world's view of him. The blood trail Qin Yun left behind actually took on a certain order. He chose the most infamous of the 15 Khanate experts to kill first. He was not in a rush to attack those that were rather neutral. He did so one by one. After all, if the 15 were to escape all at once, there was no way he could hunt all of them down. "Meng Yiqiu, stop. Do you have the guts to fight me one-on-one?" Fong Qinshu roared angrily. His grayish-white hair was flailing as he charged at Qin Yun. However, Qin Yun ignored him for the time being. With another swing of his sword that was somehow both casual and extremely intricate, he produced a strike that had the exact right timing to rob the life of another. Pfft! A Khanate expert held his chest as he coughed out blood. He collapsed to the ground with widened eyes. Another Khanate expert directly collapsed to the ground after having his glabella pierced. 2 Khanate experts died, raising the total body count to 5 in a blink of an eye. And coincidentally, the ones Qin Yun killed were Blood Saber Palace elders. Frost Sword Art. He's using Frost Sword Art. It's very powerful. The members of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect flushed red with excitement. With a heart as still as an ice mirror, he can predict the heavens and human behavior. The enemy falls right into his hands, a white-bearded elder said excitedly. Look, all the enemies are moving according to Ichio's plans like wooden puppets. Their attacks just fall short before they are robbed of their lives. What a coincidence. Evil Shui's curved blade was just a little short but it failed to touch Elder Meng. Meanwhile, Elder Meng seems to be strolling leisurely. Is this the Frost Sword Art? When has our Zhou Mountain Sword sect's Frost Sword Art ever been that terrifying? All the elders and inherited teachings disciples were excited. Tang clenched his fists tightly as his eyes lit up. He peered at the frost taking form around him and Meng Yiqiu, who was killing enemies with shimmering sword flashes. Junior brother is really a genius. A true genius. It appears he is no longer burdened by the poison. In fact, has his strength improved greatly? Master, do you see this? Ichio is all right. His strength has improved too. Be careful of Fong Qinshu. Fong Qinshu. The hearts of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect members tightened. Fiend-imbibing saber Fong Qinshu finally got within range of Qin Yun after Qin Yun instantly killed the 5 Khanate experts. Immediately, he cleaved with his saber. Fong Qinshu was an expert on the earth roll. He was ranked 57th. Just the mention of the fiend-imbibing saber was enough to make many sects, wealthy clans, and even the 3 imperial families dread him. Such an expert was able to steer the fate of a large sect. Earth-ranked experts could fly into the sky and burrow into the land. If one flew high enough into the sky and used sword chi or saber chi to kill their enemy, many mortal armies would easily perish. Die. Fong Qinshu's grayish-white hair flared in the wind while his eyes went red. Qin Yun had just killed 5 Blood Saber Palace elders. The loss pushed him to the brink of insanity. The Blood Saber Palace only had a total of 15 elders. Fong Qinshu. Qin Yun had deliberately avoided fighting him. But at that moment, he turned to meet him in battle. Fong Qinshu cast his saber arts. Accompanied by fiendish auras, his strikes were ruthless and oppressive. Qin Yun cast the frost sword art, freezing frost around him. His attacks were swift and direct, aiming straight at Fong Qinshu's critical points. Pang! 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 The duo instantly engaged in an intense battle. Don't be in a rush to escape. Watch first. Some of the Khanate itinerant cultivators that the Blood Saber Palace had invited had already begun fleeing. If it was an easy battle, they were naturally happy to take part. However, with the situation turning ugly, they were unwilling to die for the Blood Saber Palace. Therefore, the 6 Khanate itinerant cultivators fled faster than anyone else. In a blink of an eye, they had fled to the mountainside. However, they stopped before they got completely away. They were either standing at the top of a towering tree or on a boulder. They watched the clash happening on the mountaintop. Let's see who is more powerful. Fong Qinshu or Meng Yiqiu, Xu Cong, an itinerant cultivator from the South Sea, looked up and said, "This Meng Yiqiu is too ruthless. All his strikes were lethal. It left my heart palpitating." Another stocky man with a face full of beard also felt a lingering fear. Third brother, Meng Yiqiu cultivates in the frost sword art, one of the 3 best techniques of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. He must have cultivated it to an extremely high level so that his heart is as still as an ice mirror. Only with that could he have so easily seen our weaknesses. In addition, his movements are very brilliant, allowing him to kill his enemies in one strike, said a yellow-robed elder nearby. I feel that Meng Yiqiu is stronger than Fong Qinshu. It's best we distance ourselves a little more. Yes, we should hide away further. Even the other elders of the Blood Saber Palace were rapidly retreating, much less the 6 Khanate itinerant cultivators. All the perfected Qi refinement disciples were also retreating in full force. They tried their best to maintain a sufficient distance. Staying behind did not lend any help to Fong Qinshu. Wasn't Meng Yiqiu poisoned by spring wind warmth? And isn't that said to be incurable? Who knows? It's supposed to be incurable, but no one can say for certain that Meng Yiqiu did not obtain some natural treasure. Some natural treasures can revive a person. Some can extend one's lifespan. Some can cause a revitalizing effect. Something could have happened to cure him of his poison. Look at how formidable he is in battle at the moment. Does he look poisoned? That's true. It's no wonder he dared to claim that he could fight all of us alone. Oh no! Old Fiend Fong is in trouble. Bam! Qin Yun and Fang Chenshu were fighting in midair while exchanging blows at rapid speeds. But suddenly, Qin Yun withdrew his sword and retreated. Fang Chenshu held his neck as blood spurted out. Sword chi had long penetrated his body, destroying his innards. You, Fang Chenshu stared at Qin Yun with widened eyes. You are at the paramount. Following that, his eyes dimmed as he plummeted to the ground. The fiend imbibing saber beside him fell as well. Qin Yun shook his head gently. I'm not at the paramount realm, but instead, I have stepped into the Tao. All I did was to measure the strength of an expert at the earth roll in this world by exchanging a few blows with you. You are ranked 57th on the earth roll and your intent domain is only 100 feet. In terms of your realm, you are not inferior to 9 Mountain Island Lord or Matron Centauria. But your actual combat strength is much weaker. Your strength might only match 20 or 30% of Matron Centauria's strength. After all, you lack divine powers and Dharma treasures. Qin Yun made the judgment. Following that, Qin Yun landed. This world's heaven and earth spiritual energies are just too thin. Even if there are Dharma spells passed down, their strength would be pathetic. Even flight requires one to use their intent domain to fly. Qin Yun sighed. Those Khanate intent realm experts were unable to fly. As for controlling the heaven and earth powers, the terribly weak heaven and earth powers were unable to lift a person high enough or long enough to fly. Only domains were of use. If one's domain was powerful enough, it could envelop a body to fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. Fang Chenshu's corpse plummeted from midair with Qin Yun descending after him. The Blood Saber Palace troops had already fled to the mountainside. As for the Khanate itinerant cultivators, the remaining Blood Saber Palace elders, and the disciples, they were fleeing in panic. All of them scattered as they fled. Fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. Upon seeing Qin Yun descent, the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's Zuo Tang, the 5 elders, the inherited teachings disciples, and the thousands of disciples looked up. All of them were extremely excited. Even the elders that loathed Qin Yun previously were moved. They knew that with such an expert, it was akin to having an anchor for the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. Xiao. Zuo Tang went forward with a delighted expression. Wonderful. Just wonderful. The Blood Saber Palace has suffered a double loss. Not only has it lost 5 elders, even its Grand Elder, Fang Chenshu, has perished. Xiao, you will really become famous just from this battle alone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266. Chapter 266, Ranking on the Earth Roll. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The entire Zhou Mountain Sword Sect was jubilant. Although the disciples responsible for guarding the foot of the mountain were dead, the loss was negligible in the grand scheme of things. It was the Blood Saber Palace that truly suffered grave losses. It had sent 5 Khanate experts, as well as Fang Chenshu, who was ranked on the Earth Roll, to their deaths. Furthermore, the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect ended up with a new expert entering the Earth Roll. And from the looks of it, he was more powerful than the previous sect master, Feng Song. Elder Meng is too formidable. He fought 15 Khanate experts alone and sent the lot of them fleeing. That Fang Chenshu was killed, but Elder Meng was left unscathed. He seems to be stronger than Fang Chenshu. Truly impressive. Fairy Gong is probably deeply regretting her actions now. All the disciples were discussing fervently. Those that managed to be taken in as disciples of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect had promising futures. They naturally did not want to see their backer collapse. And now, their backer had clearly gotten stronger. In the sect's main hall, Sect Masters Wu Tang, the elders, the inherited teachings disciples, and Qin Yun were all gathered there. Elder Meng, I apologize for anything that I might have said to upset you. A silver-haired elder cupped his hands and apologized. Elder Meng, another elder, asked for forgiveness. Master Uncle Zhang, as well as all of you elders, said Qin Yun immediately. I was indeed brash in the past and I did cause trouble for the sect. None of you can be blamed. Qin Yun bore no resentment. From Meng Yiqiu's memories, back when he was an iconic force, all the elders supported him and had designated him as the next sect master. Later on, he became infatuated with Fairy Gong and was fooled by her. Eventually, he was poisoned and crippled. He even implicated his master, causing trouble to befall the entire Zhou Mountain Sword sect. How could the elders not be hateful and angry towards him? Even so, all they did was ignore him. They did not force him to return the divine sword, Frost Sword. They planned on retrieving it after Meng Yiqiu died from the poison. Yiqiu, said Zuotang with a smile. Let's put the past behind us. Although there have been some conflicts, you have improved after revitalizing yourself. If Master can see this from heaven, he is definitely very happy. Elder Meng killed that Fong Chenshu and came out unscathed. Such strength makes him stronger than even junior brother Fong. With Elder Meng around, our Zhou Mountain Sword sect will prosper for a long time. The elders were in extremely good moods. Although Khanate experts had very long lifespans, the chances of dying were very high due to the constant life and death struggles. This made it so that many Khanate experts found it difficult to make it to the end of their lifespans. Everyone, our Zhou Mountain Sword sect previously recognized Yiqiu as sect master. Zuotang looked around and said, it was only because Yiqiu was poisoned that I became sect master. However, I brood over things day in and day out, doubting my strength and my ability to shoulder the heavy responsibility. Now that Yiqiu's strength has recovered, I think the position of sect master should be returned to him. Senior brother, there's no need. Qin Yun rejected it immediately. Yiqiu, you are cured of your poison, aren't you? Zuotang answered with a question. In fact, they could tell he was. After all, even with a cultivation breakthrough, one would still be affected by a lethal poison. It would have been difficult to produce any strength, and impossible to kill Fong Chenshu with such an affliction. Qin Yun was slightly taken aback and nodded. Yes, I chanced upon an opportunity and cured myself of the poison. Since the poison is cured and Master always wished for you to take over as sect master, you might as well take the job now, considering how your strength is the greatest in the sect, said Zuotang. The other elders also looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun said immediately, while I was alone in the back mountains, my heart was as still as an ice mirror. There, my strength improved tremendously. To be honest, after experiencing so much, I really do not wish for mortal affairs to mar my heart anymore. Oh? Zuotang was surprised when he heard that. Heart is still as an ice mirror, the white-bearded elder to the side said, disciple nephew sect master, Elder Meng's frost sword arts have been cultivated to the ice heart realm. Since he doesn't like being affected by mortal affairs, I think we should abide by his wishes. This way, Elder Meng's cultivation will continue smoothly. Yes, we must not impede Elder Meng's cultivation. The elders agreed in unison. Qin Yun's excuse of the Ice Heart realm immediately received agreement from all parties. Even Zuotang did not press the matter. After all, Qin Yun's strength was of utmost importance when it came to the fate of the sect. All right. I won't press the issue, said Zuotang with a smile. However, with Yiqiu's present strength, he should be able to be a Grand Elder even if he doesn't become the sect master, right? Yes. Yes, definitely. Finally, our Zhou Mountain Sword sect has a Grand Elder. The position of Grand Elder has been left vacant for more than 50 years. All the elders were overjoyed. According to the Zhou Mountain Sword sect's rules, the strongest person would become sect master. If one had the strength to be listed on the earth roll, they would naturally become the Grand Elder. The sect having a Grand Elder also displayed the deep foundation the sect had. That night, Qin Yun and Zuotang went to Feng Qingsang's grave. Master, do you see it? Not only has Xiao been cured of his poison, his strength has also drastically improved. He's now capable of being ranked on the earth roll. Zuotang looked at the tomb with reddened eyes. He also thought of Feng Qingsong as a father. Qin Yun looked at the tomb too. The two left after paying their respects. Senior brother. Qin Yun walked as he spoke. In a few more days, I plan on going to Sovereign Capital. Sovereign Capital? Zuotang was astonished. Are you going there to see your sister? Yeah. Qin Yun nodded. Sovereign Capital was the capital of the Chu Empire. It was also the imperial capital of the previous kingdom that unified the world, the Grand Martial Kingdom. Now, the world was dominated by three factions. The Chu Kingdom ruled over almost half the world and had also situated its capital in Sovereign Capital. It was also the biggest city in the world. Meng Yiqiu's sister, Meng Yuxiang, had married into the Quelling Duke's Duan family, so she lived with him in Sovereign Capital. Our Zhou Mountain Sword sect has people in Sovereign Capital. I will make the arrangements for you. Zuotang nodded. I'll bring 2 disciples with me on my trip to Sovereign Capital. I can teach them a little on the way, said Qin Yun. Your 2 personal disciples? Asked Zuotang. Lu Qingsha and Qi Meisha? One of them will be Lu Qingsha. Let the other one be Dongwan, said Qin Yun. He decided to forego Qi Meisha. Dongwan? Zuotang's eyes lit up as he nodded slightly. Qin Yun sighed inwardly. Since I am taking control of this body, I should return a portion of the karma incurred. After all, in 50 years I'll disappear the moment I awaken from my dream. I should try my best to nurture experts for the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. Lu Qingsha is considered rather normal among the inherited teachings disciples. If I nurture her well, there's a chance of her reaching the Khanate realm. It will be hard to determine if she can reach the intent domain realm. However, this Dongwan is a genius of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect's younger generation. He's only at the 11th stage of the Qi refinement realm, but he has already grasped the heavenly Tao's intent realm. If he is properly nurtured, his future is limitless. Qin Yun was after all a sword immortal that had stepped into the Tao. In terms of guidance, he was a lot more brilliant than the other elders on Zhou Mountain Sword sect. I'll put Dongwan in your care when the time comes. But you have to ensure his safety when in Sovereign Capital, exhorted Zuotang. Don't worry. Qin Yun nodded. Okay, said Zuotang with a smile. You killed 5 Khanate experts in one go. Even Feng Chenshu fell under your hand. I wonder what your ranking on the earth roll will be. Qin Yun thought nothing of it. He came to this world with his sights on gathering knowledge of this world's close combat sword techniques. Firstly, the purpose of his trip to Sovereign Capital was to return any karma he had received. That was where Meng Yiqiu's sister was after all. Secondly, there were all sorts of mighty and lowly factions entrenched in Sovereign Capital. It was easier for him to search for powerful manuals there. The earth roll is compiled by Peerless Manner. Every time one of the 3 kingdoms' experts, the military experts, the various noble clans, the top sects, those with secret inheritances, and the many itinerant cultivators expose a tiny bit of their strength, Peerless Manner quickly makes records and adds to the compilation, said Zuotang with a smile. Typically, only those at the intent domain realm can enter the earth roll. The earth roll had 102 people in the last gazette. Now with Feng Chenshu dead and your sudden rise, I wonder what the new earth roll will look like. Qin Yun nodded. In his homeworld, the records of mighty figures were not as detailed. Of course, in his homeworld, the human experts such as those from the imperial government, Taoist, and Buddhist sects were easily gathered. The 9 lineage fiendish demons, sky demon, other itinerant demons, and even the 4 seas water race made it difficult to create an overall ranking. However, this world was ruled by humans, with no demons at all. They were able to record all the figures at the intent domain realm and rank them according to their battle achievements and best skills. I wonder what my ranking will be in the future. Qin Yun chuckled secretly. The Blood Saber Palace had led many Khanate itinerant cultivators to attack the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect, but they eventually escaped in abject defeat. Fang Qinshu and the other 5 Khanate experts all died at the hands of Meng Yiqiu. This news rapidly spread across the world, causing the name Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu to be the topic of conversation once more. The last time it spread was due to Meng Yiqiu's fatal poisoning that destined his doom. Many people sighed, while many others mocked him. This time, they spoke of how Meng Yiqiu revitalized himself and had a great increase in strength. He killed Khanate intent realm figures with one strike, leaving people astounded. The news reached Meng Yiqiu's sister, as well as Fairy Gong, who had once spent loving days with Meng Yiqiu. Qin Yun couldn't be bothered with the stir he caused. He focused on his training and stayed in the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect, flipping through all the manuals the sword sect had. He planned to master the powerful sword techniques of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect before heading for sovereign capital. One day, under the bright sunlight, Qin Yun was sitting on a chair, flipping through the Lock Heaven Sword Manual. As the Grand Elder, he naturally had access to all of the sect's manuals. This Lock Heaven Sword is also one of the top 3 techniques of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. It is made up of 7 main sword stances and is comprised of a total of 13,300 sword moves. Qin Yun flipped through the manual as he used a finger as though it was a sword, practicing and experimenting with it. The surroundings gradually formed a massive sphere with sword chi surging in 100 feet radius within. Master! The green-dressed Lu Qingsha ran over from afar. Qin Yun stopped, and the gigantic sphere formed by sword chi dissipated. When Lu Qingsha saw this, she secretly clicked her tongue. Lock Heaven Sword. Master has easily cultivated it to such a stage? Qingsha, is there something? Asked Qin Yun. This is the newest earth roll. Lu Qingsha handed a thick tome to Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded and accepted it. The earth roll tome was very thick. It showed the rankings, with detailed information about everyone listed. This resulted in its thickness. After flipping it open, Qin Yun quickly saw his placing. 13th on the earth roll, Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu. Once poisoned by the lethal poison, Spring Wind Warmth. Had a fortuitous encounter and cured himself of his poison. It made his sword techniques improve drastically. Killed 5 Khanate intent realm experts with 1 strike each. Killed fiend imbibing saber Fang Qinshu after exchanging dozens of blows and was left unharmed. Currently the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's Grand Elder. That was the simple description on the ranking. There was more detailed information and a history after that. It even recorded his romantic history with Fairy Gong and his jealousy towards a love rival. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 267. Chapter 267, Voyage to Sovereign Capital. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun looked at the people ranked ahead of him on the earth roll. Although most cultivators in this world do not have powerful bodies, there are some who cultivate in secret heritages. They are few in number, but those ranked in the earth roll's top 10 have had special experiences and possess formidable means, thought Qin Yun. If I had a powerful body, an opponent at the same level would find it difficult to kill me. I could disregard 100 or even 1,000 slashes, but a single strike from me would take my opponent's life. It's no wonder they are ranked so high on the rankings. If this were my homeworld, those with weaker bodies would use talisman amulets and dharma spells to keep up. If not that, they would use their dharma treasures to fight from a distance away. However, this world doesn't have divine powers or dharma spells. All they engage in is close combat. It gives those with powerful bodies a striking advantage. Qin Yun sighed as he looked at the rankings. The heaven and earth spiritual energies were thin, so divine powers and dharma spells were non-existent. If his homeworld were to exist for several hundreds of millennia more, it might also end up in the same state. However, the development of close combat arts was extremely substantial. It was very appealing to him, as a sword immortal that had stepped into the Tao. So much so that he wanted to travel to sovereign capital in search of more manuals. 3 months later. On a river. A large cruise ship was heading east along the river towards sovereign capital. It was the ship that Qin Yun, Lu Qingsha, and Dongwan were on. There were obviously sailors and female attendants on board, all arranged by the Zhou Mountain sword sect ahead of time. The ship was also equipped with a chef that prepared delicacies every day. On the voyage, the Zhou Mountain sword sect would even send people to deliver fresh produce to the ship. Qin Yun was enjoying some drinks while taking in the scenery of the 2 riverbanks. It was beautiful, with all sorts of bestial and avian sounds that could be heard coming from the woods along the river. Oh! Qin Yun, who was enjoying the scenery, suddenly frowned as he looked at the river up ahead. There was a large ship being obstructed by many tiny boats. Experts from the tiny boats leaped onto the large ship and began an attack. Dongwan, go ahead and see what's the matter, instructed Qin Yun. On the main deck, a youth dressed in an azure robe, Dongwan, stood up and grabbed his sword. He immediately accepted the order respectfully. Yes, elder. The ship moved rapidly down the river. Dongwan shouted from afar, the Zhou Mountain sword sect needs to pass. All parties are to make way. His voice rumbled forward. Brother, a ship from the Zhou Mountain sword sect. So what if it's the Zhou Mountain sword sect? How can our gigantic shark sect be afraid of it? At best, we'll give them the mercy of not being robbed. But they want us to make way, . That's quite a biting tone. This is our gigantic shark sect's territory. A group of experts on the river banks was only there to watch the battle. When they heard the rumbling voice, their expressions changed drastically. The gigantic shark sect was a large local sect, and their sect master was a Khanate intent realm expert. They also had dozens of perfected postnatal realm experts in the sect. With thousands of members, it was one of the more famous sects in the surrounding 100 kilometers. The gigantic shark sect master, Guiyong, had a large ugly scar on his face. He looked coldly at the distant cruise ship that Qin Yun was on when he instructed, "Third brother, go take a look. See who is it from the Zhou Mountain sword sect." That's quite a demanding tone. Yes, brother. Immediately, a lanky man responded. Following that, he dashed across the river towards the distant Zhou Mountain sword sect ship, leaving shadows in his wake. When he came hundreds of feet away from it, he stood on the surface of the lake and looked at the ship. Dongwan, who was standing on the deck with sword in hand, gave the lanky man a fright. He immediately shouted, "I'm Qian from the gigantic shark sect. Is that Lock Heaven's sword, young hero Dong?" Dongwan had grasped the heavenly Tao's intent realm by the age of 25. He was quite famous in the world. That's me. My sect's grand elder is on the ship with me. Is your gigantic shark sect going to make way quickly? Shouted Dongwan coldly. Zhou Mountain sword sect's grand elder? The lanky man felt his heart skip a beat. He immediately shouted, "Yes, yes. We will immediately make way." So, the lanky man rapidly crossed the river while shouting, "Men! Retreat! All of you, retreat! Retreat?" The sect members on the tiny boats were perplexed. Some had already charged up the merchant ship. "Old Qian, you are calling for us to retreat?" shouted an axe-wielding stocky bald man on the merchant ship. "Helmsman Lu, retreat! Quickly retreat!" shouted the lanky man angrily. The bald man was somewhat perplexed. However, faced with the deputy sect master's angry tirade, he had no choice but to obey. "Let's go! Retreat! Retreat. The three helmsmen on the merchant ship begrudgingly led their men to take whatever treasures they could grab and disembark the ship before breaking away. There were many guards doing their best to protect their charge on the merchant ship. The magnate, Wang Hai, was still cowering in fear with his family. He did not care for the treasures that were taken away outside. The most important treasures were carried on him. My Jew family was fleeing as fugitives, but somehow the gigantic shark sect learned of our location. They came to plunder our riches. Wang Hai, his wife, and daughter watched as the tiny boats on the river departed rapidly. I pleaded with them for mercy and even made a failed attempt to bribe them. Why are they retreating now? Father, are they all gone? Yes, they are gone. The family was still reeling in panic. As for the gigantic shark sect mastering company on the river bank, they received the report from Qian. Sect master, that ship has Lock Heaven Sword, Dongwan, as well as the Zhou Mountain Sword sect's grand elder, Meng Yiqiu. Meng Yiqiu? Guiyong's ugly face revealed a look of shock. He immediately shouted, "Fifth sister, quickly prepare some treasures. There's no need for a lot, but it can't be too little either. Make it worth around 10,000 taels. And be quick about it. We have to apologize." Yes. Fifth sister was a beautiful woman. A beauty was obviously needed when apologizing. Meng Yiqiu? The Grand Elder of the Blood Saber Palace, Feng Chenshu, was killed by Meng Yiqiu, who remained unscathed. Back then, he fought 1 against 15. All 15 of them were Khanate experts. One strike a person, and 5 of them died instantly. 5 Khanate Intent Realm experts fell one after another. Terrifying. The gigantic shark sect members trembled in fear. To survive in this pugilistic world, the most important thing was to have a discerning eye. One had to receive accurate intelligence, or one might end up offending a terrifying figure without knowing it, immediately causing a calamity to befall them. For example, Meng Yiqiu could have easily wiped out their gigantic shark sect. The sect master, Guiyong, would not even survive 1 strike from Meng Yiqiu. The gigantic shark sect naturally had to act obsequiously in front of such an existence. Soon, the gigantic shark sect had prepared the gifts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Guiyong brought Fifth Sister with him as they sat on a boat. With his Khanate quintessential essence, he steered the boat rapidly forward. It went straight for the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect cruise ship. It stopped only when it was about 100 feet away. I stand before you humbly as Guiyong from the gigantic shark sect. I'm terribly sorry for disturbing young Master Meng and causing any unrest just now. I have specially brought some gifts with me to seek your forgiveness. Guiyong's ugly face was beaming with a smile as he bowed respectfully. Fifth Sister immediately went forward. After 2 taps on the river surface with her feet, she leaped onto the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect ship's deck, handing over a box respectfully. All right, you may leave. Dongwan instructed indifferently as a female attendant received the gift. Yes. Fifth Sister smiled as she quickly retreated back onto the small boat. Guiyong kept up the warm and respectful look on his face. He controlled his boat to stay far away as he watched the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's cruise ship depart. Phew! Only then did Guiyong heave a sigh of relief. Brother, by retreating we are already giving this young Master Meng face. Why do we need to make recompense? Asked Fifth Sister to the side. What do you know? Said Guiyong. Back when this young Master Meng was poisoned, his beloved abandoned him. His master died because of him. After experiencing so much hardship, do you know what personality he might have now? He might have become a ruthless person who will not rest until he achieves his revenge. Although we withdrew as much as we could, that young Master Meng might think that we are not giving him face if we didn't take the initiative to make recompense. He might one day rob me of my life in passing. Guiyong sighed. Anyways, in front of such an expert, one has to give them their due respects. He must not be slighted. Besides, no one would find fault in receiving too many gifts. I understand. Fifth sister nodded. So it's the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's Grand Elder, Meng Yiqiu. Wan Hai understood the moment he saw the scene play out. He could not help but beam with delight. It's our great luck we encountered him. As long as we follow behind his ship, not too close, just 1,000 feet away, it will be enough to ensure that no one will dare attack us. Meng Yiqiu? The Meng Yiqiu who destroyed his future prospects by being poisoned because of fairy gong? Said a girl to the side. Shut up! Wang Hai glared at her. The girl immediately covered her mouth. I have to send some gifts. Don't you mess things up for me. My wife, watch this last well. Wang Hai immediately led 2 subordinates and rowed a boat to Qin Yun's ship to deliver some gifts of appreciation. Moments later, Qin Yun was enjoying his drinks while Lu Qingsha chatted with him. At that moment, Dongwon carried 2 boxes over and said politely, Elder, this is compensation from the gigantic shark sect. And this is a gift of appreciation from the ship owner up ahead, Wang Hai. With that said, he opened the 2 boxes. Inside one of them was a pearl the size of a fist. It was indeed rare and was worth more than 10,000 taels of silver. 10,000 taels of silver was a considerable amount. However, it was easy for the gigantic shark sect to produce it. And in the other box was a piece of white jade the size of a palm. The jade had a faint shimmering splendor, for it contained spiritual energies. It was worth tens of thousands of taels in silver as well. A magnate is giving such a sizable gift of appreciation? Qin Yun was somewhat surprised. Dongwon said with a smile, I'm guessing Wang Hai wants to follow us. By doing so, his safety is ensured. He's probably wary of offending us, so he sent such a considerable gift. Okay. Qin Yun nodded. Indeed. The ship ahead was beginning to decelerate. It did not dare to stay ahead and allowed Qin Yun's ship to pass. Wang Hai's ship followed about 1,000 feet behind. Even if one had a bad temper, one would not mind after receiving such a sizable gift. Besides, they were staying 1,000 feet behind. And true enough, Wang Hai's family did not encounter any further trouble for the rest of the voyage. Several days later, I've finally arrived in sovereign capital. Qin Yun walked to the deck and looked up ahead. There was a massive and majestic city in front of him. Sovereign capital had been the capital of many kingdoms in history. It had a long history and a current population of 10 million. It could be considered as the number 1 city in the present world. And on the eastern pier of sovereign capital, the Quelling Duke's family, the Duan family, was already waiting there. There were guards on 2 sides, and in the middle there was a group of luxuriously dressed men and women. Meng Yuxiang was escorted as 2 beautiful female attendants stood by her side. Also there was the second young master, Duan Qifeng, who escorted his wife gingerly. Ever since the news of Meng Yiqiu killing Fang Chenshu spread, Meng Yuxiang's standing in the Duan family, which had been declining drastically, soared. The matriarch of the Duan family turned more cordial to Meng Yuxiang. The various members of the harem also treated Meng Yuxiang with greater respect. Even the amorous second young master Duan paid more attention to his wife. According to the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect, my brother will arrive sometime soon. Meng Yuxiang looked up. She knew very well that the Duan family treated her this way because of her brother. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268. Chapter 268, Talk of the Town. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Standing beside her, Duan Qifeng said with a smile, My wife, there's no need to worry. Just wait patiently. Brother Meng will be here soon. Meng Yuxiang shot a glance at her husband and said nothing. The men and women around were all waiting patiently. It's coming. The ship from the Zhou Mountain sword sect. Soon, they saw the large cruise ship approaching from afar. On the bow of the boat stood a man dressed in a simple robe. A sword hung by his side, and standing beside him was a young man and woman. All of them had an extraordinary bearing. Brother! Meng Yuxiang's eyes lit up. Immediately, the large group of Duan family members went forward, reaching the foremost point of the eastern pier. At that moment, all the other boats could only steer to the side, allowing the Zhou Mountain sword sect ship to dock. Greetings, young Master Meng. Leading the Duan family entourage was a middle-aged man. He was also the present head of the Duan family, Duan Qiyu. Brother! Meng Yuxiang's eyes turned red from excitement. She had experienced the fickleness of human nature in the past year, making her realize that her elder brother was her most important relative in the world. Qin Yun reached the dock in one step. Meng Yuxiang immediately ran to her brother and hugged him, unable to stop her tears from flowing. Sister, don't cry. Qin Yun consoled her. In his memories, Meng Yiqiu and his sister had a close relationship. They depended on one another from a young age. Brother Meng. Duan Qifeng went forward with a sycophantic smile. Humph. Qin Yun gave him a cold glance in return. Duan Qifeng felt somewhat embarrassed. After Meng Yiqiu was poisoned, he had indeed done many things that dampened Meng Yuxiang's heart. Meng Yuxiang looked up with reddened eyes, but she could not hide her excitement and happiness. Brother, you look much better than half a year ago. I'm so happy that you managed to get a grip on yourself. Half a year ago, Meng Yuxiang tried everything she could think of to obtain the Duan family's permission to leave sovereign capital. She went to the Zhou Mountain sword sect to visit her brother. Back then, Meng Yiqiu was extremely dispirited. All she could do was leave sadly after paying him a visit. After all, she was someone else's wife. It was not easy for her to make the trip, and she could not spend too much time away from home. I heard what has happened to you. Don't worry. I will demand justice for you. However, I never expected Duan Qifeng to be such a sweet talker, only to really end up being this bold. Qin Yun's eyes were cold. As the Grand Elder of the Zhou Mountain sword sect, he received detailed updates on what happened to Meng Yuxiang in the Duan family. He was rather vexed when he learned of it. He treats me all right, said Meng Yuxiang immediately. The man was still her husband and the father of her child, despite how displeased she was with him. Brother Meng, it was all my fault. Duan Qifeng apologized. I'm willing to be punished for my sins. Meng Yuxiang beckoned, and her personal maidservant brought a young girl over. Meng Yuxiang held the girl's hands and smiled at Qin Yun. Brother, this is my daughter, Tonger. Tonger, call him uncle. Uncle. The girl was about 4 or 5 years old. Tonger, I've brought you a gift. Qin Yun took out a cloth bag and removed a jade pendant from it. He helped put the pendant on her. By the side, the Duan family head, Duan Qiyu, had been watching before he came forward and said with a smile. Young Master Meng, why don't we first head to Duke Manor? Yes, let's not stand here. We are holding up the dock. Qin Yun nodded. At the same time, he glanced at Dong Wan and instructed, Dong Wan, arrange for a place to stay. I'll return with Qingshai tonight. Yes. Dong Wan heeded the order. He immediately met up with the people responsible for receiving the Zhou Mountain sword sect. Qin Yun and Lu Qingsha got onto a carriage and headed with the Duan family to Quelling Duke Manor. Not long after Qin Yun and company departed, the tycoon, Wang Hai, and his family disembarked from their ship with a group of guards. We are finally here in sovereign capital. Wang Hai smiled. This is sovereign capital. The normal riffraff will not dare cause trouble here. Following that, he led his family into the city. Sovereign Capital. Your Highness, Frost Sword Mengicho has arrived in Sovereign Capital. The Duan family went to receive him. He will soon arrive in Quelling Duke Manor, reported a goateed elder respectfully. Mengicho? The Crown Prince was wielding a brush, creating forceful strokes when he suddenly stopped. He said with a smile, he's young and cultivates a heritage that's not considered a secret, yet, he is ranked 13th on the Earth roll. He is a rare expert. Arrange a meeting for me. I would like to meet this Frost Sword. Yes, replied the goateed elder respectfully. Frost Sword Mengicho? He came to Sovereign Capital? A brawny elder on a training ground stopped his spear practice when he heard that. He frowned and said, His Majesty's health is going from bad to worse every day. His Highness, 8th Prince, has an extremely strong faction backing him. His contention against Crown Prince for the throne is getting more blatant. His Majesty can't even prevent it. The Wei Kingdom and the Yen Kingdom are also secretly inciting trouble. I wonder what the purpose of Mengicho's arrival in Sovereign Capital is. Grand General, the Zhou Mountain Sword sect has always been loyal to the royal family. It tends to stay silent in disputes such as that of the Crown Prince and 8th Prince. However, the Quelling Duke's Duan family stands on Crown Prince's side. Mengicho's sister has married into Quelling Duke Manor. At this critical point, his purpose in coming to Sovereign Capital is truly hard to tell, said a middle-aged man to the side as he frowned. The brawny elder frowned. I do not care which prince inherits the throne. What I'm most worried about is the Wei Kingdom's eagerness for action. Something seems amiss. Grand General, do you mean? The middle-aged man was alarmed. First, it was Feng Qingsong's murder. Later the Blood Saber Palace attacked the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. The northern defending general, Wang Chunyu, was assassinated too. 8th Prince has a mysterious master that vaguely reminds me of an old fellow from the Wei Kingdom from more than a century ago. There are many signs that make me feel as though the Wei Kingdom is scheming some sort of conspiracy. The brawny elder's eyes were filled with worry. Grand General, as long as you are here, there will be no trouble in Sovereign Capital, said the middle-aged man immediately. The brawny elder chuckled. He was the anchor of the entire Chu Kingdom, Grand General Xuechong, ranked 8th on the heaven roll. In Sovereign Capital, there was a rather famous brothel, Myriad Flower Brothel. 3 men were in one of its rooms. Frost Sword Mengicho is here in Sovereign Capital. The last time the Blood Saber Palace attacked the Zhou Mountain Sword sect, not only did they fail, they even suffered abject losses. Even Feng Qingshu lost his life. That's right. The Zhou Mountain Sword sect is a sect that pledges utmost allegiance to King Chu. Of all the sects in the southwest, the Zhou Mountain Sword sect has the deepest roots. If the Zhou Mountain Sword sect is destroyed, it will make it much easier to occupy the southwestern lands. This Frost Sword Mengicho will be one of the main obstacles in our Wei Kingdom's bid to rule the world. It has always been quite difficult to assassinate Mengicho when he was in the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. As for a direct assault? That would be almost impossible. But now that he is in Sovereign Capital without an army of experts around him, I think we can find a way to assassinate him. He is ranked 13th on the Earth roll. Even an assassination would prove very difficult. Didn't he get poisoned in the past? He's still a foolish youngster. Think of a way. Use poison or some other method. There's definitely a chance. I think we should report this matter to the Wei capital. Let it give the order. I think it's best we report it to the Wei capital. It would make sense to ambush such an expert, but if we do, we must be certain of success. The trio quickly made a decision. They would report the matter to the Wei capital. In an elegant yard in Sovereign Capital. This was one of the places where the top sect, Centauria Valley, stationed itself. Frost Sword Mengicho is here in Sovereign Capital? He and my senior sister Gong Yenner were old lovers. A black-dressed girl said with a smile. Back then, the couple was deeply in love. If senior sister Gong learns that Meng Yiqiu is here in sovereign capital, she will definitely be overjoyed. Quickly pass the information to Centauria Valley. Tell Centauria Valley as well as senior sister Gong for me. Tell the valley lady about this matter too. Yes, I'll send the message, said a woman beside her. The black-dressed girl nodded. Following that, she instructed a maidservant beside her. I'm changing. I still need to meet the Marquis's son tonight. Yes, miss, replied the maidservant with a smile immediately. It was the talk of the town, but Qin Yun did not care for it. At that moment in Quelling Duke Manor, a large group of people were caught up in a frenzy of activity. The Quelling Duke Manor's matriarch, the sons, and even the grandsons of the various members of the harem and womenfolk were there. There were many beauties among them. Many juniors looked curiously at the simply dressed man's arrival. Their family's head, Duan Qiyu, and matriarch were welcoming him warmly. Qin Yun greeted, "Greetings, matriarch. Young Master Meng's presence here graces my Duan family." The matriarch had been in power for more than a century. She knew very well that official government or aristocratic titles were useless. Strength was what mattered. Meng Yiqiu, who became 13th on the earth roll at such a young age, was worthy of being welcomed by King Chu. In the future, if he continued to improve, he could enter the heaven roll. Then he would be a hegemon existence that could shake up the world's distribution of power. Meng Yuxiang stayed by her brother's side, feeling more and more pleased. Qin Yun entered Quelling Duke Manor with an entourage of people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269. Chapter 269, In Front of Xiao Establishment. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Is that frost sword Meng Yiqiu? He looks so young. It's like he's 20. What do you know? Powerful cultivators all have long lives. He obviously will look young. There were many women in Quelling Duke Manor. From afar, a bevy of girls watched and giggled as matriarch and Duan Qiyu accompanied Meng Yiqiu. Many of the girls were blushing. Firstly, Meng Yiqiu looked as young as them, and secondly, after he experienced the torment of being poisoned, Meng Yiqiu had become thinner. Qin Yun taking over also made his bearing even more extraordinary, since he was a sword immortal that had stepped into the Tao. What young lady would not be interested in him? Looks, bearing, strength, status. Immediately, many young ladies had their hearts stirred. Many of these lasses are becoming infatuated, but my brother has very high standards. Meng Yuxiang shot a glance at the distant girls and could not help but sigh. But speaking of which, my brother is already 38 this year. It's about time he gets married. There are so many beauties in sovereign capital. I must find him someone appropriate. As the only relative of Meng Yiqiu, Meng Yuxiang immediately thought of helping her brother find a wife. Brother, have a seat. This is where I usually do calligraphy and paint. Meng Yuxiang brought Qin Yun to a particular building. At that moment, Duan Qifeng and some others were acting as the entourage of the brother-sister duo. As for people like the Duan family's matriarch and the Duan family head, Duan Qiyu, they had already left. The rest of you can leave first. After Qin Yun sat down, he gave a nonchalant instruction. Sister and Qifeng, stay behind. Duan Qifeng's harem, the children, and the maidservants were taken aback. Leave now. Duan Qifeng urged. Immediately, they all left obediently, leaving only Qin Yun, Meng Yuxiang, and Duan Qifeng in the room. Even Lu Qingsha was left waiting outside. Brother Meng, said Duan Qifeng with a sycophantic smile. You sure are gutsy. Qin Yun looked at him coldly. It wasn't enough for you to bully my sister in Quelling Duke Manor. You even permitted others to beat and bully your wife outside of the house. You never helped your wife and instead helped an outsider? Meng Yuxiang could not help but tear up. Indeed, she could not forget that day. She became the laughingstock of the sovereign capital that day. She even had thoughts of killing herself to end it all. But when she remembered her young daughter, she decided to live on for her sake. Even the other members of the harem in Quelling Duke Manor belittled her. After all, if her husband did not care for her, who else would? Thankfully, her brother had not only cured himself of his poison, he also became a terrifying existence that ranked on the earth roll. Even the Duan family's head, Duan Xiu, and the matriarch began to treat her well. Thump! Duan Qifeng immediately knelt down and said, "Brother Meng, it was my fault. It was all my fault. That bitch pulled the wool over my eyes. I let down Yu Xiang." As he said that, he slapped himself hard in the face. Slap! 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 He did so more than 20 times till his face swelled up. Qin Yun did not call for him to stop and neither did Meng Yuxiang. However, Duan Qifeng eventually could not bear the pain and stopped himself. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I already obey Yuxiang in every way," said Duan Qifeng immediately. "Why did you stop?" "Finish 100 slaps," said Qin Yun coldly. "Brother, he doesn't dash," began Meng Yuxiang. "Continue," Qin Yun said coldly. "Yes." Duan Qifeng had no choice but to continue slapping himself. After 100 slaps were delivered by his own hand, his mouth was bleeding. Meng Yuxiang could not help but produce a handkerchief to wipe the blood away from his mouth. Duan Qifeng squeezed out a smile from his red, swollen face. "Thank you, Yuxiang." Meng Yuxiang's anger and unwillingness to take it lying down were now replaced by pity for him. When Qin Yun saw this, he shook his head secretly. The previous Meng Yiqiu truly did not have a discerning eye. This second young Master Duan was able to fool Meng Yiqiu with his fine rhetoric and also made him agree to the marriage. In truth, he is nothing but a shameless Casanova. "The reason why you got your subordinates to beat my sister is because of Sovereign Capital's master zither artist, Yin Xiu?" asked Qin Yun. "Yes, it was that bitch," replied Duan Qifeng immediately. From the side, Meng Yuxiang could not help but comment. "You keep calling her bitch now, but back then you placed her on a high pedestal. You spent lots of silver on her. Aren't you like this now only because she has found someone better and doesn't want you?" Duan Qifeng immediately turned embarrassed. "Sister, let's go. Let's go to see this artist Yen." Qin Yun stood up. "Now." Meng Yuxiang's eyes lit up. "Revenge should be taken care of as early as possible," said Qin Yun. "That's right. It's best to do it early." Duan Qifeng immediately stood up. Qin Yun and Meng Yuxiang could not help but shoot him a cold glance. Meng Yuxiang flatly replied, "You were with her in the past." "That was just me being foolish," said Duan Qifeng. Qin Yun shook his head gently. "Let's go." That afternoon, in the famous Xiu establishment in Sovereign Capital. There were numerous beauties in Xiu establishment. However, these beauties only played instruments like the zither, flute, pipa, and guzheng. Their performance was even done on a stage in the middle of Xiu establishment. The customers had no chance to even touch them. Of course, those who held wealth and power in Sovereign Capital definitely had the means to fool around with these beauties. The owner of Xiu establishment was Sovereign Capital's master zither artist, Yin Xiu. She was past 30 but remained as pretty as a flower. Whoosh! A large group of experts quickly surrounded Xiu establishment. What happened? Why is it being surrounded? It looks like the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples. The customers were trembling with fear. It was one of the 8 biggest sects in the Chu kingdom after all. Even King Chu would have to entertain the Zhou Mountain sword sect since not all the big sects were willing to work for King Chu. For example, top sects like Peerless Manor did not care about the rise and fall of a dynasty. Regardless of who held the throne, a sect could remain powerful. However, the Zhou Mountain sword sect's roots were relatively weaker. It still relied on the king's authority to possess its present might. The Zhou Mountain sword sect has something to take care of here. Those uninvolved are to leave quickly. Immediately, the disciple leading the Zhou Mountain sword sect members roared angrily. Yes, yes. We won't be disturbing you any further. Customers began to leave quickly and obediently. Qin Yun and Meng Yuxiang disembarked a carriage. Accompanying them was Dongwan, Lu Qingsha, and Duan Qifeng. Qin Yun looked at Xiao establishment as he entered. The beautiful female musicians inside were horrified. As for the guards inside Xiao establishment, they could only smile obsequiously. Soon, Xiao establishment's owner, Yan Xiao, appeared with her female attendants. Yan Xiao. Meng Yuxiang's eyes turned red. The scenes from that fateful day surfaced in her mind as she clung tightly to her brother's arm. Qin Yun gently patted Meng Yuxiang's hands. He had received the reports and obviously knew what occurred that day. He had to stand up for her even if it meant suffering the karma of the body he was in. Greetings, young Master Meng. Yan Xiao had a slender waist and long legs. She stood gracefully and had skin as white as snow. With her unique disposition as a master zither artist, she was indeed a rare beauty. It was no wonder she was so famous in sovereign capital. Qin Yun also had to admit that in terms of looks, Meng Yuxiang might not be inferior to Yan Xiao. However, Meng Yuxiang had a poised nobility to her while Yan Xiao had a dreamlike disposition that made her seem unattainable and therefore more attractive. Before, my younger sister came to take her husband home. Yet, you got your subordinates to beat my sister? I don't think I've ever maligned you, have I? Qin Yun looked at her. Yan Xiao was grumbling inwardly. She was a master artist in sovereign capital. She naturally didn't think much of a woman whose husband didn't care for her. Of course she had her subordinates throw her out. That was ordered by second young Master Duan, said Yan Xiao immediately. He did not want to be disturbed. I did not give that instruction. Duan Qifeng yelled immediately. Yan Xiao's eyes turned slightly red at that instant. Second young Master Duan, why are you? Regardless if it was Duan Qifeng or you who gave the orders, the person who said beat this shrew out of here, was you, isn't that true? A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. Yan Xiao felt more aggrieved. Xiao, there's no need to be afraid of Meng Yiqiu. Leave everything to me. A voice sounded in Yan Xiao's ears. Yan Xiao smiled and said loudly, Young Master Meng, my Xiao establishment was just conducting business as usual. Yet, Madame Duan came here to cause trouble. Even her husband, second young Master Duan, allowed us to throw this shrew out. I naturally gave the order. You can't expect me to allow a shrew to cause trouble in my Xiao establishment, right? Qin Yun turned his gaze towards the Xiao establishment's interior. Meng Yiqiu. I'm ashamed at your bullying of a woman. A stocky man walked out of Xiao establishment's interior. He was dressed in a shirt that revealed his chest. He had a resolute appearance and his eyes were filled with a domineering air. A sweep of his glance left the experts surrounding Xiao establishment trembling. Brother Xiang. Yan Xiao immediately came to the stocky man's side and acted like a timid and lovable girl. Xiang Tong? Remarked Qin Yun. Yan Xiao is now with Overlord Xiang? Duan Qifeng's expression turned pale. Brother, there's no need to risk your life for me, whispered Meng Yuxiang immediately. Xiang Tong was nicknamed Overlord Spear. He was ranked 8th on the Earth roll. He came from the ancient and mysterious Xiang family. His cultivation of his body was extremely powerful. Every generation of the Xiang family that could travel the world became experts. Their extremely powerful bodies gave them an overwhelming advantage in close combat. Ha ha ha. Xiang Tong hugged Yin Xiu and guffawed. Meng Yiqiu, you were poisoned in the past because of a woman. It destroyed your future. I urge you not to stand up for a woman this time. If you lose your life, it will be too late for regret. But do you have what it takes? Qin Yun looked at him. Yes, I do. Xiang Tong's eyes suffused a purple light as his fighting spirit flared. Why? Do you think that just because the Earth roll tabulated by Peerless Manor ranks you at 13th, that you are somehow comparable to my 8th place? Do you think you can defeat me? Humph, you won't be able to do anything to me even if your sword slashes at me 100 times, but I can take your life with one thrust of my spear. Xiang Tong, I wonder if your fighting is as good as your bragging. Qin Yun's body turned into a blur as he instantly approached Xiang Tong. At the same time, he drew Frost Sword from his waist. A blinding sword flash turned resplendent under the sunlight. At that instant, it streaked across the air. Be careful. Xiang Tong immediately waved his hand and threw Yin Xiu to a spot far away. At the same time, he used a single hand to block Qin Yun's Frost Sword. Bam! Xiang Tong only felt his vision blur. Then, he felt a sword strike his chest as he was sent flying backward. He crashed through walls, wooden pillars, and rockery until he found his footing when he hit the Xiu establishment stage. He could not help but spew a mouthful of blood. Everyone stood in stunned silence upon seeing that scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 270. Chapter 270, Battle on the Streets. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Xiang Tong's face flushed red as he stood on the stage. He bellowed, Spear, come. So. A raven black spear flew out from Xiu establishment's interior right into Xiang Tong's hands. It was very long, almost 10 feet long. The furious Xiang Tong's body bulged in size, growing a foot taller in the process. His skin suffused a black glow as he stared intently at Qin Yun and pointed his spear at him. He shouted, Meng Yiqiu, your sword arts aren't bad. But there must be a reason that the Peerless Manor ranked you 13th on the Earth roll while I was ranked 8th. Etiquette requires reciprocity. Since I received a strike from you, I shall return it in the same fashion. Just as his voice faded, with a tap of his feet, there was a loud boom. Xiang Tong's entire body transformed into a beam of light that shot upwards at a stunning speed. Instantly, he had stormed out of Xiu establishment, cleaving down after raising his spear high up into the sky. His mighty cleave distorted the air, producing highly pressured blasts of wind. Even the spear's shaft bent as a result of the formidable force. Strong winds stirred with splashing raindrops. Overlord Xiang. Duan Qifeng retreated in fear. The color in his face drained. How terrifying. Meng Yuxiang could not help but hide behind Qin Yun. Don't worry. Qin Yun charged forward after assuring her. The frost sword in his hand swiped forward, producing frost around him. Vortices formed wherever the sword flash passed as the sword clashed with the spear. Bam! Dot. The frost sword and the raven black spear produced a muffled sound upon collision. The raven black spear brought with it a dominance that could render the world asunder, while the frost sword seemed to bring with it the undercurrent of an infinite tidal wave. When they clashed, Xiang Tong felt a belligerent force hit him. His hands turned numb as he retreated 2 steps. Each step caused the ground to crack. The street in front of Xiu establishment was a busy street in sovereign capital. It was paved with granite, but Xiang Tong left 2 craters as he retreated. Qin Yun also took 2 steps back. The ground quaked slightly, but the granite ground remained intact. Oh! Xiang Tong's pupils could not help but constrict when he saw this. Having skilled moves doesn't mean you can withstand a strike. Xiang Tong roared as he charged over like a flood dragon. Qin Yun smiled as he immediately reciprocated. Kill! 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 Xiang Tong fought extremely wildly. He had no concern for protecting his body and only focused on attacking. He allowed Qin Yun's blows to strike him, clearly pressing the advantage of his strong body as he closed the gap with Qin Yun. Qin Yun was rather interested in this world's close combat arts. Spear arts? Sword and spear arts had many things in common. A sword could even be considered a short spear. This Xiang family has a long history in this world. It's an extremely mysterious and ancient family clan. It also has a bodydermic formulation passed down over generations. I can definitely learn something from his close combat arts. Qin Yun slashed with his frost sword, emanating frost outwards that completely repressed Xiang Tong. Even though Xiang Tong ignored his own safety to press forward, he was fully repressed. Qin Yun's blade would even occasionally slice across Xiang Tong's body, leaving gashes on him. Under such heavy repression, Xiang Tong turned more desperate. He used every technique he knew from his Cloud Rain Flood Dragon Spear. This battle was like a tumultuous storm, with wind and rain as well as a layer of frost that emanated throughout. Xiang Tong's brandishing of his spear produced highly pressured blasts of air that sliced through the surrounding ground. Scuffs appeared on the surrounding buildings. Instantly, all the spectators on the street retreated further and further back. The Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples also retreated a great distance. The guards, female attendants, and beautiful musicians inside Xiu establishment also hid far away as they watched. It wasn't just them. The busy street had many people to begin with. Although the area had been surrounded by the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples, there were many passers-by watching from afar. People in the surrounding restaurants, shops, or residences were watching from the higher floors too. Wow, who is fighting who? I can't make it out at all. The force blasts caused stone walls 100 feet away to crumble. That's way too terrifying. It's Grand Elder Mengiqiu from one of our Chu Kingdom's top 8 sects, the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. The other one is a presiding expert from the legendary ancient Xiang family, Overlord Spear Xiang Tong. It's Xiang Tong? Back in the East Sea, Overlord Xiang once used a single spear to scare 100,000 strong army into fleeing. He even tore apart General Pang Shan. Not only did the imperial government place no blame on Xiang Tong, it even decreed that General Pang Shan had committed 9 grave crimes. Many people from the Pang family were implicated as a result. That's the Xiang family. One of the 2 most ancient family clans in the world. The Zhou Mountain Sword Sect is also powerful. It has thousands of disciples and it reigns supreme over its territory. The people in Sovereign Capital all knew of the legendary heaven, earth, and man roles. Even commoners would learn of it from their frequent visits to storytellers, therefore, they knew the many famous and terrifying existences in their world. However, their eyes were incapable of telling who was stronger in the street fight. Who holds the advantage, my brother or Xiang Tong? Meng Yuxian was standing beside Dong Wan and Lu Qingsha as she asked worriedly. Dong Wan said with a smile, "Don't worry. Elder Meng holds the absolute advantage. But he still needs to be careful." Duan Qifeng was feeling unease as he said immediately. That Xiang family cultivates in powerful body formulations. Xiang Tong's body is extremely strong. Even if he is at a disadvantage, it's nothing for him to receive 10 to 20 blows. In comparison, Brother Meng's body is much weaker. If he gets struck by that spear even once, he would be in grave danger. Meng Yuxian turned anxious when she heard that. That sounds logical, said Dong Wan with a smile. However, you are incapable of reading the combat situation. Elder Meng's sword arts far exceed his opponents. Xiang Tong has no chance of injuring Elder Meng at all. Look, Xiang Tong is already wearing down. He can't hold out anymore. Lu Qingsha gave a look of delight. Why is he becoming stronger? Also, the might of his sword art is increasing too. Xiang Tong was panicking. A sword flash lacerated his body with a sharp ripping sound. His skin that suffused a raven-black glow was harder than steel, yet, it had been torn apart. Qin Yun's sword flashes brought with them an ice-cold aura that turned increasingly faster and sharper. It made Xiang Tong feel the icy-cold breath of death get closer to him. Without realizing it, he had been forced to use his spear solely for defense. Although his body was powerful, being stabbed in the heart or head would still rob him of his life. Most earth roll experts would at most have their skin pricked. It was difficult to pierce their flesh, but Qin Yun's sword flashes were clearly something else. Clang! 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 Xiang Tong defended with all he had, but Qin Yun's attacks turned more aggressive. Xiang Tong's limbs seemed to be thrown into confusion as a result. Block, keep blocking. Continue blocking. Qin Yun's attacks became stronger in order to force Xiang Tong to use all his moves. From the looks of it, these are probably all the moves the Xiang family's Cloud Rain Flood Dragon Spear has, Qin Yun thought to himself. This set of spear arts is quite powerful. It's like a flood dragon tearing through the clouds, moving in and out with great elusiveness. Its attacks pour down like a tempestuous rain while the flood dragon wreaks havoc. If I can obtain the manual of their spear arts, I could learn much by studying it carefully. Pooh! A sword beam flashed over, but Xiang Tong failed to block it. His arm was cleaved off, splattering fresh blood. Escape! Xiang Tong's expression changed drastically. With a flushed face, he flew away as a beam of light. The arm also rapidly flew towards Xiang Tong, joining back to his stump. It healed rapidly. He quickly escaped half a kilometer away and landed in a secluded alley. Xiang Tong looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't chase after me. This Meng Yiqiu's sword arts are too powerful. I tried to defend my vital spots with all my strength, but he still managed to cleave off one of my arms. After losing an arm, my strength naturally decreases tremendously. If I continued fighting him, I might have lost my life. I nearly lost my life for a plaything. Xiang Tong's pupils constricted before he looked back. He's only 38. He didn't break through to the domain realm that long ago. Why is he so strong? Xiang Tong phased away as he rapidly departed. Xiang Tong escaped after losing an arm. Of course, the arm was rapidly reattached, shocking the spectators. However, Frost's sword Meng Yiqiu was even more astonishing. After all, he was the one that cleaved off Xiang Tong's arm, forcing him to flee. If this Meng Yiqiu did not show mercy and continued with a relentless pursuit, he might have even been able to kill Xiang Tong. Yes, if he's able to cleave off Xiang Tong's arm, he has a chance of taking Xiang Tong's life. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps Meng Yiqiu's flying speed is inferior to Overlord Xiang's? There were all sorts of discussions. And at that moment, the person wallowing in the most despair was Xiu establishment's owner, Yin Xiu. She saw Xiang Tong's blood splatter from his arm stump as he fled in panic. Her heart chilled. To Xiang Tong, I'm only a plaything. Against real trouble, he wouldn't care about me at all. Yin Xiu knew this very well. Her achievements in sovereign capital indicated that she was very clever. She reached her present situation by relying on many benefactors. Duan Qifeng from the Quelling Duke's family was her lover for a very long period of time. Later, Xiang Tong arrived. Under his instruction, Yin Xiu severed ties with all her other lovers. After all, compared to Xiang Tong, Duan Qifeng was nothing. Even though she had someone to rely on, what sort of identity did Xiang Tong have? Yin Xiu did not dare to announce it publicly. But now, even Xiang Tong had left her. Xiang Tong was a person who had sent 100,000-strong army fleeing. He even captured their general alive and ripped him apart. And in response, all King Chu did was pin crimes on the general. Xiang Tong had already fled. Who else was there to save her? Brother. Meng Yuxiang immediately came to Qin Yun's side. She was very worried as she whispered, "Brother, don't implicate yourself too much for my trivial disputes." She was truly afraid a moment ago, afraid that her brother would be seriously injured. Qin Yun smiled. In this world, only the few existences that had stepped into the Tao and were in the legendary god role would force him to fight seriously. Xiang Tong was nothing worth mentioning. The reason why he even let Xiang Tong get away with his life was that Xiang Tong had no intention of killing Qin Yun. Therefore, Qin Yun spared him. It was normal in this world. They were both on the earth roll. Some occasional bouts of jealousy were fine. But there was no need to fight with their lives. A true life and death struggle would result in a vendetta, and even if the weaker party was no match, they would be able to escape with their lives. There were many repercussions once they fled. Plop! Yan Shiyu suddenly knelt down. The rain from before had already drenched her hair and clothes wet. She knelt there and said immediately, "Young Master Meng, Madame Duan, it was my fault for having my nose in the air in the past. I fully submit to any punishment you have for me. I have no qualms even if you kill me." With that said, she prostrated herself, burying her head between her palms. "Sister, I'll leave her to you," said Qin Yun. He did not find Yan Shiyu pitiable at all. Such a person was very ruthless to begin with. She was ruthless to others as well as to herself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271. Chapter 271, Lock Heaven Paramount Realm. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Leaving her to me? Meng Yuxiang's eyes reddened. She could never forget that night. Her husband had spent the silver meant for daily necessities, causing the family to be hard-pressed for money. As she was the principal wife, the matriarch had blamed her for being useless, scorning her for her inability to rein in her husband as he spent large amounts of silver at Xiu establishment. Under that pressure, Meng Yuxiang had no choice but to go to Xiu establishment to bring her husband home. However, her husband hid away and refused to meet with her. Back then, she only heard Yan Shiyu's voice, "Beat this shrew out of here." The bouncers of Xiu establishment beat her up and threw her out. It was pouring that fateful night. She fell to the ground after being thrown out and was left drenched on the streets. It was a wretched sight, one that was taken in by the many people who walked past Xiu establishment. Many people looked at her like she was a joke. Even her husband did not stand up for her. She felt her heart chill and wished to end her suffering by committing suicide. But when she looked into her young daughter's eyes, she knew her daughter would be left helpless without her. Therefore, she continued to drag out her ignoble existence. Later on, her brother Meng Yiqiu made a name for himself. Her position changed overnight. Even Duan Shifeng began to fawn over her. However, her feelings for him had died. She didn't want to become a widow, but she did want him to suffer a little. "Brother, for this Yan Shiyu to make a name for herself here in sovereign capital, she must have entertained lots of lovers," whispered Meng Yuxiang. "Many of which are likely from royalty and top cultivation sections. Can I really deal with her as I please? Anyone with such fame in sovereign capital definitely has their backers." Qin Yun looked at Yan Shiyu and smiled. She was still motionless and prostrating herself. "But all you need to concern yourself with is dealing with her. No one will dare interfere." Meng Yuxiang's eyes lit up. "Men, take her back home." Meng Yuxiang's eyes were filled with hate. "Yes." Immediately, servants from the Duan family went forward and grabbed Yan Shiyu. "How are you going to deal with me?" Yan Shiyu looked up and panicked. "Taking her back to the Duan family? She thought she would be ridiculed by Meng Yuxiang, not end up dead. Even if she was disfigured, she could use treasures to treat herself. At the worst, she could still flee with her wealth. Don't worry, I'm not as heartless as you. I will not kill you. Take her away, said Meng Yuxiang coldly. The Duan family servants dragged the disheartened Yan Shiyu away. She could not help but look at Duan Qifeng with a look of despair. My wife. Duan Qifeng was rather delighted. Wouldn't he be able to do anything to her while she was trapped in the Duan family? Don't bear any hopes of seeing her, said Meng Yuxiang. Meet her once, you'll have one leg broken, added Qin Yun to the side. Meet her twice, you'll have 2 legs broken. Meet her thrice, 3 legs. Qin Yun looked at him with a faint smile. Duan Qifeng immediately felt his groin turn cold as the hair on his back stood straight up. He gave an obsequious smile and did not dare say another word. He was aware that he had gotten in the bad books with his wife over the past year. If he didn't behave properly, his brother-in-law would kill him and no one would even try to save him. After all, the influence the Zhou Mountain Sword sect had was of great importance to the Chu kingdom. It was a lot bigger than the Quelling Duke's Duan family. Furthermore, Meng Yiqiu was simply a terrifying existence. After sending his younger sister back to Quelling Duke Manor, Qin Yun returned to his residence. The Zhou Mountain Sword sect had prepared a manor for him with many maidservants and servants to tend to him. Elder, here we are. The horse-drawn carriage came to a halt. Qin Yun alighted the carriage and saw a eunuch standing in front of the manor. He had fair skin with no facial hair. He jovially went forward to bow and spoke with a sharp voice. Elder Meng, I'm under orders by His Highness the Crown Prince to invite you to Yufeng Tower tomorrow night. With that said, he politely handed a letter of invitation. The Crown Prince? Dong Wan and Lu Qingsha, who were at his side, were somewhat alarmed. With King Chu's health failing, he did not have much time left. The Crown Prince was likely to inherit the throne. Tell His Highness that I'm very busy at the moment. We can decide on another date when I have the time, said Qin Yun as he walked straight into the manor. About that, the eunuch turned flustered, but Qin Yun did not even turn his head back before he entered the manor. Elder Meng. Elder Meng. The eunuch wanted to head in, but the Zhou Mountain Sword sect disciples at the entrance stopped him for entering. Dong Wan and Lu Qingsha exchanged looks before they stepped in. They had no right to determine if an audience with the Crown Prince would happen. Sigh. When the eunuch saw this, he could only leave helplessly. When Qin Yun walked into the manor, he shook his head gently. The Crown Prince? No matter who becomes the king of the Chu kingdom, he will have to establish ties with the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. Since that's the case, why should my Zhou Mountain Sword sect involve itself in the vying of the throne? Qin Yun had the confidence to act as he pleased. However, he was only staying in this world for 50 years. Out of consideration for the Zhou Mountain Sword sect, it was best he did not involve himself. Your Highness, Elder Meng gave the excuse that he is very busy at the moment. He said that another date can be decided when he has the time, said the eunuch softly. The Crown Prince looked at the piece of paper in his hand before snorting coldly. That frost sword just defeated Xiang Tong in front of Shiyu establishment and even sent him fleeing after cleaving off his arm. He naturally has what it takes to ignore me. However, when I inherit the throne, his Zhou Mountain Sword sect will naturally come to me with requests. Without the aid of the imperial government, his Zhou Mountain Sword sect would not be enjoying the prestige it currently has. Yes, the Zhou Mountain Sword sect completely relies on the imperial government. Your Highness is the heir apparent and will be the future king. Even so, he actually dared to ignore your invitation. The eunuch found it unacceptable. Enough, enough. You may take your leave. The Crown Prince was not in a good mood. He was the heir designate and had many supporters. It was only right for him to inherit the throne. However, the current 8th prince had amassed a mighty faction. His master was ranked on the heaven roll. This made the crown prince feel extreme pressure. The next morning, which was also the first morning since Qin Yun came to sovereign capital, Qin Yun resumed his daily routine of practicing his sword first thing. Swoosh, dot. As Qin Yun practiced, a gigantic sphere of sword chi enveloped his surroundings. The sword flashes were extremely dense. The Lock Heaven sword had a total of 13,300 moves, and they were deliberately meant to be a continuous series of moves. However, Qin Yun was casually making combinations out of them as though they were gurgling streams of water. It appeared very gentle, but he had actually formed 7 great sword stances. The 7 sword stances appeared as different lines that formed a gigantic net that enveloped the surroundings. The Lock Heaven sword was best at control. It controlled the situation in battle. First was control, followed by decimation. Boom! The gigantic sphere enclosed an area of 1,000 feet with sword chi that took the form of a net. I've done it. Qin Yun stopped and smiled. After coming to this world, I have studied all of the Zhou Mountain sword sect's sword techniques. I grasped the Ice Heart Paramount Realm from the Frost sword chart on the first day. However, grasping the Paramount Realm for the other sword techniques is clearly much harder. After spending 3 months, I have finally grasped a second Paramount Realm, Lock Heaven. Ice Heart meant having a heart that resembled a mirror of ice. It reflected all things, and it was inclined to being a paramount realm for one's heart and mind. Lock Heaven established control over one's surroundings. However, it was inclined to being a paramount realm for sword arts and techniques. Qin Yun had now grasped that. Qingsha, Dongwan. Soon, Lu Qingsha and Dongwan arrived. Master. Elder. Both of them were very respectful. Dongwan, demonstrate your Lock Heaven sword, instructed Qin Yun. Yes. Dongwan was delighted when he heard that. He knew that Elder Mang was about to give him pointers. He immediately began demonstrating his Lock Heaven sword. He had been focusing on this technique and had already grasped the Heavenly Tao's intent realm. Qin Yun knew at a glance that Dongwan understood the impermanence stance from the Lock Heaven sword's 7 great sword stances the best. In my homeworld, it is extremely difficult to grasp the Heavenly Tao's intent realm through expertise nearing Tao at the postnatal realm. It only happens once every few centuries, and every person who does it becomes an illustrious figure, thought Qin Yun. But in this world, anyone that reaches the Khanate realm has grasped the Heavenly Tao's intent realm at the postnatal realm. It's a requirement for stepping into the Khanate realm. It was necessary for one to grasp the intent realm before they could attain the Khanate false core in this world. All of them have expertise nearing Tao. It's because their technique is perfect, Qin Yun marveled inwardly. For example, each of the 7 sword stances of the Lock Heaven sword has nearly 2,000 moves. They are like steps laid out one after another. Once one reaches the end of the staircase, one would naturally attain the intent realm, but in comparison, his homeworld only had ordinary sword moves and a few killer moves. The improvement of one's realm depended on one's own comprehension. Immortals would focus on divine powers, talisman amulet techniques, refinement of artifacts or pills, etc. It was impossible for generations of talented geniuses to focus fully on close combat techniques. However, many sword moves in this world improved one step at a time, eventually becoming a complete system. It led straight to the intent realm. For example, the Lock Heaven sword's 7 sword stances would combine to point towards the paramount realm. Similarly, the Frost sword chart also pointed towards the paramount realm. There were even Tao entry charts that were later added on. However, stepping into the Tao was too esoteric. A chart alone could only provide direction, but the requirement of one's acumen was ridiculously high. The sword techniques have become systemic. It guides one slowly towards the Heavenly Tao's intent realm, thought Qin Yun. It also makes expertise nearing Tao extremely common in this world. However, these people who attain expertise nearing Tao in this way are limited in what they can achieve in the future. It's possible that in the present world with thin heaven and earth spiritual energies, those at the intent domain realm and the paramount realm are in no way inferior to those in my homeworld. There are even 5 people that are ranked on the God roll who have stepped into the Tao. This world's heritage is indeed impressive. I can use the various sword techniques that exist here to grasp even more paramount realms and improve my sword Tao, thought Qin Yun. If I were to rely solely on myself, it would be very difficult to grasp even one paramount realm. Since this world's sword techniques are systemic in their guidance, the difficulty of grasping paramount realms is much lower. With my acumen, I believe I will grasp even more paramount realms in 50 years. Qin Yun was not going to study every possible technique. He would only choose those that he felt were suitable for his sword Tao, ones that would make up for its weaknesses or further perfect it. Only those he would carefully study. Centauria Valley. One of the 8 large sects in the Chu kingdom. The sect was comprised entirely of women, and many of them were sought after by men. And today, a letter sent from the sovereign capital arrived in Centauria Valley. Oh! Centauria Valley lady was dressed in a red robe. Between her eyes was a shadow of allure. She was an expert ranked 35th on the Earth roll. Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu arrived in sovereign capital and defeated Xiang Tong in front of Xiao establishment. He cleaved off Xiang Tong's arm and forced him to flee? Centauria Valley lady could not help but be alarmed. She immediately looked at an old woman to the side. Elder Wu, I remember that Gong Yener gave birth to Meng Yiqiu's child after she returned? The old woman could not help but reply, Valley lady, didn't you give the order to throw it away? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272. Chapter 272, Ambush. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Where was it thrown to? Who threw it? Centauria Valley lady pressed anxiously. I do not know. The old woman shook her head. It was probably an outer sect disciple or a servant that threw it away. Quickly investigate and find that child, said Centauria Valley lady anxiously. No, I'll search for it myself. Inside Centauria Valley. A red-dressed Gong Yener was sitting alone by a stream with a large bed of flowers on her side. She was in a daze, watching the bed of flowers with a very haggard look. Is that senior sister Gong? A purple-dressed woman walked over and said with a smile. I heard that Valley lady instructed you to acquaint yourself with the young son of South Marshal Maki. You didn't even manage to accomplish that? TSK, how do you even fail at the simple task of making an acquaintance? Senior sister Gong, I think you are getting too old. You are almost 30 this year, aren't you? Perhaps it's best you do not show yourself in the future. Just stay in the valley and do some miscellaneous chores. One of my maidservants was rather clumsy and she died after a few lashes of my whip. Senior sister Gong, if you were to be my maidservant, I'm sure you would definitely be smart and diligent. Gong Yener shot her a glance but did not say a word. Centauria Valley was a cruel environment. One either had to win the affection of others with their looks or one had to rely on their strength. If one failed in either of the two, their fates would be terrible. Gong Yener was very beautiful. Her looks and disposition were better than Yan Shiyu's. She was one of the 3 most stunning fairies of Centauria Valley's present generation. The world gave her the accolade Fairy Crabapple and she loved to wear red. She had a stunning, bewitching charm that garnered the jealousy of many of her peers in Centauria Valley. However, Gong Yener had suffered a great loss of standing recently. Junior sister Du, I'm at the perfected 12th stage of the Qi refinement realm. You only just reached the 10th this year. If you have the guts to come closer, maybe you'll see if I would dare lash you to death, said Gong Yener softly. Her voice was pleasing to the ears, but it twisted the purple-dressed woman's expression. Humph. Gong Yenner. You have failed at every single task Valley Lady gave you this year. Do you still think you are the fairy crabapple of the past? The purple-dressed woman sneered. You grow older each day. You will turn uglier. If a fairy becomes ugly, she's no longer a fairy. Scram! Gong Yenner shouted coldly. Humph, it won't be long before I see you cry. The purple-dressed woman laughed as she walked away elegantly. Suddenly, a group of women came over from afar. Leading them was the distinguished Centauria Valley Lady. Valley Lady. The purple-dressed woman was alarmed as she immediately bowed. Centauria Valley Lady shot her a glance before rapidly walking over to Gong Yenner. Gong Yenner also stood up immediately. She looked at the incoming Centauria Valley Lady and the group of elders. Among them, Elder Wu Chang was carrying a baby in her arms. The baby was sleeping soundly. My bee, Gong Yenner trembled when she saw the baby. Yenner. Centauria Valley Lady said with a smile before taking the baby into her arms and handing it to Gong Yenner. Didn't you always want your child? Here is it. The purple-dressed woman in the distance could not help but be shocked. She thought to herself, what? Gong Yenner actually has a child, . As Gong Yenner took the infant in her arms, her tears could not help but flow down. She immediately lowered her head to kiss the infant. She could feel the powerful bond between mother and son. My child. Gong Yenner saw the child's birthmark at a glance and knew that he was her child. Yenner, said Centauria Valley Lady with a smile. This is your child with Meng Ichio. I was only trying to frighten you back when I said to throw it away. Elder Wu Chang glanced at Centauria Valley Lady but did not say a word. Gong Yenner hugged her child but could not help but feel agitated. Centauria Valley only looked gorgeous. Behind its presentation of an otherworldly paradise was an extremely cruel environment. It was twisted. The female disciples either needed to be strong or had good looks. In such an environment, her mindset had long been warped. She even turned numb towards it. But when she realized that she was pregnant, experiencing the heartbeat of a new life in her womb, she felt that her life was ruined. She wanted to give her child a good life, and for this, she was willing to pay the price regardless what it was. The child was her hope. She secretly gave birth to her child elsewhere, but Centauria Valley was extremely powerful. It still discovered what she had done. Centauria Valley Lady was infuriated back when she learned that Gong Yenner had dared to give birth to a child. Unless permission was given, Centauria Valley disciples were forbidden from having children. In the Valley Lady's rage, she had the child taken away and instructed for it to be thrown out. As for Gong Yenner, she had excellent looks and disposition. She was still of great use to the Valley Lady, so she was forced to continue taking orders from the Valley Lady under the threat of her family's life. But clearly, she had been failing at her missions recently. Valley Lady, what do you want me to do? Gong Yenner hugged her child nervously. I need you to bring your child to Sovereign Capital to meet Meng Ichio, said Centauria Valley Lady with a smile. Sovereign Capital, Quelling Duke Manor. As Qin Yun went to Xiao establishment to stand up for his sister the first day he arrived in Sovereign Capital, it was only on the second night that Quelling Duke Manor officially hosted a welcoming banquet for Qin Yun. After the banquet, Qin Yun had a private meeting with Matriarch and Duan Xiao. Duan Xiao was the eldest son of the Duan family and was the incumbent Quelling Duke. He was the head of the family. However, Matriarch was the only member in the Duan family that was at the Khanate realm. In fact, she was the one with true power over the Duan family. It was just unsuitable for her to be in the limelight outside. Oh? Young Master Meng, you want to enter my Duan family's White Jade Repository? Matriarch frowned. White Jade Repository? You want to read all the manuals in there? Duan Qiyu could not help but comment. The more powerful a manual is, the more it incurs the jealousy of heaven. Every read damages the manual. Qin Yun nodded. I know, but perhaps it would still be possible. The Quelling Duke Manor had once thrived. During that period, it was in no way inferior to the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. If not, it would never have been conferred dukedom. Furthermore, White Jade Repository was the most famous thing about Quelling Duke Manor. Many manuals were hidden in it. About that, Duan Qiyu looked towards Matriarch. Matriarch pondered for a moment before she smiled at Qin Yun. Young Master Meng and my Duan family have deep ties. Although the manuals in White Jade Repository are precious, it's not a problem to let you freely browse through them. There is no need to talk about a price, but I do wish that young Master Meng will promise me one thing. Matriarch, please speak. Qin Yun nodded. If my Quelling Duke Manor were to ever be on the brink of destruction during your lifetime, I wish for young Master Meng to help it. You just need to ensure that it doesn't fall, said Matriarch. All right. Qin Yun nodded. In fact, I would have protected Quelling Duke Manor for my sister and niece anyway. When Matriarch heard this, she smiled. However, she thought to herself, this Meng Yiqiu really cares for his sister. Yes, she is his only kin after all. And that child of Yuxian cannot be married out when she grows up. The son-in-law has to be married in. Matriarch quickly made a decision after Qin Yun gave his word. She decided to elevate Meng Yuxian's position in the Duan family. Meng Yuxian's daughter would remain in the family and her future husband would be married in. Then, I'll head over to White Jade Repository first. Qin Yun stood up. All right then. Matriarch smiled and stood up. Matriarch, please rest. There's no need for you to accompany me, said Qin Yun immediately. After Matriarch sat down, Qin Yun took his leave. There was only Matriarch and Duan Qiyu left in the room. Grandmother. Duan Qiyu could not help but say. This Meng Yiqiu did not give His Highness, the Crown Prince, any face. He even ignored my exhortations. Now, he still wants to enter our White Jade Repository? It's such an important place, but you allowed him entry to browse through it as he pleases? Qiyu. Matriarch shook her head. I was never really agreeable to your siding with the Crown Prince, but if we do not take a side, whoever inherits the throne will take action against our Duan family, said Duan Qiyu immediately. As long as we endorse His Highness, he will definitely reward us handsomely when he inherits the throne. Our Duan family might be able to use this opportunity to prosper once again. Vying for the throne is fraught with danger. Being on the winning side would obviously lead to many benefits, but if we are on the losing side, Matriarch shook her head. The reason why I agreed to Meng Yiqiu's request to enter White Jade Repository is his promise. When the Duan family really encounters danger, he might be the final straw that we can grasp. His Highness is the heir designate and first in the royal line of succession. He is supported by many factions. He will definitely inherit the throne, said Duan Qiyu. The world is hard to predict. There were 4 dukes in the past, but now there is only our Duan family and the Shen family, Matriarch said. Who knows what will happen in the future? It's best to have a backup plan. Yes. Duan Qiyu nodded obediently. In the following days, Qin Yun spent his time reading manual after manual in White Jade Repository. He did not return to his residence. In 3 days, he finished reading all the manuals in White Jade Repository. With his abilities, he could naturally remember all of them after reading the manuals once. He could even play out the techniques from ordinary manuals in his mind after one read, fully understanding them without any problems. Only a few manuals required Qin Yun to really ruminate over them. I learned a lot. In terms of the manuals, they are not much worse than the Zhou Mountain Sword sects. The Quelling Duke Manor's White Jade Repository does live up to its name. Qin Yun walked out of White Jade Repository with a smile. He looked up into the sky, where the waning moon was hanging. It was already late into the night. Young Master Meng. The security at White Jade Repository was extremely tight. The guards at the entrance bowed politely at him. Qin Yun nodded. Time to return. It's been 3 days and 3 nights. It's about time to return. With a tap of his foot. So. He instantly streaked out as a beam of light, leaving shadows in his wake. He flew towards his manor. The world's heaven and earth spiritual energies were extremely thin, but Qin Yun had a powerful soul. He could forcibly use the heaven and earth spiritual energies to lend some strength to his casting of Dharma spells. However, he couldn't be bothered to do so. Instead, he used his intent domain to control his body in flight. After flying more than 5 kilometers, he slowly approached his manor. Qin Yun frowned slightly and stopped in midair. He surveyed his surroundings and said coldly, "Come on out." "Ha ha, you did not flee even after discovering an ambush? You sure are confident. Young lad. Overconfidence only means arrogance. It will cost you your life. The way I see things, this day next year will be the day of your death anniversary." 2 voices sounded from 2 different directions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273. Chapter 273, Murderers. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Whoosh. 2 figures flew up to his side and stopped in midair. They were both elders. One had snow-white hair and the other had fiery red hair. They strongly resembled each other. Both of them were sniggering oddly. The quintessential essence auras that their bodies emitted were different. One was a snow-white aura that caused the surroundings to freeze, and the other was a blistering fiery red aura. Its high temperature kindled some of the nearby trees and buildings as though it were the hottest day of summer. Instantly, the residents of the surrounding homes were awakened from shock. Fire! Fire! Run for your lives! It's so cold. It's the middle of summer. Why is it so cold? They had been sound asleep, but now they were all awake and in chaos. One region was extremely cold to the point of ice forming, while another region was extremely hot to the point of igniting the area. Yet the completely different auras perfectly fused together, forming a long chain of ice and fire. What seemed like non-existent auras formed a physical chain after mixing and binding together. The ice and fire chain that circled Qin Yun was the famous attack, the ice-fire chain of the 2 devilish figures. A person's speed would drastically be reduced once they were wrapped by the chain. It made escape nearly impossible. "So it's the Tong brothers," said Qin Yun. "Did King Wei send the both of you to deal with me?" Rank 18th on the Earth Roll, Fire Fiend Tong Fong. An old eunuch of the Wei Kingdom. Due to the lack of a particular organ and his extremely high talent, he had cultivated the Fire Fiend Great Dharma to an extremely profound state. Ranked 19th on the Earth Roll, Ice Fiend Tong Lai. Tong Lai's talent was in no way inferior to his elder brothers. The Wei Kingdom had also groomed him as much as they could. However, he chose to cultivate in the Ice Fiend technique. Like his brother, he cultivated it to an extremely profound state. The 2 brothers were close, and they had worked together for so long that they created famous combination attacks. Based on their individual strengths, they were ranked in the top 20 of the Earth Roll. But if the 2 joined forces, they had the strength to enter the top 5 of the Earth Roll. Both of them were powerful experts that were extremely loyal to the Wei's imperial family. Killing someone like you does not require King Wei's personal orders. Fire Fiend's voice was sharper. "Punk, you should be honored that the both of us are joining forces to kill you," said Ice Fiend with a scoff. The 2 devils took action at nearly the same time as they charged at Qin Yun. They wore strange glove weapons, and both of them had lived for more than 100 years, giving them rich combat experience and making them adept at close combat fighting. Their intent domains both exceeded 200 feet. It was apparent how robust their realms were. Kill! Kill! The duo complemented each other perfectly as they surrounded Qin Yun. With Frost's sword in hand, Qin Yun's heart, which was as still as an ice mirror, reflected every movement around him. He fended off the attacks of the two devils. Pang! 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 The aftershocks from their clashes caused some of the surrounding buildings to collapse. Trees toppled while leaves flew up from the mayhem. What happened? Look, there are people fighting in the sky. Wow, in the sky. The surrounding residents kept running further away since the vicinity of the battleground was constantly frozen into sheets of ice and bursting into flames. The blasts from the clash drove the citizens into hiding. They didn't even have a chance of extinguishing the fire. They did not dare say a word as they saw the three blurry figures fighting in the sky. People that could fly in the sky? A battle at such a level was not something the constables would dare involve themselves in. These two devils' close combat techniques are quite interesting. They contain some inkling of my juxtaposition paramount realm. Each of them represents one aspect of yin and yang. With such a combination of yin and yang, they reveal no flaws. It's nearly impossible to defeat them at the intent domain realm. Qin Yun secretly marveled. Those physical establishing sages from the primordial chaos sect also enjoy close combat, but compared to these two devils, their attacks are a lot cruder. The two devils did not have powerful bodies. However, a pair of palms delivered flawless blows. There was an inkling of the juxtaposition paramount realm as well as the lock heaven sword. Qin Yun wanted to learn the core essences of the various heritages of this world's experts to supplement his sword Dao. Although the duo was using their palms as their weapons, a palm could be used like an axe, saber, sword, or hammer. Furthermore, Qin Yun was already past the stage of seeing only the surface of things. He directly studied the core intricacies and profundity of their attacks. Impressive. However, if this is all they have, they are no longer of any worth. Qin Yun began to gradually increase the strength of his sword arts. Just like back when he was fighting Xiang Tong, he had held back so he could study his opponent. Brother, this Meng Yiqiu is very powerful. It's no wonder he can defeat Xiang Tong. His sword techniques are indeed impressive. If we allow him to develop further, it might not take long for him to step into the paramount realm. The two devils showed no fear. Suddenly, they produced a combined attack, injecting their own quintessential essence dermic powers into the other person's body. At the instant their quintessential essences met, their surroundings formed a gigantic mutated beast. It opened its gaping jaws and pounced toward Qin Yun with its open claws. Roar! The mutated beast even produced a roar. Injecting quintessential essence into each other? These two brothers sure are gutsy. They even succeeded. Qin Yun was surprised. Following that, his frost sword shimmered 4 consecutive times as it stabbed into the critical spots of the mutated beast phantom. Boom! The beast dissipated directly, sending the two devils retreating dozens of feet back. Oh. Qin Yun furrowed his brows as he cast his eyes at an inconspicuous bug a distance away. It was very common for bugs to be around in summer. Pew! Qin Yun waved his hand, shooting out a sword chi beam that covered a distance of 2,000 feet, hitting the bug directly. With a splat, the bug splattered despite having a tough carapace. Meanwhile, in an ordinary residence slightly more than 5 kilometers away, a white-robed middle-aged man sat cross-legged. His expression changed suddenly as he spewed a mouthful of blood. His face turned white as he revealed a hideous smile. He discovered the goo bug? Unfortunately, it's too late. Just too late. It was discovered. Ice Fiend and Fire Fiend stopped in midair and exchanged looks. Yet, They smiled oddly. I never expected you two to use poison, said Qin Yun. You fought with us for too long. You might have been fine if you had not moved, but to engage in such an intense battle, the poison must have already entered your heart. Even a god cannot save you, said Ice Fiend with a chuckle. Punk, did you really think we would rely on our real strength to kill you head-on? Killing someone head-on is the most tiring thing. Fire Fiend had a sharp voice. He laughed as he said, remember, use your brain in the future. We want you dead, and that naturally means we would use every possible mean. Brother, you made a mistake. There is no future for him. Ice Fiend said. Oh, my bad. You no longer have a future. Fire Fiend nodded immediately. Right, before you die, I'll enlighten you. That poison is known as the Divine Intent Goo Poison. It was recently created. Punk, you are pretty impressive. You even managed to kill the Goobug before your death. Qin Yun looked at the duo. In this world, the Magus lineage had long fallen. The cultivation, dermic formulation and hex spells were all gone. Even the goo arts were incomplete. The art of rearing goo was the only thing that was still being secretly imparted. Killing an earth roll expert at the cost of a goo bug. It's worth it. Ice Fiend nodded. Now that I think about it, this goo bug has killed 2 earth roll experts. That's right. Fire Fiend chuckled. Mengichio, your Zhou Mountain Sword sect probably doesn't know the true murderer of your master, Fengqing Song, does it? Haha, let me tell you. Your master, Fengqing Song, died at the hands of the 2 of us. We also relied on this divine intent goo poison. Both master and disciple died in the same way under our hands. It's fate. Fate, I tell you. Master? Qin Yun's expression changed as his gaze turned cold. He had been letting them babble on like fools, but now, he learned that the master of his body, Fengqing Song, had died at the hands of the duo in front of him. Furthermore, it was because of the same goo poison. Qin Yun's killing intent surged immediately. I never expected my master to be killed by the 2 of you, muttered Qin Yun. Are you very angry? Very furious? Unfortunately, it's too late. It's just too late. Fire Fiend said with a laugh. The both of us will be sending you to meet your dead master. You should thank us, said Ice Fiend with a smile. That's right. I should thank the both of you, said Qin Yun sordidly. No, it's not only the 2 of you. I should also thank Immortal Sage Physician, ranked 7th on the Earth Roll. He must have been the one that used the Divine Winged Goo, am I right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274. Chapter 274, ranked in the Heaven Roll. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. As they floated in midair, Ice Fiend and Fire Fiend were alarmed. Fire Fiend could not help but utter, how did you know? The goo bug had been created less than a year ago. In addition, Immortal Sage Physician was known chiefly for his medical skills. His skill in poison was not openly known. Few people knew that he was the owner of a goo bug. I also know that he is currently sitting in a residence slightly more than 5 kilometers from here. Qin Yun looked at them. You even know that he's staying somewhere 5 kilometers from here? Ice Fiend and Fire Fiend exchanged looks. They were panicking now, horrified. All they knew was that Immortal Sage Physician had entered Sovereign Capital. They did not even know where he was staying, yet Mengichio knew? We are exposed. There must have been some leak of information. How is that possible? Only a few people know of this operation. Sect Master Xiao keeps his whereabouts confidential. How could he be exposed? If there has been a leak, could it be that he is not poisoned? Ice Fiend and Fire Fiend suddenly felt uneasy. I only learned that my master died by your hands just now. Don't worry. I'll kill the both of you. In a while that immortal sage physician will join you in death. I will also take the heads of you three and offer as a sacrifice to my master. Qin Yun's voice sounded calm, but Ice Fiend and Fire Fiend could feel the infinite killing intent in his words. Do you think you have what it takes? Ice Fiend sneered. Your master died under our hands. It will be the same for you. Fire Fiend similarly felt disdain. However, Qin Yun did not speak a word. A glint flashed in his eyes before his body turned into a blur. His speed was clearly much faster than before, allowing him to instantly appear in front of Fire Fiend. However, Fire Fiend confidently struck out his palm to block him with all his might. Instantly, an inferno blazed with a tumultuous stance. However, Qin Yun's sword flashed. Frost emanated around him, making Fire Fiend feel a chill. Following that, he discovered that the frost sword had transformed into an ice-cold flash of light. Just that flash sent his conscience into an eternal darkness. Fire Fiend, dead. His body began to fall to the ground lifelessly. Ice Fiend saw everything that had happened clearly since he was standing by his brother's side. Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu's sword technique suddenly became much faster. His elder brother's palm missed and the sword stabbed into his brother's glabella. Brother! Ice Fiend's eyes turned red. That was his elder brother with whom he had a very close relationship with. At that moment, he even forgot to flee and instinctively attacked frenetically. Swoosh! Qin Yun came to him. He struck out with his sword as frost permeated the void. Although Ice Fiend was in a frenzy, the sword flash still managed to flash between the gaps in Ice Fiend's palms, stabbing right through his heart. Ice Fiend's eyes widened into two blank circles. It has always been that us brothers were doing the killing. Now, we have finally been killed by someone else. Ice Fiend felt the vitality in him declining rapidly. He immediately flew towards Fire Fiend and hugged the plummeting corpse. Following that, he fell to the ground whilst still hugging his brother. Brother, Ice Fiend could not stop the blood from flowing out his mouth and nose. His voice was muffled and hoarse. We never expected Meng Yiqiu to have already reached the paramount realm. It's no surprise we lost. Brother, for us to die together, it seems the heavens treated the two of us well. Pretty well. With that said, blood gurgled out of his mouth. Following that, his head drooped down and he fell silent. However, Qin Yun looked coldly at the two corpses. Elder Meng. Master. This area was about half a kilometer away from Qin Yun's residence. The huge commotion naturally attracted Dongwan, Lu Qingsha, and the other Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples. Clean up the area, instructed Qin Yun. Compensate these people for any of the destruction caused to the surroundings. Yes. Dongwan and Lu Qingsha immediately accepted the order. I'll be out for a while. I'll be back in an hour. With that said, Qin Yun tapped his foot and whizzed into the sky as a stream of light, disappearing into the dark night. Dongwan, Lu Qingsha, and the other Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples watched from afar. Impressive. The ice and fire devils died just like that. Dongwan could not help but comment. Truly impressive. Master is so kind. He even wants us to compensate these commoners. Lu Qingsha was beginning to idolize her master even more. Later that night, Sovereign Capital was silent. Most areas were pitch black. Qin Yun streaked across the sky at a rapid speed. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A Paramount Realm expert's intent domain spanned 1,000 feet. However, Qin Yun was also a sword immortal that had stepped into the Dao. Furthermore, his Dao was extraordinary. His Dao's domain spanned 10 kilometers. At that moment, he could sense all the living beings in a radius of 10 kilometers with a thought. He could count the number of living auras that were at the Khanate realm. When he killed the goo worm, a white-robed middle-aged man that was controlling the goo worm in a residence about 5 kilometers away vomited blood. He was clearly injured. From that man's appearance, Qin Yun instantly identified him as immortal sage physician Xiao, who was ranked 7th on the Earth roll. Since time immemorial, medicine and poison were just two sides of the same coin. Qin Yun was not surprised at all that the famous immortal sage physician was skilled with goo poison. What a pity! It was not easy to rear that divine intent goo, but it was killed by Meng Yiqiu just like that. Inside the residence, the white-robed Xiao repressed his injuries and shook his head gently. Whatever. For my divine intent goo to kill 2 Earth roll experts, it's worth it. Besides, having had the experience, I am confident that I can rear a second one. Pang! The door was suddenly forced open. Even the bolt that locked the door from the inside shattered. Who is it? Xiao stood up immediately. A young man with a sword hanging by his waist walked in from outside. Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu? Xiao was appalled. Just minutes ago, he had observed through the goo that Meng Yiqiu was more than 5 kilometers away. Shouldn't he be poisoned and dead by Ice Fiend and Fire Fiend's hands? Why is he suddenly here? Even Ice Fiend and Fire Fiend do not know where I'm staying. Elder Meng, why are you suddenly looking for me? It's not very nice to barge into someone's place in the middle of the night, is it? Xiao said with a smile. That goo bug was controlled by you, right? Qin Yun looked at him. What goo bug? Xiao gave a puzzled look. From his point of view, what evidence could anyone provide that he was the one that controlled a goo bug from 5 kilometers away? Elder Meng, it must be someone's deliberate instigation. I, Xiao, have practiced medicine all my life. I do not know of any goo bugs, said Xiao immediately. By the way, might I ask who dared to slander me? Pew! A sword beam flashed. Xiao eyes were filled with horror as a red wound appeared in between his brows. Following that, his body slumped to the ground. Qin Yun sheathed his sword and coldly looked at him. Even at the end, you still tried to deceive me? 3 Earth roll experts were killed. The people from the Wei Kingdom that were hiding in sovereign capital were trembling in fear. Although the Wei Kingdom had experienced growth in recent years, losing 3 Earth roll experts in one go was still a setback to the Wei Kingdom's royalty. The death of immortal sage physician was still considered a secret. However, Qin Yun had killed Ice Fiend and Fire Fiend in front of many people. It was no secret, and in fact it quickly spread throughout sovereign capital. The threat Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu posed was greatly enhanced. Just 3 days later, Peerless Manor's compilation of the Heaven, Earth, and Man roll had changed. It was rather common for the Earth and Man rolls to change, but the Heaven roll rarely did. At Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. Sect Master, this is the latest Heaven roll. A disciple brought the newest Heaven roll tome and rushed to hand it to Zhou Mountain Sword Sect Master, Swatang. The plump Swatang was fishing and in an extremely good mood. Oh. Zwatang received it with a smile. After flipping through it, his eyes could not help but light up. The Heaven roll ranked the world's 3 royal families, the aristocrats, the major sects, the itinerant cultivators, as well as the cultivators from the various islands in the seas. In short, as long as there was any indication, all Khanate Paramount Realm experts would be ranked on it. Even so, the amount of people who actually ranked on the Heaven roll was pathetic. There were only 23 to date. No trace could be found of some of them even after more than a century. However, the Heaven roll would continue listing them as long as they were within their expected lifespans and there was no proof of their deaths. Good, very good. Zwatang stared at the latest Heaven roll with burning eyes. 6th on the Heaven roll, Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu. Meng Yiqiu encountered an assassination attempt by Ice Fiend and Fire Fiend in Sovereign Capital. He later killed Fire Fiend with 1 strike, followed by Ice Fiend, similarly with 1 strike. The 2 brothers were unable to put up any resistance. Immortal sage physician, Xiao also died at Meng Yiqiu's hands that night. Zhuo Tang was extremely excited. Zhuo Tang obviously knew that 3 members on the Earth Roll had been killed. That was because after the trio was killed, Qin Yun brought the heads of the 3 murderers back the next day. He flew all the way back to Zhou Mountain Sword Sect to offer them to his master, Feng Qingsong. However, the ranking still left Zhuo Tang excited. After all, there were only 23 people on the Heaven Roll to date. 6th on the Heaven Roll. Ah, 6th. Zhuo Tang laughed out loudly. It seems my Zhou Mountain Sword Sect will be ushering in a most prosperous era. A ship was flowing down the river, headed for sovereign capital. On the ship, a red-robed Gong Yenner was carrying an infant. She played with him while the newest edition of the Heaven Roll was placed on the table beside her. Baby, good baby. Gong Yenner looked at her child and beamed happily. Your father is so powerful. He's now ranked on the Heaven Roll. No one will dare bully you anymore. Even the Centauria Valley will not dare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275. Chapter 275, Shu Kingdom's Arsenal. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun was leisurely reading under a grapevine in sovereign capital. Due to the yesterday's release of the Heaven Roll, Crown Prince and 8th Prince each sent him an invitation early in the morning. Qin Yun rejected them both. Elder Meng. Elder Meng. Dong Wan ran in. What's the matter now? I just can't get the chance to read in peace. Qin Yun lowered his book in exasperation. Dong Wan was increasingly amazed by Qin Yun. In the few days since they arrived in sovereign capital, Qin Yun's advice had made him a lot happier. His understanding of the Lock Heaven Sword had been greatly enhanced. He naturally began lingering around Qin Yun and showed him greater respect. However, he did not know that Qin Yun had already achieved the paramount realm in the Lock Heaven Sword. Furthermore, he was a sword immortal that had stepped into the Tao. The advice he gave on sword techniques was something no one else from the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect could compare with. Elder Meng, said Dong Wan with a smile. You are now famous throughout the world. There are naturally many people that wish to meet you. I have rejected invitations from Crown Prince, 8th Prince, and important figures from many other sects on your behalf. However, there is someone here now that I cannot reject. Nor do I dare to try. Who is it? Qin Yun was puzzled. His Majesty, King Chu, replied Dong Wan. Oh? Qin Yun's brows pricked up. With his present status, he could also ignore King Chu if he wanted. What does King Chu want? Dong Wan said, Elder Meng, he sent someone to invite you to the palace. How should I reply? Should I reject it? Qin Yun threw the book in his hand onto a table to his side. He stood up and said with a smile. Let's go. Since King Chu has invited me, I'll pay a visit. All right, replied Dong Wan respectfully. Qin Yun quickly went out the door. There were palace eunuchs and guards at the entrance. An old eunuch said respectfully, Elder Meng, His Majesty invites you for a personal visit. As he said this, a young eunuch pulled open the curtains of a carriage. Let's go. Qin Yun boarded the carriage immediately. The old eunuch's face beamed like a blooming flower. An expert on the Heaven Roll was not someone King Chu could meet whenever he wished. He was filled with joy that he was able to successfully invite Elder Meng. Ordinary carriages had to stop outside the palace gates, but this carriage was brought in without obstruction. King Chu had long given the instructions, so none of the palace guards dared to stop it. Elder Meng, here we are. The old eunuch's voice spoke gently, afraid that he would alarm Qin Yun. Only then did Qin Yun pull open the curtains and disembark the carriage. When he looked up, he realized that he was already inside the royal palace. His Majesty is in the Western Garden. The old eunuch pointed to the entrance of a garden. Qin Yun could see vegetation past it. It was rare for there to be that much vegetation in a palace. Okay. Qin Yun sensed something and could not help but smile. He sensed that there was an existence that had stepped into the Tao inside the royal palace. Ranked second on the god roll, god of war, Li Ruji. Qin Yun thought to himself. The person who perennially presides over sovereign capital is this god of war. He is basically the reason why the Chu kingdom is able to rule over nearly half the world. Before Qin Yun came to this world, there was a total of 5 people on the god roll. Those that could enter the god roll were naturally existences that had stepped into the Tao. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Among the 5, 2 of them did not partake in conflicts between mortals. Each of the other 3 supported a country. They backed either the Chu kingdom, Wei kingdom, or the Yin kingdom. Each country had an existence that had stepped into the Tao representing them. Among them, God of War, Li Ruji had once ranked first on the god roll for a long period of time. It made the Chu kingdom extremely powerful. But now, he had fallen to second on the god roll. Among the absolute pillars of the Chu kingdom's royalty, there is one in the god roll and one in the heaven roll, thought Qin Yun. The newest heaven roll had a total of 23 people. A small number of them had their whereabouts unknown for quite an extended period of time. More than half of them were carefree and did not concern themselves with the matters of the throne. After all, at their level, they ruled over an area of their own. The changes of dynasties did not affect them. Less than half of them had ties with one of the 3 royal families. For example, Grand General Xuechong on the heaven roll was an absolute supporter of the Chu kingdom's royal family. He fought in wars everywhere for the Chu kingdom. The other 2 experts on the heaven roll were the Zhou Mountain sword sect's Meng Yiqiu and the Skyward Conservatory, Yu Zige. These 2 had rather close relationships with the Chu kingdom's royal family. The reason why Meng Yiqiu was listed was that the Zhou Mountain sword sect had deep ties with the Chu kingdom. 23 people are on the heaven roll. Apart from the ones that are unlocatable, and those that are overseas, there are only 7 on the heaven roll that are within the Chu kingdom's borders. 4 of them completely ignore the royal family, thought Qin Yun. As for me, be it due to the long-term relationship the Zhou Mountain sword sect has with the Chu kingdom or for the Chu kingdom's arsenal, I have to visit King Chu, but the Chu kingdom had been first among the 3 countries for a long time. With the god of war Li Ruji, second on the god roll, presiding over the country, the arsenal had amassed a large number of manuals over time. It had even more than the Zhou Mountain sword sect, so how could Qin Yun give up such an opportunity? This Li Ruji is only good at a formulation that hones his body. It's how he came to be ranked second. But his Tao would only be considered normal, thought Qin Yun. It would be a little difficult killing Li Ruji, but defeating him would be easy. In the Western Garden, King Chu was lying on a chair watching a lake. He was getting on in years, but when he saw the blue-robed man walk over with a sword hanging by his waist, he still managed to barely stand up with the support of a concubine. Elder Mang, said King Chu with a smile. Elder Mang, I'm truly envious seeing how young you look. Greetings, Your Majesty, greeted Qin Yun. Elder Mang, please have a seat, said King Chu immediately. Only then did Qin Yun sit. King Chu said with a smile, when I learned that Elder Mang was ranked on the heaven roll, and 6th at that, I was delighted. Now, my health is ailing and I won't waste either of our time. The Wei Kingdom's eagerness for action probably indicates that a war will soon begin. That worries me. At such a critical point, the appearance of Elder Meng has calmed me slightly. Qin Yun understood why King Chu was worried. It was because the person ranked first on the god roll was the one in the Wei Kingdom. Your Majesty, the reason you invited me today, Qin Yun looked at King Chu. The Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's foundation is ultimately a little weak. King Chu chuckled. Elder Meng, you are young and you probably need all sorts of natural treasures or even more powerful cultivation formulations. Therefore, Elder Meng, I will allow you to choose any 3 of my Chu Kingdom's top formulations. Qin Yun said with a smile, Your Majesty, cultivation naturally requires one to read a lot to broaden one's horizons. Therefore, I would like to read more of the manuals in the arsenal. Read more? King Chu's expression changed slightly. Might I know how many you would like to read? The more powerful a manual, the more it incurred the envy of the heavens. There was a limit to the number of times one could read it. After the threshold was reached, the manual would be destroyed. Since it's meant to broaden one's horizons, I naturally mean everything, said Qin Yun. King Chu knitted his brows. Everything? That was quite an audacious request. Even the concubine beside King Chu was secretly alarmed. What's the meaning of this? Is this Meng Yiqiu trying to threaten me? Thought King Chu. That's right, with his strength, the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect probably doesn't wish to fight for my Chu Kingdom. I've truly reared a bunch of ingrates. When they were weak, they relied on my Chu Kingdom. Now that they are powerful, they begin to turn disobedient. Even giving him a simple gift comes with conditions. He actually wants to read all the manuals. Reading all the manuals in the arsenal was such a demanding request that even King Chu did not have the right to approve it. Shenger, agree to him, an old voice sounded in King Chu's ears. King Chu's expression changed as he smiled at Qin Yun. Elder Meng, your request sure isn't run-of-the-mill. Even I can only read through a few manuals in the Chu Kingdom's arsenal. However, the Patriarch has already agreed to your request. You can read any manual in the arsenal as you wish. However, my Chu Kingdom's royal family has a request. Qin Yun's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, Please speak, Your Majesty. Elder Meng, you have to ensure the safety of my Chu Kingdom's royalty while you remain alive, said King Chu. Should you enter the god role, all you have to do is help out a total of 3 times when the reigning king requests it, if the kingdom is ever in trouble. Qin Yun was just too young. He ranked 6th on the heaven roll at age 38. There was indeed a high chance of him entering the god role. I'll agree to that. Qin Yun nodded. Can I teach the things I learned from the manuals in the arsenal? King Chu's face twitched, but he said, Elder Meng, if you were to teach any of the manuals you find in the arsenal, you have to leave a copy of that manual behind. A powerful manual would incur the envy of the heavens. Making a copy was very difficult. One needed to fully understand it. Furthermore, the material requirements of the manual were very high. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Your Majesty, do you still have anything else you need of me? If there's nothing, I shall bid you farewell. I won't hold you back. King Chu laughed. The concubine beside King Chu sighed wistfully. Even the powerful King Chu had to humor a heaven roll expert. Qin Yun was in no rush to read through the manuals in the Chu Kingdom's arsenal. He was still busy studying the manuals from the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect and the Duan family's White Jade Repository. The reason why King Chu agreed to his request was that the god of war, Li Ruji, had agreed. No matter who inherited the throne, they would not dare to back out on the agreement. Cloud water formulation? This is a manual that leads straight to the paramount realm. It's slightly weaker than the Frost Sword chart and the Lock Heaven Sword. However, what it contains is rather interesting. Qin Yun pondered as he read a manual in White Jade Repository. He practiced the sword technique with his finger, forming sword chi that soared around him like it was a dream. Master! Master! Lu Qingsha shouted from afar. Qin Yun came to a halt. What's the matter? Asked Qin Yun. Lu Qingsha ran over with a somewhat odd expression. She looked at Qin Yun before saying, Centauria Valley's Fairy Gong wishes to seek an audience with you. Centauria Valley? Fairy Gong? Qin Yun frowned. Humph, to think she has the nerve to come. Let her in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276. Chapter 276, Gong Yener. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Gong Yener had always treated Meng Yiqiu as a pawn. She eventually led him to the ruin of his promising future via poison. In fact, Meng Yiqiu was actually dead. His body only lived because Qin Yun had replaced him after his descent. I thought Gong Yener was quite famous. She shouldn't be shameless enough to come again. From the looks of it, I have overestimated her and Centauria Valley. Qin Yun shook his head. Lu Qingsha took Qin Yun's order and went out to see it done. Dongwan was standing inside a pavilion. Junior sister, what did Elder Meng say? Dongwan asked immediately when he saw Lu Qingsha coming over. Master seemed a little upset, but he will still allow her to enter, said Lu Qingsha. This Gong Yener caused Elder Meng to be poisoned and even implicated Grandmaster Feng. Dongwan's eyes were burning with anger. He detested Gong Yener. In fact, most of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's upper echelons did not like Gong Yener. Lu Qingsha shook her head gently. It's Master's personal affairs. It's not our place to say anything. Besides, Master was infatuated with Fairy Gong for a long time. They are bound to have some old feelings for each other. I think Elder Meng has changed a lot from his previous self. It can even be called a complete renewal. I believe he will not fall for this Gong Yener's honey trap again. Dongwan nodded. He was now an ardent supporter of Meng Yiqiu. I'll talk to you later. I need to pass on the message, said Lu Qingsha. Lu Qingsha quickly came to the main entrance of the manor. Gong Yener was standing at the door with a baby. Behind her was a group of female disciples from the Centauria Valley. Many of them were beautiful, with two rather old women. Lu Qingsha walked out and swept her gaze over them. She said indifferently, "My master said that only Fairy Gong is to enter. As for the rest of you from Centauria Valley, stay here and wait. The Valley Lady has ordered us to protect disciple niece Gong," said a middle-aged woman. I repeat, Master said that only Fairy Gong is to enter. Lu Qingsha said coldly. The Zhou Mountain Sword Sect in Centauria Valley did not have a good relationship. The Centauria Valley disciples looked at one another unwillingly, but they did not dare act recklessly. The current Meng Yiqiu was enough to make the entire Centauria Valley tremble in fear. Elder Chu, all of you can wait here. Gong Yener smiled as she carried her child in. Why is she carrying a child? Lu Qingsha was puzzled, but it was not her place to ask. After passing through the manor's interior, Gong Yener arrived in a back garden. She noticed the reading Qin Yun sitting far away at a glance. For no apparent reason, Gong Yener's heart tightened. Yiqiu. Gong Yener looked at the familiar but also alien figure. He was familiar because they had been in love for a rather long period of time. They had also shared many physical, intimate nights. It was alien, because the Meng Yiqiu in front of her was too different from the Meng Yiqiu of her memories. Back then, Meng Yiqiu was a prideful man. He fought everywhere with his frost sword. He had a sharp pride that exuded from his very bones. But the present Meng Yiqiu was a little thinner and he no longer had that keen air to him. It was as though he was only an ordinary scholar. He was poisoned to the point of being crippled. No one expected that he would revitalize himself and soar into the sky, thought Gong Yener. Her relationship with Meng Yiqiu back then was one of exploitation. It made it so that she owed him, but her heart was also stirring. Her concern that Meng Yiqiu was too thin now baffled her. All sorts of complex emotions were entwining with one another. Most of all there was respect. She even had a sliver of extravagant hope that she could rely on Meng Yiqiu, never to be under Centauria Valley's control ever again. Then, she would be able to bring up her child without worry. How good would those days be? He had feelings for me once, after all. Besides, we have a child together now. Gong Yener immediately walked towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked up and took a glance at Lu Qingsha, who stood behind Gong Yener. He gently waved his hand. Lu Qingsha respectfully bowed and took her leave. Only Qin Yun and Gong Yener, as well as the child in her arms, were left in the back garden. This child? Qin Yun was somewhat puzzled. For some baffling reason, his attention was drawn to the child. Xiao. The red-dressed Gong Yener smiled and looked at Qin Yun as she carried the child. Long time no see. I never expected you to have the shame to come see me again, said Qin Yun. Back when I was poisoned, you abandoned me instantly when I outlived my usefulness. You never came to see me after that. Now, here you are. Gong Yener was alarmed as she said immediately, it wasn't of my own volition. My Centauria Valley sends all of us disciples wherever they please. We enter the palaces, aristocratic clans, or follow powerful cultivators. As for me, I was ordered by the Centauria Valley lady to seduce and use you. So you didn't like me and were only sent to seduce me. Qin Yun said with a smile. Yes. Gong Yener nodded. When you were poisoned, you were of no use. Centauria Valley immediately ordered me to leave you. I had no choice in the matter. In fact, I was long sick of living my days like that. If I weren't forced to do it, then having men go head over heels for me is quite interesting. But I have to listen to the orders from the sect. I had to seduce whoever the sect wanted to be seduced. I had enough of it. I was sick and tired of it. Although Centauria Valley forbids us from having children, I hid away and gave birth to this child. And it's this child in your bosom? Asked Qin Yun. Yes. Gong Yener nodded. It's your child. My child? Qin Yun was taken aback. This. Qin Yun's mind was filled with thoughts and all of them turned into a mess instantaneously. My child with you? Qin Yun could not help but ask. Yes. Gong Yener nodded. You were poisoned. Just 2 days after I left you, I learned I was pregnant. There's no need to doubt it. This is your child. Qin Yun felt his head ache. Let me take a look, said Qin Yun. Gong Yener looked at the child in her bosom and smiled. She held up her hand and gently prodded the child. Baby, don't sleep. Quick, look at Daddy. After waking the child up, she handed it over to Qin Yun. Qin Yun took it with both hands and held it close. The closer he was to the child, the stronger the resonating blood bond was. At that moment, the child was waking from its stupor. It opened its eyes in a daze as it stared at Qin Yun with its large eyes. Wah! Following that it burst into tears. Wah! 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 The baby wailed as it flailed its tiny arms. It clearly did not recognize Qin Yun. Hush, hush, hush. Don't cry. Qin Yun quickly soothed the baby. His voice seemed to possess a magical power that made the child slowly stop crying. Instead, it began to look at Qin Yun curiously. Only then did Qin Yun heave a sigh of relief. Based on the resonance of our blood, there is a high chance that this child belongs to this body, thought Qin Yun. Whoosh! There was a sudden wind. Gong Yener felt Qin Yun's surroundings turn into a blur. The wind howled but she could not see anything clearly. Freeze! Qin Yun extended his finger. With a thought, he used his intent domain to obtain a tiny portion of spiritual energy to cast a Dao domain. His fingertip suffused a runic pattern as he gently touched the baby's face. Immediately, the resonance intensified by more than 100 times. Little guy. Qin Yun smiled as he looked at the child's exposed privates. I'm your daddy from now on. Qin Yun loved children. He and Xiao had been childless for years. After all, they had powerful bloodlines. One of them was at the purplish gold golden core realm and the other was a descendant of the dragon race. Gong Yen'er watched Qin Yun tease the infant and could help but feel relieved. She was afraid that the father of her child would not like the child. Gong Yen'er. With baby in arms, Qin Yun said, "Why come here now? Do you think I will spare you because we have a child together? I nearly died from being poisoned because of you. I could let that matter rest, but more importantly, it resulted in the death of my master. With my master dead, how can I spare you?" Gong Yen'er's face turned pale. She had the extravagant hope that Meng Yiqiu still had feelings for her and that he would let her stay with him on account of the child. She really wanted to bring the child up by his side. She was also willing to stay and rely on him. "All right then." Gong Yen'er's eyes welled with tears. "Kill me if you want to. All I wish is that you take good care of our child. Also, I wish that you would protect my mother and family who are still at the mercy of Centauria Valley. It has always used my family to threaten me. With your present strength, you can easily protect them." "All right." Qin Yun nodded. "I will do as you say. Gong Yen'er, I do want to keep you by my side, but my master died because of you. And if not for my sudden breakthrough, the entire Zhou Mountain sword sect would have perished at the hands of the Bloodsaber Palace. How can I spare you? Master treated me like a son. So, there is only death left for you." With that said, Qin Yun extended his arm and the frost sword unsheathed itself and flew into his hand. "Meng Yiqiu, you are indeed different." Gong Yen'er smiled. "Back then you were too foolish, but you are a lot more decisive now. I have had enough of this life anyway. I do owe you a lot. I have nothing to say if I were to die by your hand. I cannot keep you around," Qin Yun said as he thrust Frost Sword. Gong Yen'er watched as Frost Sword came thrusting at her. It wasn't fast, but she didn't dodge. All she hoped for was that Qin Yun would stop his sword. But he didn't. The sword came thrusting over. Although it wasn't fast, it still stabbed into Gong Yen'er's left chest, straight into her heart. Gong Yen'er gave him a tragic smile. She looked at the man in front of her and smiled. "Remember, take good care of our child." "Don't worry," said Qin Yun. "How cold." Gong Yen'er felt her entire body turn ice cold. "Is this the feeling of death?" Following that, her consciousness plummeted into darkness as she slumped to the ground. When Qin Yun's frost sword stabbed into Gong Yen'er's heart, the sharp blade produced a frost that permeated her heart at the moment of contact. It also froze Gong Yen'er's body. She really didn't dodge. Qin Yun was surprised. With a flick of his finger, a pill he had already prepared flew out and entered Gong Yen'er's mouth. The envelopment of the Dao domain permeated every inch of Gong Yen'er's body. The pill's medicinal essence quickly activated. Gong Yen'er's heart had been stabbed, but it froze the moment that it happened. In fact, her heart was not seriously damaged at all. With the medicinal essence's help, it was rapidly healing. The pill was obtained from immortal sage physician Xiao Chun. His medical skills were among the best in the world. Although the heart was a vital organ that would lead to death if it was crushed, all that was left on it was a tiny puncture. With Qin Yun's abilities as a sword immortal that had stepped into the Dao and the pill, he naturally controlled his strike perfectly. Gong Yen'er, who was lying on the ground, gradually awakened. She was still in a daze as she looked at Qin Yun, who was carrying the child with one arm. Gong Yen'er was still very confused. "Aren't you going to get up now?" asked Qin Yun. Gong Yen'er stood up and touched her chest. There was some cloth torn from her chest, but the wound had already healed. "You still showed concern for the child even while facing death." Qin Yun nodded. "It's best you take care of it yourself in the future." With that said, he handed the infant back to her. Gong Yenner received the child in a daze. You aren't killing me. But I implicated your master. Enough. Qin Yun frowned. In fact, Qin Yun had already worked out the scheme. Feng Qingsan's death was a result of the Wei Kingdom. It has long set its sights on the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. First, it had Feng Qingsan killed, then it sent the Blood Saber Palace to deal with the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. It also sent Ice Fiend and Fire Fiend to kill me. Even without Gong Yenner, the Wei Kingdom would have taken action either way. I do not feel at ease letting someone else take care of the child. Ignoring everything else about Gong Yenner, her feelings for the child are genuine, thought Qin Yun. Gong Yenner hugged the child, feeling happy and excited. Leave Centauria Valley and settle down here. Take good care of the child and teach it, said Qin Yun. After all, the child was his son in this world. Over the next 50 years, Qin Yun would also take good care of it. As for your parents and family, there's no need to worry. I'll arrange everything for you. Okay. Gong Yenner continued hugging her child and nodded immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277. Chapter 277, Snowstorm during the 12th moon. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Soon, all the Zhou Mountain Sword sect disciples in the manor learned that Elder Meng actually had a son. I never expected Gong Yenner to have this up her sleeve. Truly impressive. Elder Meng's only child had to be protected and well taken care of. Dong Wan and Lu Qingsha had no choice but to obediently arrange for a residence for Gong Yenner and the child. They followed Qin Yun's instructions and demarcated a small area in the manor to be set aside for mother and son. That evening, Qin Yun sat inside a pavilion reading while Gong Yenner sat to the side with the child in her bosom. Master, Elder Chu from Centauria Valley is here, Lu Qingsha said politely. A middle-aged woman walked in. She was the only Khanate elder in the Centauria Valley entourage that came with Gong Yenner. Greetings, in-law, I'm Chuing from Centauria Valley. Elder Chu might have been old, but she had an elegant figure. The years had not weathered away her charm. Upon hearing how she addressed Qin Yun, Lu Qingsha frowned slightly as she glanced at Elder Chu. I am not an in-law of your Centauria Valley. Don't address me as you please, said Qin Yun nonchalantly as he read his book. Yes, young Master Meng. Elder Chu was extremely humble. Bring Gong Yenner's family to Sovereign Capital in half a month's time. Qin Yun swept his gaze across Elder Chu. It's about time disciple niece Gong has a reunion with her family. That's a trivial matter. They will be here before half a month is up, said Elder Chu with a smile. Gong Yenner heaved a sigh of relief when she saw how it played out. The sect would frequently use her parents and family to threaten her. Now, just a word from Meng Yiqiu was enough to make Centauria Valley give them up immediately. Also, from this moment forth, Gong Yenner is no longer a disciple of Centauria Valley, said Qin Yun. Disciple niece Gong, you wish to leave the sect? Elder Chu was somewhat surprised. Yes. Gong Yenner nodded. She had had enough. Since disciple niece Gong wishes to leave the sect, so be it. Elder Chu shook her head. When I left to come here, Valley Lady ordered that everything young Master Meng says shall be abided. Qin Yun was somewhat surprised. Centauria Valley had not even tried to negotiate. They agreed to whatever he wanted. He saw them in a different light. Young Master Meng, said Elder Chu with a smile. Regardless, disciple niece Gong grew up in Centauria Valley. Centauria Valley is her family. Now that she's in Sovereign Capital, she has no one familiar to her that can tend to her needs. We came to Sovereign Capital with a group of Centauria Valley disciples. Shall I leave them here to take care of her? Qin Yun looked at Gong Yenner. There's no need for everyone to stay, said Gong Yenner. Just have the Chun Tao trio stay here with me. Qin Yun knew of them. The three maidservants had served Gong Yener for a long time. They grew up together and had a close relationship. All right then. Elder Chu did not persist. She smiled at Qin Yun. Elder Mang, to be honest, my Centauria Valley has always thought highly of you. We felt that you were extremely talented and had a limitless future. It was the reason why we sent the best member of my Centauria Valley's younger generation, Fairy Crabapple, to be with you. We had even decided for the both of you to spend the rest of your lives together. But we never expected you to be inflicted with a lethal poison. You should know that it was not something my Centauria Valley wanted either. To the Centauria Valley, it was in our interests that you stayed strong. Qin Yun found such an explanation acceptable. Indeed, Centauria Valley liked to marry their excellent disciples to powerful experts. Meng Yiqiu had been shaping up to be a pawn for them back then. Since Centauria Valley invested so much into him, of course they would not want him dead. It was best if Meng Yiqiu ended up being strong. Centauria Valley had given Gong Yener's virginity to him, after all. It was quite a sizable price to pay. You may leave, said Qin Yun. Elder Meng, you do know that my Centauria Valley is everywhere in the world. If there is any help you require from Centauria Valley, feel free to ask. Elder Chu smiled before taking her leave. He watched as Elder Chu departed. Qin Yun put down the book in his hand and said with a smile, "It's no wonder so many cultivation experts revel in their comforts despite knowing that they are being used. The Centauria Valley truly has impressive means, that the stronger a person is, the better they will treat that person," explained Gong Yener. "That Lord Green Tiger is like a king to my Centauria Valley. Many beauties serve him and abide by his every wish." Qin Yun nodded. Lord Green Tiger was an itinerant cultivator overseas, ranked 17th on the heaven roll. Yet, he fell for the comforts of Centauria Valley and took up permanent residence there. In the Centauria Valley's eyes, said Gong Yener, they do not need to impose any conditions with your present strength. All they want is to let the world know that you have a close relationship with Centauria Valley. They earn many benefits just by draping your tiger skin. Furthermore, they will keep helping you and not ask for anything in return. However, after a certain amount of giving, you would owe them. You would then naturally stand on their side. Qin Yun nodded. There were many sects that looked down on Centauria Valley, but it had managed to last 8 centuries, a period longer than most dynasties. Time flew by. His senior brother, Sect Master Zhuo Tang, and his sister, Meng Yuxian, were very happy. After all, Meng Yiqiu had a son. They were only unhappy that the child's mother was Gong Yener. But for the child's sake, they could only bear with it. More than 10 days later, Gong Yener's family arrived. "Yener, why did you leave Centauria Valley?" "Valley Lady told me that she planned on making you an elder in Centauria Valley. Furthermore, your status would be phenomenal. Even Valley Lady would not order you around." Gong Yener's mother said immediately, "Even I have been promoted to being general manager of Centauria Valley's East Yard. Those that domineered over me the past year are now fawning over me. Even elders have to treat me well." Gong Yener's mother was rather pleased and smug. She had been considered an inferior all her life, but now she enjoyed a high status. She naturally felt good while basking in the limelight. "Besides, I'm not familiar with sovereign capital. I'm already accustomed to Centauria Valley. Don't try to persuade me." "I still want to return," said her mother. "General manager of the East Yard? Valley Lady sure is willing to give a lot to keep me." Gong Yener was exasperated. "Yener, your younger brother and I will stay here," said her father. Gong Yener smiled. Yener persuaded her mother. "Even your sister and cousins have had their positions uplifted. Regardless, all of us will be relying on you. It's best you do not leave the sect. Wouldn't it be nice to be an elder? It's not like you'll need to do anything if you return. Mom, I won't try to make you stay here if you don't want to. You shouldn't try to make me go either. Gong Yenner shook her head. Sigh. Her mother shook her head before saying, by the way, you must please in-law well. We were liberated and your sister and cousin can enjoy their new status all thanks to him. If he doesn't want you, Centauria Valley will lose decorum with us immediately. I've been in Centauria Valley all my life. I know this very well. Gong Yenner nodded. She also knew that well. However, Gong Yenner could sense that Meng Yiqiu no longer had the feelings he had for her in the past. In fact, if you were to stay in Centauria Valley, with in-law as your backer, you might have a chance of becoming Valley Lady yourself, said her mother immediately. Enough. Gong Yenner stood up. I'm tired. I'll go back and take a rest. Her mother gave an obsequious smile. All right, go and have your rest. It was true that Qin Yun did not have any feelings for Gong Yenner. After all, he was not Meng Yiqiu. However, Qin Yun showed a lot of concern for the child. Due to the karma of the body, he had to take good care of him. Besides, he liked children to begin with. Finally, he was destined to be the child's father for 50 years. Days passed one after another. Qin Yun would frequently head to the arsenal in the Chu Kingdom's imperial palace to browse through manuals. He spent 3 months there before he finished reading all of them. He memorized them and following that, he returned to his residence and leisurely began research for his sword Dao. While researching, he would occasionally visit his younger sister and accompany his son, Meng Huan. It's snowing. It's snowing. It was winter in the 12th month of the year. Snow fluttered in the sky and there was a thick layer of snow accumulating early in the morning. Meng Yuxian also came to visit with her daughter. The young girl happily ran in the snow and shouted, "It's snowing! It's snowing!" Meng Huan, who could now walk, also laughed as he ran after his cousin. Gong Yenner carefully followed behind her son to make sure he didn't fall or run into something. This snow sure is heavy. Qin Yun sat inside a pavilion, drinking warm tea and eating pastries. Brother. Meng Yuxian came over and sat down. She whispered, "Have you heard the news?" "What news?" Qin Yun asked. "According to Qifeng, His Majesty's health is dire," said Meng Yuxian immediately. "He can't even eat or drink anymore. Even ordinary people would not be able to survive for long if they do not eat or drink. His Majesty probably has few days left. Now, sovereign capital is secretly in chaos. The Duan family has many people coming in and out every day. I'm flustered just watching it." "Oh?" Qin Yun nodded and said with a smile, "The Duan family supports Crown Prince. It's a critical moment now. They would naturally be on edge. The battle for the throne was a huge matter for the Chu Kingdom. The Yan and Wei kingdoms were also secretly inciting chaos. However, all of that was trivial to Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278. Chapter 278, One Strike. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. "Brother," said Meng Yuxian anxiously. "I'm a little scared. The last time the Chu Kingdom throne changed hands, it was chaos. Even Qigua Manor was razed to the ground. Large family clans were experienced and knew that power and wealth could be erased very easily. What's there to be afraid of? No one will dare touch you," said Qin Yun. Following that, he took out a protective charm and handed it to his sister. "Carry this protective charm with you. If you ever encounter danger, just tear it and I'll come to your side." Meng Yuxian was immediately delighted when she heard that. She quickly took the charm and kept it close to her body. "All you need to care about is taking it easy. In a few days, the new king of the Chu kingdom will be decided and everything will return to normal, consoled Qin Yun. Okay. Meng Yuxian nodded. After obtaining the protective charm and her brother's assurance, she did feel a lot more relieved. The snowstorm continued. The 5-year-old girl Tonger and the 1-year-old boy Meng Huan, who had just learned to walk, were playing in the snow. The maidservants and Gong Yenner watched over them. Qin Yun smiled as he took it all in. The mood in sovereign capital clearly became more anxious. The number of constables that patrolled the city also increased. Even the brothels and restaurants suffered a loss in business. The nobles in sovereign capital also became more careful, acting as though they were treading on thin ice. In a blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. It was the 26th night of the last month of the year. Not far away from where Qin Yun stayed was a new outpost of Centauria Valley. King Chu has passed away. Quickly spread the news, instructed Elder Chuing. Yes. The 3 female disciples were astonished, but they responded respectfully. Elder Chuing stood up and went out. She headed for the nearby manor where Qin Yun stayed. Elder Chu. The Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples responsible for manning the entrance stopped her. They knew she was a Khanate expert, so they were very polite. I want to meet young Master Meng. Something major has happened, said Elder Chuing immediately. All right. The 2 disciples were somewhat perplexed, but they quickly reported the matter. Soon. Qin Yun woke up and met Elder Chuing in a side hall. Elder Chu, might I know why you are here so late into the night? Qin Yun looked at her. Young Master Meng, said Elder Chuing. My Centauria Valley has just received news that King Chu has passed away. Oh? Qin Yun nodded slightly. Centauria Valley sure is at the forefront of the news. Even my Zhou Mountain Sword Sect does not know anything about it. Elder Chuing smiled and said, My Centauria Valley is only slightly better when it comes to gathering news. King Chu's passing is an important matter, so I came to inform you first. I still have other matters to attend to. I won't disturb you any further. All right, go on. Qin Yun smiled as he nodded. He imagined that all the forces of Centauria Valley and Sovereign Capital were in for a sleepless night. Elder Chuing quickly departed. Qin Yun continued drinking tea in the side hall. At the same time, he released his Dao domain. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius was covered by his perception. The Quelling Duke's Duan family was about 7 kilometers away from him, so it was naturally within his range. Elder Dongwan and Lu Qingsha greeted. Both of them were also informed that Elder Chuing had visited late in the night. Centauria Valley came to inform me that King Chu has passed away, said Qin Yun. What? Dongwan and Lu Qingsha were alarmed. All right, both of you just need to peacefully guard this area. There's no need to bother with external affairs, instructed Qin Yun. Go and awaken the other disciples. Guard the area well. Sovereign capital might be quite chaotic tonight. Yes. Dongwan and Lu Qingsha respectfully acknowledged the order before taking their leave. Qin Yun continued using his Dao domain to probe. If one probed with one's psyche, powerful experts could sense it. As for a Dao domain, it was relatively difficult to detect unless the other person's Dao was on par with Qin Yun's. In all of Sovereign Capital, only Li Ruji, second on the god roll, might fit that description, and he was in the Imperial Palace. Although he had an extremely strong body, his Dao was inferior to Qin Yun's. Furthermore, the Imperial Palace was more than 10 kilometers from where Qin Yun was. Interesting. 2 heaven roll experts are together? Qin Yun discovered such a scene. Events within 10 kilometers that could catch Qin Yun's attention were at the Khanate realm at the very least. The area surrounding Quelling Duke Manor was where the nobles lived. 8th Prince and his master, Mr. Zhou, lived there as well. Mr. Zhou's name was Zhou Fu, and he was an itinerant cultivator. 8th Prince managed to acquaint himself with Mr. Zhou by fortuitous luck and became his disciple. Later on, Mr. Zhou revealed his true strength. Only then did people learn of him. He was an expert on the heaven roll, ranked 16th. In a study in Mr. Zhou's residence. Elder Zhou, should we take the opportunity to deal with Meng Yiqiu tonight? If we want to wipe out the Zhou Mountain Sword sect, we need to get rid of Meng Yiqiu first. 2 men stood respectfully beside Mr. Zhou. Ice Fiend, Fire Fiend and Sect Master Xiao died at his hand. It's very difficult to kill him. We can leverage the situation and cause civil strife in the Chu kingdom. Even if Meng Yiqiu isn't killed, it will cause animosity between him and the Chu royal family. Meng Yiqiu is ranked on the heaven roll. Even I am not confident I could take him down. Mr. Zhou's beard and hair were white. He gently shook his head. Don't complicate things. We must ensure that 8th Prince ascends to the throne tonight. As for Meng Yiqiu, let's wait until the future to wipe them all out at once. Yes, said the 2 respectfully. Go. Mr. Zhou waved his hand. Act exactly according to plan. The duo immediately and silently departed through a secret passage. Mr. Zhou walked out of the study and, with a tap of his foot, noiselessly left the manor. The streets were quiet and since it was late into the night, there was no one out. The only sources of light were the lanterns hung on the aristocrats' manors. Oh! Mr. Zhou suddenly stopped. In the middle of the streets up ahead was a stocky elder wielding a spear. He stood there like a volcano that was about to erupt. He exuded a horrifying sense of intimidation. Grand General Shui. Mr. Zhou was alarmed as he cupped his hands slightly. Why are you here so late into the night? Shui Chong was presently 9th on the heaven roll. He was also the only heaven roll expert that was absolutely loyal to the Chu royal family. As for Meng Yiqiu and Yu Zhaiji, it wasn't easy for the Chu royal family to get them to do their bidding. Shui Chang's eyes were filled with bloodlust. Old fool Taishu, why the deception? Do you think that no one can identify you after you changed your appearance? Mr. Zhou's expression changed before he chuckled. His voice became a lot more piercing. I have been trying my best to avoid you. All I did was meet you once in Sovereign Capital, but I never expected you to recognize me. It's been 130 years. During this period, my strength has also improved greatly. I have changed my cultivation formulations too. My aura is different from what it was and I even changed my appearance. Yet, you still managed to recognize me. Taishu Qin. You are from the Wei Kingdom but you actually fooled the world and became His Highness the 8th Prince's master. Shui Chong sneered. You can fool others but you can't fool me. Cut the crap. Mr. Zhou's figure instantly turned spectral, like he was a hawk that was swooping down on its prey. Kill. Shui Chong stirred tumultuous blood waves with his spear. He charged forward bravely like he was on the battlefield. This battle was extremely intense and terrifying. The aftershocks collapsed several manor walls. However, the aristocrats living in the area continued hiding. No one dared to go outside and watch. Both parties exchanged more than 10 strikes before Mr. Zhou fled. Whoosh! Whoosh! In terms of speed, Mr. Zhou clearly held the advantage. He darted around rapidly in the dark streets of Sovereign Capital until soon, he shook off Shui Chong. Cough! Grand General Shui Chong stood in his spot with a spear in hand. He held his chest and coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes suffused coldness. I was only 50 to 60% confident about his true identity. But I have confirmed it after our clash. This Taishu Chen is a Wei Kingdom expert, but he took on another identity and even infiltrated my Chu Kingdom. Now with his identity exposed, there is no way he can continue staying by the 8th Prince's side. However, that old fool sure is strong. Years ago, I was just slightly weaker than him. Now, I'm still slightly weaker than him. Xuechong shook his head. His true strength is probably within the top 5 of the heaven roll. Mr. Zhou escaped rapidly to a spot more than 5 kilometers away. Humph. If I was given enough time, I would definitely have taken that Xuechang's life, thought Mr. Zhou. However, if I stayed any longer, that Li Ruji could very likely have appeared. God of War Li Ruji, second on the god roll, an existence that had stepped into the Tao. Mr. Zhou had only a 10 to 20% chance of escaping if he encountered Li Ruji. Oh? Mr. Zhou's expression changed suddenly. There was a young man sitting on a boulder beside a river up ahead. He was drinking from an alcohol calabash. Taishu Chen. I've been waiting for you for such a long time. Qin Yun put down his alcohol calabash and smiled. Mr. Zhou had a hideous expression. Meng Yiqiu. There were few in sovereign capital that left him worried. He had encountered Grand General Xuechong just moments before, and now there was Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu right in front of him. Do you have what it takes to face me? Mr. Zhou carefully surveyed his surroundings. Could Li Ruji already be here? Don't worry. There's no one else here, said Qin Yun. Mr. Zhou was slightly taken aback. No one else? Meng Yiqiu planned to deal with him alone. Taishu Chen, you must be the Wei Kingdom leader in sovereign capital, aren't you? Were you the one that sent Ice Fiend, Fire Fiend, and immortal sage physician Xiao Chun to attack me? Asked Qin Yun. Was it you who arranged to have my master killed? The assassination was indeed approved by me. Why? Are you trying to seek revenge? Mr. Zhou sneered. Meng Yiqiu. You are too young. If you had several more decades, I might be a little more afraid of you. As for now? He. Qin Yun stood up. Swing. He drew Frost's sword out swiftly. Yes, revenge. Qin Yun nodded. Ha, I won't entertain you. Mr. Zhou instantly flew away like a hawk that spanned its wings. So? Qin Yun moved as well, and his speed was much faster than Mr. Zhou's. What? Mr. Zhou was alarmed. A sword beam flashed. Qin Yun dropped down and sheathed Frost Sword. The escaping Mr. Zhou plummeted from midair and plopped to the ground. He was no longer breathing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 279. Chapter 279, Ascension to the Throne. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun walked up to Mr. Zhou's corpse. Even in death, his eyes were filled with horror. Clearly, he found it unbelievable that he could not survive a single strike from Meng Yiqiu despite being ranked 5th on the heaven roll. Taishu Chen, despite being a well-known heaven roll expert, you actually changed your entire name. You even became the 8th prince's master. From the looks of it, the Wei Kingdom is burning with ambition. Now that I think about it, the person ranked 1st on the god roll is now in the Wei Kingdom. He is also the strongest person in this world, so how could he not be an ambitious person? Qin Yun looked at the corpse in front of him. Through his Dao domain, he could see all the precious treasures on Taishu Chen's corpse clearly. Following that, he thought a simple command. Whoosh! Taishu Chen's corpse was reduced to powder before scattering into the world. Only a glove as thin as the wings of a cicada and some currency bills were left behind. To Qin Yun, these treasures didn't matter as he could only have them for 50 years anyway. However, he needed to consider his younger sister, Meng Yuxiang, the 1-year-old Meng Huan, and the Zhou Mountain Sword sect as well. Time to leave. With the spoils of war put away, Qin Yun streaked across the sky. He flashed through the night sky, returning to his residence. Only bits of blood were left on the quiet and isolated street. The battle was completely silent. No one knew that Mr. Zhou, or Taishuchen, was already dead. That night, sovereign capital was destined to remain sleepless. Candles were lit. Although Qin Yun was reading leisurely in his study, his Dao domain covered 10 kilometers of his surroundings, including the Duan family. Although I could not be bothered to entertain that crown prince, killing Taishuchen was actually helping him in a manner. Qin Yun chuckled. He could not be bothered to think on it further as he read carefreely. To him, it did not matter who inherited the throne. On the 27th day of the last month of the year, the sky slowly lit up. In a hall in Quelling Duke Manor, Duan Xiu was sitting there feeling uneasy. The matriarch, who sat beside him, was also uneasy. The news that they had been receiving was extremely unfavorable towards them. So, the door to the hall remained open as a figure flew in from outside. The moment he entered, he bowed respectfully. "So how is it?" Duan Xiu immediately stood up and asked anxiously. The gray-robed man replied respectfully, "Lord, Matriarch. I just received news from the palace that before His Majesty passed away, he designated that the 8th prince would inherit the throne in a testament." The color in Duan Xiu's face drained as he slumped down. He sat there in a daze, his eyes turbid with despair. "We're doomed. We're doomed." Duan Xiu was trembling. 8th prince? Matriarch's expression was contorted, but she still managed to wave her hand. The gray-robed man bowed respectfully before making his retreat. "Li Cheng had a grudge with me because of Yuan years ago." Duan Xiu's voice trembled. "Back then, I was high-spirited and thought nothing of a prince that had no hopes of inheriting the throne. I never expected him to become stronger and garner so much support. I obviously stood on the crown prince's side since he was heir apparent, and had numerous advantages. He had the highest chance of inheriting the throne. Who knew? Who knew? Don't panic." Matriarch bellowed with a frown. "Grandmother." Duan Xiu looked at Matriarch and knelt down. "It's me. It's because of me. It's all my fault that our family has fallen into this predicament. I helped the crown prince at all costs. That Li Cheng definitely hates me even more now. Now that he has inherited the throne, he will definitely not spare our Duan family." The matriarch also knew that the Duan family was truly in trouble. Since ancient times, the contest for the throne was most heartless and cold, but even if there was no earlier grudge, just the Duan family's full support of the crown prince was sufficient reason for 8th Prince Li Cheng to punish them mercilessly once he took the throne. "I'll go seek out Meng Yiqiu now." Matriarch stood up. "Meng Yiqiu." Duan Xiu's face was pale as he nodded and said, "At this point, Meng Yiqiu is the only one that can save my Duan family. However, the grudge between me and Li Cheng is too great. If the king truly wants our Duan family dealt with, he might strip away our Duan family's nobility on account of Meng Yiqiu. As for me, the perpetrator of this all, I will probably not escape death." "Don't panic. I'll meet Meng Yiqiu first," said Matriarch. Qin Yun was having breakfast. Gong Yenner had their child in her arms, feeding him kanji. "Master, the Duan family's matriarch wishes to seek an audience with you," said Lu Qingsha respectfully. "Please invite her in." Qin Yun nodded and instructed. He could not help but sigh. That crown prince sure is useless. I helped him so much, but he still lost in the end. The vying of the throne in the Chu kingdom was so vicious and chaotic that even Qin Yun's help did not ensure the crown prince would come out victorious. The crown prince did hold numerous advantages. However, the inheritor of the throne was eventually determined by a testament from the previous king. Of course, the so-called testament was written by the victor. This gave the other princes a chance. Therefore, every king would go through cruel battles to take the throne. This also made it so that every king of the Chu kingdom possessed powerful means. With god of war Li Ruji presiding over sovereign capital, he could watch the princes battle in sovereign capital. But he would also ensure that sovereign capital did not fall into total chaos. Li Ruji was very pleased with the cruel struggles for power that determined the final king. Matriarch. When Qin Yun saw the Duan family's matriarch arrive with Meng Yuxiang, he immediately said with a smile, "Matriarch, have a seat." The matriarch sat down with a smile. As for Meng Yuxiang, she sat beside Gong Yener. "Sister, Yener, leave us two alone for now," instructed Qin Yun. "All right." Meng Yuxiang and Gong Yener nodded immediately. Soon, only Qin Yun and matriarch were left inside the hall. Lu Qingxiao was left to stand guard at the entrance. "I believe young Master Meng already knows that the new king of our Chu kingdom is the previous 8th prince," said matriarch. "After his ascension to the throne today, it will be made known to the entire world. The country could not be leaderless for a day. Once the king passed away, the new king would inherit the throne the next day. The new king would also lead the funeral for the late king and announce his coronation to the world." "I did hear of it." Qin Yun nodded. "The present king, Li Chang, has an old grudge with my Duan family. And with my Duan family strongly aiding the former crown prince, Li Chang will definitely want to settle scores with us," said matriarch worriedly. "I can only come to seek your help, young Master Meng. My wish is that you will protect my Duan family on account of our relationship and the promise you made. Back then, I promised to protect your Duan family in exchange for reading through your Duan family's white jade repository," said Qin Yun with a smile. "Matriarch, don't you worry." Matriarch nodded. "Young Master Meng, if King Chu is bent on dealing with my Duan family, it will probably be difficult for you to stop him. If it comes to worse, it's fine if my Duan family is stripped of its nobility. If that isn't enough, my Duan family will be willing to sacrifice Duan Qiyu, but..." Although experts on the heaven roll enjoyed high statuses that even King Chu had to entertain, King Chu was still the country's sovereign. Backing him was the god of war, Li Ruji. If a family clan were ordered to be destroyed, there was no way a single expert on the heaven roll could stop it. At best, the punishment would be made lighter on account of the heaven roll expert. "Matriarch, be at ease in return," said Qin Yun. "I will definitely ensure your Duan family's safety with regards to His Majesty." "Thank you, young Master Meng." Matriarch immediately bowed deeply. Qin Yun immediately stood up and stopped her. "Matriarch, there's no need to do so. I'll be troubling you then, young Master Meng." Only then did the matriarch leave. However, as she left, she remained uneasy. "Meng Yiqiu will aid my Duan family with all he has. However, with the new king inheriting the throne today, his spirits are at their highest. Will he be able to secure us? All I can do is hope that the forfeit of our noble titles and Qiyu's life will allow my Duan family to endure this calamity." The Duan family was a large family clan after all. The matriarch had to consider the lives of thousands of clansmen. For them, she was willing to make certain sacrifices. In Myriad Flower Brothel in Sovereign Capital, 3 men were gathered. Mr. Zhou nearly ended up having 8th Prince destroyed. 8th Prince was just this short of being finished. "I never expected the 8th Prince to turn the tables under such perilous circumstances. The 8th Prince is indeed impressive." The trio was filled with delight. "By the way, Black Hawk, is Mr. Zhou in the East Lake outside the city?" "He's not there. I just sent someone there to search for him." "He's not at East Lake?" "That is troublesome. Last night, I sent someone to find Mr. Zhou but he couldn't be found in Sovereign Capital. If he's not at East Lake, where is he? Mr. Zhou is as elusive as a ghost. At times, he vanishes to enter seclusion. But typically, he leaves a message when he does so. And last night was such an important night. He shouldn't have vanished without a word." The trio turned a little flustered. Mr. Zhou was, in secret, the supreme leader of the Wei Kingdom forces in Sovereign Capital. His identity was so secretive that even the three of them did not know. They had no idea that Mr. Zhou's real name was Taishu Chen. Elder Zhou's true strength is said to be ranked within the top 5 of the heaven roll. Even if he were to encounter the Chu Kingdom's god of war, Li Ruji, there is a chance for him to flee successfully. He shouldn't vanish that easily. Search for him again. If we can't find him today, we have to immediately inform the Wei capital. The trio made a decision. Men from the Wei Kingdom had been frantically searching for Mr. Zhou in secret. They looked for him inside and outside sovereign capital. However, for all their searching, they would never find Mr. Zhou. And that day, the 27th day of the last month of the year of Chu Baohuang's 36th reign, the new king of the Chu Kingdom, Li Chang, inherited the throne. He became the 7th king of the Chu Kingdom and presided over the funeral of the previous king. All of sovereign capital was filled with flailing white funeral cloths. The brothels and restaurants closed for the day. During the period of mourning, marriage ceremonies and forms of entertainment were banned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 280. Chapter 280, Number 1 on the God Roll. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. It was the 6th day of the first month of the year. In Mtingdao Excellence outside the Northern Wei Kingdom's capital, there was a large number of troops stationed perennially. Be it royalty or nobility, no one would dare act heedlessly at Mtingdao Excellence. And at that moment, a black-robed middle-aged man was having a stroll up the staircase from the foot of Mtingdao Excellence. The guards of Mtingdao Excellence greeted him respectfully. Sect Master. Sect Master. All of them were extremely polite. The middle-aged man was the sect master of the number 1 sect in the world, Red Lotus Fiend Sect. He was Xiao Lai, ranked 3rd on the heaven roll. Xiao Lai could obviously fly, but he was piously taking one step after another. He walked from the foot of the mountain to its summit. The summit was rather cold and desolate. There was only wild grass and gravel, as well as a tiny compound in the distance. The compound had a wooden hut, surrounded by a wooden fence. There were no guards there. On the summit, Xiao Lai stood outside the compound and said politely, "Grandfather." "Liar, come on in." An old voice sounded. Only then did Xiao Lai push open the wooden door into the tiny yard. He saw the door to the wooden hut open automatically. Sitting cross-legged inside was a silver-haired elder. He opened his eyes, looking at Xiao Lai through his disheveled hair. Despite the simplicity of the action, Xiao Lai could not help but feel stifled. The entire yard carried an air of sabers at his throat. It left him afraid. The silver-haired elder in front of him filled him with adulation and admiration. "Grandfather." Xiao Lai was extremely respectful. The elder in front of him was ranked 1st on the God Roll, Fiend Lord Xiao Zhen. He was the strongest person in the world. He founded the Red Lotus Fiend sect and single-handedly turned the sect into the best sect in the world. He even established the Wei Kingdom, strengthening it over time. The Chu Kingdom has always had deep roots. God of War Li Ruji was nurtured from a young age and he was extremely talented. He eventually reached 1st on the God Roll. As for my grandfather, he led a poor life in his youth. He only began cultivating at 30 years of age. He lacked money, so he stole it. He lacked natural treasures, so he stole them too. He lacked powerful manuals, so he stole those. He domineered and swept through the land. He managed to grasp the essence of the various manuals, and the sect he established eventually became the best in the world. He even surpassed Li Ruji, becoming 1st on the God Roll. If not for Li Ruji's powerful body, he would have been cleaved to death by grandfather long ago. My Wei Kingdom is growing in strength and it won't be long before we will destroy the Qin Yun kingdoms. The world will be unified. Xiao Lai was extremely reverential to his grandfather. Because of his grandfather, the Xiao lineage shined. His grandfather made all the sects of the world tremble. Many experts dreaded him and gave him the name Fiend Lord. Liar, what might be the reason you came here? The dreadful Fiend Lord Xiao was smiling. Grandfather, Taishuchen was ordered to head to Chu Kingdom, but on the night of the 26th last month, the night in which the late King Chu passed away, there was a covert battle for the throne in sovereign capital. However, Taishuchen vanished that night, Xiao Lai said immediately. Men in sovereign capital have done their best to search for him, but he is nowhere to be found. The only thing we can confirm is that, not far from Taishuchen's residence, there was a scuffle. The surrounding yard walls cracked and crumbled from the scuffle. This is the only thing discovered, what appears to be Taishuchen's battleground. Vanished? On the 26th last month? The silver-haired elder frowned and said. It's already the 6th. It's been about 10 days, . Yes, it's been 10 days. If he's alive, we haven't seen him. If he's dead, there's no corpse. Xiao Lai said worriedly. Grandfather, could it be that Taishuchen is really dead? He must be dead. The silver-haired elder nodded slightly. Xiao Lai was also feeling vexed and anxious. A mighty expert like Taishuchen was a powerhouse of their Wei kingdom. The loss of him pained Xiao Lai's heart. He already suspected that Taishuchen might be dead, but he could not help but consult his grandfather. Interesting. The silver-haired elder suddenly smiled. Taishuchen created Skyhawk 9 swoops, a flying technique that is great for escaping. Even if Li Ruji himself were to take action, there is only a 10 to 20% chance of him being able to stop Taishuchen from fleeing. According to my original calculations, even if he were to die under Li Ruji's hand, Taishuchen would be able to struggle with all his might, inflicting damage to the surrounding area. With sovereign capital being so densely packed, the collateral damage would spread up to a kilometer, causing countless deaths. Such news would absolutely be known to all. Liar, are you telling me that all we know is that there was a scuffle not far from Taishuchen's residence? Yes. The scuffle did not result in a great commotion. Nor did it affect the residence, replied Xiao Lai. Interesting. Very interesting, said the silver-haired elder with a smile. From the looks of it, Li Ruji has made another breakthrough in strength. It far exceeds my expectations. That is the only way he could rapidly kill Taishuchen without causing a commotion. Li Ruji's strength has improved that tremendously? Xiao Lai was alarmed. Grandfather, is that true? For Taishuchen to disappear for no apparent reason at such a critical juncture, he is either dead or captured alive, said the silver-haired elder with a smile. The residents around were not implicated and there was no message left behind. Therefore, he must have been killed quickly with no means to retaliate. For Li Ruji's strength to improve so tremendously before my death, it's truly a joyous matter. A joyous matter, . Joyous matter? Xiao Lai's expression turned a little awkward. However, the silver-haired elder's eyes flashed with a burning glint. I have cultivated for more than 400 years. My end is coming soon. The silver-haired elder looked at the distant mountains and sky, as well as the distant Wei Kingdom's capital, which he could see at a glance. I have defeated everyone in the god role one after another. I am invincible, yet, I'm unable to shatter the void and ascend as the legends speak of. I'm unwilling to accept it. Truly unwilling. I really wish to shatter the void and see what lies beyond those limits. I want to see where I would ascend to after my ascension. It is truly a joyous matter that Li Ruji's strength has increased tremendously. I have finally found a match. A powerful opponent might allow me to finally shatter the void and ascend before my end comes. The silver-haired elder's eyes were burning. When I master the ancient black fiend body, I can go to sovereign capital. There, I will battle Li Ruji. When the time comes, I would also have cultivated a body formulation, allowing me to have a good fight with him. One of us will live and one of us will die. Grandfather, your strength is far above Li Ruji's. He only managed to survive your previous encounter because of his body, said Xiao Lai immediately. If his strength has improved tremendously, he should be a threat to me, said the silver-haired elder. If there's no threat, humph. My mastering of the ancient black fiend body will correct my previous flaws. I'll be able to kill him in passing. Xiao Lai also began to anticipate it. Grandfather, when will you master the ancient black fiend body? It won't take long, answered the silver-haired elder. I will definitely master it in a few years. Once Li Ruji is dead, the Chu kingdom's demise will soon follow. Xiao Lai turned excited. Li Ruji, the silver-haired elder's eyes were filled with anticipation. I hope you will not disappoint me when the time comes. During the afternoon on the 6th day of the first month of the year in sovereign capital, a carriage surrounded by numerous guards arrived outside Qin Yun's manor. Halt! The Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples at the entrance immediately stopped them. What insolence! The guards beside the carriage bellowed immediately. The horse carriage came to a halt. The carriage's curtains pulled open. Inside was a yellow-robed man. He smiled at the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciple and instructed, "Tell your elder Meng that Li Chang is here to meet him." Li Chang? The two Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples were perplexed. Who was he? They had never heard of him. Their elder was not someone anyone could meet. Are you blind? He is our Chu kingdom's son of heaven. An old eunuch stared at them and reproached them. The Chu kingdom's son of heaven? The two disciples jumped in fright. Seriously? However, it was unlikely anyone would dare to come to their elder's manor pretending to be King Chu. I'll pass the message. A disciple immediately rushed into the manor. Inside the manor. Why are you panicking? Dongwan could not help but berate him when he saw the disciple running so quickly. Uncle Master, King Chu is here, said the disciple immediately. He's outside. Apparently, he wants to meet Elder Meng. King Chu? Dongwan was alarmed. His Majesty did not enter directly? As the king of the Chu kingdom, if he were to head to any household, the owner of that household would likely have been awaiting his arrival. Why would he only pass the message after he arrived? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281. Chapter 281, King Chu and Qin Yun. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Outside the manor. Li Chang was still surrounded by guards, in his carriage, waiting for Qin Yun to come out to welcome him. Your Majesty, please come on in, said Dongwan with a smile after he came to the manor's entrance. Li Chang pulled open the curtains and looked coldly at Dongwan. By that point, Li Chang's heart was burning with anger. I disregarded my status and came to visit him of my own accord. I even waited outside as his guards passed the message of my arrival. Yet still, this Meng Yiqiu actually dares to get a subordinate to receive me? Humph. Isn't that ridiculous? Li Chang was indeed vexed and angered. However, his composure was indeed extraordinary. He held back his anger as he disembarked the carriage. With the old eunuch and his personal guards in tow, he was led into the manor by Dongwan. My elder is in the back garden. Dongwan led him through the ground respectfully. Oh? With a smile, Li Chang led his subordinates and guards into the back garden. In the back garden, a plainly dressed Qin Yun was carrying a child while playing with and teasing him. By the side were Gong Yenner and a few maidservants. Your Majesty, you are here. Qin Yun sat down with the child in his arms. He pointed to a seat across him. Take a seat. Li Chang's smile stiffened, but he continued maintaining it as he sat down. One of the few people who dared to speak to him this casually now that he was king was the old general, Xuechong, who he had previously visited. Similarly, Grand General Xuechong did not think too much of a king like him. I just inherited the throne and have many matters to tend to. I only had the chance to come meet you today, Elder Meng. I hope you would not blame me for that, said Li Chang with a smile. I'm a cultivator, and so I do not bother with such matters. Your Majesty, it would be fine even if you didn't come see me, replied Qin Yun. This wasn't just Qin Yun, any ordinary expert on the heaven roll would say the same. The only one they feared was the god of war Li Ruji that was backing the Chu kingdom's royalty. As for why there were generations of kings in the Chu kingdom, it was because Li Ruji devoted his time to cultivation. He could not be bothered with affairs of the mortal world. Therefore, he allowed generations of descendants to inherit the throne. Whoever ended up being king naturally had huge implications for the countless ordinary citizens. As for heaven roll experts, the influence was limited. As for Qin Yun, he was unfazed even by Li Ruji. Of the experts on the god roll in this world, only the first-ranked fiend Lord Xiao made Qin Yun feel a little threatened. Elder Meng, you might not mind but I still had to come, said Li Chang with a chuckle. Speaking of which, my age isn't much different from yours. However, in terms of cultivation, I've yet to enter the Khanate realm. I'm far inferior to you, Elder Meng. Li Chang raised various topics in an attempt to find a common ground with Qin Yun. By then, the child Meng Huan, who sat on Qin Yun's legs, began kicking up a fuss. Qin Yun handed the child over to Gong Yenner and said immediately, Yenner, take Huan out. All right. Gong Yenner brought the maidservants with her and bowed at Li Chang before departing. All of you can take your leave too. When Li Chang saw this, he waved his hand, sending his subordinates, the old eunuch, and his personal guards away. Only Qin Yun and Li Chang were left in the back garden. It was then that Li Chang said, Elder Meng, there is another reason why I came today. Please speak, Your Majesty. Qin Yun nodded as he held up his teacup. The Duan family has committed 9 grave crimes. Li Chang's eyes were filled with ferocity. According to the laws of the Chu kingdom, all 9 branches of a family are to be implicated. Qin Yun was drinking his tea but his eyelids twitched. He shot a glance at Li Chang. My younger sister is second young Master Duan's wife. I'm considered a member of the Duan family's spousal branch. That is included in the 9 branches, isn't it? No, said Li Chang immediately. All I'm saying is that all 9 branches should be implicated. However, Elder Meng, your contributions to the Chu kingdom are immense. As such, the Duan family will experience a light slap on the wrist. Only the main culprit shall be implicated, and not all branches. Qin Yun continued drinking his tea as he did not say a word. The Duan family's head, Duan Qiu, committed most of the crimes. He should be punished with death, said Li Chang. As for the rest, the Duan family's position as quelling duke will be demoted to quelling marquis. Elder Meng, what do you think of that? After saying so much, Li Chang was basically squaring accounts after ascending to the throne. With Li Chang's temper, the Duan family should have been raided and wiped out entirely. However, the Duan family had a heaven roll expert backing it. Li Chang naturally dreaded him. Before punishing the Duan family, he had to inform Qin Yun ahead of time and obtain his approval before announcing it publicly. In my opinion, Your Majesty should be more benevolent after ascending the throne, Qin Yun put down his teacup and said with a smile. As to the matter regarding the Duan family, I think it's best to overlook it and pretend it never happened. Overlook it? Li Chang's expression changed. Impossible. Qin Yun gave Li Chang a glance. Li Chang had made up his mind. He knew very well that Li Ruji was backing him. His Li family ruled over the entire Chu kingdom. Although he did have to gain the favor of experts on the heaven roll, he still had to be a decisive king. Yielding slightly and taking the heaven roll expert's desires into account was sufficient. He could not heed every command of the heaven roll experts. If he did not punish the Duan family, it would only make others think higher of Meng Yiqiu and think that he was a hopeless king. Such a mistake should be met with punishment. Li Cheng stood up. Elder Meng, I won't be disturbing you any further. Your Majesty. Qin Yun raised a box beside him and placed it on the table. He opened the box and asked, Your Majesty, do you recognize this item? Li Cheng took a look. Inside the box was a pair of gloves that were as thin as cicada wings. What are these? Li Cheng was puzzled. Elder Meng, this is a weapon in the form of a pair of gloves. However, I have never seen it before. You have never seen it before? Qin Yun was also taken aback. This was Taishu Chen's weapon. However, Taishu Chen often disguised his identity and hid his strength. He usually used swords, but even so, Qin Yun didn't think that Li Cheng would have never seen the pair of gloves that belonged to Taishu Chen when he pretended to be Mr. Zhou. Your Majesty, you can bring this pair of gloves to Grand General Xuechong, said Qin Yun with a smile. When you learn more about them, I believe Your Majesty will not want to punish the Duan family any longer. Oh? Li Cheng's pupils shrank. Also, when all is said and done, please return this weapon to me, said Qin Yun. He had no intention of giving the weapon away. All right. Li Cheng did not speak further. He closed the box and left. Qin Yun watched as he left. Although King Chu's visit to Elder Meng was kept a secret, the Duan family learned of the visit that night. At the Duan family. Brother Qiyu, in the past few days, the various officials and nobles that supported the former crown prince have been captured or killed. Today, His Majesty went to visit Elder Meng. That seems to imply that the Duan family is next on the chopping block, said a lanky man with a smile. Brother Wang, do you have any ways of helping my Duan family? Duan Qiyu looked at the lanky man and asked immediately. The lanky man peeped through the windows and saw a few beauties walk past in the distance. They had alluring figures and ways about them that excited him greatly. I forged a friendship with His Majesty over life and death. I can naturally help you if I want to, said the lanky man with a laugh. However, Brother Qiyu, you should know that there is a price for everything. Please tell me, Brother Wang. Duan Qiyu looked at him. Everyone in sovereign capital knows that the Duan twins have paramount beauty, said the man with a smile. As long as you agree to give me the Duan twins as concubines, I, Wang Wanshon, will guarantee your family's safety. Duan Qiyu's face flushed red. The Duan twins were the beloved daughters of the Duan family. One of them was his daughter and the other was his niece. By the way, His Majesty hates you with an insane passion. It will be hard to get him to spare your life. The lanky man added. But by giving the Duan twins to me, more than 1,000 lives in your Duan family will be spared. Let me consider it, said Duan Qiyu. Don't consider it any longer. Once His Majesty gives the order, even I won't be able to do a thing, said the lanky man. Isn't it just 2 women? Are you unwilling to part with 2 women to save entire family clan? Duan Qiyu hated the thought, but he had no other choice. I'll reply to you in 3 days, said Duan Qiyu. Ha, I can wait 3 days, but His Majesty might not be able to, said the lanky man as he walked afar. Once His Majesty gives the order, I won't be able to do a thing. So, quickly make up your mind. As he watched the lanky man depart in laughter, Duan Qiyu harbored resentment in his heart. When the Duan family was thriving, it had many clansmen. The Duan family's men were mostly handsome, such as Duan Qifeng and Duan Qiyu. The wives and concubines that were betrothed to the Duan family naturally had excellent looks as well. After generations, the Duan family was indeed filled with beauties. The Duan family's 8 allures, the Duan family's twins, all of them were very famous. Even people that married into the family like Meng Yuxiang had extremely good looks too. Now that they were in trouble, Wang Wanchong was not the only person that was trying to take the opportunity to snatch the Duan family's women away. Letting my daughter become a concubine of yours, Wang Wanchong? Dream on. Duan Qiyu was anxious and angry, but all he could do was curse secretly. In these times, everyone in the Duan family was feeling anxious. The afternoon of the 7th day of the new year, King Chu paid another visit to Grand General Xuechong. On the practice ground, Xuechong was practicing his spear techniques. Grand General, His Majesty is here. A guard rushed to inform him. His Majesty? The stocky Xuechong emanated an aura like a burning volcano, but he converged his aura. He was somewhat puzzled. Didn't His Majesty visit me a few days ago? Why is he here again? With that said, Xuechong threw the spear to a guard beside him and walked straight out. Just after he walked out the practicing grounds, he encountered King Chu along the way. Your Majesty. Xuechong cupped his hands slightly. What brings you here today? I have an item that is puzzling me. Grand General, I require you to identify it for me, said King Chu. Oh? Xuechong was perplexed. I wonder what the item is. King Chu extended his hand and the old eunuch beside him immediately passed the box he carried in his arms over respectfully. King Chu took over the box and opened it himself. Grand General, take a look. When Xuechong saw a pair of gloves as thin as cicada wings in the box, his pupils could not help but contract as his expression changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282. Chapter 282, Li Ruji visits. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. This, Xuechong looked at the pair of gloves while many thoughts rushed through his head. When I discovered the identity of the Wei Kingdom expert, Taishu Chen, I informed Master immediately that night. But Taishu Chen later vanished. Master and I were secretly investigating the matter, but we failed to discover any traces of him, thought Xuechong. Even during the battle for the throne, Taishu Chen did not take action at all. I found it strange and thought that he was just being overly careful. I suspected that he might have immediately fled after his identity was exposed, but now his weapon has appeared here. This is a weapon that accompanied him in all of his life and death battles. If the weapon is here, it probably means he's dead, but an expert ranked in the top 5 of the heaven roll is dead just like that? Xuechong stared intently at the pair of gloves in the box. Li Cheng noticed Xuechong's loss of composure, so he pressed immediately, Grand General, what's so special about this glove weapon? Where did you get it? Xuechong asked immediately, then corrected himself. Your Majesty, where did you obtain this glove weapon from? Li Cheng was completely puzzled, but he immediately replied, it was Meng Yiqiu who gave it to me. With that said, Li Cheng looked around and waved his hand. The surrounding entourage immediately bowed and retreated. Meng Yiqiu gave it to you? Pressed Xuechong. Yes, replied Li Cheng. I wanted to punish the Duan family, but Meng Yiqiu wants to protect the Duan family. Taking him into consideration, I was only planning to punish the main culprit by killing that Duan Qiyu. I never expected Meng Yiqiu to completely disregard me and say that the Duan family should be completely spared. As king, I will not be so easily controlled by him, and so I went to leave. He handed me this box with the glove weapon inside and said that once Grand General Xuechong sees it, I would no longer want to deal with the Duan family. Oh? Xuechong was enlightened. This is the reason why I'm here to meet you, Grand General Xuechong, said Li Cheng. Xuechong pondered for a moment before he extended his hand to hold the box. He grabbed Li Cheng's arm and said, let's go. Follow me to the palace. Grand General, we are going to the palace now? Li Cheng was even more perplexed. We are going to see Master. When Xuechong said that, Li Cheng was alarmed. He knew very well who Xuechong was referring to. God of War Li Ruji. The true king of the Chu kingdom. The subsequent generations of kings were just his sons and grandsons. Although Li Ruji did not meddle in worldly affairs, he could easily change the sovereign ruler if he so wished. All right. Li Chang did not dare to speak any further, but he was completely puzzled. What is so special about this glove weapon that Meng Yiqiu gave me? Why would Grand General Xuechong immediately want to meet Patriarch? It was right for Xuechong to immediately seek an audience with Li Ruji, for this matter was of utmost importance. That afternoon, two ordinarily dressed old men came to Qin Yun's manor. Master, up ahead is Meng Yiqiu's residence. Xuechong pointed ahead. Oh? Li Ruji smiled as he looked at the manor. Xuechong was stocky in build, and even though he donned ordinary garb, he had an oppressive air about him. Although Li Ruji had established the Chu kingdom and was honored with the title God of War, he was thin and short. His skin was dark and the way he walked was very inconspicuous. However, he was born with tremendous strength and had freakish talent. As a youth, his Li family was a wealthy clan that nurtured him with all they had. He soared and later pushed the family's heritage, the Crimson Jade formulation, to an unprecedented level. The Crimson Jade formulation originally had 9 levels and was considered a body formulation. However, Li Ruji managed to elevate the Crimson Jade formulation to the 12th level. He drew wisdom from numerous manuals, making his body even more terrifying. Back then, he relied on his powerful body to defeat everyone in the world, gaining him first place on the god roll. But later, Fiend Lord Xiao appeared. Although his Dao was more brilliant, his body was not as strong as Li Ruji's. He was unwilling to enter close combat with Li Ruji. Therefore, although the Wei Kingdom was gradually becoming stronger, the situation remained in a status quo of sorts. Halt! The two disciples at the manor entrance shouted immediately, stopping the two old men in front of them. Li Ruji did not speak a word but released some of his aura. Boom! The two disciples felt as though the thin old man in front of him had turned into a terrifying behemoth. The sense of repression left their faces pale. The aura was retracted immediately after it was released. Soon after, a young man appeared at the door. Greetings, Mr. Li. Greetings, Grand General Xue, said Qin Yun with a smile. Young Master Meng, the box you gave His Majesty really gave me a fright, said Xuechong with a smile. Young Master Meng, this is the first time we are meeting, isn't it? Li Ruji looked at Qin Yun. Please come in and have a sit, said Qin Yun. He had long released his Dao domain. Although Li Ruji had extremely terrifying combat strength, the Dao he had stepped into was not particularly powerful. He was unable to sense Qin Yun's Dao domain at all. Li Ruji's body is truly powerful. In this world that has such thin heaven and earth spiritual energies, he was still able to cultivate his body to such a stage. From the looks of it, it is as the legends say. He is truly talented, thought Qin Yun. It was just like how the Khanate Godfiend's bloodline made it easier for them to cultivate the Godfiend heritage. Although separated by the vast river of time, there was still the occasional appearance of those with somewhat special bloodlines. For instance, my homeworld's primordial chaos sect has the relatively complete physical establishing sage. The heaven and earth spiritual energies are much richer, too. Their bodies are usually much stronger than Godfiends or Fiend Celestials. For Li Ruji to cultivate to this stage shows his prowess. After all, compared to my homeworld, I do not have an intrinsic flying sword or other Dharma treasures, thought Qin Yun. Qin Yun led Li Ruji and Xuechong into the manor. At the entrance, the two disciples that had turned pale from fright heaved a sigh of relief. How terrifying! That old man is too terrifying. Who are those two? Even our elder came out to welcome them personally. That's right. Back when His Majesty came here, all Elder Meng did was to get Uncle Master Dong to walk him in. The two disciples discussed. In a garden. Qin Yun, Li Ruji, and Xuechong sat down as female attendants served them tea. All of you, take your leave, instructed Qin Yun. Yes. The group of female attendants immediately left. Xuechong immediately placed a bag he was carrying over his shoulder on the table. He opened it, and the box was inside it. Inside the box was the glove weapon. Young Master Meng. Li Ruji smiled as he looked at Qin Yun. Was Taishu Chen really killed by you? That's right. Qin Yun nodded. Come on, have some tea. Let's savor the tea as we chat. Li Ruji raised his teacup politely. However, his heart tightened when he saw how Qin Yun acknowledged his feat so carefreely. I would like to ask another question. Have you stepped into the Tao yet, young Master Meng? Pressed Li Ruji. Not yet, said Qin Yun with a smile. Although he said so verbally, he was grumbling inwardly. Going from the domain realm to the paramount realm in 2 short years is already considered quite a freak of nature. However, there are many people in history that have entered the paramount realm quickly. In my hometown, reaching the domain realm can happen very fast. Entering the paramount realm can also be quite fast, but to step into the Tao not long after entering the paramount realm might appear unnatural. In this world, it's possible to shatter the void and ascend. It's also possible that immortals might occasionally descend into the mortal world. In a few years, my stepping into the Tao would appear normal. Qin Yun had already planned a schedule for revealing certain strengths to the world at large. This was already nearly the fastest speed possible that still adhered to logic. Oh. When Li Ruji heard that, he said with a smile, Young Master Meng, you did not step into the Tao but you managed to kill Taishu Chen? I was better than him at close combat so I was naturally able to kill him, answered Qin Yun. Sitting by the side, Xuechong said, I fought with Taishu Chen that same night. His flying arts were extremely fast. He's probably ranked first or second in the heaven roll. That's considered fast? Qin Yun shook his head gently, Old General Xue, I might not dare to make claims about other things, but when it comes to speed, Taishu Chen was nothing in front of me. Might I witness your speed? Don't worry. I won't harm you, said Li Ruji. Mr. Li, go ahead, said Qin Yun with a smile. Be careful now. Once Li Ruji finished his words, he extended his right arm, thrusting it at Qin Yun who was sitting across from him. Swoosh! Qin Yun's figure phased away as he appeared in midair a distance away in the garden. How fast? Xuechong was alarmed. South Li Ruji flew out and, in a flash, closed the gap between him and Qin Yun. Qin Yun gave a faint smile as the space in the garden distorted. Blurry figures appeared, turned corporeal, then flashed away again. Suddenly, 9 Qin Yuns were standing in midair, watching the encircled Li Ruji. Mr. Li, what do you think about my speed? The 9 Qin Yuns spoke simultaneously. Even Li Ruji was somewhat alarmed. With that, Li Ruji gave a self-deprecating chortle and descended. The 9 Qin Yuns in midair vanished as well, with him appearing in his seat once again. This speed, Xuechong, who had watched this from his seat, found it unbelievable. It was way too fast. Taishu Chen had no way of competing with that. From the looks of it, among the 5 members on the God roll, only Xiao can threaten you, much less anyone on the heaven roll. The others are completely inferior to you in speed. Li Ruji looked at Qin Yun and was extremely puzzled. I'm very curious. How are you this fast having only reached the paramount realm? I have grasped 3 paramount realms, said Qin Yun with a smile. 2 of the paramount realms are related to speed. I call them infinite and the other is small world. The 2 paramount realms combined allowed me to create my own flying art. 2 paramount realms that are related to speed? And you combine them to create a flying art? Li Ruji and Xuechong were astonished. He was truly a freak of nature. However, they did not know that the infinite paramount realm was a realm that Qin Yun had grasped in another world. Small world was something he was still researching and had not fully grasped. Since he had yet to fully grasp it, the so-called creation of his flying art was naturally just him bragging. I only showcased a little bit of my speed. If I were to showcase my beam transformation art, wouldn't that scare them into a daze? Thought Qin Yun. The beam transformation art, the art he was most skilled in, was usable in this world. That was because, in essence, the beam transformation art was an array formation sword technique. It did not require any Dharma treasure weapons to cast it. Qin Yun naturally could cast it here. And if he truly were to use it, even the members of the god roll in this world would probably not see Qin Yun's shadow if they blinked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283. Chapter 283, 5 years later. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. This visit to Qin Yun ended with both host and guests delighted. Li Ruji came to understand what gave Meng Yiqiu his hubris. Perhaps only Xiao, first on the god roll, could threaten him. At the very least, no one in their Chu kingdom was able to do anything to Meng Yiqiu. Such an existence could only be befriended, never antagonized. After the new king ascended to the throne, the Duan family lived its days in a state of unease, afraid that their entire family clan would be raided and massacred. The commoners of sovereign capital sighed in regards to this. It was likely that the Duan family's twins and 8 allures would end up in abject states. Beauties have short lives. The Duan family has thrived for so many years. It's probably going to collapse this time. Who else is to blame for the Duan family's foolishness but themselves? They should not have taken the side of the former crown prince. There were many such discussions in sovereign capital. But on the 9th of the same month, Li Cheng personally visited the Duan family. The Duan family felt fearful but then overwhelmingly flattered as they welcomed him. Li Cheng even expressed his reverence towards the Duan family's patriarch, old General Duan. On the 10th, Duan Qiyu was promoted out of the blue. He was promoted to commander-in-chief of the 5 divisions of sovereign capital, the Fiery Mountain Army. The Duan family also had many of its members who were officials promoted. It left many people in sovereign capital astounded. It was just days ago that everyone was sure the Duan family was doomed, but now they were prospering. It caught many people by surprise. As for the people truly in power in sovereign capital, they vaguely understood the reason. The underlying reason was the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect Grand Elder staying in the manor beside Emerald Jade Lake, Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu. Time passed and, after various storms and seasons, 5 years was over in a blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. Outside the Wei Kingdom's capital, on Entendao Excellence, there was laughter coming from the wooden hut on the mountain's summit. A silver-haired elder walked out cheerfully from the hut. I've finally mastered the ancient black fiend body. The silver-haired elder was feeling delighted. Liar, quickly come over. The silver-haired elder directly transmitted his voice to Xiao, who was in the capital's palace. Although it was very far, such that his Dao domain could not reach, it was still possible with a psyche release. So, in the distant capital, a stream of light rose into the sky and flew over at an extremely rapid speed. In an instant, it landed on Mt. Dao Excellence. It was Xiao, who was dressed in a black robe with golden patterns. Grandfather. Xiao looked at the silver-haired elder in delight. Grandfather, for you to exit seclusion now, does it mean you have mastered it? Yes, I have mastered it. The silver-haired elder nodded. Congratulations, grandfather. Congratulations. Xiao immediately bowed reverentially. He shouted loudly with a trembling voice. Ha ha ha. The silver-haired elder roared with laughter. I've waited for so many years, and finally this day has come. Yes, we've waited for too long. This day is the day our Wei Kingdom will begin to unify and rule over the world. Xiao was very excited as well. Back when I fought Li Ruji, he had an extremely strong body. Despite my realm being higher than his, I could not risk my life battling him, said the silver-haired elder. It's different now. With my mastery of the ancient black fiend body, I am no longer afraid of life and death battles. If his strength has increased sufficiently, allowing him to pose a threat to me, that's good too. Perhaps he can aid me in improving. I would then have a chance of shattering the void and ascending, but if he has not improved, then he is doomed. The silver-haired elder was filled with fighting spirit. Although unifying the world under one rule was one of his goals, what he coveted most a good battle with Li Ruji. The reason was that invincibility was a form of loneliness. Grandfather, what do you plan on doing? Asked Xiao. 3 days from now, I'll directly set off for the Chu Kingdom's sovereign capital, said the silver-haired elder. Using my Dao domain, I will be able to easily detect Li Ruji. His flying speed is inferior to mine, so he won't be able to escape. I will execute him right in the Chu Kingdom's sovereign capital. Xiao felt his blood boil as it coursed through his body. The day he had waited for had finally arrived. Grandfather, once Li Ruji dies, said Xiao, the Chu Kingdom will fall into panic. All the leaders of the various regions and even the heads of some large family clans would pledge allegiance to our Wei Kingdom. Without a mighty figure that has stepped into the Dao presiding over it, the Chu Kingdom will automatically collapse on itself even if we do not take action, said the silver-haired elder. Well then, I still need to make some preparations. I want to enter battle in optimal condition. After all, Li Ruji might have already had a great increase in strength. All right. Xiao nodded. I'll personally guard you for the next 3 days, grandfather. I will not allow anyone to disturb you. The silver-haired nodded with a faint smile before he returned to the wooden hut and closed the door. The silver-haired elder sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began composing his mind. He even began picturing the various attacks Li Ruji would throw at him in battle so as to make preparations for the most important battle of his life. Sovereign capital remained bustling, but no one knew that sovereign capital would be the stage for an astounding battle in 3 days. That morning, in the Meng residence beside Emerald Jade Lake. Whoosh! 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 Qin Yun held his frost sword and practiced his swordplay on the practicing ground. This was a daily morning ritual. Sword flashes would circulate, producing halos in the surrounding world. One could faintly see the creation or destruction of worlds in the halos, as well as countless nets. At other times, they would transform into surging tidal waves that piled over each other. The different kinds of phenomena represented Qin Yun's different sword techniques. And not far away, a white-teethed boy with red lips was watching Qin Yun practice his swordplay. Sitting beside him was Gong Yener. Over these 5 years, Gong Yener had become even more ravishing. Huan. Gong Yener looked at her son and felt her heart wince. When Huan was younger, he was more active. Now that he has grown up, he's turning quieter. However, he does like watching his father practice his swordplay the most. Meng Huan was watching Qin Yun practice his swordplay intently. At this age, he did not know any sword techniques, but he found his father's swordplay very cool. Huan, Gong Yener whispered. We will be going to the Duan family today. Do you want to see your big sisters and big brothers? Okay. Meng Huan responded, but his eyes were fixated on Qin Yun's swordplay. Don't you miss big sisters and big brothers? Gong Yener continued asking. However, Meng Huan did not say another word. Gong Yener felt helpless. After a long while, Qin Yun finally ended his practice as he frowned slightly. However, when he saw the distant Meng Huan, he could not help but beam. He walked over smiling. Huan enjoys watching you practice your swordplay so much that he doesn't want to go out and play, said Gong Yener helplessly. Qin Yun pinched Meng Huan's tiny face. Dad, your sword techniques just now were so beautiful. So powerful. So pretty. They were prettier than the clouds in the sky, said Meng Huan immediately. Do you want to learn them? Asked Qin Yun with a smile. Yeah. Meng Huan nodded immediately. To the side, Gong Yen'er was astonished as she immediately asked, You want to start teaching him now? He's 6. It's about time to start teaching him, said Qin Yun. You plan on going to the Duan family today, right? Then go ahead. Huaner's sword training will begin tomorrow. Dad, can't you teach me now? Meng Huan had already picked up a tree branch and quickly made a few poses with it. There's no rush. Since you have a date with the Duan family, go to the Duan family first, said Qin Yun with a laugh. His residence did not have any other children. Meng Huan still needed to play with children his age. As for Quelling Duke Manor, it was a large family clan with more than 1,000 people. They obviously had many children. With that, Gong Yen'er carried the somewhat reluctant Meng Huan away. Qin Yun sat alone in the garden as a female attendant came to serve him tea. After landing in this world, Qin Yun's biggest priority was to cultivate. He was dreaming 100 years for the purpose of cultivation. As for gaining dominance in this world or establishing an empire, he had never considered it. There are bigger and bigger problems with my sword Dao. Qin Yun frowned. My sword Dao had its foundations built up back in my homeworld. In the previous world, I took 10 years to step into the Dao. And in the remaining years, it went deeper. But after coming to this world, I realized that my foundations of my sword Dao were insufficiently robust. There were many aspects I didn't consider. This world was all about close combat. Elites from every generation would evolve the old ways and push the various aspects of a sword technique to its limit. After drawing on the cumulative wisdom of the numerous generations of this world, he made constant improvements to his sword Dao. Back then, if I were to ask myself, I would consider my sword Dao to be sufficiently perfect. However, after drawing from the wisdom of this world's sword techniques, I have fixed many flaws in various areas. My foundation is a lot better. But with an overly perfect foundation, the crudeness of my sword Dao is only accentuated. Qin Yun shook his head. I originally believed that I could just improve it later. But the more I have, the more I find something amiss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284. Chapter 284, Chaos in Sovereign Capital. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The path of cultivation was never one of smooth sailing. One would encounter many obstacles along the way. Back when Qin Yun was 15, he traveled the world alone and experienced all sorts of dangerous encounters. He survived the northern borders with his brother-in-arms and did not have a master to guide him. With only his most basic sword techniques, Qin Yun eventually grasped the misty rainsword intent through expertise nearing Dao. Now, he was left befuddled during his dream of 100 years. Qin Yun naturally felt unperturbed, for he believed he could overcome all odds. From the next day onwards, Qin Yun began happily teaching his son, Meng Huan, the way of the sword. Outside the Wei Kingdom's capital, on the summit of Mte Dao excellence, Xiao Lai, the reigning King Wei, who was also the reigning Red Lotus Fiend sect master, personally stood guard outside the wooden hut. Finally, he heard a sound. When he looked back, the silver-haired elder, Xiao had walked out of the wooden hut. Grandfather. Xiao Lai immediately went forward. Xiao smiled and extended his hand casually. The gray saber embedded in the middle of the yard flew out together with its scabbard and landed in Xiao hand. It has been a very long time since you have last tasted blood, hasn't it? Xiao gently drew the saber out partially. The blade was silver-gray in color and had unique patterns. You'll be able to have a great feast this time. Grandfather, you are invincible. Li Ruji will face certain doom. Xiao Lai was boiling with excitement as well. Li Ruji. Xiao Zhen looked at the distant south. His voice sounded old but still magnificent. In this entire world, only he can barely qualify as my opponent. I hope he will not disappoint me. Liar, I'm leaving. Xiao Zhen hung the saber by his waist and immediately flew up into the sky and headed south. Xiao Lai watched from afar, his eyes filled with aspiration. Once Li Ruji was dead, the Chu kingdom would be finished. As for the Yin kingdom, it was of little consequence. His Wei kingdom would one day rule over the entire world. And he, Xiao Lai, would be the emperor of it all. Swoosh! Xiao Zhen flew all the way as a beam of light, going straight for the southern Chu kingdom's sovereign capital, Ut. In the entire world, other than Qin Yun who had descended into this world from outside, Xiao Zhen was truly the fastest when it came to flying. He set off in the morning and reached sovereign capital by afternoon. Sovereign capital. Xiao Zhen could clearly see the distant and massive city. It was much bigger than the Wei capital. Li Ruji, I hope you will not disappoint me in this battle. Xiao Zhen felt his fighting spirit gradually boil as his will blazed with passion. Li Ruji was the only worthy opponent he had in the world. He had to go all out. He wished to make use of the upcoming battle to shatter the void and ascend. Whoosh! Fueled by his boiling fighting spirit, Xiao Zhen quickly arrived above sovereign capital. He stood in midair above the Chu kingdom's imperial palace. His Dao domain enveloped the area. Xiao Zhen easily sensed Li Cheng who was frolicking with his concubine, as well as Li Ruji who was sitting cross-legged in meditation. He can't sense my Dao domain? His realm is indeed lower than mine. Xiao Zhen was a little disappointed. Whatever. This Li Ruji is a freak of nature when it comes to talent. His body is extremely powerful and he is very skilled in close combat. I'm sure he will be able to give me a pleasant surprise when we fight in close quarters. Who? Who is it? Someone is in the sky. The imperial palace had many guards. It wasn't long before the guards discovered a person high in the clouds above the imperial palace. Xiao Zhen overlooked the imperial palace. The countless guards were as tiny as ants. He directly shouted, Li Ruji. Quickly come out and accept your death. The voice rumbled like thunder. It reverberated throughout sovereign capital via the heaven and earth powers. The millions of citizens in sovereign capital instantly turned quiet. Such a large city was shocked into silence despite it being broad daylight. Li Ruji. Quickly come out and accept your death, 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 the world echoed. The voice rumbled as though it were the heaven and earth speaking. As the echoes reverberated, countless people felt chills run through their bones. Oh! In the imperial palace, Li Ruji looked up towards the sky and instantly detected the silver-haired elder. Instantly, Li Ruji's eyes turned red as his fighting spirit likewise boiled. It was the one person, the only opponent that could exert pressure on him. Xiao Zhen. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. Li Ruji's voice similarly quaked through the world. All the heaven and earth powers in a several 100-kilometer radius resonated in response. Li Ruji extended his arm as a black spear in his house flew straight out and into his hand. So, Li Ruji similarly flew up into the sky. A commotion broke out in the imperial palace. Many experts hidden in the imperial palace were panicking. Even Li Cheng, who was busy enjoying his concubine, had a drastic change in expression. What? Li Cheng pushed his concubine aside and stood up to look at the two figures in the sky. His patriarch, Li Ruji, had just flown up to meet a dangerous foe. Is that fiend Lord Xiao Zhen? Li Cheng felt a dark gloom overtake his eyes. Didn't the intelligence say that my patriarch's body is extremely powerful, which makes fiend Lord Xiao Zhen unwilling to risk his life battling him? Why did he storm here in such an obstreperous manner? Could it be that he is confident in dealing with Patriarch? If Patriarch were to die in battle, my Li family would be finished. The Chu kingdom would be finished as well. Li Cheng never expected that the crisis of his nation's obliteration would come so soon. First on the god roll, Fiend Lord Xiao, Li Cheng's heart chilled as he panicked. He idolized his patriarch, but when the enemy was Fiend Lord Xiao, Li Cheng lacked confidence. Not only did the imperial palace notice it, the entire sovereign capital witnessed the scene. The quelling Duke Duan family had been thriving the past few years. But at that moment, Duan Qiyu was looking high into the sky and heard the words, Li Ruji. Quickly come out and accept your death. And Xiao, I have been waiting for you for a very long time. The exchange made Duan Qiyu's legs go limp. Master, it's Fiend Lord Xiao. An elder standing beside him said with a stoic expression. Yes. Duan Qiyu had a pale expression. Xiao has come to sovereign capital. Since he dares to come, it's probably because he's confident. If he were to really kill the god of war this time, the Chu kingdom would soon be finished. Chu kingdom nobles like us would be in trouble. Isn't there Elder Meng backing our Duan family? Asked the elder. Duan Qiyu shook his head. The Zhou Mountain Sword sect has always been supporting the Chu kingdom. For that, the Wei kingdom will definitely hold a grudge. And just years ago, Elder Meng killed a bunch of experts from the Blood Saber Palace. If the Chu kingdom were to really fall, the Zhou Mountain Sword sect would likely be wiped out by the Wei kingdom. The only thing Elder Meng could do is hide. Not only would our Duan family be in trouble, we might even be implicated, but what do we do? What do we do? Duan Qiyu panicked. Qiyu. Matriarch had arrived quickly. Grandmother. Duan Qiyu calmed himself upon seeing her arrival. The matriarch was the true person in control of the Duan family. Matriarch waved her hand as the elder beside them took his leave immediately. Grandmother, what do we do now? Duan Qiyu was flustered. Hope that the god of war will be able to hold back Fiend Lord Xiao, Matriarch said with a sigh. If not, the over 1,000 lives in our Duan family can only flee and hide all over the world. There were many aristocratic family clans that were sharing similar feelings with the Duan family. In the Chu kingdom, they wielded power and wealth. But if the Chu kingdom were to fall, it would spell their demise as well. Even if they pledged allegiance to the Wei kingdom, their standing would never be comparable to what it was in the Chu kingdom. Quickly record every detail of this battle. A battle between the first and second on the god roll. It determines the fate of the three kingdoms and the world. It will also determine the fates of billions of people. Peerless Manor also had people stationed in sovereign capital. They immediately began making records excitedly. It was rare to witness a battle of such scale in one's life. After all, the ones ranked first and second on the god roll were the founding sovereigns of two kingdoms. It wasn't common for such entities to fight one another. In the Meng residence beside Emerald Jade Lake, Qin Yun was teaching Meng Huan the way of the sword. To his side, Dong Yenner and Meng Yuxian were chatting idly. Dong Wan and Lu Qingsha were also smiling as they watched Qin Yun teach. Your hand should go from here and thrust out. You are just off a little. Let me teach you once more. Qin Yun was guiding Meng Huan step by step. He used his domain to control Meng Huan's hands and feet, allowing him to produce the perfect sword move. Have you learned it? Try it again yourself. Qin Yun stood to the side. Yeah. Meng Huan nodded immediately as he began demonstrating the sword move with extreme seriousness. He held a wooden sword in hand which was personally carved by Qin Yun. Li Ruji. Quickly come out and accept your death. Abruptly, there was a voice that boomed like thunder, resounding throughout the world. The sheer volume of it gave young Meng Huan a scare. Qin Yun immediately controlled his domain and lowered the intensity of the voice. Xiao. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. The other voice echoed throughout the world as well. What? The idly chatting Gong Yenner and Meng Yuxiang had changes in expression as they stood up. Xiao and Li Ruji? Dong Wan and Lu Qingsha felt their hearts clam up. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. The four of them were either in the upper echelons of a large sect or from a big family clan. They naturally knew the legendary god roll. The person ranked first on the god roll was Fiend Lord Xiao, and second was God of War Li Ruji. The two of them are about to fight. Xiao actually dares to storm sovereign capital? Are they going to determine who walks out alive? Gong Yenner, Meng Yuxiang, Dong Wan, and Lu Qingsha were extremely nervous. They knew very well what a life and death between the two meant. Xiao. Gong Yenner looked at Qin Yun. Do you think the god of war will be able to withstand the attack? However, Qin Yun held Meng Huan to his side and said with a smile, since Xiao came here, he likely has something to rely on. Brother, how can you smile at this critical moment? Meng Yuxiang was distraught. If the god of war is defeated, the Chu kingdom is finished. The Duan family would also be finished. The Zhou Mountain sword sect would probably be destroyed as well. Don't panic, said Qin Yun immediately. Elder, we need to make some preparations, whispered Dong Wan. Xiao, leave quickly and hide far away. I'm afraid Xiao might really kill the god of war. Following that, he might deal with old General Shuichong, Abbot Fish, and you too, said Gong Yenner hurriedly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285. Chapter 285, Loneliness. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Yes, brother. Quickly hide, urged Meng Yuxiang as well. It's beneath Fiend Lord Xiao to kill trivial characters like us. He doesn't even know we exist. But brother, you are ranked on the heaven roll. If he were to kill the god of war, you might be next on his list. Dong Wan and Lu Qingsha agreed too. Don't panic. Qin Yun immediately pointed up to the sky. Look. Li Ruji and Xiao have already begun their battle. Battle? Gong Yenner, Meng Yuxiang, Dong Wan, and Lu Qingsha immediately looked up. They could not see the two figures that were about 15 kilometers away, but they could see the shockwaves from the battle. Boom! Boom! The clash between the two caused the surrounding clouds to blast apart as the shock waves spread through a radius of over a kilometer. On one side of the sky was a dark red surge and on the other, a bluish-gray surge. It was evident that the tidal wave-like bluish-gray surge had the advantage as it completely suppressed the dark red surge. Despite being in this world for so many years, I have never been able to find a powerful opponent. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. From the looks of it, Xiao is worthy of being my opponent. I can put all my newly created sword techniques to the test. Invincibility was indeed lonely. It was even difficult just to find opponents to test the effectiveness and flaws of the many sword techniques he developed in this world. Now, Qin Yun was a little excited. He had many sword techniques he wanted to put to the test. Above the Imperial Palace. After Li Ruji charged into the sky, he stood across from Xiao. Xiao, you have feared entering a life and death struggle with me for years. You have really become gutsy now. Although Li Ruji was swarthy and small in build, his fighting spirit surged as he brandished his black spear. Li Ruji, you killed Taichen Shu, didn't you? Xiao remained composed as he quipped. Taichen Shu? Li Ruji hesitated for a moment and said with a nod, Your Wei Kingdom sent an expert to infiltrate my Chu Kingdom under a different name. Did you think I wouldn't discover his true identity? Oof. That Taichen Shu was certainly speedy, but he was unable to escape from me. It was still a secret that Meng Xiao killed Taichen Shu. Li Ruji wished for it to stay that way to prevent implicating Meng Yiqiu. After all, Meng Yiqiu supported his Chu kingdom. For you to so easily kill Taichen Shu, it appears your strength has improved quite tremendously. Xiao smiled. In this world, you are barely the only match I have. I hope you will not disappoint me today. Improved quite tremendously? Li Ruji grumbled inwardly. Improve? At this stage, any improvement was just too difficult. Be on your guard. Xiao instantly drew the saber from his waist. The saber was unsheathed. A bluish-gray saber flash flooded the sky like a hawk soaring through the air breezily before swooping down at Li Ruji. Nice one! Li Ruji shouted as his swarthy and tiny figure suddenly enlarged. He turned a lot bigger in build as his skin suffused a red glow. The spear he held spun and thrust forward, instantly creating a gigantic vortex that attempted to cull the bluish-gray saber flashes completely. Kill. Xiao naturally did not hold back as his speed increased. He unleashed a barrage of attacks at Li Ruji. Momentarily, a gigantic bluish-gray hawk manifested in midair. It did things like flapping its wings, swooping downwards, or striking with its talons. All these phenomena were a result of Xiao unfathomable saber techniques. They were all close combat attacks, with unpredictable and ever-changing strikes. Furthermore, they were extremely brutal and ruthless. Li Ruji's spear manifested itself into a dark red flood dragon that thrashed freely in a peerless and oppressive manner, blocking every conceivable direction. The impact from their exchange of blows produced terrifying aftershocks that reached a kilometer out. The clouds dissipated as the air itself was distorted. A series of loud explosions left the spectators below reeling in fear. As expected of a battle between the first and second on the god roll. Being able to see a battle of this level makes it all worth it. A few spectating cultivators were rather excited. After all, the victor, no matter who it was, would not attack ordinary cultivators like them. 90% of Li Ruji's techniques were offensive. He constantly attacked. Occasionally, he would produce a few defensive moves. This stemmed from his absolute confidence in his strong body. However, the overwhelming saber flashes continued to rain down on him. Xiao saber flashes seemed to have a magical charm to them as they constantly changed in unfathomable ways. After exchanging about 10 blows, a saber flash sliced through Li Ruji's chest. Rip! His clothes were ripped apart, revealing a ghastly wound. However, the wound started healing at a discernible pace. Come on! Li Ruji turned more frenetic. His body was constantly receiving injuries, but Li Ruji showed no concern. You are doomed the moment I injure you once. Li Ruji looked forward to that moment. Whoosh! As the dark red flood dragon twirled in the sky, Li Ruji, who was once again hit by the bloody saber, managed to thrust his shimmering spear tip into Xiao abdomen. This stab changed Li Ruji's expression. He felt that the flesh he stabbed into was producing an infinite resistance as he tried to plunge his spear deeper. What? Li Ruji was sent retreating as he stared at Xiao. The clothes at Xiao's abdomen had been stabbed through, revealing a small wound. But it was very shallow. You have mastered a physical formulation? Li Ruji stared intently at the distant Xiao. I'm no longer inferior to you when it comes to physical resistance. But when it comes to the strength of our moves, you are much weaker than me. Because of this, all you can do is inflict minor injuries on me, Xiao scoffed. Even if I were to stand here and let you attack me, you will not be able to kill me. As for my saber techniques, all of them are capable of robbing you of your life. Every injury inflicted by my blade will drain a large amount of the connate quintessential essence in you. How many more moves can you last? Li Ruji also understood what that meant. Li Ruji! You are doomed today. Xiao sneered. Unfortunately, your improvement is just too little. It is unable to pose sufficient threat to me. Is that so? Li Ruji knew his speed was slower. There was no way to escape. It's still unknown who will live or die. Li Ruji bellowed. If he could not escape, then he had to attack. Boom! What seemed like dark red flood dragons flailed in the sky as they unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. It was Li Ruji's craziest counterattack. As for the bluish-gray hawk, it attacked from every angle to hold it back. Xiao Zhen's eyes lit up. Interesting. Now this makes me feel threatened. Your spear is more than 30% faster. Ichio, stop watching. Quickly leave. Hide far away, exhorted Gong Yener immediately. Brother. Meng Yuxian was very worried as well. Alright, fine. I'll go. By the way, Dongwon, help me take care of Huaner. With a smile, Qin Yun tapped his feet and left the manor. So, a stream of light flew above sovereign capital at an extreme speed. He was much faster than even Xiao Zhen. Li Ruji won't last much longer. I can't just watch him die while standing on the sidelines. Qin Yun quickly rushed towards the Chu Kingdom's imperial palace, approaching the battleground. High in the air, Li Ruji and Xiao Zhen were fighting with all they had. They could not divert their attention to anyone else. Perhaps, to them, the other party was the only true opponent in the world for them. I never expected that Li Ruji would die at this Xiao Zhen's hands. Li Ruji felt enervated. His body was covered in wounds that were healing, but it drained his quintessential essence rapidly. His desperate usage of the attack Jade Shattering from the Crimson Jade formulation severely damaged his body and accelerated the expenditure of his quintessential essence. Now, he was no longer able to power another desperate attack like Jade Shattering. Whatever. Every dynasty will eventually fall. I, Li Ruji, have been invincible all my life. But there was always going to be a day when I finally die. Li Ruji felt that death was approaching him. All he could do was take his spear in hand and fight with all he had left. He had to fight even in death. Li Ruji refused to bow even in death. The tiny bit of threat you gave me a while ago delighted me slightly, but it was so evanescent. Xiao Zhen felt lonely. With Li Ruji dead, he would only become lonelier. Li Ruji at least posed some threat. Not a single person in the rest of the world posed any threat. The feeling of invincibility was one of solitude and loneliness. Invincibility, Xiao Zhen sighed inwardly. So what if he was invincible? He was unable to shatter the void. Once his 500 years were up, he would eventually return to dust. Your Majesty. Master's injuries look terrible. It doesn't seem like he can last any longer. Standing beside Li Chang, old General Xuechong had an ugly expression. We have to leave now. My Li family is finished. Is the Chu Kingdom finished too? Li Chang looked up in a daze. As the battle was happening above the imperial palace, Xuechong and company could see it clearly. Now, Li Ruji's body was covered in blood and his combat stance appeared much weaker. He looked like he would be finished almost any second now. It's over. Xuechong nodded as his heart winced in pain. Your Majesty, leave quickly, Xuechong urged and immediately transformed into a beam of light to escape. But at that moment, another stream of light soared into the sky from another direction. It headed straight for the battling Li Ruji and Xiao Zhen. That is, Xuechong could not help but stop and land on the roof of a building in the Imperial Palace complex. He looked up and with his strength, he could tell clearly that a young man dressed in simple robes was within the stream of light. There was a sword hanging by his waist and he looked relaxed. Meng Yiqiu? Xuechong found it unbelievable. Meng Yiqiu was joining the battle between the first and second on the god roll? Hua! Following that, a blinding sword flash lit up. It formed an illuminated arc that enveloped Xiao directly. What overconfidence! Xiao sneered and immediately let loose some saber flashes to deal with the incoming attacks. Boom! 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 The raging sword and saber flashes clashed. Despite more than 10 collisions, the sword flashes were not destroyed. As for Li Ruji, he took this opportunity to make a full retreat and get to safety. Young Master Meng? When Li Ruji escaped from the flurry of attacks, he looked at Qin Yun in surprise. I've read through your Chu Kingdom's arsenal. In exchange, I promised that I would protect your Chu Kingdom, said Qin Yun with a smile. Mr. Li, just have a rest. Leave Xiao to me. As for Xiao, he was in utter disbelief. During the instant the sword and saber flashes clashed, Xiao felt for the first time that there was an enemy that was in no way inferior to him when it came to his realm. His saber techniques did not hold any advantage over this opponent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286. Chapter 286, Shattering the Void? Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Young Master Meng, I never expected your strength would improve so much in just a few short years. Li Ruji sent a voice transmission. He looked joyful. You have already stepped into the Dao and, from that clash just now, I can see that you are in no way inferior to Xiao. I, Li Ruji, am very impressed. Qin Yun sighed inwardly. The praise was excessive. He had already stepped into the Dao decades before descending into this world. Even so, young Master Meng, you have to be careful. This Xiao has mastered a physical formulation. His body is in no way weaker than mine, said Li Ruji through a voice transmission. Mr. Li, rest assured. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Li Ruji nodded before flying down to the imperial palace. As he flew down, Li Ruji turned back to look at Qin Yun and Xiao as they floated opposite each other. He sighed inwardly. I never expected Meng Yiqiu to develop his strength so fast. In a blink of an eye, he has exceeded me. The world's strongest two are not me and Xiao. It's Xiao and this Meng Yiqiu. However, I wonder who is the stronger of the two. Li Ruji felt a little sour at that moment. Even as the so-called god of war, he was only ranked third on the god roll and could only watch as two other peerless experts fought. Whatever. At least I survived. Li Ruji consoled himself. In midair, Xiao eyes were hawkish as they stared at Qin Yun under his mop of silver hair. Meng Yiqiu? Xiao said in a deep voice. I thought I was already invincible in this world and that only Li Ruji can barely qualify to fight me. I never expected that your strength is so much higher than Li Ruji's. From the clash they just had, Xiao had already determined his strength. He did not gain any advantage during the clash. Furthermore, Qin Yun didn't even attack with all he had because he was busy attempting to save Li Ruji. Mr. Xiao. Qin Yun stood in midair and gave a relaxed smile. I've long heard that Mr. Xiao ranks first on the god roll. It's only today that I have a chance of sparring with you. Ha ha ha. Xiao responded with a hearty laugh. His silver hair flailed in the wind as his fighting spirit bolstered. I've waited too long for this day. Meng Yiqiu, be on your guard. He instantly attacked once again, his saber flashes raining down from every direction. A rare opponent. Qin Yun instantly brandished his frost sword. With a heart as still as an ice mirror, it reflected his surroundings. Qin Yun began using one sword technique after another, many of which were learned in this world. He believed that they were sufficiently powerful, but they had never been tested in actual life-and-death combat. Clang! 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 The weapons clashed. However, Xiao was astounded. This Meng Yiqiu's sword arts undergo a myriad of changes. They're lingering and soft one moment, then extremely oppressive, then astoundingly fast and unpredictable the next. Yes, this attack is overly soft. It looks like complementing yin with yang is the correct way to do it. On the other hand, this attack should be done with more verve. Oh. This attack actually has such a major flaw. With Qin Yun's still mirror heart, his expertise in defensive arts, and him having learned the lock heaven sword in this world, he completely controlled the situation. The occasional test of his sword moves was done in controlled environments. I'm actually at this much of a disadvantage? Xiao also noticed this and could not help but panic. With his sword techniques, he has controlled the surroundings without me realizing. It's as though I have fallen into his net. How is this possible? He's such a young fellow. He entered the heaven role just a few years ago. How did he make his attacks so much more profound and proficient than mine in such a short span of time? Oh no! Xiao expression suddenly changed. The frost sword in Qin Yun's hand quickly phased into a sword beam that abruptly thrust forward. It appeared like an ordinary strike. Whoosh! Despite being more than 100 feet apart, space seemed to contract strangely. The sword instantly appeared in front of his chest. Because Xiao was alarmed, he failed to block in time. Bam! The sword beam stabbed straight into Xiao's chest. Although it encountered resistance from the empowered flesh, it still managed to penetrate deeply. It even continued on its trajectory from sheer momentum to slice across his chest. The wound split open as blood spewed out. The injury was rather serious, but his wound healed at a discernible pace. Even I was unable to injure Li Ruji this badly. Xiao was horrified. This attack is not bad. Qin Yun's eyes lit up as he turned delighted. In this world, he had grasped a new paramount realm, small world. It was similar in function to the length contraction spell but different in theory. The length contraction spell depended on a talisman amulet, but small world acted to change the heavenly Tao through Qin Yun's sword, distorting and changing space itself. Using small world as the foundation, Qin Yun next fused the infinite paramount realm and other moves, allowing for a strike that was excessively fast. And truly, it paid off. I'm actually injured? No, I can't let this continue. I have to fight him in close combat. I have to injure him at the cost of being injured. I can withstand being injured by him about 10 times, but he won't be able to survive a single strike of mine. Xiao immediately made such plans. He felt conflicted though. I once despised Li Ruji for using such strategies, but who knew that there would come a day for me to rely on such a strategy to save my life? Boom! Xiao's silver hair flared as he began ignoring his wounds in order to exchange injury for injury. He wished to injure Qin Yun just once with no regard for himself. Just once was sufficient for him to slay his opponent. Boom! 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 The bluish-gray surges in the sky were cascading in chaos, but sword flashes in the form of illuminated arcs would block the enemy off. At times, they would shimmer in a dominative fashion, encroaching and invading the bluish-gray surge. It held the complete upper hand. What a powerful sword technique! He can actually hold the advantage while fighting with Xiao. Li Ruji's eyes were filled with shock when he landed in the Imperial Palace. Xuechong also flew to the side. Master, said Xuechong immediately. I never expected Meng Yiqiu to be this powerful. Yeah. His sword techniques are much more brilliant. Li Ruji nodded. However, Xiao has cultivated an ancient black fiend body. Xiao might very possibly turn the tables if he can engage in close combat. Xuechong was worried as well. Not far to the side, Li Cheng looked up and watched. He was at the 12th Qi refinement stage, and with the battle happening above the Imperial Palace, he could barely make out the newcomer's figure. That is Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu? He actually managed to save Patriarch and, from the looks of it, put Xiao at a disadvantage? Li Cheng found it somewhat unbelievable. Meng Yiqiu? Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu. It's him. He actually has the capability to repress Xiao. There were many experts in the Imperial Palace. They could tell at a glance that the person who had joined the fray was Meng Yiqiu. As for the many ordinary eunuchs and palace maids, they could not identify him. After all, they were about a kilometer away. At best, they could see two blurry figures but had no way to identify them. Outside the Imperial Palace, only a few experts were able to barely recognize Meng Yiqiu. Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu has actually stepped into the Dao. Furthermore, his strength seems to be above that of Fiend Lord Xiao. It looks like the world is changing. In the future, the number one person in the world will be Meng Yiqiu. All the experts that could clearly see the battle were stifled and shocked. A battle at this level would influence the entire power balance of the world, affecting billions of lives. Of course. Sovereign capital was too big. About 2 kilometers away, anyone below the Khanate realm could not identify Meng Yiqiu. However, they could vaguely see that a new expert had joined the battle. About 5 kilometers away, people couldn't even see their figures. All they could see were dark red surges clashing with bluish-gray surges before it turned into sword flashes clashing with bluish-gray surges. Meng Manor, which was about 15 kilometers away. Among Dongwan, Lu Qingsha, Gong Yener, and Meng Yuxiang, only Dongwan had stepped into the Khanate realm. And even he could not see things clearly. The person fighting has changed, said Dongwan. I believe the god of war has fled and a peerless sword expert has taken his place to block off Xiao. Another expert? Gong Yener could not help but comment. In this world, who would dare partake in a battle between the god of war and Fiend Lord Xiao? That's right. If the god of war can't withstand Xiao, who can? Lu Qingsha found it unbelievable as well. That is what is happening. Dongwan pointed into the sky. Look, the sword flashes are in full dominion. The bluish-gray surges are trapped. The sword expert even holds the advantage. That's actually true. Meng Yuxian looked up and watched as her face revealed a look of delight. She heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. The Chu kingdom is saved. My brother doesn't need to flee anymore. Yeah. Yiqiu will probably return in a while. Gong Yener gave a joyful look too. However, who is that sword expert? Dongwan was puzzled. Could it be Peerless Sword Sage, 5th on the god roll? Asked Lu Qingsha. Peerless Sword Sage might have had a breakthrough in strength, so now he can repress Xiao. However, Gong Yener said, Peerless Manor has never meddled in the affairs of the world. It's unlikely that Peerless Sword Sage would interfere. Perhaps God of War sought Peerless Sword Sage's help? Lu Qingsha was filled with speculation. However, Dongwan was watching very carefully. As he had the highest strength, he could see the sword flashes even clearer as a Khanate realm expert. Why do I feel that these sword flashes resemble Elder Meng's sword moves? Dongwan could not help but comment. Master's sword moves? Lu Qingsha was perplexed. Resemble Yiqiu's moves? Gong Yener was astonished as well. It's just a hunch. After all, it's just too far to see clearly, said Dongwan immediately. Apart from the extremely few people in sovereign capital that could identify Meng Yiqiu, there were countless others who did not know who the new sword expert was. Boom! 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 In midair, Xiao was counterattacking maniacally. Qin Yun continued testing his numerous techniques against his opponent's barrage of attacks. However, he would only occasionally test them when he was in complete control. Boom! The sounds from Qin Yun's sword flashes suddenly took on a deep tone. The world began to tremble. When a sword flash streaked across the sky, the trembling world suddenly revealed a black rift. Xiao retreated in shock when he saw that scene. This, Xiao stared at the black rift. Shattering the void? Qin Yun could not help but stop too. The black rift had an endless suction force. It even seemed to be summoning him in an inexplicable manner. Qin Yun had a faint inkling that on the other end of the black rift was another vast world. Another world. Xiao sensed it too. It was an instinctual pining. That was because reaching the other world meant having a chance of becoming a god and immortal. One could have everlasting youth. But in a blink of an eye, the black rift closed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287. Chapter 287, Price. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Xiao eyes were filled with madness as he stared at the black rift. However, it eventually closed up. What have I been doing? What have I been doing all these years? Xiao muttered to himself, I spent so long studying the ancient black fiend body just to kill Li Ruji? Just to ensure that there's no one in this world that I cannot kill? All this time, if I had only spent it all on my Dao, I might have already reached what Meng Yiqiu has accomplished. I might even be stronger. I actually did it because of my desire to excel over others. For the so-called dominion over this world, I wasted decades cultivating my body. Why am I so foolish? It was the first time Xiao was seeing the void rift with his own eyes. An infinite yearning for it stirred within him. It would have been fine if he had not seen it, because then it would have continued to feel like something vague and insubstantial. But now, having seen it with his own eyes, Xiao almost went mad. He understood that as long as he could improve one more time, he might be able to shatter the void and ascend. He could become a god, and immortal as the legends spoke of. He could have eternal youth. Xiao. Qin Yun spoke. Xiao's silver hair was disheveled as he stared at Qin Yun. Meng Yiqiu, I never expected you to be capable of shattering the void. Not yet. All I did was produce a tiny rift. Qin Yun shook his head. How old are you? You have a lifespan of 500 years, but you have yet to cultivate for 50 years to this date. Xiao gritted his teeth. You are already capable of producing a rift. If you were to improve a little more, you would be fully capable of shattering the void and ascending. You have this strength that makes you invincible, but you cannot be bothered to establish a nation. You cannot be bothered to dominate the world. As for me, I actually wasted so much time cultivating an ancient black fiend body. What was I thinking? Why am I so dumb? Back then, I was just hoping that luck would be on my side, that by cultivating the ancient black fiend body, I might spark something for my saber arts. I felt that my saber arts had reached a bottleneck and that it was very difficult to make any significant progress. The cultivation of the ancient black fiend body felt like an improvement, as it could enhance my strength faster. But I forgot. How can the path of cultivation be a game of luck? What should be abandoned should be abandoned. Things like gaining dominion over the world or invincibility, all of that can be thrown aside. If I had spent all my efforts just studying my saber arts, I would definitely have been a little stronger than how I am now. If I get even stronger, there is a chance of me shattering the void before my 500 years are up. At my level, shattering the void is what is most important. Xiao felt bitter. Indecision invariably leads to trouble. Things like country and family clan should all be abandoned. Qin Yun watched him. Abandon? In the secular world, family, fame and profit, love and hate, aspirations, they were chains that shackled one down. How many people were capable of forging forward forever? Who could go on for eternity and never be held back? cutting out what is not necessary, to know one's original intentions, to forge on indomitably, whispered Qin Yun. His eyes gradually turned brighter. After coming to this world, I realized that this world has more complete close combat techniques. They made my sword techniques more profound, but it also accentuated the crudeness of my sword Dao from before. The more I fixed and perfected it, the more it felt problematic, thought Qin Yun. In that case, I should have the fortitude to abandon it. I must abandon my previous sword Dao. With the 13 paramount realms I have already grasped, I can reunite them, forming an even more perfect sword Dao. Having finally succeeded in stepping into the Dao, he still needed to abandon it? To step into the Dao again? To form a brand new sword Dao? Such an act required a lot of determination. This was because it was not easy to form an even more perfect sword Dao by drawing from the many paramount realms. I'm still young. Furthermore, I'm a sword immortal through and through. In the future, I still have to create my own essence soul dermic formulation. If not, I will also only end up with a lifespan of 500 years, thought Qin Yun. And to create an essence soul dermic formulation myself, is naturally extremely difficult. If that's the case, the higher my attainment, the better. Qin Yun made a decision at that moment. He was abandoning the sword Dao he had cultivated for decades to start from scratch again. Qin Yun and Xiao were making their own respective decisions. Meng Yiqiu. In midair, Xiao white hair was disheveled as he said in a sullen manner, "I admit defeat." Qin Yun was slightly startled. Admit defeat? Although you can fly faster than me, it wouldn't be that easy to kill me with my ancient black fiend body, said Xiao. I am confident that I can take everyone in sovereign capital with me while I die. You should know that my Dao domain can wipe out all lives in a 5-kilometer radius with a thought. Qin Yun pricked up his brows. Experts that had stepped into the Dao were truly terrifying when it came to massacres. Everything within one's Dao domain could be annihilated. The entire, massive sovereign capital would only take a little longer to destroy. You should have noticed that I'm skilled in the Lock Heaven sword, replied Qin Yun. My sword techniques are capable of sealing the heavens and it can trap you too. I dare say that you would not be able to destroy sovereign capital before dying, but what about half? 20 or 30% would be quite a breeze, wouldn't it? Said Xiao with a laugh. Based on what I know, your younger sister has married into the Duan family and you have a son named Meng Huan. They are both in sovereign capital, aren't they? Qin Yun's pupils constricted. Are you threatening me? Qin Yun glared at him. I am absolutely confident that I can rescue my family before sending you to your death. I'm not threatening you. All I wish is that you spare me. Xiao looked at Qin Yun. If you spare me, I will naturally depart and return to the Wei Kingdom. I heard that you have been searching for powerful manuals. You have previously read through the manuals of the Duan family's White Jade Repository and the Chu Kingdom's arsenal, haven't you? Ha ha. In this world, in terms of the number of manuals, my Red Lotus Fiend sect has the most. Have you heard of the 36 secret teachings? Qin Yun nodded. All the manuals collected by my Red Lotus Fiend sect will be up for your perusal. You can also take all the original copies of the 36 secret teachings. Xiao looked at Qin Yun. I only wish that you will let me go. Give me this chance. Manuals? Qin Yun's heart stirred. The Red Lotus Fiend sect was founded by Xiao and was presently the best sect in the world. Most of its manuals were snatched from others. Powerful manuals formed the basis of a sect's heritage foundation. With many powerful manuals, the sect's disciples could choose the manuals most suited to them. As a result, the sect could constantly produce experts. All right, I will spare you. Qin Yun nodded. With his strength, he could kill Xiao at any time. I will not attack anyone for 30 years. You are also not to attack me, or the Wei Kingdom's Xiao clan? Xiao looked at Qin Yun. As long as the Wei Kingdom doesn't provoke me. Qin Yun nodded. Ha, good. Xiao revealed a look of delight. Then, 30 years from now, before the end of my life, I wish to arrange another battle with you. 30 years? Qin Yun nodded. He would still be in this world, so he naturally could answer the challenge. The main purpose of his coming to this world was for cultivation. All the Red Lotus Fiend's sex manuals could be read by him. The 36 secret teachings could be brought back. He had to make plans for the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect and the Meng family. And regarding Xiao scheduled battle, Qin Yun naturally welcomed having such a powerful opponent. Alright, then I'll be waiting for you at the Red Lotus Fiend sect. Xiao cupped his fist slightly before transforming into a stream of light that flew north. Qin Yun watched from afar and did not pursue him. If he could easily kill Xiao, he might have taken action then. He could also forcibly rob the manuals from the Red Lotus Fiend sect. Unfortunately, with Xiao's actual strength, slaying him would probably lead to countless deaths and injuries in sovereign capital. Qin Yun was not the sort that would implicate countless commoners. That's good too. The world remains peaceful and I can continue cultivating in peace. Qin Yun transformed into a stream of light as he flew toward Meng Manor. He was only a transient visitor in this world. Doing his best searching for manuals and taking care of people he cared about, while also trying to ensure that the world remained peaceful, that was enough to satisfy Qin Yun. That was, Li Ruji and Xuechong widened their eyes. They looked at the black rift that Qin Yun had cleaved open high in the sky. Shattering the void? Li Ruji and Xuechong were only a kilometer away from the battleground. They felt every cell in their body tremble. It was a yearning. It was as though there was something on the opposite side of the void that called to them. I never expected Mengiqiu to be capable of this. Li Ruji never had the immense yearning to shatter the void that he now felt. Shattering the void? Although it's only a rift, how old is he? He's not even 50, said Xuechong intolerably. Given 500 years, Mengiqiu is definitely capable of shattering the void and ascending. Envy and jealousy. All sorts of emotions grew in his heart. Xiao has fled. Mengiqiu actually didn't pursue him? Xuechong could not help but comment. He's fled. Li Ruji nodded but felt very calm. Xiao has an ancient black fiend body. Killing him wouldn't be easy. He probably negotiated with Mengiqiu and paid a particular price. Regardless, Mengiqiu took action to protect our Chu kingdom. My Li family should be grateful to him. Xuechong nodded slightly. Now, the number one person in the world was Mengiqiu. If Mengiqiu wanted peace in the world, there would be peace in the world. If he wanted chaos in the world, there would be chaos in the world. On a residence roof not far from the imperial palace, a Khanate expert from Peerless Manor had been looking up. Shattering the void? Mengiqiu is actually capable of that? Invincible. This is what invincible means. The Khanate expert was filled with excitement. He found it fascinating that he could see the void slice open in his lifetime. Xiao fled? Mengiqiu actually did not pursue him either. Judging by the battle just now, Mengiqiu's speed should be faster than Xiao's. From the looks of it, they made an agreement. The Khanate expert quickly gave that analysis. Everything that happened here must be immediately reported. The God roll. It's been so many years, but the God roll has finally changed. Furthermore, this change is rather tremendous. Even the person first on the God roll has changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288. Chapter 288, After the Battle. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Sovereign capital had many hidden powerful figures. And the battle between the first and second on the god roll was a spectacular battle, unequaled even by other warriors at that level. It would have been a lifelong regret if one missed it. It made many experts approach the battle to watch in close proximity. However, no one expected the battle to be filled with so many twists and turns. First, God of War Li Ruji was completely repressed. He was severely injured and on the brink of death. Then, Frost Sword Mengicho suddenly took action and saved him by fighting Fiend Lord Xiaojin. And when Mengicho fought Xiaojin, it made all the eyeballs of the spectators nearly pop out. This was because Xiaojin was completely disadvantaged. And the slicing open of the black rift in the void sent reverberations through all the experts that saw it clearly. Shattering the void? The void was cleaved apart. I could sense another massive world on the other side of the void rift. This. Regardless if their identities were a hegemon, an ascetic, or an unrestrained hero, all of them were stunned when they saw the void rift with their own eyes. This was the most shocking event in their lives. However, Qin Yun transformed into a stream of light and flew directly to Meng Manor. In Meng Manor, there was Gong Yener who was carrying Meng Huan, as well as Dongwan, Lu Qingsha, and Meng Yuxiang. They had their heads lifted up to watch the battle, but when the battle ended, there was no major commotion left for them to see since they were 15 kilometers away. So, a stream of light rapidly approached. "Look!" Lu Qingsha said immediately. "Elder?" Dongwan was astonished. He clearly saw at a glance that the incomer was Qin Yun. Why would Elder fly in from that direction? "Brother!" Xiao. Meng Yuxiang and Gong Yener were delighted too. "Dad, take me flying. I want to fly too." Meng Huan did not know what the battle from before signified. Instead, he was very excited by the idea of flying. Swoosh! Qin Yun landed inside the manor. "Huan-er." Qin Yun smiled as he lifted up Meng Huan who had run towards him. "Awesome," said Gong Yener with a smile. Thankfully, a peerless sword expert appeared. Not only did that person save the god of war, they even defeated Fiend Lord Xiaojin. "Xiao, you don't have to worry anymore." "Brother?" Meng Yuxiang asked as well. "Who was that sword expert? With your strength, you should have seen the person clearly, right?" "We were guessing it was peerless sword sage," quipped Lu Qingsha. When Qin Yun, who was carrying Meng Huan, heard this, he could not help but give a cough. "That person was me." Many people had seen the battle, so there was no reason to conceal his strength any further. The surrounding Gong Yener, Meng Yuxiang, Lu Qingsha, and Dongwan fell silent. They looked at Qin Yun in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. "My brother?" Meng Yuxiang still felt a little lost. "I did say that it felt like it resembled Elder's sword moves." Dongwan also coughed. "My master defeated Xiaojin?" Lu Qingsha perspired nervously. Gong Yener was stunned for a long while before she said, "Xiao, is what you said real?" "That's right." "Brother, is it real?" Meng Yuxiang pressed. "Is there a need to falsely brag?" There were many people watching the battle at the Imperial Palace. Qin Yun shook his head and laughed. "And it won't take long for Peerless Manor to produce a new god roll." The garden soon boiled with excitement. There was a huge commotion as Gong Yener, Meng Yuxiang, Dongwan, and Lu Qingsha constantly conversed. First on the god roll. "Huan-er, did you hear that? Your dad is first in the world." Gong Yener took Meng Huan from Qin Yun's arms. She was excessively excited. "By the way, brother, we didn't know that you had stepped into the Tao." Meng Yuxiang looked at Qin Yun. "None of us from the Zhou Mountain sword sect knew of it either," said Dongwan as well. Now that he had entered the Khanate realm, he was considered a member of the upper echelons of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. Yet, he had never heard the news that his grand elder had stepped into the Tao. Qin Yun relaxed his brows and said casually, "Oh, I stepped into the Tao not long ago. I just felt that there was no reason to announce it right away." Back when he descended into this world, he had already had his Tao for decades. Night. Inside Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's main hall. Thick candles, as thick as a child's arm, were burning. They lit up the entire hall like it was daytime. There were dozens of people inside the hall, including the sect master, elders, personal disciples, as well as a few head stewards. Everyone. Sitting in the sect master seat, the slightly plump middle-aged man Zuotang was in high spirits. His eyes shimmered like lightning as his voice sounded like a bell. "I have good news to share with everyone today, but..." All these years, Zuotang's voice had never been this loud. Or clear. Good news? What is it? What happened? The upper echelons and elites of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect were puzzled. "I just received a letter from Sovereign Capital today and I immediately summoned all of you after reading it." Zuotang's face was flushed red with excitement. It could even be said that he was beaming. Just today, Fiend Lord Xiao headed to Sovereign Capital to kill God of War Li Ruji. During this battle, Li Ruji suffered an abject defeat. Just as he was about to lose his life, our Zhou Mountain Sword sect's Grand Elder Meng took action and saved Li Ruji. He fought Xiao and, in that battle, Xiao admitted defeat and begged for mercy. Only then was he spared of his life. All the elders, personal disciples, and head stewards were astounded. Was that really true? Elder Meng is already in existence that has stepped into the Tao. His strength is superior to Fiend Lord Xiaohojian's and God of War Li Ruji's, said Zuotang excitedly. This news was personally verified by Dongwuan through Elder Meng before it was sent to us. In a few days, Peerless Manor will produce a new god roll. Our Zhou Mountain Sword sect's Elder Meng will be ranked first on the god roll. Our Zhou Mountain Sword sect's Grand Elder will be ranked first on the god roll? The elders, personal disciples, and head stewards beneath slowly reacted. Then, all of them burst into excitement as if the news hit them harder than the strongest liquors. Everyone felt like they were intoxicated. Heavens! It was unbelievable. However, the news had been confirmed by Meng Yiqiu through Dongwuan's inquiry. There was no mistake about it. Meng Yiqiu was previously ranked on the heaven roll. There was no reason for him to make up such a huge lie. Junior brother Yiqiu was truly talented back then. Zuotang was in high spirits, but he also felt mixed emotions. Master had placed all hopes of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect's rise on him. Later on, he was poisoned, disappointing, and hurting Master's heart. Now from the looks of it, the poison that tormented him for a year actually rejuvenated junior brother Yiqiu. He has truly skyrocketed. Yes, he has really skyrocketed. I believe our Zhou Mountain Sword sect will become the best sect in the world someday. Ha ha ha. This is absolutely. I want to head to Sovereign Capital. I want to meet Elder Meng. The entire hall was in chaos. Clearly, the news left an excessive impact on them. All the upper echelons of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect were overcome by joy. They could foresee that in the coming days the Zhou Mountain Sword sect would soar to the top. It was even possible that if Elder Meng so wished, he could use the Zhou Mountain Sword sect disciples as the core, begin to recruit people, and rapidly conquer the world. Some even estimated that it would not take more than 10 years for him to unify the world under the rule of a massive empire. Even if he did not wish to conquer the world, it was not difficult for the Zhou Mountain Sword sect to become the world's #1 sect. As Qin Yun did not mention the cleaving open of the void, Dongwuan's report did not mention it. It was only days later that the Zhou Mountain Sword sect learned that in the battle that would be talked about for thousands of years, their Grand Elder had sliced open the void. To be honest, his slicing of the void shocked them more than his defeating Fiend Lord Xiaohojian. Master! Master! In sovereign capital, 3 days after the battle. Lu Qingxiao ran over and politely handed a book over. Master, this is the latest god roll that Peerless Manor sent over. God roll? Qin Yun reached out his hand to receive it. Peerless Manor directly sold the heaven, earth, and man rolls. However, it was different with the god roll. The god roll only had a handful of people. Furthermore, it didn't change for decades at a time. With the people on the god roll enjoying high statuses, Peerless Manor did not dare offend them. Therefore, the god roll was not sold to the common populace. Instead, after it was editorialized by Peerless Manor, it would be given to the top factions in the world for free. Ordinary large family clans and sects would not even receive it. For example, the Duan family had no right to receive the god roll before Qin Yun's rise to power. Of course, Peerless Manor had given the Duan family one this time. God roll. It was a thin book. Qin Yun flipped it open and simply scanned it. First on the god roll, Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's Grand Elder Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu. Meng Yiqiu was once poisoned by lethal poison. After being tormented by the poison for a year, he experienced a complete rejuvenation and surpassed his former self. He constantly created new miracles. In the Battle of Sovereign Capital, he saved God of War Li Ruji and even directly defeated Fiend Lord Xiao. He also managed to slice through the void with one strike. He is already invincible in this world. Even in the annals of history, he is ranked as one of the top few. It was very high praise. Although Li Ruji and Xiao were powerful, in the long annals of history, they would only be considered average compared to the legendary elites of old. The most illustrious ones were even capable of shattering the void and ascending. Peerless Manor clearly counted Meng Yiqiu as one of the few most illustrious figures that had managed to shatter the void and ascend. In fact, most people agreed with it when they read the god roll. This was because 99% of people believed that Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu, who had sliced open the void despite cultivating for less than 5 decades, was destined to shatter the void and ascend. Qin Yun was not concerned with any of this. 5 days after the battle, he headed to the Red Lotus Fiends sect in the Wei Kingdom. He read through all the manuals in the Red Lotus Fiends sect and following that, took away the original copy of the core 36 secret teachings. Although the Red Lotus Fiends sect did have more than one copy of it, it had lost more than half its heritage. After all, only those who could cultivate the teachings to the paramount realm could reproduce a copy, and even then only after seeking out precious materials and spending copious amounts of time. The Yin Kingdom was panicking in horror. Half a month after the battle, it took the initiative to send Qin Yun treasures. After knowing that Qin Yun liked manuals, they invited him to read through the Yin Kingdom's arsenal. He was free to choose and take away any manuals he wanted. Qin Yun visited the arsenal and found that, indeed, the Yin Kingdom was the weakest of the 3 kingdoms. After reading through the manuals, he did not take any of the manuals back with him. The Yin Kingdom reacted with panic and took the initiative to choose 15 manuals and sent them to sovereign capital's Meng Manor. Qin Yun was somewhat at a loss as to whether he should laugh or cry regarding this matter. He did not want them, but they ended up offering them to him? If he didn't take any, the Yin Kingdom would feel uneasy. Qin Yun chose 6 original copies and returned the other 9. The Chu Kingdom's heritage was stronger than the Wei Kingdom's. After learning that the Wei and Yin Kingdom had given large amounts of treasures and original manuals to Qin Yun, they also immediately sent treasures and 10 original copies. Of course, these 10 precious original copies were ones that the Chu Kingdom's arsenal had multiple copies of. The Yin Kingdom's 6 original copies, the Chu Kingdom's 10 original copies, and the Red Lotus Fiend sect's 36 secret teachings original copy, as well as more than half the treasures were sent to the Zhou Mountain Sword sect by Qin Yun. Although he had to take his family into consideration with all the treasures, there was just too much. He needed to leave a little behind. With many precious manuals and a strong backer, the Zhou Mountain Sword sect naturally began to prosper rapidly. Many large family clans in the world began sending their elites to enter the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. That battle shocked the world. However, as the years went on, the world gradually returned to its original peaceful state. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 289. Chapter 289, Meng Huan. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. In a blink of an eye, 15 years had passed since that legendary battle. In the Meng Manor compound. "Mom, I'm going out. I'll be eating dinner outside," said Meng Huan. "Be careful while you are out." Gong Yenner smiled at her son. Meng Huan was now 21. His mother was the fairy crabapple, Gong Yenner. With his father also having outstanding looks, Meng Huan was naturally quite a handsome young lad. And since he cultivated in the frost sword chart, he had a cool aura that made him a little more aloof and otherworldly. "I heard that Huaner has acquainted himself with 2 female soulmates." Gong Yenner smiled happily. From the looks of it, Ichou's decision for Huaner to travel more and experience life outside had its reasons. Back then, Qin Yun made Meng Huan adventure outside on his own. Although Meng Huan was only left to fend for himself in Sovereign Capital, Gong Yenner was still somewhat worried. Sovereign Capital was a huge city with more than 10 million people. There were all sorts of people in it, so naturally it presented all sorts of dangers. How perilous was it for Meng Huan to go adventuring in the large city alone? However, as it was a decision made by Meng Ichou and experts were secretly sent to protect him, Gong Yenner did not stop him from leaving. "You are going out again?" Qin Yun sat cross-legged in the garden by the side of the lake. He had left a quintessential essence imprint on his son, so he naturally knew where his son was at all times. Huaner has enjoyed sword arts from a young age, but he has no one his own age here in this household. There are some maidservants, but they are subordinates, thought Qin Yun. Huaner has been very introverted from a young age. He doesn't even speak much. All he does is practice his sword from morning to night in silence. Some days, he doesn't even say more than 10 sentences. I was afraid Huaner's personality might end up warped, so I forced him to go out. Having gone out, he has encountered all sorts of riffraff in Sovereign Capital. He also suffered many times. It has changed him quite substantially. I have even heard that he has 2 female soulmates. Qin Yun smiled, as he was rather pleased with his son's transformation. After all, he had brought up the child from when he was an infant. Qin Yun had very deep feelings for Meng Huan. Meng Huan was dressed plainly and his hair was casually tied up in a messy manner. As he had very outstanding looks and bearing, he would draw attention wherever he went if he only placed a little emphasis on how he dressed himself. Cloud Gathering Restaurant. Meng Huan came to a rather famous restaurant in Sovereign Capital. He looked up at its signboard and smiled before quickly entering. "Sir, please come on in." "Sir, how many people do you have in your party?" The waiting staff in Cloud Gathering Restaurant were very warm and welcoming. Meng Huan very familiarly entered a room on the 3rd floor. There were 2 young women inside the room. "Brother Huan, Sister Zhong, and I have been waiting for you for so long," said a green-dressed woman. Her voice was soft and very pleasant to the ears. "Sis Yun." Meng Huan's eyes lit up when he saw the green-dressed woman. He could not help but beam. In fact, in the recent half-year, the green-dressed woman, Tan Taiyun, seldom appeared. She had slowly given him the cold shoulder, making Meng Huan feel somewhat disenchanted. "Xiao Huan, you are the latest. You need to drink 3 cups of alcohol as punishment," a yellow-dressed woman said with a smile as she addressed Meng Huan endearingly. She had fair skin that was crystalline like white jade. Every action of hers had an air of nobility to it. "All right, I deserve the punishment." Meng Huan happily sat down and drank 3 cups of alcohol magnanimously. After finishing the drinks, he said immediately, Sister Zhang, Sis Yun, have you found any new clues regarding the murder at Coiling Tea Alley? The green-dressed woman shook her head gently. Instead, the yellow-dressed woman smiled and said, I did find something. The trio began discussing. Meng Huan had led a charmed life from a young age, one where he was completely protected. He had never seen the darkness of humanity. At the age of 18, Qin Yun forced him to adventure in sovereign capital. There, he encountered many vile instances that happened in the bustling city every day that angered him. He began acting chivalrously, helping the weak while ridding the city of evil. He was only at the 12th stage of the Qi refinement realm and had yet to grasp sword intent. However, his sword and movement techniques were taught by Qin Yun personally. He had robust foundations and had the capability to defeat evil. When Qin Yun learned of the matter, he was happy for his son. During his crusade, Meng Huan acquainted himself with a young heroine, Tantai Yun, who was 2 years younger than he was. The two of them frequently acted together and their relationship deepened. She was the first woman to enter Meng Huan's heart. A year later, Meng Huan and Tantai Yun befriended Zhong Lin, who was 1 year older than Meng Huan. As the trio shared similar personality traits, they did heroic deeds together. Zhong Lin was the eldest, Meng Huan was the second eldest, and Tantai Yun was the youngest. However, as time went on, the relationship between the trio turned complicated. Meng Huan and Tantai Yun mutually liked each other, but Meng Huan was too thin-skinned. And as a girl, Tantai Yun did not take the initiative. Caught up in the intimate feelings they had for each other early on, they would meet nearly daily. But in the recent half-year, Tantai Yun seldom appeared, giving Meng Huan the cold shoulder. And Zhong Lin watched all of this and knew exactly what was happening. All she did was secretly like Meng Huan. After the trio had their meal. Let's go. We should take a look at Coiling Tea Alley. We can investigate in detail at night, said Meng Huan with a smile. Zhong Lin and Tantai Yun stood up as well. The trio left after paying. A group of people walked over across the corridor along the 3rd floor of Cloud Gathering Restaurant. It was quite a squeeze. Sis Yun? There was an exclamation. Meng Huan, Zhong Lin, and Tantai Yun saw a colorful robed youth with cold-looking eyes standing at the front of the group of people. He was staring intently at Tantai Yun before he swept his eyes to Meng Huan and Zhong Lin. He also gave Zhong Lin an extended look due to her beauty. Brother Qian. Tantai Yun's expression changed slightly as she scuttled over. At the same time, she politely greeted a black-robed middle-aged man standing beside the colorful robed youth. Greetings, uncle. The black-robed middle-aged man's expression was gloomy. Tantai Yun, what's your relationship with this pretty boy? The colorful robed youth grabbed Tantai Yun's arm and stared at Meng Huan. Meng Huan's expression changed. Brother Qian. He's just a friend, an ordinary friend, answered Tantai Yun immediately. Do you think I'm blind? That I didn't see how close the two of you were? Bellowed the youth. From the side, the black-robed man looked coldly at Tantai Yun. Since you are aware that you are betrothed to my Ouyang family, you must know how to behave as a virtuous woman. But here you are, making hanky-panky with some wild man. It is a smack in my Ouyang family's face. Tantai Yun was distraught. No, that's not the case. I didn't do any such thing. The Tantai family is of lowly background. It is unable to rise and will never be able to rise, said the black-robed man coldly. Miss Tantai. Meng Huan spoke out with a pale expression. Tantai Yun looked over and said, Zhou Huan, help me explain to them that there's nothing between us. Meng Huan felt like his heart was being ripped apart. She was the first true friend he made after leaving the household. I'm Zhou Huan. Greetings, young heroine. I'm Tantai Yun. Greetings, young hero. He would never forget the scene of their first meeting. The both of them had acted chivalrously and helped the weak together. Meng Huan even dreamed of marrying Tan Tai Yun. But everyone, said Meng Huan as he cupped his fists at the black-robed man and company. It is true that there is nothing between Miss Tantai and me. With that said, Meng Huan turned to leave. With his back facing the group, Meng Huan could not control his tears. In the past, all he had in the world were his parents and sword arts. Tan Tai Yun was the first woman to ever enter his heart. Now, he felt like his heart was being diced by a knife. His mind was in chaos. Pfft, Meng Huan coughed as he covered his mouth. There were signs of blood in his palm. Xiao won. Zhonglin, who had immediately followed by his side, had a drastic change of expression when she saw that. In the distance, Tan Tai Yun, who was accompanying the colorful robed youth, was constantly explaining, "Brother Qian, you misunderstand. There really is nothing between us. I'm just..." "Hold it," the black-robed man said coldly instead. "The both of you are acting like you're being separated by life and death. Do you think that my Ouyang family is blind? Men, capture the both of them. Capture the male and feed him to the dogs. As for the female, bring her back and imprison her first." The middle-aged man had noticed Zhonglin's looks. Instantly, he felt a yearning for her. Such a beauty was obviously not to be killed recklessly. She had to be enjoyed. Yes. Two figures immediately appeared from behind. "Uncle!" Tan Tai Yun pleaded anxiously. "Shut up." The black-robed man gave her a cold glance. Meng Huan turned around and whispered, "Sister Zhong, leave first." With that said, he instantly drew his sword. Bam! 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 Sword flashes shimmered. The two figures that had charged forward were blocked and sent retreating. Although Meng Huan was only at the 12th stage of Qi refinement, he was still capable of taking about 10 attacks from man-roll experts. Interesting. Attack! The black-robed man sneered, and immediately a few figures behind him charged forward. "Brother Ouyang, this kid seems rather strong. He might have some notable background," a wealthy elder quipped to the side. "He's completely unknown. What sort of background can he have?" scoffed the black-robed man. The wealthy elder immediately stopped speaking. The black-robed man was a powerful figure in sovereign capital, so he had the credentials to make such a judgment. Meng Huan's lifeblood was in turmoil while fending off the attacks of 6 experts. He could not help but spew another mouthful of blood as he barely endured. A distance away, Zhonglin was anxious, but she did not dare interfere. This was because when the three of them did heroic deeds, Meng Huan was the strongest. "I'm from the Peifang Zhong family. Zhong Wanhai is my father," said Zhonglin anxiously. "Zhong Wanhai? He might command some respect if you were mentioning him to someone lowly, but in front of me, he's nothing more than a fart." The black-robed man scoffed. Suddenly. So. 2 streams of light flew in through the window. Pang! 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 The 6 figures that were attacking Meng Huan were instantly sent flying backward. The 2 streams of light stopped beside Meng Huan. They were 2 gray-robed men. One of them held a saber and the other held a sword. When they saw the pale Meng Huan's mouth covered in blood, they were alarmed. "Young lord." Both of them were somewhat flustered. Vomiting blood could imply either light or heavy injuries. "Young lord?" The black-robed man, the colorful-robed youth, the wealthy elder, as well as Tan Tai Yun and Zhonglin, were astonished. "Aren't the 2 of them the saber and sword duo on the earth roll?" The wealthy elder's expression changed. An expert on the earth roll could hold the role of Grand Elder in a top sect. 2 earth roll experts are actually addressing him as young lord? Even His Highness the Crown Prince would not have 2 earth roll experts as guards. It's the saber and sword duo. The black-robed man's expression changed as he shouted immediately, I'm Ouyang Quan. Shut up, dot. The two gray-robed men were flustered. Vomiting blood meant internal injuries. Furthermore, Meng Huan's expression was pale and he looked to be in a dire state. The two of them knew how much importance their old lord placed on their young lord. One of the gray-robed men directly took out a wooden token. He injected quintessential essence into it, causing it to tremble. I have already informed the old lord, said the gray-robed saber user. In the Meng family compound, Qin Yun sat cross-legged on the grass in the garden beside the lake. He was meditating on his sword arts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290. Chapter 290, No one in this world can save you. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. The lakeside was rather cold and damp. The cool air pervaded the area, but Qin Yun was focused on his sword Dao. During that battle 15 years ago, Xiao felt deep regret after he saw Qin Yun slice open the void. He regretted the time he wasted cultivating his body and was determined to abandon everything in order to place all his efforts on his saber Dao. Qin Yun was inspired too. He made the firm decision to start from the beginning. He wanted to form a new sword Dao with his 13 paramount realms as the foundation. It was very difficult. Qin Yun had spent the past 15 years gradually forming a nascent sword Dao. Furthermore, it was turning increasingly clear in his heart. Every day, he might have appeared to be teaching his son swordplay or meditating by the lake, but in fact, he was in constant preparation. He was waiting for the instant everything automatically culminated. Almost there. Almost there. Qin Yun could sense that his second stepping into the Dao was approaching. Oh? Something happened with the saber and sword duo? Qin Yun was alarmed. Both of them are earth roll experts. Yet they are requesting help? None of the three kingdoms are willing to offend me. Now, which person on the heaven or god roll is foolish enough to threaten my son? Qin Yun placed great importance on anything that involved his son. So, in an instant, a stream of light flashed through the night sky. He headed straight for Cloud Gathering Restaurant. He traversed kilometers in an instant. When the Cloud Gathering Restaurant entered Qin Yun's Dao domain, he immediately saw everything clearly. From the looks of it, there are no heaven or god roll experts. Qin Yun instantly determined this, however he still frowned. Why did Huaner vomit blood? From the way his eyes look, something isn't right. He looks to have fallen into a trance. His two female soulmates. Why is the one named Tan Taiyun standing beside another youth? Qin Yun's Dao domain probed the situation and immediately gave him enough to guess. Did he encounter a setback in love? Swoosh! Qin Yun flew at an astonishing speed. Within seconds, he arrived at Cloud Gathering Restaurant. What happened? There was a fight. Who would dare cause trouble in Cloud Gathering Restaurant? Cloud Gathering Restaurant was in turmoil at that moment. As Meng Huan and the 6 experts fought before the saber and sword duo arrived, it caused Cloud Gathering Restaurant's windows and corridor to be in shambles. Most of the damaged items had fallen into the streets outside. I'm trying to enjoy my alcohol. Who's causing trouble? A half-drunk man dressed in flowery robes had flushed red cheeks. He stumbled up to the 3rd floor of Cloud Gathering Restaurant where the fight had happened. He was followed by a bunch of lackeys as he continued grumbling and cursing. By the side, a manager from Cloud Gathering Restaurant immediately apologized. Third Lord, it's just something trivial. It's none of your business. I was just having a good time with a beauty when this noisy disturbance happened below. The flowery-dressed man went on a tirade. His subordinates immediately held back the manager. The manager was aggrieved. Woe is me. There was fighting on the third floor, and now this third lord is making a scene. I wonder what could go wrong next. In business, one strove to reduce major issues into minor ones. Among the guests that Cloud Gathering restaurant was entertaining today, the person that enjoyed the highest status was this flowery dressed man. Although Cloud Gathering restaurant had sufficiently strong backing, they did not dare provoke him. It could be said that he was practically free to do as he pleased in sovereign capital. No matter who it was, they would fear him. Oh! The man's eyes suddenly widened despite his drunken stupor, for he saw Qin Yun reach the third floor before approaching the scene. Did I see wrong? The flowery dressed man widened his eyes as he instantly snapped out of his stupor. Hey! The man rushed forward, completely aware now. He even gave a sycophantic smile. Brother-in-law. Why are you here? Shut your mouth. Qin Yun sharply but softly remarked with a frown. Yes, yes. The man immediately shut up as he obediently followed at Qin Yun's side. He looked like an obedient dog but with a very smug grin. As for the man's lackeys, they were astounded. Back when Gong Yenner met Qin Yun with their child in tow, she wished that Qin Yun would take her family out of Centauria Valley. However, many members of the Gong family coveted Centauria Valley's wealth. Only Gong Yenner's father, younger brother, and a few other family members chose to stay in sovereign capital. The flowery dressed man was Gong Yenner's younger brother, Gong Peng. He was addressed as Third Lord Gong in sovereign capital. His brother-in-law was Frost Sword Xiao, ranked first on the god roll. He naturally could do as he pleased. He addressed him as brother-in-law? Master's brother-in-law? Isn't that? All the lackeys held their breaths in nervousness. They followed obediently from behind. Even the Cloud Gathering restaurant's manager was stuttering from the shock. A hole through the heavens. He immediately rushed down the stairs to inform his boss. Everyone who had powerful backing in sovereign capital knew that the one entity they could not offend in the entire city was actually not the imperial palace. Instead, it was the area beside Emerald Jade Lake. That place was the residence of the number one figure on the god roll, Frost Sword Xiao, who struck fear in the three kingdoms and all factions. Powerful and wealthy families prohibited their subordinates from approaching Emerald Jade Lake, afraid that they would offend him. The black-robed middle-aged man, Ouyang Quan, and his son were horrified. Even the wealthy elder beside them was extremely vexed. Why I was so foolish to invite Ouyang Quan here. Now that the saber and sword duo have given the order, none of us can leave. He was annoyed. The Ouyang father and son duo was more horrified and remorseful. Why did I come when old man Tong invited me here? If I didn't come here, I wouldn't have gotten into this big trouble. And that Tantai Yun is a trouble-making vixen. Ouyang Quan's heart was palpitating. What background does that man have to have two experts on the earth roll protecting him and addressing him politely as young lord? I hope he will spare my Ouyang family on account of my daughter. Xiao Wan, are you better? Zhong Lin was distraught with worry. Sister Zhong, I'm fine. Meng Huan rubbed off the blood from the corner of his lips. However, he looked pale and in terrible shape, as though he was still in a trance. Zhong Lin looked at the saber and sword duo who were standing to the side. The heaven, earth, and man rolls were sold publicly. To adventure in the world, Zhong Lin had naturally read through all three of them. She had retained detailed information and was naturally able to recognize the two of them. Saber and sword duo. They are earth roll experts. What background does Xiao Huan have to have earth roll experts as guards? And on the other side, Tantai Yun, who was standing by the colorful robed man's side, fell silent. She was no longer trying to explain herself. Instead, she was watching everything in front of her in a daze. Young lord? Isn't that the saber and sword duo? Why did they address brother Huan young lord? Tantai Yun was confused. At that moment, A man in ordinary robes walked over from behind. A flowery-dressed man followed him obediently. Huan Er. Qin Yun looked at Meng Huan. Master. The saber and sword duo bowed respectfully. When Meng Huan saw Qin Yun, he became more reserved. Dad. Not that far away, the Ouyang father and son duo had pale, distraught faces. Their Ouyang family was powerful, so they naturally recognized the simply dressed man. And with Third Lord Gong standing obediently behind him, it was enough to prove who he was. Let me take a look. Qin Yun extended his hand to grab his son's wrist. A wisp of quintessential essence seeped in as Qin Yun began probing his body. This will be troublesome. Qin Yun had an excellent understanding of a body's control. This is not an injury inflicted by combat. Instead, it's an internal injury caused by a broken heart. A broken heart could not be mended with medicine. An injury from a broken heart had a wide range of repercussions. A minor one was a simple setback. After a few days of sadness, one would gradually forget the matter. If it was major, it was possible to even die from love. As for his son, he was more introverted. Tantai Yun was apparently his son's first love interest. This is quite troublesome, thought Qin Yun. Your name is Zhong Lin, am I right? Qin Yun smiled at Zhong Lin, who was standing to the side. Yes. Greetings, uncle, I'm Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin immediately bowed. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. I have a presumptuous request. Uncle, please speak, said Zhong Lin. Can you come to my household and stay by Huan Er's side for a few days? Requested Qin Yun. Zhong Lin was also one of his son's romantic interests. It might mend his son's broken heart if she accompanied him. Zhong Lin was somewhat embarrassed, but she was delighted deep down. As she had always liked Meng Huan, she immediately answered, I naturally have to accompany him now that he is injured. Sister Zhong. Meng Huan could not help but try to speak out. All right. Qin Yun shouted with a frown. Look at your present state. Return home. With that said, he turned to leave with Meng Huan and Zhong Lin. The saber user of the saber and sword duo said immediately, Lord, that Ouyang Quan over there said to capture young lord and feed him to the dogs. He even wanted to bring Miss Zhong back and imprison her. The Ouyang father and son duo, who were already shuddering in fear and hoping that Qin Yun would leave soon, fell into a daze when they heard that. Ouyang Quan even swayed and fell to the ground. The man in colorful robes beside him hurriedly held his father up. Qin Yun shot a glance at the father and son duo. Capture and feed him to the dogs? Gong Peng. Qin Yun spoke. I'll leave the Ouyang family to you. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission as an exhortation. As for Tantai Yun, don't touch her. He decided to leave his son's affairs of the heart alone. Yes, yes. I understand. Gong Peng answered immediately. Okay. Qin Yun nodded and departed with the rest. Swoosh. Soon, Qin Yun, with Meng Huan and Zhong Lin, as well as the saber and sword duo directly transformed into streams of light that streaked across the sky, returning to the Meng household. Third Master Gong. Spare me. Spare me. Third Master Gong, please spare us on account of my sister. The Ouyang duo was begging for mercy. Ouyang Quan's eldest daughter had married into the imperial palace. She was the most beloved consort of the reigning King Chu. It strongly uplifted Ouyang Quan's power. Begging for mercy? Third Lord Gong was incensed. How dare you? You even bullied my nephew. Do you know what status my nephew holds? Even I have to kiss up to him. I'm telling you this, Ouyang Quan. No one in this world can save you. No one. The Ouyang father and son duo was horrified. Tantai Yun, who was to the side, did not know Meng Ichio by looks alone. However, she knew Third Lord Gong. Third Lord Gong's nephew. 2 Earth role experts as guards. Could Brother Huan's father be? The color in Tan Tai Yun's face drained. You are doomed. Ouyang Quan, you are doomed. I have to think of a way to deal with you. How shall I avenge my nephew? Third Lord Gong had received Qin Yun's instructions and was filled with confidence. You can request for help as much as you want now. Anyone would do. I want to see who would come to your rescue. Third Lord Gong was usually pugnacious, but he was forced to hold back. After all, he knew his brother-in-law abhorred evil acts. Now, with Qin Yun's orders, he naturally felt like he was given free rein to let loose. Now, he could show all of sovereign capital how powerful he was. You dare bully my brother-in-law? You even wanted to feed my nephew to the dogs? Humph. Third Lord Gong stroked his chin as his eyes were filled with coldness. Zhonglin streaked across the sky with Meng Huan, Qin Yun, and the saber and sword duo. As it was the night sky and they were flying very fast, Zhonglin had no way to discern her surroundings. We are flying so fast. Who is Xiao Huan's father? Zhonglin could not help but speculate. Is he the sect master of a particular top sect? Is he the leader of some huge faction? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291. Chapter 291, Stepping into the Tao a Second Time, Part 1/2. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Zhonglin was somewhat nervous. Ever since the Zhong family's decline, she had dedicated herself to cultivation. She went out adventuring as a way to hone herself. After all, a family thrived by either entering the ranks of the government or by producing an expert, especially a Khanate realm expert. A Khanate intent realm expert was sufficient to make a family clan thrive for 100 years. She acquainted herself with Meng Huan and Tan Tai Yun when she was out adventuring in sovereign capital. Meng Huan was truly very pure and innocent. Even after witnessing the various sordid ongoings happening in sovereign capital, he kept his forthright and innocent heart while abhorring evil. Zhonglin was gradually attracted to Meng Huan for those qualities. Both Earth role experts address him as Young Lord. Zhonglin could not help but remain nervous at that moment. Swoosh! Zhonglin landed in a manor compound with Qin Yun, Meng Huan, and company. Is this Xiao Huan's home? Zhonglin was still acting cautiously, but the Meng household quickly plunged into chaos. All these years, Qin Yun and Gong Yener were most concerned about Meng Huan even though they themselves lacked a close relationship. Now, with Meng Huan injured and vomiting blood, the entire Meng household was burning with anxiety. Dongwon, Lu Qingsha, and the other elite disciples sent by the Zhou Mountain Sword sect were furious when they learned of the matter. Meng Huan was bullied and attacked? Meng Huan was such a harmless man and he did not act in any way like a foppish son of an important father. It was already impressive that Meng Huan did not bully others due to his background. Instead, he was the one being bullied? Lock Heaven Sword Dongwon? He's ranked on the Earth roll. That's Lu Qingsha, ranked on the Man roll. And that's Chu Yunha from the Man roll. Zhonglin stood to the side watching everything. They are all from the Zhou Mountain Sword sect. They address Xiao Huan's father as master and elder? Zhonglin's heart palpitated. She now had a vague guess. Huaner. Huaner. Gong Yener ran over anxiously. How's Huaner? Ichio, who injured Huaner? Who was it? Don't panic. It's fine, said Qin Yun immediately. Ichio? Zhonglin's guess was confirmed. First on the god roll. He had sliced open the void 15 years ago. He was publicly recognized as an existence that could shatter the void and ascend as legends spoke of Frost Sword Meng Ichio. This is the #1 beauty in the world, Fairy Crabapple Gong Yener? Zhonglin also looked with awe at Gong Yanner, who was still at the 12th stage of the Qi refinement realm. She had not stepped into the Khanate realm. She already had wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Despite cultivating and consuming all sorts of treasured herbs, she still looked like a beautiful woman in her 30s. However, she was the only woman of the legendary frost sword Meng Yiqiu. Therefore, she was recognized as the #1 beauty in the world. Xiao Huan is frost sword Meng Yiqiu and Gong Yanner's son? Zhonglin fell into a trance, and there was even a hint of an inferiority complex. A hole was pierced through the heavens. News of a scuffle involving Meng Yiqiu's son at Cloud Gathering Restaurant swept through the upper echelons of the sovereign capital's elite like a tsunami. In fact, Meng Huan was the person with the strongest backer among all the young elites of sovereign capital. However, he kept a low profile and, with Qin Yun protecting him well, there was almost no news of Meng Huan in the outside world. Even those that were capable of obtaining that information did not spread it for fear of offending Qin Yun. Therefore, Meng Huan's existence was only known by very few family clans. As for his looks and personality, they were complete unknowns. Fools! 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 King Chu, Li Chang, was awoken late that night. He broke out into a cold sweat when he heard the news. He angrily berated the old eunuch to the side. That fool Ouyang Quan deserves death. He truly deserves death. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Asked the old eunuch. Strip Ouyang Quan of all his positions. As for the rest of his punishment, ignore it. Let the Meng family and the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect deal with him. Also, invite Elder Dongwan here tomorrow. I would like to have a chat with him, instructed Li Chang. Qin Yun might not even entertain him even if he attempted to seek an audience with Qin Yun. So typically, the king would go through Dongwan to offer his goodwill towards the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. Dongwan also held a very high status in the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. Among the Khanate realm members of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect, only the sect masters Wu Tang and Dongwan were ranked on the earth roll, but as for the saber and sword duo and others, a total of 5, that were on the earth roll, they chose to follow Qin Yun either for cultivation reasons or for revenge. They also became guest elders of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. Yes, responded the old eunuch. Also, you mentioned a woman named Zhonglin that accompanied young master Meng Huan. She's Zhong Wanhai's daughter? Asked Li Chang. Let's do this. Immediately send someone to Peifang and summon Zhong Wanhai to quickly come to sovereign capital. Yes, I will immediately pass the order, said the old eunuch respectfully. Following that, he hesitated for a moment and asked, Your Majesty, what about Consort Ouyang? Li Chang frowned and waved his hand, banish her to the cold palace. When Tantai Yun returned home, she recounted all that had happened to her father, Tantai Chuan. Father, it was all my fault. I caused such huge trouble. Tantai Yun was also feeling afraid at the moment. Tantai Chuan stood there with squinted eyes as his mind raced in contemplation. He had slowly forged a path for himself, crawling out from the ranks of poverty in sovereign capital. He truly started from the lowest ranks before building ties with gangs. As he was talented in cultivation, his gang grew stronger. He also managed to reach the Khanate intent realm. The 9 Chuan gang he established was also ranked in the top 3 in sovereign capital. With a sufficiently large gang, he could naturally go even higher. Therefore, he had arranged to marry his daughter into the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family also saw that the Tantai family had both men and money, so they agreed to the marriage. My Tantai family might be finished, but it can also use this opportunity to skyrocket. Tantai Chuan narrowed his eyes. For him to climb up from the lowest ranks, he was naturally a sly old fox. Compared to the legendary #1 on the god roll, the Ouyang family is nothing. My dear daughter. Tantai Chuan smiled at his daughter. Father. Tantai Yun was nervous, for she was also afraid of her father. This is all my fault, said Tantai Chuan. There's no need to talk about your marriage with the Ouyang family anymore. They are doomed. I have to think of a way to see if there's still chance between you and that young Master Meng. When Tan Taiyun heard that, she could not help but ask, Father, is it still possible? Didn't you say that the both of you had a very deep relationship? Tan Tai Chuan pondered. All right, you are not to leave the family compound without my permission from now on. Leave everything else to me. Yes. Tan Taiyun nodded obediently. In fact, she was accustomed to following her father's arrangements. He had instructed her to marry a young master of the Ouyang family and she agreed to it after finding his explanation reasonable. Now, her father was thinking of a means to bring her and Meng Huan together. She quickly accepted this decision as well. Go and have a rest for now, instructed Tan Tai Chuan. Yes, father. Tan Taiyun took her leave. As Tan Tai Chuan looked at his daughter's departing figure, he frowned. This matter is a slap in the Meng family's face. Meng Yiqiu will definitely not permit his son to take my daughter as his wife. At best, she will be a concubine. I have to think of a good solution. Being a concubine is good too. Not only did King Chu immediately summon Zhong Wanhai to sovereign capital, even the powerful family clans who were up to date on the news immediately began helping the Zhong family. As a result, the Zhong family quickly found itself in a state of prosperity. In comparison, the Ouyang family suffered being kicked by everyone while it was down. Those who had a feud with the Ouyang family took the opportunity to seek revenge. Third Lord Gong also executed Qin Yun's order with full force and dealt with the Ouyang family. Qin Yun ignored all that happened outside. He was more concerned with his son's condition. Meng Huan's first, inchoate love ended up a joke despite it lasting 3 years. That struck a huge blow to Meng Huan. However, with his parents' concern in Zhong Lin's companionship, Meng Huan's state of mind gradually normalized. He wasn't foolish. He had noticed the feelings Sister Zhong had for him for the past year or more. However, all his thoughts were on Tan Taiyun. He even felt that having 2 women was being overly unfaithful. It was disrespectful to both his female confidants. But now, Meng Huan's heart was gradually aligning with Zhonglin. And yet, he could not help but investigate everything regarding Tan Taiyun through the Zhou Mountain sword sex connections. What? She was forced to marry the Ouyang family by her father? She's now awash with tears at home? When Meng Huan heard the news, he could not help but feel conflicted. This kid. Qin Yun knew everything but he did not mind. Since he has mostly recovered from his injuries, I should leave the affairs of his heart to him. It can be considered as a way of honing him, but he would stand to the side and watch the setbacks and frustrations of his son's maturing process, allowing his son to freely experience them. Only if it endangered his son's life, or any other special matters occurred, would he take action. Qin Yun also felt easy now that his son's injuries had recovered. He continued dedicating himself to his cultivation. The nascent sword Dao continued forming as it became more complete. On the 6th day of August, the autumn wind was blowing, sending ripples across the lake's surface. Qin Yun sat cross-legged by the lake. His mind felt empty as his sword Dao gradually became clearer. Dongwon, pass my order. From this day forth, no one is permitted to enter the back garden. Unless there's something life-threatening, I am not to be disturbed, instructed Qin Yun with a voice transmission. Yes, elder. Dongwon, who was teaching his daughter swordplay, was alarmed when he heard the order. He immediately rushed to the back garden to implement the order. The back garden of Meng Manor quickly became a forbidden ground. Everyone, including Gong Yener and Meng Huan, was forbidden entry. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292. Chapter 292, Stepping into the Dao a Second Time, Part February 2nd. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. It was the last month of the year, after a snowstorm. A fur-coated Gong Yener was sitting on the second floor of a building with a furnace. She held a cup of warm spirit tea as she looked in the direction of the back garden. This was the only spot in the entire Meng Manor compound which allowed one to see past the back garden's wall. There, she could spot a figure sitting cross-legged beside the lake. That motionless figure was already covered in a layer of snow, making it resemble a snowman. Xiao. Gong Yener's heart pained for him. You are already invincible. 16 years ago, you could slice open the void with one strike. You still have so much time ahead of you to cultivate. Why do you need to cultivate so arduously? Although her heart pained for him, Gong Yener also felt conflicted. Although Qin Yun allowed her to stay in the manor, she had never been given an official title. She wasn't even given the title of concubine, much less that of wife. I know that he has always bore a grudge towards me. His poisoning and master's death happened on my account. Even before that, I was using him. He can't get over any of that. Gong Yener knew very well that if not for her son, she would probably not be permitted to stay in the manor. Regardless, he has treated Huaner very well. He is very courteous to me too, thought Gong Yener. Although she did not have any official title, she was still considered Meng Yiqiu's only woman. As the mother of Meng Yiqiu's son, Gong Yener still possessed extreme influence. Be it the Chu Kingdom's royalty, the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect, or the major factions of the world, none of them dared to offend her. There's Huaner too. He is still hesitant towards the Tantai Yun. He's not decisive enough. Then again, she is the first woman Huaner ever liked. 30% of Gong Yener's thoughts were on Qin Yun while the rest was on her son. And at that moment, at the other end of Meng Manor, Sister Zhong. Sister Zhong. Meng Huan ran to Zhong Lin's residence. Xiao Wan. Zhong Lin, who was dressed in a snow-white cloak, walked out of a study. She said with a smile, "What brought you here on such a snowy day?" In response, Meng Huan came close to Zhong Lin, making her feel somewhat constrained. "Sister Zhong, will you marry me?" Meng Huan asked. Even his voice was trembling. Zhong Lin's body quivered as she could not help but look up at Meng Huan. Their eyes met. Xiao Huan, Zhong Lin's head was abuzz with thoughts, as though it was about to explode. "Are you not agreeable to it?" Meng Huan turned nervous. It was apparently his own wishful thinking. When Zhong Lin heard that, she immediately reacted and shook her head repeatedly. Meng Huan was taken aback. "Of course, yes. Yes, I will." Zhong Lin was crying tears of joy as she answered quickly. Over the past half year, Zhong Lin's heart went through all kinds of upheavals. She had accompanied Meng Huan while he suffered from depression. It resulted in them becoming closer. Later on, Meng Huan learned that Tantai Yun had fallen ill. He visited her, but did not cut off ties with Zhong Lin. Meng Huan seemed to hate himself and had been in a long dilemma. Zhong Lin accompanied him silently, unwilling to put any pressure on him. What Meng Huan said today made Zhong Lin burst out in tears of joy. In the study, Meng Huan and Zhong Lin were speaking to each other in close proximity. After Meng Huan made up his mind, he felt his thoughts become infinitely more relaxed. "In a while, I'll tell my mother about us." "My mother will definitely agree to it," said Meng Huan. "My father is still cultivating in seclusion. It's been a few months, so it will probably not be long before he exits seclusion. My marriage definitely needs my father's approval." "Okay." Zhong Lin was somewhat worried. "Will Uncle Meng be very strict? My father treats me really well." "Don't worry. There's nothing to be afraid of," said Meng Huan with a smile. Zhong Lin nodded. Meng Huan suddenly stood up. "I'm going to practice my sword." "All right." Zhonglin smiled as she accompanied him to the corridor. She then watched Meng Huan enter the yard to begin his sword practice on the snow-laden ground. Sweet bliss filled Meng Huan's heart, and he also felt at ease after making his decision. He demonstrated his frost sword chart, which was different from Qin Yun, whose heart resembled an ice mirror. Meng Huan's sword techniques were more unrestrained. Suddenly sword chi surged through his surroundings as there was a whistling sound in the yard. His might was clearly elevated as the sword chi even began to create wisps of frosty air. It caused frost to form in midair. This is? Zhonglin was astonished. Sword intent? Xiao Huan has grasped sword intent? 2 hours later, Meng Huan and Zhonglin went to meet Gong Yener. What? Huaner, you have grasped sword intent? Gong Yener was reeling with excitement. Frost sword intent. Meng Huan nodded. He felt a sense of accomplishment after grasping sword intent after all his years of cultivation. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Gong Yener was overjoyed. Even the son of the person ranked first on the god roll needed to grasp sword intent by his own merits. Meng Huan had been practicing in the way of the sword since he was 6. He had enjoyed sword techniques from a young age. He would place most of his efforts on the sword daily from morning to night. He even got so focused that he disliked conversing with others. Later on, he got to a point where he did not even speak more than 10 sentences a day. It made Qin Yun and Gong Yener extremely worried. It was then that Qin Yun forced Meng Huan to adventure outside. Qin Yun's keen judgment told him that Huaner's talent was extremely high. Furthermore, he was imperceptibly influenced from a young age as he watched Qin Yun's sword practice frequently. He was obsessed with practicing the way of the sword every day. At the age of 18, Meng Huan's foundation of sword techniques was already extremely robust. Meng Huan had finally grasped sword intent after 4 years. And there's another matter. I want to take Zhonglin as my wife, Meng Huan said as he looked at his mother. Zhonglin blushed as she stood by his side. Gong Yener was not surprised in any way. If her son wanted to marry Tan Tai Yun, she might have objected to it. But if it were Zhonglin? She was rather pleased. As for family background? Did Meng Yiqiu's son need to consider background when he married someone? There was no background that was better than his. I am obviously agreeable to that, said Gong Yener with a smile. However, you need your father's approval on this matter. There's no hurry. It shouldn't take long for your father to exit seclusion. All right. Meng Huan nodded immediately. Meng Huan began waiting in anticipation. The new year passed as he waited. The 9th day of the first month of the year. Qin Yun, who had long turned into a sculpture beside the lake, continued having a warm body temperature. The sword Dao in his mind was fully formed. Whoosh! The snow on his body instantly evaporated, leaving Qin Yun's body clean and untainted as he opened his eyes. Boom! Everything within 15 kilometers around him could be sensed by him. This was his brand new Dao domain. Arise, said Qin Yun softly. Immediately, countless amounts of sword chi appeared in the back garden. Millions of sword chi fused together in an extremely ingenious manner, forming a massive sword of heaven-earth that enveloped the entire back garden. The sword chi formed rings after rings that formed an eddy naturally in a limitless fashion. If an entity like the god of Warli Ruji were to fall into it, Qin Yun could trap and grind him to death forcibly through the sword of heaven-earth. This is my present sword Dao. Its perfection is enough to form a world unto itself. Qin Yun smiled. This world's sword techniques had been perfected over long periods of time by generations of elites. The level of ingenuity far exceeded his homeworld, not to mention the ancient world where battles were fought crudely. Qin Yun had drawn from each and fused them all into one. The fusion of such brilliance formed a sword of heaven-earth. I'm able to reach this stage just after stepping into the Dao. Qin Yun stood up and instantly drew the frost sword from his waist. Open. The frost sword sliced across the lake's surface, tearing apart a black rift in the void. The rift was about 10 feet long and at its widest was 2 feet wide. If a cultivator wanted to force their way in, it was possible to squeeze through the widest gap. Qin Yun watched calmly as he sensed the intense beckoning coming from the black rift before he smiled. There's no rush. I'll wait until the 50 years are up. I can enter to take a look just before the dream of 100 years ends, thought Qin Yun. I want to see where I would ascend to after I shatter the void and ascend. After obtaining the Amida wooden sculpture, he subconsciously received information that he would wake up once the time was up or if he died. After experiencing so much, Qin Yun was increasingly certain that the worlds he had experienced were real. If they really were dreams, it would imply that Buddha Amida was way too powerful. If they were real worlds, Qin Yun was very interested to know where he would be led to after shattering the void and ascending in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293. Chapter 293, Letter of Challenge. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. When Qin Yun walked out of the back garden, the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples responsible for watching the area revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Elder. All of them bowed reverentially. Oh, Cho. Qin Yun looked at a familiar Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciple and said with a smile, send the order to prepare a feast. Yes. The simple and good-natured youth answered immediately. Everyone in the manor knew that Elder Meng was quite an epicure. The manor also hired some famous chefs. Qin Yun nodded before leaving. Quickly inform the madam and the young lord. Quickly inform Elder Dong. Some of the disciples were trusted subordinates of Gong Yener and Dong Wan, so they immediately reported the matter. Qin Yun sat down and began enjoying some tea and pastry. Having not eaten for 5 months, he maintained his hydration levels by directly absorbing the water vapor from the air. He did not mind it while cultivating, but now he had a powerful craving for all sorts of good food. Dong Yener brought Meng Huan and Zhong Lin over. Dong Wan, Lu Qingsha, and company also followed and stood to the side. Father. Meng Huan shouted hurriedly when he was still outside. Huan. Qin Yun looked at his son and could not help but smile. Following that, he said in delighted astonishment, Huaner, you have broken through to the Khanate realm? I grasped sword intent before the new year. My foundations were already in full harmony, so I was naturally able to break through to the Khanate realm in one fell swoop, explained Meng Huan. Good. Qin Yun was delighted. Although his judgment told him that his son was rather talented, Qin Yun always felt unease that his son had yet to grasp sword intent. Now, everything was fine. Meng Huan had grasped sword intent at such a young age. Such talent would rank him among the best in a cohort of Zhou Mountain Sword Sect disciples. Ichio, Huaner has something else to tell you, said Gong Yener. Oh? Qin Yun was puzzled. Meng Huan looked at Zhong Lin, who was standing beside him, and said, Father, I would like to marry Sister Zhong. Zhong Lin also turned nervous. After all, the person in front of her was Meng Ichio, ranked first on the god roll. He had entered seclusion for 5 months without eating or drinking. According to rumors, he was a person that could shatter the void and ascend, a person that could become a god or immortal. Oh? Qin Yun looked at Zhong Lin. Back when she entered the manor, Qin Yun had sent people to investigate her thoroughly. What he found made him rather pleased. Furthermore, he typically left his son's matters to his son. He was not of a mind to object. All right, said Qin Yun with a smile. Since you like her, choose a date. Your mother will go to the Zhong family to ask for Zhong Lin's hand on our family's behalf. Thank you, Father. Meng Huan was delighted and a happy glint shimmered in Zhong Lin's eyes. With his background, Qin Yun was superior to the Chu kingdom's Li Ruji and the Wei kingdom's Xiao. It was naturally inappropriate for him to visit the family to ask for their daughter's hand in marriage. Gong Yenner's appearance alone would already exert immense pressure on the Zhong family. The date for the proposal was decided, as well as the betrothal gifts. The Zhong family was nervous, but they also felt overjoyed. On the second day of the 5th month, Meng Huan and Zhong Lin were officially married. Another year later, Zhong Lin gave birth to a son. Time passed like flowing water, silently and noiselessly. Unknowingly, 30 years had passed since the Battle of Sovereign Capital. The northern lands remained cold in early spring. A silver-haired elder sat on Mt Dao Excellence and looked to the south. His breathing was as deep as an endless ocean. "Grandfather." Xiao Lai greeted respectfully. "Liar." Xiao Lai continued looking towards the south and said, "My end is approaching. There are only a few months left. As for you, you have yet to step into the Tao. I'm useless." Xiao Lai lowered his head. He too felt indignant. He had been cultivating arduously for a long time. He had even deliberately challenged people all over the world. He was now ranked first on the heaven roll. However, he failed to step into the Tao. "Since you haven't stepped into the Tao and I'm unable to sweep away all obstructions before my end, we shall follow our original plan. Disperse our Xiao clan across the world and withdraw from society. The Red Lotus Fiend sect should also go into dormancy," said Xiao. "Yes," replied Xiao Lai politely. If not for Meng Yiqiu's astounding rise, Xiao would have killed Li Ruji back then. He would have wiped away all obstacles in the world, paving the way for a massive empire. Unfortunately, all his efforts were for naught. The moment Xiao's end came, Li Ruji would not spare the Xiao family. "Also, get someone to send this letter of challenge to Sovereign Capital. It's for Meng Yiqiu." Xiao took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Lai. "Letter of challenge? Meng Yiqiu?" Xiao Lai received the letter respectfully despite his puzzlement. "On the 9th next month, I will engage Meng Yiqiu in a final battle on Mtu Pool returning outside Sovereign Capital." Xiao's eyes were calm. "In this battle, I shall either shatter the void and ascend or die fighting. There is no other outcome." Xiao Lai could sense his grandfather's determination. "Spread the news of this battle," said Xiao. "Spread the news?" Xiao Lai could not help but comment, "The news will spread throughout the world considering it is a battle of paramount figures. It will definitely attract many spectators." "I want it to spread throughout the world," said Xiao with a laugh. "After all, this will be my final battle in this world." Xiao did not wish to give himself a way out at all. "Yes," replied Xiao Lai politely. The next day, the letter of challenge arrived in Sovereign Capital's Meng Manor. "Madam, this is Fiend Lord Xiao's letter of challenge." Dongwan politely handed the letter of challenge to Gong Yenner. Gong Yenner's age could no longer be concealed. Her face was no longer smooth, but her charm as fairy crabapple remained. Xiao's letter of challenge? Gong Yenner was somewhat puzzled as she opened it. Her expression changed when she read it. She could not help but stand up. Shameless. Truly shameless. Gong Yenner was infuriated as she could not help but say, "Where's Yiqiu? Where is he? I can't find him." "Apparently, he left the manor about an hour ago," said Dongwan immediately. "He might be enjoying some delicacies in Sovereign Capital." Qin Yun frequently patronized the various restaurants of Sovereign Capital. After all these years, it was his greatest hobby. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to permanently stay in Sovereign Capital. It was a city with a long history that survived numerous dynasties. Furthermore, it was a large city with more than 10 million people. Naturally, all kinds of old and exotic culinary skills would be passed down. The number of delicacies sovereign capital had to offer matched or was even superior to Qin Yun's homeworld. Whenever Qin Yun had nothing to do, he would go out in search of good food. Qin Yun was very familiar with the many tiny eateries in the alleys and side streets. Perhaps no one would imagine that the person eating a bowl of fried noodles by the street side would be ranked first on the god roll, an existence that was rumored to become a god or immortal. "Quickly send people to find him," said Gong Yener immediately. "They have already been sent," replied Dong Wan. Gong Yener sat down, eyes filled with worry. She could not help but say, back then, Ichio was kind-hearted and spared Xiaojun. "If I'm not wrong, Xiaojun's end should be approaching this year. If he doesn't battle, he will definitely die of age. Ichio still has hundreds of years left to live. A dying person still wants to enter a final battle with Ichio? That's still nothing. The most important thing is that Xiaojun's true strength is not to be underestimated," said Dongwon seriously. "Back then, it was likely elders spared him because he did not want an internecine outcome. His strength shouldn't be much different from elders. What are you implying?" Gong Yener looked at Dongwon. Dongwon said seriously, "Back then, elder was stronger than him, but the gap between their strength was limited. Now, 30 years have passed. Anything is possible. Furthermore, with the pressure of his approaching end, as well as his yearning to shatter the void and ascend, Xiaojun might have made a breakthrough. If his strength were to improve tremendously, the outcome of this battle would become very unpredictable." Gong Yener's heart tightened as she clenched her fists, protruding her veins. "Madam, we have previously seen Elder demonstrate his sword techniques that slice open the void," said Dongwon. "The first time I saw the void slice open, I felt that there was a massive world on the other side of the black void rift. Every time I recall that yearning, it makes my heart palpitate. Xiaojun also saw the void rift when he battled with Elder. He must be crazy about it. With his end approaching and the allure of another world, who knows what Xiaojun's true strength is at present?" said Dongwon. "Most importantly, Elder doesn't cultivate his body." Gong Yener's face turned pale. "Right. Ichio doesn't cultivate his body, but Xiaojun has." Gong Yener was burning with anxiety. Even if Ichio is stronger than him, in a close quarters battle the person with the weaker body will be at a disadvantage unless they are much stronger. "Yes." Dongwon nodded as well. His elder was destined to shatter the void and ascend. Dongwon naturally did not wish to see his elder take such a risk. And the present Qin Yun was linked to many matters. Many experts were under his patronage. The Zhou Mountain Sword sect was also a lot larger than before. Qin Yun was its absolute pillar of support. If he were to fall, it would cause immense repercussions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294. Chapter 294, 9th March. MT Pool returning. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. 30 years wasn't a very long or short period of time, but it could make a virile man into a grandfather. After 30 years, the Zhou Mountain Sword sect developed to a point where it was tens of times stronger than it originally was. It had already become a powerful sect that was ranked in the world's top 3. The strongest person in the sect was naturally Frost Sword Meng Ichio, first on the god roll. Immediately following that was Iceheart Sword Meng Huan, ranked 12th on the heaven roll. Ranked after him were a series of earth roll experts. The Zhou Mountain Sword sect had immense amounts of treasured herbs and powerful manuals. As a result, it produced 5 earth roll experts like Zhua Tang and Dong Wan. In addition, there were a few earth roll itinerant cultivators who came under the sect's patronage. In total, they had more than 10 earth roll experts. What? Fiend Lord Xiaojun has challenged our elder Meng to a battle outside sovereign capital at Inti Pool returning on the 9th of March? What right does he have to do that? Xiaojun's lifespan should be ending this year. He's about to die of age. Such a person wants to enter a life and death battle with Elder Meng? There was a commotion in the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect's main hall. Zuotang sat in the sect master's seat, his eyes burning with fury. Junior brother has excellent talent. He is destined to shatter the void and ascend. There's no need to bother with that Xiao. That's right. If he were to battle Xiao, said an elder anxiously, he would gain nothing by killing him directly. After all, Xiao will soon die of old age anyway. And if Xiao were to break through during the life and death struggle, he would shatter the void and ascend. We would be letting Xiao take huge advantage of us. If he is able to kill Elder Meng because of his powerful body, that would be such a huge loss. Yes, there's nothing beneficial about this battle. We cannot fall for his schemes. All the members of the upper echelon objected to it. Their Elder Meng was not even 80 years old. He had 500 years to live. Even if he cultivated slowly and improved at a snail's pace, shattering the void was still easy for him. Why was there a need to risk anything? Furthermore, even if Elder Meng made a breakthrough during the struggle, resulting in him shattering the void and ascending, that would mean that Elder Meng would ascend and disappear. That would only be detrimental to the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect and the followers of Meng Yiqiu. They still wish to receive Elder Meng's support for a few centuries. The Wei Kingdom has released the news. We got wind of the matter quickly, but it probably won't take long for the news to spread throughout the world, said Zuotang. If my junior brother rejects the challenge, it will probably make people think that he's afraid. This is also part of the Wei Kingdom's plan. It is deliberately creating such a stir to force my junior brother into accepting the challenge. Yes, we cannot fall for it. Elder Chu, set off with me tonight. We shall rush to sovereign capital overnight. Everyone, while I'm not in the sect, all sect matters shall be handled by Grand Elders Wang and Chang, ordered Zuotang immediately. That night, Zuotang and Elder Chu left the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect together. They spent the entire night rushing to sovereign capital without making a single stop. Elder Chu was one of the geniuses among the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect elite disciples that Qin Yun had taught over the years. He was now a Grand Elder. As he was a disciple of Qin Yun, Zuotang wished to use his ties to persuade Qin Yun. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next morning, Qin Yun was still having breakfast when Zuotang and Elder Chu arrived. Gong Yener, Meng Huan, and company were also standing to the side. Senior brother, Chu Suo. Qin Yun looked at the two of them and could not help but smile. Chu Suo had once stayed in Meng Manor for more than a decade. Master Uncle Zua, you have to persuade my father. My mother and I are unable to talk him out of this, said Meng Huan immediately. Ichio. The plump Zuotang could not help but say, are you really going to accept the challenge? Can't you tell that there's nothing in it for you? Instead, it would give Xiao numerous advantages. He is a person that's about to die of age, while you are still young. It's hard to find a worthy opponent, said Qin Yun with a smile. What's so hard? With your strength, you will definitely be able to shatter the void and ascend. Wouldn't you find opponents after you ascend? Said Zuotang immediately. You have to think about your family too. You now have 3 grandchildren. Shouldn't you consider them? Qin Yun sighed inwardly. It had been more than 3 decades since he came to this world. He had to leave once the 50 years were up. Thankfully, Huaner is more excellent than even I expected. Qin Yun looked at Meng Huan. Meng Huan had enjoyed watching Qin Yun's sword practice from a young age. Furthermore, he was very introverted in his youth. He placed all his thoughts and efforts on sword techniques day in and day out. Later on, he trained so much that he didn't speak more than 10 sentences a day. At 18, Qin Yun was so afraid that he forced his son to go out to hone himself. Thankfully, Meng Huan settled down after he got married. Although he still occasionally went out, he spent most of his time on his sword techniques. Furthermore, he was different from Qin Yun. Qin Yun had a heart as still as an ice mirror in this lifetime as a result of the Amida figurine. As for Meng Huan, he had an exceptionally quiet disposition from a young age. Since he liked quietness, his cultivation of the frost sword progressed at breakneck speeds. He grasped sword intent at 21. He reached the intent domain level at 28. He grasped the Iceheart Paramount Realm at 32. Following that, Qin Yun wrote a manual for his own sword Dao. It was named Sword of Heaven Earth. This sword Dao manual amalgamated his knowledge of sword techniques from the three worlds he had experienced, forming a final product. It could be considered the most brilliant sword technique in the world. The formation of a world with his sword chi could trap one as strong as Li Ruji to death. Even Xiao would be trapped and ground to death by the Sword of Heaven Earth if he had not improved. There was no need for close combat. Just the Sword of Heaven Earth was capable of taking him down. It proved how powerful and terrifying the sword art was. As the sword art was extremely brilliant and complicated, to truly be accomplished in it, one had to grasp the Iceheart Paramount Realm. Only by doing so would one be considered as having grasped its basics. At present, Meng Huan had grasped the basics of the Sword of Heaven Earth. In terms of strength, he was approaching first on the heaven roll. Huaner has had a quiet disposition from a young age. My sword Dao, the Sword of Heaven Earth, is suitable for him to cultivate. Even if he fails to perfectly grasp it, he should be able to step into the Dao simply by understanding some of its essences, thought Qin Yun. If he were to step into the Dao, I can leave this world with peace of mind. Despite Zhuo Tang and Elder Chu Suo rushing overnight to persuade Qin Yun, they failed. None of them could change Qin Yun's decision. Days passed one by one. Word of Xiao challenge to Meng Yiqiu for a battle on the 9th of March at Mt. Pool returning outside sovereign capital gradually spread throughout the world. It also caused people to boil over in excitement. Qin Yun even made it known that he had agreed to the battle. Instantly, countless experts rushed to Mt. Pool returning outside sovereign capital. None of them wished to miss such a rare event. In a blink of an eye, it was the 9th of March. It was a gloomy day with a howling wind. Qin Yun, Gong Yener, Meng Huan, Zhuo Tang, Chu Suo, Dong Wan, Lu Qingsha, and company rode on horses. They left from sovereign capital's east gate and headed straight for Mt. Pool returning. There are so many people, said Qin Yun with a smile. From afar, he could see a swarm of people when they approached Mt. Pool returning. It was extremely lively. Ichio, it's your final battle with Fiend Lord Xiao. How many cultivators would want to miss it? Said Zhuo Tang. Besides, everyone can guess that Xiao is coming with the intent to perish in battle. Qin Yun did not say a word. It had been 30 years. His sword techniques also needed an opponent worthy of testing their full capabilities. Quick, look. It's the people from the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. That's Lock Heaven Sword Dongwan. That's the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect Master, Zhuo Tang. And that person in the middle is likely Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu. Beside him is his son Meng Huan. It's rumored that Meng Huan also cultivates in the Frost Sword chart. He is presently ranked on the Heaven Roll. Like father, like son. If I had such a powerful father, I would also be ranked on the Heaven Roll. People from all over the world had arrived as they broke out into a discussion. In fact, Meng Huan was presently cultivating the Sword of Heaven Earth. And this manual had also become the most secretive cornerstone manual of the Zhou Mountain Sword Sect. As they traveled, Qin Yun noticed something. The three royal families, dozens of the world's largest sects, and some ancient family clans have sent people here today. Qin Yun had already probed his surroundings with his Dao domain, easily identifying the relatively famous figures. It could be said that more than half the top experts in the world had rushed there. They did not wish to miss this battle. Qin Yun also saw in the distance a figure standing atop Mt. Pool returning summit. Fiend Lord Xiao had clearly arrived early. When he came to the side of a lake, Qin Yun saw the Chu Kingdom's Li family not far away. God of War Li Ruji was also there. Elder Meng. Li Ruji cupped his fists from afar. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. Elder Meng, you have to be careful. Xiao isn't someone to be underestimated, advised Li Ruji. Both of them had Dao domains. They could hear each other without even using a voice transmission. Thanks. Qin Yun turned to exhort the people beside him. Huaner, all of you are to wait here. Don't come any closer than this. Yes. Meng Huan, Gong Yener, and a huge group of people dismounted their horses. There was even a horse-drawn carriage behind them that had Zhong Lin and her 3 children. They were also there to watch the battle. Gong Yener had prohibited them from coming, afraid that they would be implicated. It was Qin Yun who gave them the permission to come. Qin Yun was obviously confident. His Dao domain could envelop 15 kilometers around him. He could easily protect his family if need be. Father, be careful. Meng Huan could not help but comment while standing by Qin Yun's side. Ichio. Gong Yener looked at Qin Yun. There's no need to worry, said Qin Yun with a smile. Huaner, watch carefully. Watch and see the true power of the sword of heaven-earth that I have created. Yes. Meng Huan nodded. Following that, Qin Yun transformed into a stream of light and flew directly to empty pool returning. There was only one person standing atop empty pool returning, Fiend Lord Xiao. His Dao domain covered the area, preventing anyone from entering empty pool returning. He's here. Xiao looked up towards the western sky. The stream of light that flew over was a plainly dressed man with a sword hanging by his waist. Xiao beamed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295. Chapter 295, The Ability of Gods. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Xiao watched as Qin Yun gradually landed on the summit. He smiled and said, Mengichio, I'm really very impressed with you. Despite knowing that you have a chance of shattering the void and ascending, you are still willing to engage in a life-and-death battle with me. A life-and-death battle? Qin Yun shook his head. It's difficult to find an opponent on that level. You were not my match 30 years ago. Even with all the years that have passed, it is still a question if you can pose any threat. That's true. Xiao nodded. Although I have made some breakthroughs, your talent far exceeds mine. It's impossible for you to not progress at all in 30 years. Regardless, I have to thank you for giving an old man that's on his deathbed this final chance. I will definitely use all my strength. You have to be careful too. I will show no mercy when fighting in close proximity. Ha, I will not show mercy either. Be careful, roared Qin Yun. Boom! Qin Yun shot into the sky with a whoosh. At the same time, countless amounts of sword qi appeared from the surface of his body. It surged forward and instantly enveloped a region more than a kilometer across. Qin Yun himself flew to a spot about half a kilometer away on the mountaintop. Sword of Heaven-Earth. The sword qi joined together to form a world that spanned more than a kilometer. It completely enveloped Xiao within. Sword qi? Just mere sword qi is nothing to me. It's best you draw your sword quickly. Xiao instantly drew his saber and charged at Qin Yun while slashing at the sword qi, but sword qi was condensed from quintessential essence to begin with. As such, it didn't contain much strength. It was incomparable to true divine weapons. It was no wonder Xiao looked at it with disdain. In this entire world, no one fought their equals with sword or saber qi. Sword of Heaven-Earth. Its father's Sword of Heaven-Earth. Not far from Mt. Pool Returning's foot, Meng Huan's eyes lit up. Apart from Qin Yun, he was the person who understood the sword of heaven-earth the most in this world. He was after all ranked on the heaven roll and had read many sword technique manuals. However, he truly believed that the sword of heaven-earth was the most impressive manual among all the manuals he had ever read. Oh! After Xiao charged into the sword of heaven-earth, he found himself under constant attack by the surrounding sword qi. The impediment he received increased as blow after blow arrived. Each singular blow posed little threat, but when they came one after another, he felt like he was a bug trapped in a spider's web. The more he struggled, the greater the impediment. Pew! Sword qi gathered together and formed an extremely powerful singular sword qi that tore through Xiao battle saber. It streaked across his clothes and sliced a gaping wound across his chest. What? Xiao was alarmed. He looked at Qin Yun, who was hovering in midair. He has yet to take action, and he is still standing afar. He hasn't even drawn his sword. Just his sword qi alone can injure me. Xiao had guessed that his opponent would be stronger after so many years. After all, Qin Yun was among the handful of peerless figures in history. However, it shocked Xiao that Qin Yun was capable of injuring him just with mere sword qi alone. All possibilities are taken into account. Meng Huan's eyes were shimmering. In the past, all Qin Yun did was practice. This time, he was using only sword qi to deal with Xiao. It made Meng Huan see the true strength of the sword of heaven-earth. It excited him greatly. The sword of heaven-earth has 8 ultimates in the 4 cardinal directions. The 8 ultimates can fuse arbitrarily, resulting in uncountable combinations and permutations of sword moves. Any attack from the enemy has a response at the ready. All that sword qi can be formed to make an encirclement attack, demonstrating change to the limit. If father draws his sword, the number of changes will reduce greatly. However, the attack strength would increase exponentially. Xiao would only end up losing even more badly. Meng Huan turned more and more excited as he watched. As for the various spectators beneath the mountain, experts from all over the world, from the 3 imperial families, numerous top sects and factions, itinerant cultivators, all were staring in bewilderment. What? A domain formed from sword qi can hold back Xiao? It even injured Xiao? When has sword qi ever been this strong? The gap between them is just too large. Many people found it unbelievable. Especially the Wei Kingdom's Xiao royal clan. They found it unbelievable that their patriarch would be repressed to such a state. However, they could see that their patriarch's clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. And at that moment, Qin Yun was still standing in midair and had yet to draw his sword. High in the sky. Meng Yiqiu. As expected of Meng Yiqiu, Xiao silver hair flailed in the wind. His body was covered in blood as he turned more deranged. I entered seclusion for 30 years, gaining insight into the Heartfiend saber art. I never expected mere sword qi to force me to use it. Oh. Feel free to use it. High in the sky, Qin Yun had still not drawn his sword. Just his sword of heaven-earth was enough to repress his opponent. Alright, first strike. Xiao attacked. When his first strike was produced, the sky darkened. Violent winds began howling as Xiao eyes turned red. His entire being resembled a legendary fiend. Only true madness can deliver such a saber art. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. The saber's strike was just too powerful. Sword qi was ultimately incorporeal. It was constantly cleaved apart as Xiao stormed over. Somewhat interesting. Qin Yun instantly drew his sword. Clang! Frost sword was unsheathed. The second strike. Xiao voice was filled with craziness. His voice resounded through the world as saber flashes that were burning with purple flames came cleaving over in close proximity. At that moment, an ice-cold sword flash streaked across the sky, easily blocking the bloodthirsty saber flash. If Xiaohoujian's Heartfiend saber art was a terrifying saber art that was produced after 500 years of cultivation and while the user was in a deranged state, giving it the might to render the world asunder, then Qin Yun's sword arts were like an attack from an immortal. They were otherworldly, for they easily and completely repressed Xiaohoujian's terrifying saber attack. The third strike. Xiaohoujian turned more frenetic. Boom! The sky reverberated as the saber flashes turned more unrestrained. Xiaohoujian constantly unleashed a barrage of crazy attacks, instantly causing tumultuous pandemonium. The entire MT pool returning began crumbling as countless boulders flew off wantonly. Impressive. Not far from the foot of the mountain, a watching Li Ruji was astounded. Xiaohoujian's saber art is extremely bloodthirsty. It's as though it was born for decimation. If I were to fight him again, I would probably die within 10 strikes. Master. Standing to the side, Shuichong could not help but ask. But with Elder Meng's sword arts, he is able to completely repress Xiaohoujian. That's because it's no longer a sword art that belongs to the mortal world. Li Ruji shook his head. Our Chu Kingdom's arsenal holds many powerful manuals. Many of them were the core teachings of experts that have stepped into the Tao. The most powerful ones can barely reach Xiaohoujian's level. As for Elder Meng's sword art, it far exceeds any of the manuals I have ever seen. It's no longer of the same level. Look, no matter how deranged Xiaohoujian is, Elder Meng's sword art can easily parry his attacks and repress him. Impressive. Truly impressive. Li Ruji could not help but comment. I suspect that Elder Meng is already capable of shattering the void and ascending. However, he has not departed because there are still things tying him down. He is able to shatter the void and ascend? Shuichong was alarmed. Yeah. Your level is insufficient to fully appreciate it. Li Ruji's eyes were filled with shock. Elder Meng's sword art has already reached an unfathomable state. All sword arts in this world will appear rudimentary in front of his. This is the level of gods and immortals. People were astounded as they watched the battle that caused destruction all around them. It was akin to a battle between gods and fiends of legend. The sixth strike. A crazy bellow was filled with hysteria. Rumble. Mte pool returning itself blasted and crumbled. Countless boulders were tossed around as the towering mountain exploded. The scene was shocking. Oh no! Quickly run! Be careful! The people watching the battle at the foot of the mountain were appalled. Boulders that weighed thousands of kilograms came whistling over. Existences of the Khanate intent realm might have barely been capable of withstanding them. But how many of the surrounding spectators had achieved the Khanate realm? There's no need to panic. A clear voice reverberated through the surrounding tens of kilometers as it rang in everyone's ears. They saw the countless amounts of rubble that was flying at them from the blast rapidly reduce in speed. Then, the rubble actually came to a stop. After stopping in midair, the rocks flew in another direction, towards a deep valley a distance away. With all the rocks, it only took about 30 seconds to fill the entire valley. They even formed a tiny hill. As for the original MT pool returning, it had been blasted into a massive, deep crater. A distance away, a river constantly discharged its waters into the crater. MT pool returning was gone and it would one day become a lake. Boom! Pandemonium continued above the crater. Xiaohoujian was still fighting Qin Yun. Countless people were astounded by what had happened. Moving the mountains to fill the seas, this is, and nothing less. The ability of a god. The ability of gods. People were in a daze. Many people had seen the rubble flying towards them. Most scary of all, the boulders were just about 10 feet from them. Yet, the boulders stopped and flew away. most miraculously was that despite there being so many spectators, none of them were harmed. Elder Meng's Dao domain can move an entire mountain? Li Ruji was astounded. Although he had stepped into the Dao and was ranked third on the God roll, that only made him more aware of how terrifying such abilities were. Destroying a mountain was very easy. However, stopping the falling rubble with one's Dao domain and then moving it into another valley was many times harder than destroying a mountain. I also have a Dao domain, but compared to Elder Meng, this gap is just too great. Li Ruji muttered inwardly. Is this the gap between an existence that can shatter the void in me? This is Xiao's strength? Dong Yener, Meng Yuxian, Zuotang, and the other people with close ties to Qin Yun were reeling in shock. My father is actually this powerful. Meng Huan was astounded. By his side were Zhong Lin and his 3 children. The 3 children stood completely still with eyes wide. Their grandfather was capable of moving mountains to fill seas. The 3 children would probably never forget the scene that had happened before their very eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296. Chapter 296, Heavenly Punishment Descends. Translator, Citulen. Editor, Citulen. I have secluded myself for 30 years for the sole purpose of cultivating arduously. With the threat of death so close, my Dao finally experienced a qualitative change. My Dao domain reached 10 kilometers, but even so I cannot match his level at all. Xiao felt disheartened. However, he did not know that Qin Yun's Dao domain also covered 10 kilometers when he first stepped into the Dao. Since he cultivated in the ancient world for decades, Qin Yun's Dao domain had been enhanced greatly despite not having its range extended. Back during the Battle of Sovereign Capital, Qin Yun's main goal was to verify the strength of his newly created moves. When one of his strikes sliced through the void, Xiao admitted defeat. He did not manage to see Qin Yun's true strength. As for now, Qin Yun had started from scratch and stepped into the Dao once again. The moment he stepped into the Dao the second time, his Dao domain spanned 15 kilometers. It was a qualitative change. Boom! 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 Dot. As both sides continued exchanging blows, Xiao body remained covered in injuries and blood. His eyes were crimson red as he kept delivering the first 6 strikes of his Heartfiend saber art. Xiao, if this is the limit of your strength, we should end this battle now. Qin Yun's voice resounded in Xiao ears. The first 6 strikes of the Heartfiend saber art were no longer a mystery to him. Qin Yun's sword flashes were also becoming more vicious. Meng Xiao, I am indeed not your match. However, I still have the 7th strike. I can only produce it when I truly become deranged. Xiao had already been attacking with no regard for his life. He could control the first 6 strikes of the Heartfiend saber art. Although he appeared to be out of his mind, he was still fully conscious of his actions. However, he was not confident that he could hold on to his consciousness after delivering the 7th strike. It was a saber technique based purely on conjecture. He had never dared to attempt it. Take my 7th strike. Xiao body boiled with a sanguine aura as his hair turned blood red. A blood-colored sword flash streaked across the sky with a blinding radiance. This saber attack. Everyone who saw the saber flash could not help but feel horrified. The strike represented destruction and catastrophe in their purest forms. Then take a strike from me too. Qin Yun's interest was stirred. It was a rare clash of offensive arts. World of Swords, 8 Ultimate Sword Rend. Qin Yun's sword instantly split into 8 vague sword flashes. But the 8 sword flashes eventually fused back into one. Rip! The void could not withstand the strike as the force tore it apart. A black rift about 20 feet long and 3 feet wide appeared. When the sword flash struck Xiao saber, the saber flashes from his maniacal 7th strike shattered. His battle saber even broke apart. Xiao, whose hair was blood red, dodged in shock. However, his arm was directly ground to nothingness by the sword flash, leaving blood splattering everywhere. After Qin Yun stepped into the Dao again, his most oppressive attack was the 8th Supreme Sword Rend, the product of more than 10 years of cultivation. The 8th Supreme Sword Rend could slice through all things, and there was nothing that could stand in its path. Shattering the void. Xiao, who had lost his arm, looked at the 20-foot-long rift. It had an infinite allure to him. It made him yearn for it from his very core. Furthermore, after cultivating all his life, Xiao truly coveted shattering the void and ascending into another world. His blood-colored eyes were filled with craziness. He laughed out loud as he said, "Mengicho, I'm indeed not your match. You have won fair and square." His voice resonated throughout the world. However, he instantly transformed into a stream of light and charged into the black rift. It was already closing, but, as it was still quite big, Xiao managed to easily squeeze through it. What? Qin Yun was alarmed. When half of Xiao's body was in the void rift, there was a sudden horror that descended. Qin Yun's expression changed. He sensed the appearance of something horrible inside the void rift. Heavenly punishment. Qin Yun immediately determined. In the previous world, due to the Khanate Godfiend bloodline and being close to the world's creation time-wise, cultivation was very easy. He had reached the 3rd firmament of the Godfiend realm very quickly. He naturally sensed the heavenly punishment frequently. The Godfiends did not dare violate the rules. Once they overstepped the boundaries, heavenly punishment would befall them. But in this world, Qin Yun had never sensed any heavenly punishment at all. But when Xiao went inside the void rift, Qin Yun sensed it. That shouldn't happen right away. Before heavenly punishment befalls a person, there should be a warning, thought Qin Yun. Some sort of guide on what can and cannot be done. If one violates those rules, one will suffer the punishment. Xiao has yet to reach the realm of being able to shatter the void. Therefore, he is not qualified to shatter the void and depart according to the heavenly Tao. When he tried to force his way in, he must have received a warning. Qin Yun guessed. However, for Xiao, who was about to die, he probably thought nothing of ignoring the heavenly Tao's warning completely. Besides, the cultivators of this world have likely not heard of heavenly punishment for a long time. Heavenly punishment was commonplace to fiend celestials, immortals, and Buddhas. In this world, the Khanate golden core was the limit. As a result, the concept of heavenly punishment was a thing of the past. It was a warning from the heavenly Tao. Although Xiao was alarmed, he disregarded it. Whoosh! When half his body entered the void rift, his body began crumbling. No, Xiao panicked in fear. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Under the heavenly punishment, his body was reduced to smithereens. Not a single shred of his body was left. Qin Yun stood in midair as he watched everything happen. The phenomenon dissipated as the ripples from the battle gradually calmed down. Xiao actually got killed by the heavenly punishment. Qin Yun shook his head gently. Shattering the void and ascending is a heavenly rule. Since it is set, it naturally cannot be disobeyed. Qin Yun took a step forward and got very close to the black rift that was closing. He looked deep into the void rift. When it was him doing it, he did not receive any warning from the heavenly Tao. After all, he was the one that sliced it open. Perhaps, for the time being, he was the only person qualified to shatter the void and ascend in this world. Countless people that were watching the battle from afar failed to see the battle clearly due to the high altitude of the combatants. Furthermore, there were the occasional blinding sword and saber flashes. Suddenly everything began to return to normalcy. The world restored its calm. People looked high into the sky and saw Qin Yun standing beside the black rift that was slowly closing. He was watching it silently. A void rift. Is this the shattering of the void? Could it be possible that Meng Yiqiu is already capable of shattering the void and ascending? Countless people turned excited. Although they had heard that Meng Yiqiu could slice open the void during the battle 3 decades ago, few people actually saw it. Today, many experts had witnessed it for themselves. More than half the world's Khanate realm experts were there to witness the battle. Where's Xiao? Why did Xiao disappear? Nothing. There's no sign of him anywhere near here. People, even a few experts, carefully observed the surrounding 5 kilometers. There wasn't even a corpse. And a distance away, Qin Yun directly flew over, reaching the spot where Meng Huan, Gong Yener, Meng Yuxiang, and company were gathered. Father. Meng Huan immediately went forward before Qin Yun landed. Brother. Meng Yuxiang was delighted too. Gong Yener was beaming. Yiqiu. Ha ha ha. Xiao, your moving of mountains to fill the seas and shattering of the void, rending the world asunder, is truly godlike. Only legendary gods and immortals are capable of doing this. Zuotang walked over with a smile. Following that, he could not help but whisper, Xiao, tell me honestly. Are you already capable of shattering the void and ascending? Gong Yener, Meng Yuxiang, and Meng Huan were momentarily astounded. Qin Yun nodded slightly. I can probably do it. Father, don't tell me you are ascending right now. Meng Huan turned a little anxious. Don't worry. It's not yet time, said Qin Yun with a smile. However, that time was not too far away. He had to leave once his 50 years were up. Elder Meng. Congratulations. Li Ruji brought the Li family over as well. He said with a smile, only after seeing the battle do I know how big the gap that exists between us is. Qin Yun looked up slightly. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a group of people flew over from afar. They were the spectators from the Xiao clan. Elder Meng. A golden-robed youth who was leading the group immediately said reverentially, might I ask Senior Meng if my patriarch is still alive? Many people in the vicinity immediately stopped what they were doing and listened in. Was Xiao dead or alive? Qin Yun gave the golden-robed youth a glance. Xiao is dead. The golden-robed youth's face turned pale. However, the Xiao family was already prepared for such an outcome. Where is my patriarch's corpse? Pressed the golden-robed youth. When I shattered the void with a strike, there was nothing left of him, said Qin Yun. Following that, Qin Yun instructed Meng Huan and company, let's go. Time to return. This battle made Qin Yun curious about where the void rift led to, but if he were to leave the world he was in, he would have to bid farewell to Huaner, Yuxiang, and the rest. Qin Yun decided to cherish the remaining 10+ years and spend time with them all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 297. Chapter 297, Ascension. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. After the battle at Mte Pool returning, the mountain was reduced to a lake, and had to be renamed Lake Pool returning. This lake became a famous tourist attraction which the commoners of sovereign capital would go to when on vacation. A stone monument was erected there to commemorate that battle. Time slowly passed. The days Qin Yun had left in the world began decreasing. Even with his heart as still as an ice mirror, he could not bear to part with it. Humans were not vegetation that was void of emotions. For instance, Qin Yun began playing with Meng Huan when his son was still a gurgling baby. He even got covered in his piss. He couldn't exactly discipline the playful child when he was so young after all. When Meng Huan was 6, he began guiding him in the practice of the sword. He watched him grow bit by bit and reveled in joy with each development milestone. His feelings for Meng Huan was in no way inferior to those he had for Xiao or his parents who were waiting in his homeworld. I'm thankful that Huaner's talent with the sword is higher than what I originally expected. Qin Yun watched with great delight. I could even say that the true genius of this world isn't me. It's Huaner. I'm an outsider after all. When I descended into this world, I had already stepped into the Tao. Huaner is the true genius. Qin Yun sat in a yard as he enjoyed his alcohol alone. Meng Huan grasped the Iceheart Paramount Realm at the age of 32 and began cultivating the Sword of Heaven-Earth. At the age of 36, Meng Huan fought Peerless Sword Sage, 5th on the God roll, to a tie using the Sword of Heaven-Earth. He was ranked 1st on the Heaven roll then. At the age of 48, Meng Huan finally stepped into the Tao. The moment he did so, his Tao domain spanned 5 kilometers. In terms of realm, he matched Li Ruji. Li Ruji had only reached that realm only after cultivating for more than 4 centuries, but Meng Huan had already matched him the moment he stepped into the Tao. However, he was still inferior to Qin Yun, since Qin Yun's Tao domain spanned 10 kilometers the moment he stepped into the Tao in the previous world. The second time Qin Yun stepped into the Tao, his Tao domain extended to 15 kilometers. But, the number of experiences Meng Huan had been through were ultimately incomparable to Qin Yun's. Qin Yun's homeworld was lurking with fiendish demons. There were many Dharma spells and talisman amulets, as well as many more opportunities. With Huaner's present strength, he can match Li Ruji in battle. He's still very young, too. Before his 500 years are up, he definitely has a chance of shattering the void and ascending, thought Qin Yun. If this world is real and Huaner manages to ascend, perhaps there might be a day that 2 of us can reunite. He sat alone the entire night. When dawn appeared over the eastern horizon, Qin Yun put down his cup. The sky had lit up. His 50 years were up. This was the last day. Beside Lake Orchid outside Sovereign Capital. A large group of people was gathered here because an astounding event was about to happen. Frost Sword Mengicha was going to shatter the void and ascend today. Elder Meng, I always thought I would die of age first. I never expected to be able to witness your shattering of the void and ascension before I died. Ha ha. Li Ruji sure have good luck. I can die without regrets after seeing this scene. Li Ruji's hair was already snow white. He too was close to his end. He and Xiao came from the same generation. The only difference was that he had an early rise because of his powerful family clan. He also established the Chu kingdom early. Although Xiao was older, he only attained his accomplishments at a later age. He also stepped into the Tao later. It was only in his later years that he surpassed Li Ruji to become 1st on the God roll. As such, the Wei kingdom had a shorter history than the Chu kingdom. Ascension has always been a legend. I can finally have the chance to see it today. The elders of the Zhou Mountain Sword sect quipped. They too felt honored. Qin Yun smiled as his gaze landed on Zhuo Tang. Senior brother, said Qin Yun. Can't you stay for a few more days? Zhuo Tang could not help but ask. Although I already imagine that you can't bear with it, isn't it a little early? You have not even cultivated for 100 years yet. I have to leave. Qin Yun smiled, but he did not elaborate. All right, then. I know I can't convince you. I have not seen the world that lies beyond ascension, said Zhuo Tang. But I believe there will be fiend celestials and immortals there. You have to be careful when you head there. Other than fiend celestials and immortals, there might be demons too, said Qin Yun with a laugh. Qin Yun swept his gaze toward Dong Wan and Lu Qingsha. Both of them had followed him for a very long time. Elder. Dong Wan remained ever respectful. Other than Iceheart Sword Meng Huan, who was ranked 3rd on the God roll, the Zhou Mountain Sword sect also had Lock Heaven Sword Dong Wan, who was ranked 15th on the Heaven roll. Master, take care. Lu Qingsha's eyes were brimming with tears. Her potential was quite ordinary and, to this date, she only remained ranked on the man roll. Following that, Qin Yun looked at his sister. Brother. Meng Yuxiang could not help but hug him while crying incessantly. She was already getting old and had some white hair. Brother, I really do not wish for you to leave. Meng Yuxiang sobbed. With her brother backing her, she naturally enjoyed an honorable status. Her son had also become the person in charge of the Duan family. Meng Yuxiang could also be considered as having led a magnificent life. Qin Yun gently patted his sister on her back. How old are you now? Aren't you afraid to be mocked by your juniors? Qin Yun looked at the group of children to the side. They were Meng Yuxiang's grandchildren. There were also juniors from the Duan family. All of them were being watched by their parents. None of them dared to cause a stir at such an important moment. All right. It's time I leave. Qin Yun released his sister. Huan Er. Qin Yun looked at Meng Huan. Father. Meng Huan looked at Qin Yun. In the future, I will shatter the void and ascend to meet you. Ha ha ha, great. Qin Yun roared with laughter. However, he knew very well that even if Meng Huan shattered the void and ascended, it was unlikely he would end up in Qin Yun's homeworld. Qin Yun had long made the necessary preparations for Meng Huan and his descendants. He even left behind 2 Dharma spells. One of them was the beam transformation art and the other was the cloud leap art. Both of them were flying Dharma spells. As this world had thin spiritual energies, even the spiritual energy gathered in a domain formed by a paramount realm expert was insufficient. One needed to step into the Tao. Through the Tao domain, one could forcefully steer the heaven and earth spiritual energies so as to maintain the ordinary strength of a Dharma spell. Once one stepped into the Tao and learned the beam transformation art or the cloud leap art, their speed would be the fastest in the world. The cloud leap art was naturally far inferior to the beam transformation art, but it was much faster than the silly notion of relying solely on one's Tao domain to fly. The Meng family had 6 secret manuals which included the Sword of Heaven-Earth and the 2 flying Dharma spells. The flying Dharma spells were exclusive to them. As for the Sword of Heaven-Earth, the Zhou Mountain Sword sect also kept a copy. Father, say something to Mother. Meng Huan could not help but comment. Qin Yun nodded and looked at Gong Yener. Gong Yener was already 78 years old. Although she was at the 12th stage of the Qi refinement realm and had consumed all sorts of treasured herbs, she was still very advanced in her years. She had some white hair and it was becoming difficult for her to hide her age. She was not much different from Meng Yuxiang. As for Qin Yun, he retained his youthful looks. Xiao. Gong Yener felt inferior, but she could not help but say, I know that you have always had a knot in your heart when it came to us, and a grudge against me. Yener, I hold no grudges against you. Qin Yun held her hand. Gong Yener trembled as she looked at Qin Yun. He continued, there is no knot either. It was the truth. There were no grudges or knots in his heart. However, it was also true that there was no love. But in the end, she was still Meng Huan's mother. After spending time together for 50 years, he did come to think of her as a confidant and good friend. You don't blame me? Gong Yener turned anxious. I do not. Qin Yun nodded. Let bygones be bygones. It's all in the past. Gong Yener could not stop the tears from streaming down her face. She had waited for this day for far too long. Huan Er. I'm leaving. You have to take good care of your mother, said Qin Yun. Yes. Meng Huan nodded. With that said, Qin Yun swept his gaze at the surrounding crowd before turning to fly up into the sky. He flew into midair and drew a sword from his waist. It was an ordinary weapon. As for Frost Sword, Qin Yun had left it with the Meng family as a family heirloom. At Qin Yun's level, even though he had not deliberately refined it, the Frost Sword received his sword Dao's nurturing over time. It had also evolved to become more powerful. Frost Sword now contains some of the ori of Qin Yun's sword Dao. As a result, it was one of the best weapons in the world. Qin Yun would naturally not bring such a divine weapon with him into the void. Rip! With a seemingly nonchalant wave of his sword, the void easily tore apart to reveal a gigantic rift. It was a black rift that spanned 30 feet. Qin Yun looked down and smiled. Following that, he flew into the black rift with a whoosh. Father! Meng Huan looked up and could not help but mutter softly. Following that, the black rift in the sky closed. Meng Yiqi's figure was never to be seen again. On the third day of the third month of the year of Chu Yongning's 18th reign, above Lake Orchid outside sovereign capital, Frost Sword Meng Yiqiu shattered the void and ascended. 300 years later, Meng Yiqiu's son Meng Huan similarly shattered the void and ascended at the same spot. Both father and son's shattering of the void and ascension naturally became a legend that was handed down from generation to generation. As for the Sword of Heaven Earth that both of them studied, it also was recognized as the #1 manual in the world. Years later, the manual as well as the divine weapon, Frost Sword, stirred up numerous storms. Qin Yun did not know what happened after he left. When Qin Yun flew into the void rift, he sensed a mysterious and unfathomable power tugging at his body. Whoosh! He rapidly flew across the black void. In a blink of an eye, he flew for billions of kilometers. He tore through space again and again as the distance seen ahead of him remained in constant flux. Occasionally, he saw a massive star in the distance. At other times, he would see a gargantuan fiend celestial slumbering in an ancient and lonely star. He also saw a huge fiery ball with a three-legged bird flying around the flames. Qin Yun was astounded when he saw all this. We have always talked about other realm fiend celestials. In my homeworld, there is indeed an other realm. Furthermore, it is mysterious and shocking. He constantly flew. The mysterious power tugged at Qin Yun as he traversed an unknown distance. Qin Yun saw a massive star in the distance. On its periphery were layers of lightning that swam across it as a form of protection. He could sense a repressive force from the star despite it being far away. Furthermore, the mysterious power was pulling him towards the massive star. Is the shattering of the void and ascension meant to bring me to this star? Qin Yun guessed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 298. Chapter 298, Return, Awakening. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. As Qin Yun was being pulled towards a massive star by a mysterious power, a Buddha that emitted endless light an infinite distance away smiled as it watched him. This fellow actually managed to ascend? Now, if you were to really enter the effulgent world, it would be quite troublesome to get you back home. It's time to send you back now. The Buddha gently pointed. Qin Yun, who was flying towards the massive star, suddenly had a change in expression. He felt an unbelievable power befall him. He was being protected by a special power during his ascent, but against this unbelievable new power, everything else appeared infinitely weak. This is, Qin Yun instantly determined, the Amida figurine's power. He was very familiar with this power. Since the beginning of this dream, it was this power that had sent him to two separate worlds. Boom! When the immense power descended upon him, Qin Yun's body was immediately pulverized. His clothes and weapons were completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. As for his soul, it was enveloped by the power. At that moment, Qin Yun could see a radiating Buddha with eyes filled with infinite wisdom an infinite distance away from the power. The Buddha gave him a nodding smile. At that moment, Qin Yun's mind was sharpened by the fortuitous encounter. He knew that the Buddha was Amida. He immediately sent a signal through his soul, asking the question he wanted to know the answer to. Your Supremacy, were the two worlds I visited real? They are real. The Buddha smiled and confirmed. Qin Yun, it can be considered an act of fate that you obtained the figurine I left behind. Since the dream of 100 years has ended, our shared fate has also come to an end. It's time for you to return. Return. Following that, Qin Yun's mind went abuzz as everything turned white. So, under the force of the power, Qin Yun's soul rapidly tore through spacetime. It was much faster than ascension. Soon, he arrived in a familiar world. It was the one and only Qin Manor in Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance. Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance. Qin Manor. In the chamber. Qin Yun's body had been sitting cross-legged for 100 days straight. Ah! Qin Yun grunted softly as he opened his eyes to look at his surroundings. There was a light fragrance around him. The layout of the chamber was also somewhat familiar. It just appeared very distant in his memories. Following that, Qin Yun looked in front of him. The Amida wooden figurine that had been placed on the ground had shattered completely. This wooden figurine was an opportunity Amida left behind. Qin Yun felt inundated by emotions. During the dream of 100 years, he had descended into two worlds. He descended into Wing and possessed a body filled with bloodlust. During those 50 years, he had to constantly repress the killing intent in him. He then descended into Mengiqiu. He entered that world with a heart as still as water, a heart that resembled an ice mirror. Having such a calm mind aided him in various aspects, but his emotions were a lot more subdued. But at that moment, he had returned to his true body. There was no longer any external influence which prevented Qin Yun from having a heart as still as water. They were real. The two worlds were real. Qin Yun's voice trembled. The memories from those 100 years surged through his mind. Huaner, even if you can shatter the void and ascend, I don't know if we can ever meet. I am only of the sword immortal lineage. I'm unable to convert my cultivation. If I fail to create my own essence soul dermic formulation, I will only have a lifespan of 500 years. Also, Yuqing, Kailan. They were all real. Qin Yun closed his eyes as tears silently flowed down his cheeks. He now knew that they were real, but it was near impossible for him to ever meet them again. In order to meet them again, I have to create my essence soul dermic formulation, thought Qin Yun. He also knew that Meng Huan and company had to achieve success in their cultivations. Qin Yun remained in the chamber for a long while as he got his feelings under control. Only after that did he stand up and open the door to the chamber. Whoosh! When he walked out of the chamber, he was met with a cold night breeze. Qin Yun instantly saw a table in the yard. A group of people was sitting around the table. They immediately stood up. Brother Yun. Xiao, who was dressed in a pale red dress, stood there, looking at Qin Yun nervously. Standing beside her was the dragon lady, Ao Shui. Yun Brother. Qin Liehu and Changlan, as well as his brother Qinan, were there too. Qin Yun looked at them and immediately his saddened heart felt a lot better. Even though he had spent 100 years away, the days of surviving in the village with his parents and brother and the days of entering Grand Dominance City remained vivid in his memories. The experiences he had with his wife, Xiao, were also deeply imprinted in his mind. They had fought water god together, kissed under the moon while floating above the river's tidal wave. Lived a perilous life in the immortal abode and got married. Mother-in-law. Father, mother, brother, greeted Qin Yun with a smile. Why are all of you here this late? Xiao told us that you would come out of seclusion tonight, said Changlan with a smile. She said that this seclusion is different from the others and wanted everyone to welcome you back together. Xiao was decked up in a pale red dress. It was evident that she had put a lot of effort into making herself up. She knew that Qin Yun was dreaming for 100 years. It troubled her, made her worried that he would experience a great change in personality. She was afraid that he would forget her after spending 100 years away from her. She had too many worries. Xiao Xiao. Qin Yun walked over and gently hugged his wife. Xiao entered Qin Yun's embrace. They enjoyed their embrace and felt the heartbeats and breaths of one another. How do you feel after dreaming for 100 years? Asked Xiao with a whisper. I missed you, replied Qin Yun. Some feelings would wane over time. However, there were some feelings that caused greater yearnings with time. They would become stronger. Qin Yun often missed his wife during the 100 years of dreaming. No other woman could enter his heart. When Xiao heard this, her face could not help but suffuse a smile. Yuner, said Changlan with a smile when she saw this. It's gotten quite late. We won't be disturbing you any longer. The both of you should head to bed early. Yes. We shall be leaving. When Ao Shui saw her daughter and son-in-law enjoying their embrace, she also felt happy. The group of people left immediately. They did not know that Qin Yun had dreamed 100 years. To Qin Liehu and company, going into seclusion for 100 days did not seem that long. Soon, there was only Qin Yun and Xiao left in the yard. You made yourself up? You even used rogue and all kinds of cosmetics? Qin Yun looked at the beautiful wife he was embracing. Xiao's eyes were watery as she said with a pout, I was worried someone would forget about his haggard wife after dreaming for 100 years. How can I forget? My Xiao Xiao is the most beautiful woman in the world, said Qin Yun immediately. You sure have a glib tongue, said Xiao with a smile. It's already late. Let's go in and have a rest, said Qin Yun as tugged at her. I still have things to tell you, protested Xiao. No matter what it is, as long as the world is not collapsing, we have to go in and have a rest right now, said Qin Yun. Loaning does not lead to birth and solitary yang does not allow growth. Xiao Xiao, you have only spent 100 days without me, but I spent 100 years. I have been a solitary yang for too long. Xiao could not help but blush. Seriously, you. Immediately, the two entered the room. After an yin-yang complementation romp that lasted half the night, they finally got some rest. Through the paper windows, they could see that the sky was gradually turning bright. Xiao lay in Qin Yun's embrace as her jade-like arm was placed above the blanket. By the way, brother Yun. How was your 100 years dream? You previously said that it would guide your cultivation? Asked Xiao curiously. You are already this strong after cultivating for a few decades in the real world. How much progress have you made after dreaming for 100 years? Did you step into the Tao? I have long stepped into the Tao and grasped my sword Tao. Qin Yun chuckled. I'm telling you, even some of the weaker essence soul fiends celestials and immortals might not be a match for your husband, much less the other mortals. Xiao was astonished. You are that strong? I still have to nurture my intrinsic flying sword. Once my intrinsic flying sword is perfectly nurtured, I'll naturally be impressive. Qin Yun was rather confident. You mentioned that you had something to tell me. What was it? Oh, there are two things, said Xiao. They are both rather important. The first thing has to do with your sister Chen Shuang, whom you have always been concerned about. She has already returned to grand dominance. Xiao Shuang is back? Qin Yun was a little moved by the news. 11 years ago, Chen Shuang had left grand dominance, leaving only a letter behind. There was no news of her thereafter. Qin Yun had always been worried about her. She returned to grand dominance 2 months ago, said Xiao. She even came to our manor to meet you, but you were in seclusion. Your sister was somewhat disappointed when she didn't get to see you. Where is she now? Asked Qin Yun immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 299. Chapter 299, 1,000 Years of Planning. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. She is currently living in Swallow Phoenix Brothel. Every few days, she will play the zither or pipa. The guests will only hear her music, but not see her face. Even offering large amounts of gold to meet her doesn't work, said Xiao with a smile. That sister of yours is very famous right now. Many rich guests come from all over Jiang Prefecture just to listen to her music. That impressive? Qin Yun was astonished. 11 years ago, some might have called Xiao Shuang peerless in both sword dancing and pipa, but she was only at the level of a county's courtesan belle. She's much better now. I even went to listen to her perform once, said Xiao. I'm certain that she is a cultivator. Furthermore, her realm is rather high. And it is all infused in her pipa. Even I teared up because I could not help but be influenced by her music. Qin Yun was astonished. She was already older than 20 back then. How did she knock open the gate of immortality? That I do not know, said Xiao. Qin Yun nodded while deep in thought. There were, of course, some exceptions to the rule that one cannot knock open the gate of immortality after the age of 20. For example, a person could obtain a treasured herb that revitalized them and gave them the needed push. We will go visit Xiao Shuang later today. Accompany me, said Qin Yun. Aren't you afraid I'll be jealous? Quipped Xiao. As she spoke, she sat up to put on her clothes. She quickly slipped into a Dharma treasure robe. She's my younger sister. Qin Yun got up as well. Hee, in Lady Qin Shuang's eyes, you might be more than just an elder brother, joked Xiao. All right, I'll pass the order for the servants to prepare some food. By the way, didn't you say that there were 2 matters? What is the other matter? Asked Qin Yun. The other matter is somewhat special. I'll tell you later in detail, said Xiao before she walked out the room. Moments later, the couple sat down for breakfast. So what's the second matter? Asked Qin Yun as he drank his kanji. Xiao turned somewhat serious as she explained, it's the Flood Dragon King from Qin Prefecture's Yellow Wirm Lake. About a month ago, he came to visit you. I asked him about the matter, but he hesitated to say anything without you there. After I pressed, he said that his days were numbered and that he needed your help. His days were numbered? Qin Yun was alarmed. That yellow flood dragon is also a Kane Golden Core Realm demon. Furthermore, he is at the domain level. He's rather famous among the water race demons. Why would his days be numbered? It's best you ask him yourself. I felt like there were many things he was unwilling to tell me, said Xiao. All right. Qin Yun flipped his hand and took out the Inspect Heavenly token. He directly contacted the Flood Dragon King of Yellow Wirm Lake through it. Buzz. Soon, a figure appeared in midair. Yellow Wirm was in humanoid form, but he had a yellow flood dragon's head. When he saw Qin Yun, he bowed reverentially and excitedly. Greetings, Sword Immortal Qin. Why were you looking for me? Asked Qin Yun. Are there any outsiders around you, Sword Immortal Qin? Asked Yellow Wirm. Don't worry, said Qin Yun. Yellow Wirm nodded immediately and said, this matter is related to Cloud Lake's Black Dragon. Black Dragon? Qin Yun knitted his brows. Continue. Yellow Wirm continued, Black Dragon chanced upon a secret of my Yellow Flood Dragon lineage. He carefully initiated a plot that has spanned 1,000 years. He slowly befriended my Yellow Flood Dragon lineage and even married his daughter to me. I knew nothing of his schemes back then and was overjoyed. I thought that having such a father-in-law would be a form of backing, but I never expected that Black Dragon's machinations would run so deep. The powerful demons in my Yellow Wirm Lake were secretly planted by him. And there were others that he had drawn over to his camp. Furthermore, the Shrew later became the Dragon Queen of my Flood Dragon Palace. She gave birth to 2 sons for me. Black Dragon even sent his disciple to personally help that Shrew. His disciple was also a Khanate Golden Core Intent Domain level demon. To be honest, the Dragon Queen was in control of more than half the power in Flood Dragon Palace. Yellow Wirm smiled bitterly. Qin Yun was enlightened. To ensure his success, Black Dragon instructed that Shrew to have all my illegitimate children killed. Yellow Wirm shook his head. And, as you know, that resulted in the death of Sword Immortal Qin's good brother, Fu Qing. Qin Yun listened. He had never forgotten Scholar's death. Fu Qing was a brother that he had experienced life and death struggles with on many battlefields. Sword Immortal Qin, you were infuriated back then. Furthermore, your strength was astounding. That Shrew and her senior brother were appalled, and also afraid that they would lose their lives if they remained in Flood Dragon Palace. Therefore, the Shrew and her senior brother fled immediately, said Yellow Wirm. The moment they left, I immediately took the opportunity to wipe out all unloyal agents within Flood Dragon Palace. I even activated an array formation to prevent Black Dragon from having any chances to get me, but it looks like I ended up helping you, said Qin Yun. That's right. Because of you, I became the true lord of Yellow Wirm Lake, said Yellow Wirm. Although I knew that Black Dragon would not easily give up plans that he had been enacting for 1,000 years, I felt that he would not be able to attack me since he was an Essence Soul Realm demon. I wasn't afraid of him. I led a carefree life for 7 years, certain that Black Dragon could do nothing to me. However, I never expected him to bribe those of the water race in my Flood Dragon Palace. Slowly, over time, they poisoned me with the 7 emotions poison, said Yellow Wirm Riley. By the time I noticed it, it was already too late, but 7 emotions poison is something that only Patriarch Myriad Demon of Heavenly Demon Palace is capable of refining. It's extremely precious. Just 1 concoction is worth a first-grade Dharma treasure, said Qin Yun. He actually used it on you? For Black Dragon to make such a huge investment, he was definitely expecting a very great return on investment. This secret is something only children of my Yellow Flood Dragon lineage can obtain. Black Dragon married his daughter to me and she had 2 dragon sons. Those 2 ingrates are both with Black Dragon, explained Yellow Wirm. Apart from the 2 ingrates, the only remaining member of my bloodline is that little fish Demonas who you are protecting, Sword Immortal Qin. Oh? Qin Yun said, from the looks of it, the secret of your Yellow Flood Dragon lineage is quite a big one. To be honest, my Yellow Flood Dragon lineage is not related to the dragon race. Yellow Wirm's eyes were filled with confidence. My Yellow Flood Dragon's ancestor was a Yellow Wirm that came to this world from another realm. Qin Yun was alarmed. Nearly all the Flood Dragons in the world were descendants of the dragon race with mixed bloodlines. Pure-blooded dragons were very rare. However, with all the mixed blood descendants, the numbers were just too many. Even the dragon race itself did not know how many descendants they had. Everyone in the world simply thought that the Yellow Flood Dragon bloodline was just another set of ordinary flood dragons. A typical sect prospers for a few thousand years before collapsing. As for my Yellow Flood Dragon lineage, it has survived for tens of thousands of years. This is not simple luck. Instead, it is because my lineage has an extraordinary bloodline. As long as one inherits the throne as Flood Dragon King, they will eventually reach the Khanate Golden Core, said Yellow Wirm confidently. In terms of bloodline prestige, we are in no way inferior to pure-blooded dragons. The descendants of an other realm Yellow Wirm? Qin Yun was secretly astonished. Unfortunately, my father was overly foolish. He leaked the secret and Black Dragon learned of it. Black Dragon schemed for 1,000 years and his plans are finally coming to fruition, said Yellow Wirm. They just want me dead now. Once I'm dead, my two ingrate sons by Black Dragon's side would have a chance to become the new Flood Dragon King. He can dream on. Yellow Wirm's expression was hideous. He wiped out my children and controlled me. He even plotted to kill me. Even if my yellow Flood Dragon lineage is exterminated, I will absolutely prevent Black Dragon from obtaining the secret of my yellow Flood Dragon line. Sword Immortal Qin, I implore you to bring that little fish Demonis to Flood Dragon Palace as soon as possible, said Yellow Wirm. If I have to choose a successor, I'd rather let that little fish Demonis inherit my yellow Flood Dragon line. As long as she becomes my successor, she will eventually reach the Khanate Golden Core level in time. Sword Immortal Qin, with your strength, you are invincible to all beneath the Essence Soul realm. There's no need to be afraid of him. Brother Yun, Black Dragon has been planning this for 1,000 years. If you were to interfere with his plans, he will definitely bear a grudge against you. Xiao spoke out with worry. Sword Immortal Qin, Yellow Wirm turned anxious. I will visit you tomorrow, said Qin Yun. Yellow Wirm was immediately delighted. Great. Thank you, Sword Immortal Qin. Soon the transmission was terminated. Xiao said immediately, Brother Yun, why are you meddling in his affairs? Just let them fight it out. Who cares if he dies? Xiao. Qin Yun shook his head. I have never forgotten Scholar's death. I previously thought that Dragon Queen was the main culprit. Now, it appears that Black Dragon is the mastermind behind all this. That is one of the 9 demons of the Cloud Water race. He is an essence soul demon that has been cultivating for thousands of years. Xiao could not help but say. Just like the 9 lineage fiendish demons, some fiend celestials have obtained the aid of other realm fiend celestials to make breakthroughs in strength. They have weak foundations. Perhaps a sword immortal that has stepped into the Tao can defy the constraints of realms and slay them. However, Black Dragon is a great demon with deep foundations. He's nearly impossible to kill. Even if Elder Sword was revived, he would not be capable of doing so. Qin Yun looked at his wife. But I can. Xiao was taken aback. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300. Chapter 300, Final Stepping into the Tao? Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Brother Yun? Xiao found it difficult to believe, but she knew her husband's character. He was definitely confident if he dared make the claim. Stepping into the Tao is difficult. Condensing an essence soul is even more difficult, said Qin Yun. I know all of this. It was much more difficult condensing an essence soul in his homeworld than in ancient times. For instance, ancient times were very similar to the first world he descended into. In that first world, all he needed was to grasp the heavenly Tao's intent realm. With external help, he could easily enter the first firmament of the God-Fiend realm. Back when Qin Yun first stepped into the Tao, his Tao domain already spanned 10 kilometers. With all the treasures in Fire Phoenix Nest, he eventually reached the third firmament of the God-Fiend realm. But in Qin Yun's homeworld? Ordinary existences that had stepped into the Tao had a Tao domain of about 2,500 meters. Unless they encountered some fantastic opportunity, there was almost no way to condense an essence soul. The first firmament of the essence soul realm typically required a Tao domain that spanned 5 to 10 kilometers. In contrast, a Tao domain that spanned 10 kilometers in ancient times allowed one to reach the third firmament of the God-Fiend realm. The differences were evident. Furthermore, the various Dharma spells, Dharma treasures, and physical establishing sage made the essence soul experts in Qin Yun's homeworld a lot more terrifying. They were much stronger compared to people like Fiend Lord Xiao. In the second world that Qin Yun descended into, there were no Dharma treasures or Dharma spells. The combat strength of warriors from that world was naturally much weaker. Compared to the other two worlds, my homeworld's essence soul realm is what is truly impressive, thought Qin Yun. Qin Yun's Dao domain spanned 15 kilometers. In his homeworld, as long as he could create an essence soul dermic formulation, he would definitely be able to reach the second firmament of the essence soul realm. His purplish golden core dermic powers were in no way inferior to Black Dragon's. I learned many things about the essence soul realm from my divine firmament chapter, said Xiao. Later on, I learned from Myriad Temple that Cloud Lake's Black Dragon reached the first firmament of the essence soul realm through his own efforts alone. Furthermore, he has long reached the peak of the first firmament. Legend says that he cultivates in a demonic dragon true body dermic formulation. He has also gathered all sorts of mystical items to cultivate a powerful Dharma spell, Annihilation Devouring Toxic Flame. He can spew a mouthful of Annihilation Devouring Toxic Flame that even most essence soul experts would not be able to withstand. They would have to dodge and flee for their lives. Xiao was concerned for her husband as she explained all she knew about Black Dragon. Don't worry. In terms of realms, I'm higher than him, said Qin Yun with a smile. Brother Yun, what realm have you reached? Xiao could not help but ask. A Dao domain that spans 15 kilometers. Qin Yun told her matter-of-factly. Xiao's eyes widened. 15 kilometers. I am going to be the person who creates an essence soul dermic formulation for the sword immortal lineage within 500 years, said Qin Yun with a chuckle. How can I do that if my realm is lacking? Xiao nodded immediately. Upon hearing Dao domain that spans 15 kilometers, she was no longer worried. You have truly revitalized and transformed yourself after dreaming 100 years, praised Xiao. However, there are some flaws, replied Qin Yun. Flaws? Xiao was puzzled. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded. During the 100 years dream, I stepped into the Dao twice. And now that I have returned to my homeworld, I believe I need to step into the Dao a third time, but... After he returned to his homeworld, Qin Yun gradually came to understand one important thing. His first two sword Dao had were critically flawed. The first sword Dao was overly crude. It had too much bloodlust in it. It was overly frenetic. The second sword Dao was extremely intricate and perfect. It had drawn on the cumulative knowledge from generations of that world. In terms of intricacy, their wisdom far exceeded that of Qin Yun's homeworld. However, the problem was that it was too detached. As his mind was as still as water or like an ice mirror when he descended into the second world, it made the sword Dao he eventually created there overly cold and detached. It made it so that he pursued perfection and aimed for total control over his surroundings. In Qin Yun's final battle with Xiao was completely under his control. When he returned to his homeworld after the dream of 100 years ended, rich emotions boiled in his body. When Qin Yun studied his sword Dao again, he found flaws. In the past, what was he best at? He was best at fusing his emotions into his attacks. For example, there were Bright Moon over River, Dual Flight, and Samsara. They were moves that ran rich with his emotions. But when he stepped into the Dao a second time, his sword Dao was indeed perfect, but it lacked emotion. Without intense emotions, the sword Dao loses its soul. Qin Yun came to understand this point. This will be the third time I'm stepping into the Dao. It will also be my final one. Qin Yun's accomplishments in sword Dao had already reached an inconceivable state. Throughout the history of his homeworld, perhaps only the two sword immortals who managed to cultivate their intrinsic flying swords to the transcendent grade was comparable to him. He naturally diagnosed his problems quickly. He chose to step into the Dao again without any hesitation. It would be relatively faster this time. As his foundations were already perfect, all he needed was to inject emotions into it. Having had the experience of creating many moves like Bright Moon over River, Dual Flight, and Samsara, Qin Yun already had a general idea of what to do. Brother Yun, are you stepping into the Dao a third time? Xiao was astonished. You stepped into the Tao twice during your dream? Yeah. Qin Yun smiled. After I step into the Tao this time, it will be the perfect sword Tao foundation for me. Xiao looked at Qin Yun. Her husband was said by some to be the best sword immortal in the world before his 100 years dream, but he was only invincible among mortals. Her husband after the dream of 100 years was now more dazzling than before. In a few more years, he might even surpass every sword immortal in history. He has to first surpass all the previous sword immortals. Only then can he create an essence-soul dermic formulation for the sword immortal lineage. Xiao looked forward to that day. Great oaks from little acorns grow. I shall take it step by step, said Qin Yun. Make the preparations. We will be visiting Xiao Shuang in a while. Swallow Phoenix Brothel was still the best brothel in Grand Dominance County City, with many extremely famous renowned courtesans. Lady Qin Shuang's return caused a stir after she had spent 11 years away. She was welcomed by many wealthy figures. But there were also many people who wagged their tongues behind her back. It's been 11 years. Lady Qin Shuang is already past the age of 30. She didn't retire to lead a good life, and instead continues to sell her charms. She's probably short on money. She has not revealed her face. I think she has turned ugly and cannot afford to be seen. Despite the gossip, Lady Qin Shuang did not reveal herself after returning. Just her pipa tunes were enough to astound every customer that came in. It quickly caused a stir in Jiang Prefecture that resulted in many wealthy guests rushing over. It was evident how impressive her pipa skills were. In Yi Zhao's words, she had infused her cultivation arts into her pipa. Even an inherited teachings disciple of the Divine Firmament chapter like her could not help but tear up. Therefore, how could ordinary mortals resist it? The guests felt like they were immersed in another life simply from listening to her pipa melodies. Knock. 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 In Swallow Phoenix Brothel's backyard, Qin Yun gently knocked on the door. Xiao was with him. A female attendant opened the door. Who are you? Asked the female attendant. Brother Yun. A delighted and excited cry interjected from inside the yard. It sounded pleasing to the ear, like a melodious tune. Qin Yun caught wind of a flowery fragrance in the garden and instantly saw a blue-dressed woman who had stood up in pleasant surprise down the corridor. Brother Yun, Sister E. Quickly come in. As she spoke, she quickly came over to welcome them. Qin Yun and Xiao entered the yard together. The female attendant closed the door. Brother Yun. Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled. This was the happiest day she had over the past 11 years. She had suffered tremendously before she was given permission to return to Grand Dominance. Not bad. Qin Yun looked at her and nodded. From the looks of it, you have reached the Khanate realm. Impressive. Chen Shuang gestured gently, sending her female attendant away. I became an Earth Magus not long ago, giving me the right to leave the sect. Chen Shuang did not lie to Qin Yun at all. Magistress Mountain? Qin Yun nodded gently. The Magus lineage is indeed very different from my Taoist lineage. Were you able to cultivate to the Earth Magus realm so quickly because you have become a Magus maiden? And I imagine you're probably ranked among the top 3 Magus maidens? Chen Shuang smiled with a nod. That's right, I'm Magistress Mountain's best Magus maiden at present. Qin Yun could sense it too. As she became accomplished in her cultivation, Chen Shuang looked even prettier. Her disposition and charm were most unique. All the Magus maidens of Magistress Mountain were charming women. And Chen Shuang was the cream of the crop. Many people have rushed here from afar just to listen to your pipa melodies, said Xiao. Now that you say it, they would probably feel that they have lucked out to be able to enjoy the melodies of the best Magus maiden of Magistress Mountain. This is also a form of cultivation, explained Chen Shuang. The cultivation of my Magus lineage encourages me not to stay aloof from the mortal world, but to fully embrace it. Qin Yun nodded. In the first world he descended into, Kylon was a Magus maiden. In that world, his mother, Xiao, was also a Magus maiden. Unfortunately, the number of cultivators in my Magus lineage is thinning, said Chen Shuang with a sigh. However, she quickly changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. Brother Yun, Sister E, quickly come in and have a seat. Let's have a good chat. Qin Yun's mood improved after meeting Chen Shuang. However, there was nothing he could do to help the Magus lineage out of its present state. After all, it was a result of the environmental transformations of the world. It made it increasingly difficult to inherit the Magus lineage. Therefore, the Magus lineage would try their best to attract anyone they felt would make a suitable disciple. That night, in Qin Manor. Xiao, go ahead and head to bed. I will be entering seclusion for a night. I'll set off for Yellow Wirm Lake tomorrow, said Qin Yun. Seclusion for a night? Xiao was puzzled. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded. My intrinsic flying sword has been at the limit of the second grade for too much time. My sword Dao is long capable of pushing my intrinsic flying sword to the first grade. I plan on doing that tonight. With a first grade flying sword, I will be able to produce strength that matches a numinous treasure. I naturally need to prepare as much as possible for my trip to Yellow Wirm Lake. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.